Fate can be so ironic. A girl who had been to prison unexpectedly encountered her former fiancé tonight. Henin's future in-laws are coming over tonight to discuss the engagement. You stay in your room and don't wander around, Han Lingli said with visible disdain in her eyes. If people find out I have a daughter who just got out of prison, they'll laugh us to death. Despite her harsh words, the thought of her stepdaughter soon marrying into the wealthiest Yu family brought her a sense of satisfaction. Tong nodded indifferently, watching Han Lingli walk away. The servants' quarters she now stayed in were small, but at least they had a private bathroom and basic furniture. Ever since her mother remarried Qin Anshu, a wealthy businessman from Haicheng when she was 5, Tong had lived with her grandmother. Now that she had returned to this house, she wasn't even permitted to live in the main building. Through the window, the grand and opulent main villa was fully visible. Tonight, the Qin family was hosting the future in-laws of their eldest daughter, and the entire household was bustling with activity. Judging by Han Lingli's nervous demeanor, the guests must be of extraordinary status. As night fell, Tong sat alone at the small table, flipping through a worn-out high school English notebook. Even with the window shut, the sound of piano music from the main villa reached her ears, starkly contrasting with the rumbling of her empty stomach. Han Lingli was likely too preoccupied to remember to send her food. Suddenly, the sound of children laughing and a dog barking broke the silence outside. In the dim light, Tong saw several children teasing a large German shepherd with a chicken drumstick. The dog eventually lost interest, and the children, bored, tossed the drumstick aside and ran off after the dog. She watched them quietly for a while, then tiptoed downstairs to pick up the discarded drumstick. The food was nearly tasteless, clearly meant for the dog. Sometimes, being alive feels worse than being a dog, she thought bitterly to herself. Just then, a shadow darted out from the bushes. The German shepherd from earlier was now charging at her. At the critical moment, a deep male voice sternly commanded the dog to stop, and the once ferocious animal immediately calmed down. A tall figure emerged from the shadows. The man was dressed in a black shirt and slacks, his silver tie pin adding a touch of sophistication. His composed gaze carried an innate authority that discouraged any insolence. "Did it scare you?" he asked in a low voice, extending a well-defined hand to help Tong, who had fallen to the ground. She avoided his hand and stood up on her own. The man retracted his hand, his expression unreadable as he studied the young woman before him. Though her frame was thin, her features were delicate, and her figure graceful. "Are you a new maid here? The staff dining area is straight ahead and to the left. Don't eat food off the ground, it's dirty." Tong immediately realized he wasn't part of the Qin family and must be one of the distinguished guests her mother had mentioned. Not wanting to cause trouble, she turned and left without a word, though she could feel the weight of his gaze following her. Yu Hanshen watched her hurriedly retreating figure, a faint, cold smirk playing on his lips. It wasn't often he showed kindness, only to have it so blatantly ignored. Back in the main lounge, he was greeted by Han Lingli's overly eager smile, which only deepened his sense of disdain. Originally, it was supposed to be Yu Ziheng's parents handling the engagement, but they had been held up, leaving him, the younger uncle, to step in. "You're back just in time, Mr. Yu," Han Lingli said enthusiastically. "We were just discussing the wedding location. Henin wants to go to New Zealand, while Ziheng prefers France. What do you think?" He let out a dry laugh, his tone detached. "Let the young couple decide for themselves. I'm too old to meddle in such matters." Han Lingli's forced smile faltered as she sensed the mocking gazes of those around her, but she bit her lip and stayed silent. At 9:30 p.m., Yu Hanshen and Yu Ziheng left the Qin residence. Inside the Maybach, Yu Ziheng appeared troubled. "Uncle, I think I might be having second thoughts. Is it possible to—" "No," Yu Hanshen interrupted coldly. "You just got engaged, and now you're talking about breaking it off? Do you think marriage is a game?" "But I can't forget her," Yu Ziheng murmured. Lighting a cigarette, Yu Hanshen exhaled lazily, the smoke curling around him. "A woman who's been to prison? Is she really worth all this?" He flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone icy. "She will never set foot in the Yu family. Forget about her." The next morning, Tong was awakened by a series of knocks on her door. When she opened it, a servant from the Qin family stood outside, politely informing her to head to the main house. She quickly freshened up and hurried over. In the living room, apart from Han Lingli, there was a middle-aged man and a girl who appeared to be around 16 or 17. Han Lingli suppressed her impatience and introduced them in a flat tone. "This is your Uncle Qin." Han Lingli had originally planned to send Tong to a boarding school first thing in the morning to avoid dealing with her. However, someone must have leaked the news, as Qin Anshu found out that she had brought her daughter to Haicheng for academic resumption. The young girl beside Qin Anshu was his daughter from his previous marriage, Qin Siyuan. Qin Anshu's gaze swept over Tong, pausing briefly. The girl before him appeared to be in her early 20s, dressed in a worn white t-shirt and faded jeans. She was tall, with pale, almost cool-toned skin. Her features were delicate, Her brows fine and Shapelia beauty, no doubt, but her thin frame hinted at poor nutrition. Still, her proportions were strikingly balanced, with curves in all the right places. A flicker of something crossed Qin Anshu's eyes, but he quickly masked it with a smile. Now that you're here at the Qin family, consider this your home from now on. Si Tong's expression remained indifferent. She responded with a soft devoid of any emotion. What school have you arranged for Si Tong? Qin Anshu turned to Han Lingli, his tone tinged with concern. Shizhong, Han Lingli replied curtly. Shizhong. Qin Anshu frowned slightly. The teaching quality there is too poor. Si Tong has been out of school for 4 years. It might be hard for her to get into college from there. Why not enroll her in Siyuan's school, Huashua High? With her situation, Shizhong accepting her is already a miracle, let alone Huashua, Han Lingli scoffed. Huashua High was the most prestigious school in Haicheng, with incredibly strict admission standards. Even wealthy parents couldn't necessarily buy their way in. Besides, her class and dormitory have already been arranged. You don't need to meddle. Don't you have a meeting to attend? Don't keep your shareholders waiting. Qin Anshu was silent for a moment before finally leaving without further comment. That day, Han Lingli first dropped Qin Siyuan off at school and then unceremoniously left Si Tong at Shizhong's gate. After handing her over to a teacher, she departed in a hurry. The teacher guided Si Tong through the enrollment process, showed her the classroom and dormitory, and finally took her to the cafeteria to get a meal card. However, applying for the card required 100 yuan. Standing to the side, Si Tong looked a little awkward. She had no money on her, and Han Lingli hadn't given her any living expenses. The teacher seemed to notice her predicament and kindly took out 100 yuan to cover the cost. Si Tong accepted the meal card and softly thanked her. Thank you, Teacher Song. I'll return it to you. Her voice was gentle and clear, carrying a captivating quality. No worries, take your time, Teacher Song replied with a warm smile. That 100 yuan became Si Tong's sole means of support for her first week. By the weekend, she had secured a part-time job at a nearby bubble tea shop. Around 5 p.m., Han Lingli called, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Come home for dinner tonight. Wait at the school gate. The driver will pick you up shortly. Si Tong listened to the abrupt end of the call, stayed silent for a moment, and then asked her manager for leave. At the school gate, a black Mercedes soon pulled up in front of her. When the door opened, Qin Siyuan was seated inside, along with a boy who looked about 17 or 18. The boy's eyes lit up when he saw Si Tong and teased with a grin, Siyuan, is this your stepmother's daughter? She's quite pretty. Turning to Si Tong, he introduced himself. Hi, I'm Hanshen. What's your name? Si Tong merely gave him a cold glance without responding, then got into the car and turned her head toward the window. Hanshen, unfazed by her indifference, chuckled and said to Qin Siyuan, your stepmother's daughter is quite the ice queen and icy beauty, huh? Qin Siyuan's face darkened. She bit her lip and glared at him furiously. The car first dropped Hanshen off at the Han residence before heading to the Qin family home. That evening, Qin Anshu had deliberately stayed home for dinner and instructed Han Lingli to bring Si Tong back. After the meal, Si Tong, mindful of her part-time job, asked Han Lingli if she could leave. Han Lingli, unwilling to spare her a glance, instructed the driver to take her. I need to pick something up anyway. I'll go with her, Qin Siyuan suddenly offered. Han Lingli, who always indulged Qin Siyuan, readily agreed. 15 minutes later, as the car drove onto an elevated highway, Qin Siyuan suddenly commanded, stop the car. The driver hesitated. Miss Siyuan, it's illegal to stop here. I said stop. Do I need to repeat myself? Qin Siyuan snapped coldly. Helpless, the driver carefully pulled over. Get out. Qin Siyuan turned to Si Tong with a sneer. You dare flirt with Han Zhen in front of me? Do you even know your place? My father only took pity on you and gave you a roof over your head. Don't think for a second that you're some kind of Qin family princess. Get out. Si Tong had sensed something was amiss the moment Qin Siyuan suggested coming along. Hearing her outburst, she wasn't surprised. Gathering her belongings, she opened the car door to step out. However, just as one foot touched the ground, she felt a harsh shove on her back. Caught off guard, her body lurched forward. The next moment, the screech of brakes pierced the air. Whoa! He Heng, seated in a Maybach, was startled by the scene in front of him. He had already noticed the illegally parked Mercedes ahead and slowed down, avoiding what could have been a disastrous accident. In the back seat, Yu Hanshen had been resting with his eyes closed. Hearing the commotion, he opened them slowly, his gaze calm and unreadable. Someone just fell out of the car in front. I'll go check it out, Heng explained as he stepped out. By the time he reached the scene, the Mercedes had already sped off, leaving behind a young woman sprawled on the ground in front of the Maybach. Her face was pale, and blood was seeping from her elbows and knees. Are you all right? Heng crouched down to help her up. Si Tong was in too much pain to speak. She simply shook her head lightly, signaling that she was fine. Returning to the car, Hiying briefly recounted the incident to Yu Hanshen, concluding with, "She seems pretty hurt, her elbows scraped badly." "Poor thing." He paused before suggesting, "Should we give her a lift? The highway's busy, it's dangerous to leave her here. At least we could drop her off somewhere safe." Yu Hanshen glanced at him coolly, his expression indifferent and unreadable. With a sigh, Hiying got back into the car, and the Maybach began to move again. Tong, inspecting her injuries, heard the engine rev behind her. She instinctively turned her head, catching a fleeting glimpse of the car. As it passed her, the rear window lowered slightly, and her eyes met a pair of deep, familiar ones. "Stop the car," Yu Hanshen's voice suddenly commanded. He reflexively stepped on the brake, and the car came to a smooth stop. Before he could even ask what was going on, Yu Hanshen had already pushed the door open and stepped out of the car. Under the dim streetlights, Yu Hanshen's gaze fell on a figure by the roadside. He immediately recognized her. It was the Qin family's young maid. The girl's skin was unnaturally pale, making the bloodied wound on her elbow stand out starkly. His expression darkened slightly, and his voice was calm yet commanding. "Get in the car. It'll take you to the hospital." Tong looked up and recognized the man in front of her. She had seen him before at the Qin family's residence. He was the guest dressed in a dark gray shirt, his suit jacket casually open, with a perfectly straight tie and an elegant tie pin. His entire demeanor exuded a mature, aloof, and restrained charm. She froze for a moment before instinctively shaking her head. "No thank you." She didn't know him well and saw no reason to accept his kindness. Having said that, she turned to leave. Yu Hanshen watched her retreating figure, the corners of his mouth curving into a barely noticeable smirk. His tone was low and teasing, yet carried a hint of authority. "The nearest exit is still 11 kilometers away. Are you sure you want to walk back on foot?" Tong halted mid-step, glancing at the seemingly endless stretch of road ahead before turning back to look at the man. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded in reluctant agreement. "All right, it'll trouble you then." Her tone was polite but distant, clearly showing a sense of deference to his status. The car started again, gliding down the darkened road. From the driver's seat, Hiying couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror, his eyes darting between Yu Hanshen and Tong. Finally, he spoke up. "Mr. Yu, you're not usually one to get involved in things like this, are you?" His voice carried a hint of playful curiosity. "Or is it because the girl is pretty?" Just as he chuckled at his own speculation, Yu Hanshen's cold voice interrupted. "Eyes on the road." Though his tone wasn't loud, it carried an undeniable authority. Hiying stiffened instantly, forcing an awkward smile as he quickly refocused on driving. Half an hour later, the Maybach pulled up in front of a hospital. Just as the car was about to drive into the premises, Tong suddenly spoke up. "No need to go in. We'll get out here. Thank you for bringing me to the hospital. Goodbye." Her voice was sincere, and before Yu Hanshen could respond, she had already opened the door and stepped out, leaving in a hurry. Through the car window, Yu Hanshen watched her retreating figure, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. The car resumed its journey, and the cabin fell silent. From the rearview mirror, Hiying stole a glance at his boss' expression, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Mr. Yu, who is that girl? I don't think I've seen her before." Yu Hanshen cast him a brief, indifferent glance but remained silent. Sensing the cold shoulder, Hiying chuckled awkwardly. After a moment of silence, something seemed to click in his mind. "Oh right, Mr. Yu, that Mercedes we passed earlier looked familiar. I think I've seen its license plate before. Oh, I remember now. Last week, when you and young Master Zhihang went to the Qin family to discuss the engagement, I saw it in their parking lot." He paused, his tone laced with speculation. "That girl, what's her connection to the Qin family? Why would she be left in a place like that? Could she be one of Mr. Qin's little secrets?" The Mr. Qin Hiying referred to as Qin Anshu. The more he spoke, the more convinced he became of his own theory, his tone growing increasingly certain. However, Yu Hanshen, who had been silent until now, suddenly interrupted with a cold, cutting remark. "Enough." The single word was enough to shut Hiying up instantly, leaving him no choice but to swallow the rest of his thoughts. Tong didn't go into the hospital to treat her wound as they had assumed. Once the Maybach drove off, she turned and headed straight for a nearby subway station. She knew her current state wasn't suitable for her job at the tea shop, so she returned directly to her dormitory. There, she quickly cleaned her wound, took a hasty shower, and washed her clothes before hanging them up to dry. Wrapped in a bedsheet, she sat on her bed. She owned only one set of clothes and had been living this way for a week now, washing them at night to wear again the next day. She planned to buy a few more outfits once she got paid in 2 days. After tidying up, she lay back on her bed and closed her eyes, but her chaotic thoughts wouldn't settle. In the end, her mind fixated on the image of Yu Hanshen, so dignified and dazzling, as though he belonged to an entirely different world from hers. The gap between people was truly vast. Some stood high above, like stars in the sky, radiating brilliance. Others were trapped in the mire, struggling to break free. Sunday afternoon, Tong collected her wages and left the tea shop early. She took a bus to a trade market near the university district. The clothes there were affordable, as recommended by one of her coworkers. After picking out a few items, she stood by the roadside with her shopping bag, waiting for the bus. While she waited, she pulled a small notebook from her pocket, its pages densely filled with English vocabulary words. Having been out of school for 4 years, much of her knowledge had grown rusty. She had to work harder than others to catch up. Tong? A familiar voice suddenly called out. A blue BMW pulled up in front of her, and a young woman stepped out, dressed impeccably in designer brands. She looked to be in her early 20s. Hearing the voice, Tong's face stiffened slightly. She looked up and saw a face she knew all too well, Chin Sahan, her former best friend and the person responsible for her imprisonment 4 years ago. Tong's hand clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palm without her even noticing the pain. Chin Sahan looked her up and down with a condescending gaze. After the Yu family's visit to propose the engagement, she had gone on a business trip and only returned today. Driving past, she thought she had mistaken the figure for Tong. But now, seeing her up close, there was no doubt. A sneer curved across her lips. The star student of Huashua High, the teacher's prized future valedictorian, out of prison so soon? Congratulations. Tong stared at her coldly, saying nothing. Chin Sahan stepped closer, lowering her voice. Her tone was laced with smugness and malice. Don't look at me like that. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too much of a flirt. Your downfall is entirely your own doing. Chin Sahan took a small step back and raised her hand. The dazzling diamond ring on her finger sparkled under the sunlight, gleaming like a badge of victory. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled with pride and said with a hint of triumph in her voice, I've got good news for you. Jihang and I are getting married. The wedding will be held in a chateau in France. A chateau in France. Tong's gaze faltered slightly as fragments of old memories surged forth like a tide. Tong, when we get married someday, where would you like to have the wedding? A chateau in France. Why? I just said it without thinking. Really? You're messing with me. Stop tickling me. I was wrong, Jihang. I was wrong. 4 years. Over 1,000 days and nights. Long enough to change many things, including hearts. Tong sat by the window on the bus, her head lightly leaning against the glass. The city scenery outside blurred as it sped past, and the gray, overcast sky lent a sense of heaviness to it all. Chin Sahan's words were like a small pebble thrown into the lake of her heart, causing faint ripples for a fleeting moment before settling into stillness. Her gaze was indifferent, and a solitary thought lingered in her mind. Simply surviving had drained all her strength. There was no room left to care about anything meaningless. The first thing Tong did after getting some money was return the 100 yuan she had borrowed from Teacher Song. Keep it for living expenses. What's the rush? Teacher Song said as he accepted the money, his tone filled with concern. He was the homeroom teacher of class 20, and over the past few days, he had quietly observed Tong's financial struggles and her determined efforts. It's something I should return. I'm already very grateful that you are willing to help me, Tong replied calmly, though her eyes held a trace of firm resolve. Even though 100 yuan might mean little to Teacher Song, she had her own principles. Seeing her insistence, Teacher Song didn't press further. He nodded and said, all right, I'll take it. But if you ever face any difficulties, don't hesitate to come to me. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Tong exhaled softly, the corners of her lips curving into a faint smile. Okay, go back to class now, Teacher Song said gently, patting her shoulder. But just then, a sharp mocking laugh suddenly echoed from behind them. Teacher Song turned to see Zhou Guokai, the homeroom teacher of class 19, standing there with her arms crossed and a sneer playing on her lips. Originally, the school had assigned Tong to class 19, but Zhou Guokai had refused to take in a student who had been on a 4-year hiatus, claiming she would only drag down the class's performance. Zhou had even stormed into the principal's office, causing a scene. Left with no choice, the school approached other teachers, but no one was willing to accept Tong until Teacher Song volunteered and brought her into class 20. Do you think you're some kind of savior? Zhou Guokai scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Taking in any and every hopeless student. No wonder your class is always at the bottom of the rankings. Such naive, sentimental thinking. Honestly, you should just find a man, get married, and stay home to raise kids. The moment those words left her mouth, the office erupted in laughter, the atmosphere growing unbearably awkward and humiliating. Yeah. Teacher Song's face flushed bright red, her fingers trembling slightly as she struggled to find words. She bit down hard on her lip, suppressing the anger surging in her chest. Her defiant gaze locked onto Zhou Guokai, silently conveying her unwillingness to back down. Sidong knew nothing about what was happening around her. Day after day, she poured all her energy into her studies. On weekends, she worked part-time at a bubble tea shop to earn her living expenses. After 2 weeks of persistence, she managed to save up a small amount of money. After setting aside her necessary living costs and some emergency funds, Sidong used the remaining money to purchase small accessories in bulk from a trade center near the university town. After finishing her early shift at the bubble tea shop at 6 p.m., she took these accessories to a night market to set up a stall and make a living. Her keen eye for selection meant the accessories were both beautiful and affordable, attracting many customers. Surprisingly, business turned out to be quite good. As night fell, a small rechargeable lamp illuminated her stall. The light was faint but sufficient. When there were no customers, Sidong buried herself in her studies, so focused that she blocked out the noise around her. Having lost 4 years of time, she couldn't afford to waste even a single moment. Nearby, a tea house by the river stood quietly. On a rattan chair by the window, Yu Hanshen sat with an air of calmness, his gaze fixed through the window on the familiar figure below. He watched intently as the busy young woman alternated between serving customers and studying, bustling about like a diligent little bee. "What are you looking at?" Amo Shubei leaned closer, curious about what had captured Hanshen's attention. Following Hanshen's line of sight, he saw only a bustling crowd below and couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary. "Nothing," Hanshen replied casually, retracting his gaze and taking a sip of tea. Amo Shubei raised an eyebrow in dissatisfaction. "I was talking to you, were you even listening?" "I heard you," Hanshen replied calmly. "Then what did I just say?" Hanshen fell silent, unable to answer. Amo Shubei was momentarily at a loss for words, his frustration evident. Every time the topic of his sister, Emo Johnny, came up, Hanshen always seemed indifferent. But remembering his sister's tearful plea, Shubei held back his temper and repeated himself. "I said, my sister has liked you for so many years, and Grandma you keeps pressuring you to get married. Why don't you consider?" Before he could finish, Hanshen suddenly stood up and left, his swift movements catching Shubei off guard. He stared after Hanshen's retreating figure in disbelief. Hanshen, usually composed and reserved, had never acted so abruptly before. "Where are you going?" Shubei quickly got up and followed him. At that moment, the atmosphere at Sidong's stall had grown tense. 2 young thugs, both around 20, had approached her. One had dyed yellow hair, and the other flaunted tattooed arms. They eyed Sidong lecherously, and one of them grinned, saying, "Hey, little sister, earning money from a stall is so tiring. Why not join us for a drink? We'll show you how to make easy money. What do you say?" As he spoke, he reached out to grab Sidong's arm. She quickly stepped back, her eyes wary as she closely observed their movements. At the same time, she discreetly picked up her phone and wallet from the ground. Her mind raced as she planned to abandon her stall and dive into the crowd. If she could blend in, these two wouldn't be able to catch her. In a swift move, she overturned her stall, using the distraction as the two stepped back to dodge, and bolted. But in the next moment, she collided head-on with what felt like a solid wall of flesh. Yu Hanshen hadn't expected Sidong to suddenly rush toward him. The impact made him take a step back, but he quickly regained his footing. Almost instinctively, he raised his arm and caught the girl who had crashed into his chest. With one arm securely holding Sidong, Hanshen's cold gaze swept over the two thugs. He didn't say a word, but the icy aura he exuded was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The two thugs exchanged a glance, their steps faltering before they turned and fled in panic. Their years of street smarts had taught them to recognize who could be messed with and who couldn't. Hanshen looked down at the girl in his arms, his deep voice laced with a hint of exasperation. "Are you okay? Why is it that every time I see you, you're in some kind of mess?" Sidong rubbed her nose, which was sore from the collision, and shook her head. "Thank you," she said softly. Not far away, Emo Shubei had witnessed the entire scene and could hardly believe his eyes. Since when did the usually cold and aloof Yu Hanshen step in to help someone, let alone show such concern? "Who is she?" Shubei asked as he walked over to Hanshen, his curiosity piqued. His gaze naturally shifted to Sidong. Sidong was crouched down, carefully picking up the scattered accessories. Though the danger had passed, she wasn't willing to let the small items go to waste since they could still be sold. "Just a kid," Hanshen replied indifferently. Shubei gave an amused, knowing smile, his tone teasing. "A kid? Or a little sweetheart? No wonder my sister's been chasing you for years, and you've never batted an eye. Turns out, this is your type." Sidong was dressed in a loose t-shirt and casual pants. The night breeze subtly outlined her slender figure. Her fair skin was as smooth as porcelain, and her delicate features radiated a quiet charm. Her expression carried an air of innocence, yet there was something inexplicably captivating about her. Hanshen turned to glance at Shubei, his tone carrying a faint warning. "She's just a young girl. Watch your words." Hanshen's imposing presence was enough to make Shubei feel slightly intimidated, even though he was usually fearless. Having gathered her belongings, Sidong looked up and was surprised to see Hanshen still standing there. She stared at him in confusion, but Hanshen's lips curved into a faint smile. Where are you headed? I'll take you. Sidong, holding her storage bag, looked up at the man in front of her. He was dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, tall and composed. His hair was meticulously styled, and the deep blue pocket square in his chest pocket hinted at understated luxury, making him seem entirely out of place in the noisy, narrow night market. Her heart sank. A man like him didn't belong here. Once might have been a coincidence, but this was the second time. She could no longer dismiss it as chance. No need, I can take the bus, she said politely but distantly. Thank you for earlier. With that, she walked past him without hesitation, her back straight and resolute. Hanshen stepped slightly aside to let her pass, watching her retreating figure as his gaze grew darker. In the tea house parking lot, Emo Shubei saw Hanshen returning alone and couldn't help but laugh. Weren't you going to take the little girl home? Where is she? He deliberately craned his neck, looking around with mock curiosity. Oh, I get it. She turned you down, didn't she? Hanshen shot him a cold look. Aren't you leaving? Planning to spend the night here? Without waiting for a response, he got into his car. Shubei watched as Hanshen's Maybach sped off, lighting a cigarette with a grin. Seeing the unshakable Yu Hanshen suffer a rare defeat was a moment to savor. He decided he had to share this in their group chat. Pulling out his phone, he opened the group chat and typed, "Guys, our third brother just got rejected by a little girl. Time to celebrate." The next day, Sidong set up her stall in a different location, and this time, everything went smoothly. During Monday's break, Sidong went to the restroom alone, but a group of unfamiliar boys blocked her way in the hallway. Since arriving at number 10 high school, she'd faced similar harassment almost daily, one group after another. A flicker of impatience flashed in her eyes as she was about to speak, but before she could, a girl suddenly appeared beside her. Without hesitation, the girl shoved the boys aside and snapped sharply, her voice crisp and full of anger. Get lost. Don't block the way like a pack of stray dogs. After scolding them, Zhang Mengling grabbed Sidong's arm and walked off decisively. The boys, startled by her sudden assertiveness, froze for a moment. One of them recovered and shouted angrily, "Who are you calling a dog?" Zhang Mengling turned back, gave him a withering look, and shot back without hesitation, "Whoever responds to it. Now scram, or I'll report you to the dean and have your parents called in. Let's see who gets into trouble then." The boys knew that Zhang Mengling's uncle was the principal of number 10 high school. If she really went to the dean, the outcome would undoubtedly be in her favor. Although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to scatter reluctantly. "Thank you," Sidong said softly, her gratitude toward her deskmate evident. She knew that it was thanks to Zhang Mengling's help that these recent troubles had been resolved. "Just let me borrow your homework later," Zhang Mengling replied with a sly smile, her eyes curving mischievously. As the two walked past Class 19, a few whistles suddenly echoed from inside, followed by a boy calling out Sidong's name. Sidong remained expressionless, pretending not to hear as she continued walking forward. "Is that Sidong?" Inside Class 19, a boy stared curiously at Sidong's retreating figure and asked the girl next to him. The boy's name was Ji Xiaoyu, the class president of the rocket class, consistently ranked first in the grade. With his privileged family background and striking appearance, he was quite popular at school. He had come to Class 19 today to borrow a book from Zhouya. Noticing the glimmer of interest in Ji Xiaoyu's eyes, Zhouya replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, she was supposed to join our class, but my second uncle said she'd been out of school for 4 years, which would drag down our class's scores, so." She left her words hanging, but Ji Xiaoyu understood. Zhouya's second uncle was Zhou Guokai, the dean. Hearing the phrase, "out of school for 4 years," the spark of curiosity in Ji Xiaoyu's eyes noticeably dimmed. He took the book, smiled warmly at Zhouya, and said, "Good luck with this week's mock exam. I'll be waiting for you in the rocket class." Zhouya's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, and she replied shyly, "My second uncle won't let me transfer." Ji Xiaoyu, however, chuckled and encouraged her. "Why let your uncle dictate everything? The rocket class has better resources, you should think about your future." As he walked away, Zhouya lowered her head in thought, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. During evening self-study, Sidong had just finished a physics worksheet when she noticed Zhang Mengling, head bent, secretly playing on her phone under the desk. She nudged her. "There's so much homework tonight. Aren't you going to start?" Zhang Mengling grinned, exited her novel app, and replied nonchalantly, "That's what you're for. You're done, right? Let me take a look." As Sidong glanced at her phone, she caught a glimpse of the lock screen, a photo of a man. The image seemed familiar, prompting her to take a second look. Zhang Mengling immediately held the phone up proudly, her tone brimming with excitement. "That's my idol. Handsome, isn't he?" The screen showed a man dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, the collar of his white shirt slightly unbuttoned. His hand was casually tucked into his pocket, exuding confidence with every step. The photo seemed candid, capturing him glancing sideways at the camera with deep, piercing eyes. His sharp features and sophisticated demeanor radiated an innate authority, as if he were born to command. Rich, good-looking, and Fide's absolutely perfect. Zhang Mengling's eyes sparkled with admiration. Don't you think he's like a gift from above? You seem to know a lot about him, Sidong commented casually as she pulled out another physics worksheet.
Of course.
Zhang Mengling said enthusiastically. Didn't I tell you my mom works as a housekeeper for a wealthy family? It's his family. He's Yu Hanshen, the richest man in Haicheng. My mom takes care of his mother, who constantly worries about him not dating or getting married. He's 31 and still single. Staring dreamily at the photo of Yu Hanshen, Zhang Mengling sighed wistfully. Imagine being married to him. How lucky would that be? You're only 17, Sidong reminded her with a hint of exasperation. Zhang Mengling quickly retorted. You clearly don't get it. Men at 31 are like flowers in full bloom. Yu Hanshen is the epitome of a wealthy, mature, and unbelievably handsome CEO. And these days, older men with younger women are all the rage. I'm not exactly younger, but he's definitely the ultimate mature dreamboat. Sidong lowered her gaze and continued working on her problems. Focus on your homework. Class is almost over. As she wrote, an image suddenly surfaced in her mind, the scene at the Qin family estate, where a man had emerged from behind the flower bushes. In the shifting light and shadow, his presence was as impeccable as a figure stepping out of a painting. So that was his name, Yu Hanshen. Thursday and Friday marked the days of the mock exams. This was Sidong's first exam since returning to school, and she took it very seriously, reading each question carefully and striving for perfection. The subject was English, and the invigilator was none other than Zhou Guokai. As he handed out the test papers, his eyes lingered briefly on Sidong, noting her slow pace. A flicker of disdain crossed his face, and he even seemed to breathe a quiet sigh of relief, as though reassured that he hadn't placed her in class 19. On Friday afternoon, Tong had just finished her last exam. After handing in her paper, she headed straight to a bubble tea shop. At 5:30, Han Lingli called her with a harsh tone, demanding she come back to the Qin family home for dinner. Tong refused without hesitation. She didn't want to face Qin Siyuan and Han Lingli's constant sarcasm and cold remarks. However, Han Lingli coldly snapped, we need to send your grandmother her medical expenses again in the next few days. Don't make me upset. Wait for me at the school gate. Before Tong could respond, the call was abruptly ended. Tong slowly tightened her grip on the phone, her fingertips turning pale as a heavy weight settled on her chest. The incident from 4 years ago, which had landed her in prison, had dealt a devastating blow to her grandmother. Since then, the elderly woman's health had deteriorated, and the monthly medical expenses were like a crushing burden on Tong's shoulders. 40 minutes later, Han Lingli was bustling in the kitchen, ensuring every dish was flawless. Tonight's dinner was important. A wealthy prospective son-in-law was coming over, and she couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Once everything was ready, she walked into the living room, only to see Tong sitting on the sofa working on practice problems. The smile on Han Lingli's face instantly froze. Hearing footsteps, Tong looked up and greeted her indifferently. Mom. Han Lingli's eyes swept over Tong's plain outfit, her brows furrowing in disdain. The contempt on her face was unmistakable. She turned to the housekeeper beside her and instructed, take her to my dressing room and pick out something more appropriate for her to wear. Watching Tong ascend the stairs, Han Lingli grew increasingly impatient, silently grumbling to herself. I really don't understand what old Qin is thinking, insisting on bringing her here. Meanwhile, Qin Siyuan was practicing dance in the studio. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Tong passing by the door. Her movements faltered, and her brows knitted together in displeasure. Why is she here again? She muttered. The housekeeper handed her a towel and cautiously replied, Sir asked her to come. He hopes you two sisters can get along. Miss, please don't overthink it. Just treat her like she's invisible and don't upset Sir again. Qin Siyuan scoffed dismissively, clearly unconvinced. Her mind flashed back to a previous incident when she had left Tong stranded on an overpass. Somehow, their father had found out and scolded her harshly, even cutting off her allowance for a week. The memory filled her with frustration. She sneered and muttered to herself, sisters? Does she even deserve that title? Then, with a wave of her hand, she beckoned the housekeeper closer and whispered something in a low voice. In the living room, the landline phone rang. After answering, the housekeeper reported, Miss Qin and her fiancé were rear-end on the way here and may be late. Han Lingli, who had just picked up her teacup, immediately stood up in alarm. Are they all right? They're fine. They're waiting for the police to handle the situation, the housekeeper reassured her. Han Lingli breathed a sigh of relief, but upon seeing Tong descending the stairs, her expression darkened instantly. Tong had changed into an outfit from Han Lingli's dressing room, a shimmering dark pink skirt paired with a moon-white silk blouse. The ensemble gave her an air of understated elegance, with a touch of aristocratic grace. Han Lingli's gaze turned frosty as she set her teacup down heavily and left the room without a word. Tong keenly sensed her mother's shift in mood but chose to ignore it. Growing up, no matter what she did, her mother had never liked her. She walked over to a single-seater sofa, set her canvas bag down beside her, and pulled out a workbook and pen to continue solving problems. The clothes she had changed out of were stowed in her bag. She planned to change back into them after dinner. She was focused on tackling a challenging question when hurried footsteps echoed from the stairs. "Mom, my gemstone watch is missing." Qin Siyuan rushed down, her voice filled with panic. "I left it on my vanity before dance practice, but now it's gone." The watch, a birthday gift from Han Lingli last year worth nearly $1 million, was her prized possession, rarely worn. "Did you search your room thoroughly?" Han Lingli asked, stepping out of the tea room with a hint of tension in her tone. "I did. It's nowhere to be found." Qin Siyuan's gaze quickly landed on Tong, her tone turning icy. "Nothing's ever gone missing in this house before. The moment she shows up, my watch disappears." Her implication was all too clear. Tong looked up and locked eyes with Qin Siyuan, whose gaze brimmed with smug malice. A sinking feeling washed over Tong as realization dawned. Her eyes briefly scanned her canvas badge. It was the only item that had been out of her sight. Clearly, Qin Siyuan had planned this in advance. "You stole it, didn't you?" Qin Siyuan accused with a cold smile, inwardly gloating. Once the stolen item was found, she could call the police and have Tong arrested. With a theft charge on her record, their father would never tolerate someone like Tong tarnishing the family's reputation. "What are you waiting for? Search her bag," Qin Siyuan commanded. At her order, a housekeeper quickly snatched Tong's canvas bag and emptied its contents onto the floor. Tong watched coldly, making no move to stop them. At this point, any action she took would be seen as guilt. Judging by Qin Siyuan's confident demeanor, the watch was almost certainly in her bag. Sure enough, amidst the scattered items, a gold women's watch adorned with colorful gemstones tumbled out. A triumphant smile spread across Qin Siyuan's face. "Call the police and have this thief arrested," she declared. At that moment, a deep, familiar male voice sounded from the doorway. "Looks like I arrived at an interesting time." Tong froze and looked up. Standing at the entrance were Yu Hanshen and Qin Hanshen. Qin Hanshen followed half a step behind, his demeanor respectful. Yu Hanshen, dressed in a charcoal gray shirt and black trousers, had one hand in his pocket. His stride was unhurried, his deep eyes sharp, and his lips curved in a faint, enigmatic smile that carried an undeniable air of authority. "Mr. Qin, your house is quite lively," he remarked, his tone calm but commanding. "Just some childish nonsense." "I hope Mr. Yu doesn't mind," Qin Hanshen said with an apologetic smile before turning to Qin Siyuan with a frown. "What's going on? This is disgraceful behavior." Qin Siyuan refused to back down, pointing at Tong and snapping, "Dad, this isn't nonsense. She stole my watch. Look, it was found in her bag." Qin Hanshen followed his younger daughter's pointing finger and looked down. Scattered on the floor were a few items: 2 exercise books, a couple of pens, a cheap cell phone, and 2 plain articles of clothing. However, lying conspicuously amidst these ordinary belongings was a woman's gold watch inlaid with colorful gemstones. Qin Anx's brows furrowed even tighter. At this moment, he wasn't overly concerned about whether the watch was truly stolen by Tong. What bothered him more was that he had painstakingly invited Yu Hanshen to his home, only for this troublesome rural girl to cause such an embarrassing scene. Yu Hanshen's gaze shifted to Tong. The girl stood straight, her expression indifferent, as if she was entirely unaffected by the accusations and doubts surrounding her. Even after being accused of theft on the spot, her face remained devoid of any emotional reaction. Yu Hanshen couldn't help but recall the first time he met her. She had been just as detached, picking up and eating a chicken leg that had fallen to the ground without a care. He frowned slightly, an inexplicable discomfort rising within him. This nonchalant attitude, as if she cared about nothing, was oddly grating to his eyes. He suddenly remembered He Hang's speculation that this girl might actually be Qin Anx's mistress. Yu Hanshen walked over to the sofa and sat down, asking casually, "Mr. Qin, who is this young lady?" The moment Han Lingli saw Yu Hanshen, she immediately instructed the maid to prepare tea. She had already been thrilled that Yu Jing agreed to join them for dinner. To her surprise, even Yu Hanshen had come along. This gave her a sense of pride and satisfaction, as if she now had something more to boast about the next time she met her sisters-in-law. Hearing Yu Hanshen's question, she quickly answered, "This is my daughter from my previous marriage," Tong. It was no secret that Han Lingli and Qin Hanshen were in a second marriage. Upon hearing this, Yu Hanshen raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, his gaze returning to Tong. "So, she was Qin Anx's stepdaughter." Tong, this is Mr. Yu from Huangshan Group." "Greet him," Han Lingli reminded her. Tong lifted her eyes to look at Yu Hanshen. Her expression was calm as she spoke, "Mr. Yu." Her tone was neither humble nor overbearing, as if she were addressing an ordinary person. Yu Hanshen gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. His demeanor remained distant and aloof, as though this was indeed his first time meeting her. Sidong, too, played along, as if their previous interactions had never occurred. Seeing this, Han Lingli quickly pulled Sidong aside, her grip firm as she reprimanded her in a low voice. You troublemaker. If you ruin the Qin family's image in Mr. Yes' eyes, just wait and see how he'll deal with you. Her words were full of blame, as though Sitong's very existence was a liability to the family's reputation. Qin Anshu, equally unwilling to lose face in front of Yu Hanshen, hurriedly interjected, children's matters should be handled by their mother. It's just a trivial issue. Mr. Yu, let's head to the study. Qin Anshu had specifically invited Yu Hanshen to his home today to discuss a potential collaboration between the Qin family business and Huangxing Group. He had long set his sights on the lucrative partnership with Huangxing, but had struggled to establish a connection. It was only through his elder daughter's engagement to the eldest grandson of the Yu family that he finally managed to bring Yu Hanshen to his doorstep. However, this sudden and awkward turn of events was making him increasingly anxious. But Yu Hanshen spoke calmly, no need to worry about me, Mr. Qin. Take care of your personal matters first, and we can discuss business afterward. His tone was polite, yet there was an undeniable firmness in his words. This was typical of Yu Hanshen, appeared amicable on the surface but was cold and inscrutable underneath, making him difficult to read. Sensing that Yu Hanshen was paying particular attention to the situation, Qin Anshu grew even more uneasy. At that moment, the maid returned with the freshly brewed tea. Han Lingli quickly took the tray, her face adorned with a flattering smile as she handed a cup to Yu Hanshen. Mr. Yu, please have some tea. Meanwhile, Qin Anshu turned his attention back to Sidong, his tone restrained but clearly displeased. Hand the watch back to Yuan Yuan and apologize to her. Since it's your first mistake, we'll let this slide. But if there's a next time, don't expect any leniency from me. Sidong, however, ignored him and instead raised her head to look directly at Qin Siyuan. Despite being in the center of the storm, she remained composed and unflustered as she said, Qin Siyuan, you're accusing me of stealing your watch. Where's your proof? Qin Siyuan sneered and pointed at the watch on the floor. The watch was found in your bag. Isn't that proof enough? So just because it's in my bag, that means I stole it? Sidong remained unperturbed, meeting Qin Siyuan's gaze. What if I said you planted it there to frame me? You're lying. Qin Siyuan's voice rose sharply. But Sidong stayed calm, her tone steady as she laid out her reasoning. First, my bag hasn't been with me the entire time. It would have been easy for you to slip something into it. Second, I'm unfamiliar with this house and don't even know where your room is. How could I have possibly sneaked in to steal something? Her words were logical and well-organized, leaving Qin Siyuan momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Sidong pressed on, you've never liked me. Last time, you deliberately left me stranded on the overpass. But Uncle Qin keeps inviting me to these dinners, and you don't want me here. So you're framing me to make him dislike me and stop bringing me around. You're making this up. Qin Siyuan's expression faltered, her guilty conscience exposed. Panicking, she turned to the maid, Ting Ting, who was standing nearby. Ting Ting, didn't you say you saw Sidong sneaking into my room earlier? Isn't that right? Qin Siyuan asked urgently. Ting Ting nodded hesitantly, her voice soft as she affirmed. Yes, I saw her. She slipped into the second miss room when no one was around. Hearing this, Han Lingli's face darkened with anger. Her tone was laced with irritation as she scolded. We have both a witness and evidence. What more do you have to say for yourself? Stop making excuses and apologize. How long do you plan to embarrass us? Sidong ignored Qin Siyuan's words, her gaze landing directly on the servant who had accused her. Her voice was cold as she asked, you claim you saw me sneaking into Qin Siyuan's room. Then let me ask you, why didn't you stop me at the time? As a servant of the Qin family, aside from your regular duties, it's also your responsibility to protect the family's property. Why didn't you fulfill your duty? The servant, Ting Ting, was taken aback, stammering as she tried to explain. I didn't know you were going in there to steal anything. Sidong let out a cold laugh, her tone sharpening. You didn't know I was going in to steal something, so you just allowed a stranger to enter your young lattice room? What if I had intended to harm her? If something had happened to her, would you have done nothing? Ting Ting was rendered speechless by Sitong's rapid-fire questioning, her face flushing bright red. Sidong pressed on relentlessly, showing no mercy. While I was upstairs changing clothes, my bag was left outside the dressing room. It was you who took advantage of my inattention to put the watch into my bag. Her tone was resolute, and though it was just a guess, her eyes were filled with unwavering certainty. Ting Ting reacted as if her tail had been stepped on and immediately retorted, I didn't do it. Sidong stared at her reaction, her suspicion instantly solidified into certainty. Her gaze turned icy. Words alone prove nothing. You say you didn't do it, then where's your evidence? Ting Ting stammered incoherently, unable to produce any proof to defend herself. Off to the side, Yu Hanshen's lips curved into a faint smile, his eyes filled with intrigue. He hadn't expected that this usually quiet young woman could be so sharp-tongued and quick-witted, effortlessly leading her opponent into a trap of self-contradiction and turning the accusations back on her. Qin Si Yuan, seeing Tingting being led by the nose, glared at her fiercely in frustration. It was only then that Tingting seemed to snap out of it, gritting her teeth and declaring, "It was you who stole it. I saw it with my own eyes." Sidong gazed at her calmly, remaining silent for a few seconds before abruptly changing her tone. "Then let's call the police." At these words, Qin Anshu and Han Lingli both frowned deeply. Yu Hanshen, still leisurely sipping his tea, let his smile deepen. He could tell Sidong already had the upper hand, but calling the police wasn't the wisest choice. He couldn't help but feel curious about how she would handle the situation next. Qin Anshu opened his mouth as if to speak, but before he could, Sidong spoke again, unhurriedly. "I'm unfamiliar with the layout of the Qin family's house. How could I have known exactly which room belonged to Qin Siyuan?" She turned her head to Tingting, her tone calm but carrying a weight of pressure. "Because someone in the Qin family was working with me from the inside. My accomplice told me which room was Qin Siyuan's and informed me that there was a priceless watch in her room, urging me to steal it." Her tone suddenly turned sharp. "Why didn't Tingting stop me when she supposedly saw me entering Qin Siyuan's room? Because she's my accomplice. We planned it together, sell the watch and split the money 50-50. But now that the plan has fallen apart, she's betraying me. If that's the case, there's no need for me to cover for her anymore." She turned to Qin Anshu, her voice clear and composed. "Uncle Qin, let's call the police. I'll explain everything to them." "You're lying. I didn't do it." Tingting panicked instantly, her voice trembling with fear. Sidong looked at her, her tone softening slightly, as though she were offering advice. "Tingting, don't be afraid. Confession leads to leniency. As long as we admit our mistakes and show remorse, the police might be more forgiving." A flicker of amusement flashed through Yu Hanshen's eyes as he silently praised her, a brilliant move to redirect the blame. He spoke up leisurely, his tone calm and deliberate. "Admitting one's mistakes and correcting them is a virtue. Mr. Qin, since these two young ladies are willing to repent, perhaps we should let them reflect on their actions at the police station." "No, I don't want to go to the police station." Tingting's face turned ashen, and tears began streaming down her face. Choking on her words, her voice filled with terror, she confessed, "It was the second miss who told me to put the watch in her bag. I didn't conspire to steal from the Qin family, please believe me, sir." "You insolent fool! How dare you slander the second miss?" Han Lingli, sensing the situation turning against her daughter, immediately stepped in to defend her, scolding angrily, "Pack up your things and get out of here. Wu Sa, keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't take anything that doesn't belong to her." "Madam, I was wrong. It was a moment of weakness. I only did it because the second miss said she didn't like her and wanted her gone. Please don't fire me, won't dare to do it again." Tingting sobbed uncontrollably, her voice filled with desperation. Her face was a picture of despair as she clung tightly to Qin Siyuan's arm, as though it were her last lifeline. "Second miss, please help me. Please plead for me." But Qin Siyuan, overwhelmed by panic, had no intention of helping her. She coldly shook off Tingting's hand and turned her head away without a second glance. "Second miss," Tingting stood frozen in place, her eyes brimming with helplessness and despair. In the end, Tingting was forcibly dragged away by Wu Sa, and the living room finally returned to silence. Qin Anshu swept his gaze across everyone present and said in a deep voice, "Yunin, apologize to Tong." Having spent years navigating the business world, he could see the situation clearly. He was well aware of Qin Siyuan's schemes and Si Tong's responses. What surprised him slightly was how this usually quiet and reserved girl could be so articulate and sharp. However, Qin Siyuan stood defiantly, her face full of disdain. She retorted loudly, "Who does she think she is? Why should I apologize to her?" Yuan. Qin Anshu's tone dropped, his gaze carrying a hint of authority. He had always valued his reputation, especially in front of distinguished guests like Yu Hanshen. His youngest daughter had the audacity to stage such a clumsy framing act in public, leaving him thoroughly humiliated. Si Tong, standing off to the side, remained composed. She spoke calmly, "Uncle Qin, these things scattered on the floor are mine. It would be best if the second young lady could pick them up for me." Qin Anshu paused momentarily, his gaze shifting back to Si Tong. This seemingly delicate young girl actually had a backbone. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to Qin Siyuan and ordered, "Yuan, pick up Tong's belongings." His tone was firm and left no room for negotiation. His youngest daughter had been spoiled beyond measure, and this was a good opportunity to discipline her. He added sternly, "From today onward, no pocket money for her for a month." This remark was clearly directed at Han Lingli. Upon hearing the punishment, Qin Siyuan's eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes. Her voice broke as she shouted, full of grievance, "She's not even your real daughter. Why are you taking her side?" I'm going to tell my sister you're bullying me." With that, she ran upstairs, crying, Yuan. Han Lingli quickly stood up to chase after her, muttering complaints at Qin Anshu as she went. "Old Qin, you're being unreasonable. This wasn't Yuan's fault. Why punish her?" She turned and shot a glare full of disdain at Tong, as if the girl were some bringer of bad luck. Bending down to pick up the items scattered on the floor, Han Lingli stuffed them into the canvas bag while suppressing her anger. As she worked, she scolded Tong. Yuan is still young. As her older sister, you should be more accommodating and stop competing with her all the time. Her words were laced with insinuation, implying that Qin Siyuan's dislike for Tong was entirely due to the latter's lack of understanding and tolerance. Standing nearby, Yu Hanshen's gaze darkened slightly. Observing Han Lingli's demeanor, he noted that her attitude towards Tong was far from what a mother should exhibit. Tong accepted the bag with a calm expression, clearly accustomed to this kind of treatment. She spoke softly, "Uncle Qin, I'm heading back to school now." This farce had completely extinguished any desire she had to stay for dinner. Turning on her heel, she went to the bathroom to change back into her own clothes. When she returned to the living room, Qin Anshu and Yu Hanshen were gone, and Han Lingli had also gone upstairs, presumably to console Qin Siyuan. As night fell, Tong stepped out of the villa alone. The gentle night breeze brushed past her, and the dim streetlights cast her slender shadow long across the ground. Her silhouette against the brightly lit Qin family home appeared especially solitary, as if the entire world had deserted her. On the third floor, in the study, Yu Hanshen sat on the sofa by the window, his gaze following the frail figure below. The Qin family home was ablaze with light, yet her lonely silhouette stirred an inexplicable ache in his heart. In his mind, he recalled the workbook he had noticed earlier in the living room, with two elegant characters written in bold black ink on the title page, Tong. So that was her name. Qin Anshu sat across from Yu Hanshen, leaning forward slightly as he personally poured tea for him. A faint, self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. "I must apologize for letting you witness such a scene tonight, Mr. Yu. Yuan can be quite unruly. I'll make sure to discipline her properly." Yu Hanshen took a sip of tea, his tone nonchalant. The second Miss Qin has a straightforward personality. Once she steps into society, she might face challenges. It's indeed necessary for you to guide her more. Qin Anshu froze for a moment, a slight tension rising within him. His earlier words had been mere pleasantries. He hadn't intended to genuinely reprimand his youngest daughter. After all, Qin Siyuan had lost her biological mother at a young age, and his indulgence toward her had always been boundless. Yet, Yu Hanshen's pointed remark forced him to reconsider. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Yu Hanshen's concerns stemmed from the marriage alliance between the Qin and Yu families. After all, their fates were now intertwined. If Qin Siyuan's temperament remained unchecked and she caused trouble in the future, the Yu family might also be implicated. With this realization, Qin Anshu quickly nodded, adopting a more serious tone. "You can rest assured, Mr. Yu. I'll make sure to educate Yuan and help her change her ways." Yu Hanshen said nothing further, a faint smile playing on his lips. Turning his head, his gaze once again fell on the window. By now, the figure below had disappeared. Lowering his head, he picked up his phone, his fingers swiftly typing out a message before sending it to Hihang. As Tong stepped out of the Qin family's villa, she had barely walked a few steps when a Maybach slowly pulled up in front of her, blocking her way. The car window rolled down, revealing a familiar face, the man who had helped her on the overpass last time, who also happened to be Yu Hanshen's driver. The man got out of the car, walked up to her with a polite smile, and introduced himself. "Miss C, my name is Hihang. Mr. Yu asked me to take you home. Please get in the car." He gestured towards the car in a courteous yet firm manner, leaving no room for refusal. Tong frowned slightly, a trace of wariness flashing in her eyes. She stared at Hihang and replied coldly, "That's not necessary. I'll take the subway home." With that, she lifted her foot, intending to walk around him. However, Hihang quickly stepped to the side to block her path, a look of mild embarrassment on his face. "Miss C, I'm just following my boss orders. If you don't cooperate, I won't be able to complete my task and might have my salary docked." Tong hesitated, her gaze wavering slightly. She recalled the kindness Hihang had shown when he helped her before, and her resolve softened a bit. Noticing her hesitation, Hihang's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity to continue. "I have a family to support, an elderly parent and a newborn at home. My wife just gave birth and is still in confinement. My whole family depends on my income. If you don't help me, I really won't know how to explain it to them." As he spoke, he let out a dramatic sigh and shook his head. Hearing his heartfelt plea, Tong couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. After a moment's silence, she finally nodded. "All right. It'll trouble you, then." With that, she walked towards the car and got in. She didn't notice the sly smile that crept onto Hihang's face as he stood behind her, pleased with his success. Back in her dorm room, Tong freshened up and sat on her bed to review her coursework. The events of the evening were nothing more than a minor episode in her life, barely making a ripple. After enduring the storms of 4 years ago, Qin Siyuan's petty schemes seemed laughably insignificant to her. Monday arrived, and with it, the release of the mock exam results. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire school. Tong had scored near-perfect marks, claiming the top spot in her grade and surpassing Ji Xiaoyu, who had long held the position of number 1. The news spread quickly, even leaving their homeroom teacher, Song Xiaoxiao, in disbelief. When the grade director praised Tong by name during a staff meeting, Song Xiaoxiao almost thought she had misheard. That's impossible. Another teacher, Zhou Gukai, abruptly stood up, visibly agitated. He couldn't believe that someone who had taken a 4-year hiatus from school could return and achieve the top grade in her very first exam. There's nothing impossible about it, the grade director replied calmly. Several teachers have double-checked the results. They're accurate. Zhou Gukai slumped back into his chair, his expression one of utter disbelief. He muttered under his breath, how could this be? She was originally assigned to class 19. Outside the teaching building, the honor roll displaying the latest grade rankings drew a large crowd of students. At the very top of the list, Tong's name stood out prominently, accompanied by her photo in the most eye-catching position. Ji Xiaoyu stood among the onlookers, his gaze fixed on her name. His eyes revealed a mix of shock, surprise, and a hint of something more complicated. Meanwhile, Zhou stood at the back of the crowd, her face dark with anger. She had been so confident that she would break into the top 50 this time, only to be pushed off the list entirely by Tong, the unexpected dark horse. Her name was nowhere to be found on the honor roll. Yeah, this Tong is incredible. She nearly got a perfect score. Tian Qianqian, standing beside her, exclaimed in a hushed tone, her face full of amazement. But when she noticed Zhou Yaya's grim expression, she quickly shut her mouth. I can't believe she's not only brilliant academically, but also prettier than Zhou Yaya. Looks like our school might need a new campus queen, someone whispered nearby. Zhou Yaya clenched her jaw, her nails digging into her palms. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Tong's roommate, Zhang Mengling, was equally stunned when she learned about the results. You've been hiding your talents well. You never told me you were this good at studying. Tong merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Zhang Mengling pouted, thinking about how her own grades had fallen short and how her family was already planning to hire a tutor for her. She let out a dramatic groan but quickly perked up. Oh, by the way, the top scorer gets a 2,000 yuan prize. At that moment, Song Xiaoxiao entered the classroom, her face beaming with pride. Her gaze towards Tong was filled with admiration and affection. After class, she called Tong to her office. Inside the office, Zhou Gukai was also present. When he saw Tong, his face displayed a complex mix of emotions: anger, regret, and disbelief. Song Xiaoxiao didn't hold back her sarcasm. What are you staring at? Never seen a top scorer before? And she's not even in your class. Zhou Gukai's face turned an even darker shade, while Song Xiaoxiao's smile grew brighter. She pulled an envelope from her desk drawer and handed it to Tong. This is your prize money for the exam. It was supposed to be distributed after the National Day holiday, but I specifically requested it early for you. Don't let part-time jobs interfere with your studies. Focus more on your academics, alright? Tong accepted the envelope and nodded. Thank you, Teacher Song. Song Xiaoxiao's smile deepened. Keep up the good work. As soon as Tong left, Zhou Gukai let out a cold snort. Song Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't just sit here grumbling. Don't get too smug just yet, Zhou Gukai retorted with a sneer. Just wait. Chen Xiaoping will come for her soon enough. Chen Xiaoping, the head teacher of the rocket class, was notorious for scouting top-performing students. The rocket class currently had only 14 students, and Chen Xiaoping had been eyeing Zhou Yaya to fill the remaining spot. Now, it seemed his focus might shift to Tong. When Zhou Gukai brought up the topic of the rocket class, the smile on Song Xiaoxiao's face faltered for a moment, but she quickly adjusted her expression. After all, the rocket class did offer more advantages than the regular classes. If Tong joined, her progress would undoubtedly be faster. Thinking of this, she genuinely felt happy for Tong. Not long after, Chen Xiaoping came to find Tong. As Song Xiaoxiao passed through the corridor, she saw the two speaking in hushed tones. Although she tried to focus on her studies, she couldn't completely suppress the faint sense of disappointment and unease in her heart. During class, the room darkened momentarily as someone appeared at the doorway. A soft, pleasant voice called out, "May I come in?" Song Xiaoxiao looked up. It was Tong. She gave a faint smile and asked, "When did Mr. Chen say you should join their class?" The students in the room all turned their attention to Tong. Tong pressed her lips together lightly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before she slowly shook her head. "I'm not going to their class." Song Xiaoxiao froze in surprise. After class, she pulled Tong aside into the hallway, a complex expression flickering across her face. She stared at Tong for a moment before asking, Are you staying because you think I was the only one who accepted you when no other class wanted you, and you feel the need to repay me? Tong remained silent. Song Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, her tone turning serious. I don't need you to do that. Tong smiled gently, her gaze soft yet resolute. But I want to. Song Xiaoxiao let out a sigh, a trace of warmth surfacing in her eyes. You silly girl. News of Tong refusing the rocket class spread quickly. Zhou Gukai was furious, his face pale with anger. Meanwhile, the happiest person was undoubtedly Zhang Mengling after all, her study buddy had almost left her. The next day marked the official start of the National Day holiday. In the dormitory, Tong was packing her belongings when Zhang Mengling suddenly sidled up to her, leaning her head on Tong's shoulder and speaking in a playful, pleading tone. Come stay at my house during the break, okay? Tong paused mid-action. Zhang Mengling continued to coax her. Oh, come on. You can keep me company while I do my homework. My brother came home today, and he's definitely going to check on my studies. You can help me out. Tong gave her a sidelong glance, her tone exasperated. And how exactly am I supposed to help you? Zhang Mengling's eyes lit up with mischief as she grinned. You're the top student in our grade. Just standing there is like having a shield. If my brother knows I'm friends with the best student, he'll probably assume I study hard too. Plus, you're so pretty wouldn't dare scold me in front of you. Please help me out. Tong fell silent for a moment. Normally, the dorm had a supervisor who allowed students to stay over weekends, but the National Day holiday was different. The school had already notified everyone that they must leave campus. Zhang Mengling's invitation was like a lifeline for Tong, who had nowhere else to go. After some thought, she nodded. All right, but I have one condition. Zhang Mengling's eyes sparkled with excitement. What condition? Tong spoke seriously. You have to finish your holiday homework by yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll help you. But no copying mine. Zhang Mengling pulled a face, clearly reluctant. What? But I hate doing homework. However, the thought of her brother's inevitable wrath made her quickly relent. Fine. I'll do it, okay? The two of them finished packing and waited at the school gate for their ride. Before long, a sleek black Jaguar pulled up smoothly in front of them. The window rolled down, revealing the face of a man in his early 30s. His features bore a faint resemblance to Zhang Mengling's. The moment Zhang Mengling saw him, her expression changed as if she'd seen a ghost. Brother? Why are you picking me up? Where's Mom? Zhang Junqing glanced at her, immediately sensing her guilty demeanor. She must have done poorly on her recent tests. Just as he was about to scold her, his eyes landed on Tong. He paused momentarily, his tone softening. And who is this? Zhang Mengling quickly pushed Tong forward. This is my classmate, Tong. She scored first in the grade on the recent exams, nearly a perfect score. Her home is far away, so she's staying with us during the break to help me with my studies. She did her best to appear studious and diligent. Tong smiled politely. Sorry for the inconvenience. Zhang Junqing's expression visibly eased. It's no trouble at all. In fact, I'd appreciate it if you could help keep Mengling focused. Get in. Zhang Mengling hurried to open the back door, but Zhang Junqing suddenly said, You sit in the front. I need to talk to you. Her face fell instantly, and she reluctantly climbed into the passenger seat. Tong moved to open the back door, but as soon as she did, she froze. In the back seat, Yu Hanshen was casually leaning against the window, a slender, pale hand holding an unlit cigarette, the other flipping through a blue folder. His gaze lifted briefly to meet hers, deep and unreadable. Tong hesitated, unsure if she should greet him. After all, he had helped her twice before, once on the overpass and once at the night market. She was someone who believed in repaying kindness. Even if she couldn't do so immediately, she couldn't pretend not to know him. But then again, the last time they met at the Qin family's house, he acted as if they were strangers as she wavered. Zhang Mengling suddenly exclaimed excitedly from the front seat. Uncle Yu, you're here too? Sidong, this is Yu Hanshen, the person I mentioned to you before. Just like me, you can call him third uncle, Zhang Mengling said with a bright smile, her tone carrying a hint of excitement. Sidong nodded slightly, her voice calm as she greeted. Third uncle. Yu Hanshen's gaze shifted from Zhang Mengling to Sidong. A faint, ambiguous smile tugged at the corners of his lips. His tone carried a trace of teasing as he asked, Mengling mentioned me? What did she say? Nothing much. Zhang Mengling's face turned crimson in an instant. She shook her head vigorously, panic flashing in her eyes as she glanced at Sidong, silently pleading with her not to let anything slip. If her older brother found out about her secret crush on Yu Hanshen, she'd never hear the end of it. Sidong simply pressed her lips together, choosing not to respond. Fortunately, Yu Hanshen seemed uninterested in pursuing the matter further, and the topic was brushed aside. The black Jaguar smoothly merged back onto the wide road, and the atmosphere in the car returned to calm. Yu Hanshen and Zhang Junqing, who had been discussing business earlier, resumed their conversation. Yu Hanshen's deep, magnetic voice occasionally rose above the hum of the engine. Sidong couldn't fully grasp the content of their discussion, but the steady and composed tone of his voice exuded an undeniable sense of control and authority. Once their conversation concluded, Zhang Junqing turned to his younger sister, asking about her recent exam results. Zhang Mengling hesitated, her guilty expression betraying her reluctance to give a direct answer. Zhang Junqing's brows furrowed slightly as he picked up on her evasiveness. However, with Yu Hanshen and Sidong present, he chose to suppress his frustration for the time being. Should we drop you off at Huangxing first? Zhang Junqing asked Yu Hanshen, his tone carrying a note of consultation. As the car approached a crossroads, the left lane led to the Yu family estate, while the right lane headed toward Huangxing Group. Yu Hanshen had a meeting scheduled later. Let's drop off the two young ladies first, Yu Hanshen replied casually, his gaze drifting toward the window. After a pause, he added, you'll come with me to Huangxing afterward. There are some issues with the current project that you and Director Huang need to discuss in detail. Zhang Junqing nodded. That works. About 20 minutes later, the black Jaguar turned onto a private road. At the end of the road stood a grand and imposing gate, with two large characters, Yu Residence, carved in an elegant, flowing script. Sidong's gaze froze, and a chilling sensation coursed through her veins, leaving her cold from head to toe. She had been here before, 4 years ago, with Yu Zhiheng. Why are we here? She asked instinctively, her hand clutching the back of the front seat. Her knuckles turned slightly white from the tension. This is where I live, Zhang Mengling explained softly. I told you before, my mom works as a housekeeper for the richest family in Haicheng. I live with her in the staff quarters at the Yu family estate. But don't worry, the quarters are independent 3-bedroom apartments, so you won't have to share with strangers. Sidong didn't reply, but her eyes involuntarily shifted toward Yu Hanshen. He seemed to catch the subtle undertone in her words. She had asked, why are we here, instead of, what is this place? Clearly, she was no stranger to the estate. You've been here before? Yu Hanshen's deep voice carried a hint of inquiry. Sidong pressed her lips tightly together, refusing to answer. Memories of the past flashed through her mind moments with Yu Zheng. She had always known about his privileged background, but she hadn't expected the Yu family that Zhang Mengling spoke of to be his family. Nor had she anticipated that Zhang Mengling's family lived here. After a moment, she slowly shook her head. Yu Hanshen's gaze remained probing, as though trying to decipher her emotions, but he ultimately refrained from pressing further. The car continued its journey until it stopped in front of a grand villa. Sidong followed Zhang Mengling out of the car, her eyes lingering on the familiar yet opulent architecture. Her emotions churned, refusing to settle. Come on, I'll show you to my room, Zhang Mengling said, tugging at her hand. They bypassed the main building and headed toward the staff quarters. After taking the elevator to the 3rd floor and walking down a long corridor, they entered a lavishly decorated apartment. What do you think? Pretty impressive, huh? Zhang Mengling flopped onto the sofa, her tone carrying a trace of pride. The Yu family estate is second to none in Haicheng. Just this property alone is worth billions. The world of the wealthy is something else. She chattered on for a while before realizing that Sidong hadn't responded. Turning her head, she saw that Sidong had already taken out an English test paper and was quietly working on it. Seriously? Zhang Mengling sighed dramatically, slumping against the sofa. You're already top of the class, and you're still working so hard. How are the rest of us supposed to keep up? Sidong's pen moved steadily across the page, the written words becoming clearer as her focus deepened. Gradually, her turbulent thoughts began to settle. The past was the past. She couldn't let those memories dictate her present emotions. Later, Zhang Mengling's mother stopped by briefly. Seeing her daughter studying alongside the legendary top student of their grade, her face lit up with approval. Dinner will be ready in half an hour, Mengling. Make sure to bring your classmate to eat with us, she reminded before leaving. Half an hour later, Sidong followed Zhang Mengling to the Yu family staff dining hall. As they passed the main dining hall, lively conversation drifted out from within. Zhang Mengling glanced inside and immediately pouted in displeasure. Why is Mo Zhani here again? Mo Zhani? Sidong looked at her quizzically but didn't comment. Zhang Mengling muttered indignantly, she keeps clinging to my third uncle just because of her family status. He doesn't even like her, but she won't give up. It's so shameless. Third uncle? Sidong's mind involuntarily conjured an image of Yu Hanshen. Zhang Mengling huffed in frustration. So what if she's the granddaughter of the Si family? That doesn't make her special. Haicheng's 4 prominent families Yu, Si, Shen, and Fura named Sidong had heard of before. The Si family's granddaughter certainly held a prestigious position. When the two of them stepped out of the restaurant after finishing their meal, night had already fallen. The courtyard lights lit up one by one, casting a soft and gentle glow. As they descended the steps, Zhang Mengling suddenly stopped in her tracks, slapped her forehead, and exclaimed hurriedly, "Oh no. I left my phone in the restaurant. Wait here for me, I'll go get it. Before she even finished her sentence, she had already turned and jogged back. Tong watched her retreating figure disappear into the distance and had no choice but to wait by the steps. Zhang Mengling quickly found her phone but was unexpectedly stopped by her mother, who had just arrived for a meal. Come here. Her mother grabbed her wrist with an authoritative air that only a mother could possess. Tell me, what happened with your latest mock exam? Your brother said you refused to talk about your scores. Did you do poorly? Don't make me call your homeroom teacher. Spill it now. Meanwhile, Tong had been sitting on the steps for quite a while and still saw no sign of Zhang Mengling returning. Not wanting to wander off aimlessly, she waited patiently. Just then, a deep magnetic voice came from above her. Why are you out here? The voice was distinct, and Tong immediately recognized who it was. She looked up and, as expected, saw Yu Hanshen walking toward her. The man was dressed casually, one hand in his pocket, his steps unhurried. Under the night sky, his sharp features appeared even more defined, and he exuded a commanding presence. At his side trotted a large German shepherd, its sleek black fur gleaming under the lights, giving it a regal and intimidating appearance. The dog seemed to catch a whiff of something on Tong and, tongue lolling, quickly approached her. Its sharp teeth glinted faintly in the dim light, causing Tong's heart to skip a beat as a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. Stop. Yu Hanshen's voice was low and carried a note of authority. The German shepherd obediently halted, standing still and refraining from getting any closer. Tong let out a small sigh of relief and stood up out of courtesy. However, the man's tall and imposing stature meant that even when she stood straight, she had to tilt her head slightly to meet his gaze. The light from the courtyard lamps reflected in her eyes, making them appear bright and lively. Mengling forgot her phone in the restaurant, so she went back to get it. I'm waiting for her here, Tong explained, answering Yu Hanshen's earlier question. Yu Hanshen nodded, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. The girl was slender, and with the grand staircase and imposing main building behind her, she appeared particularly delicate. Thinking she might be in his way, Tong quickly stepped aside, making room for him to pass. However, Yu Hanshen didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked down at her and casually asked, Did you enjoy the food? Tong was momentarily taken aback and looked up at him. They weren't very familiar with each other, so the simple question caught her off guard. After a brief pause, she figured he was likely making small talk out of politeness, considering she was Zhang Mengling's guest. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate to appear unfriendly after dining at the Yu family table. It was good, she replied briefly. Just as she finished speaking, a soft and melodic female voice called out from the main building's entrance. Hanshen instinctively, Tong turned toward the source of the voice and saw an elegant woman in a dress and high heels emerging from the doorway. Her long wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, her makeup was flawless, and her aura was fashionable and striking. You're finally back, the woman said with a warm smile as she walked over, slipping her arm naturally and intimately through Yu Hanshen's. Yu Hanshen frowned slightly, coldly avoiding the woman's outstretched hand. His gaze was icy and restrained as he looked at her. The woman froze for a moment, stunned by his indifference. Her hand awkwardly lingered in midair, and a flicker of grievance flashed through her eyes. However, she quickly composed herself, putting on a polite smile once again. She turned to Tong, who was standing nearby, and asked cheerfully, Are you the new servant? I don't think I've seen you before. Tong curled her lips faintly, her tone calm as she replied, I'm Zhang Mengling's classmate. I'm here to help her with her studies. Oh, so you're the classmate of the servant's child, the woman remarked, giving Tong a once-over. Her gaze lingered briefly on Tong's simple, outdated clothing. The wariness in her eyes faded, replaced by a subtle hint of disdain. Yet, she maintained her elegant smile and introduced herself. My name is Emojani. And you are? Tong, she answered evenly, her demeanor unchanged. See. Emojani smiled faintly, her tone laced with casual indifference. Same surname as my grandfather. What a coincidence. But, sharing a surname doesn't mean sharing the same fate. She seemed to have more to say, but Yu Hanshen cut her off coldly. Didn't you come to see me for something? Let's discuss it inside. His tone left no room for argument. With that, he stepped into the foyer. Emojani gave Tong a meaningful glance before following Yu Hanshen inside. The door closed slowly behind her, leaving Tong standing alone in the same spot. Tong waited for a long time before Zhang Mengling finally came out from the house. Her expression was visibly sour. Though she said nothing, Tong could tell at a glance that Zhang Mengling must have been scolded by her mother. Pouting, Zhang Mengling pretended to cry, seeking comfort. Sighing, Tong patted her on the back. In truth, Tong couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy toward Zhang Mengling. Even though she was reprimanded, the scolding carried a mother's loveliest kind of care that Tong had never experienced herself, nor dared to wish for. The two returned to the room and got to work on their assignments. This time, Sidong resolved not to let Zhang Mengling copy her answers. As a result, Zhang Mengling scratched her head in frustration, constantly peppering Sidong with questions: how to write this, how to solve that. Patiently, Sidong explained everything one by one. Strangely enough, problems that Zhang Mengling usually found incomprehensible suddenly made sense after Sitong's explanations. The night deepened, and time quietly slipped past 10 o'clock. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the direction of the main house, shattering the night's tranquility. Both girls jumped in surprise. Zhang Mengling's face lit up with excitement. It must be that spoiled young master Yu Zhiheng causing a drunken scene again. Sidong was taken aback and didn't have time to reply before Zhang Mengling grabbed her hand and dragged her toward the main house to watch the commotion. The living room of the main house was already crowded with people. Members of the Yu family, servants, and bodyguards formed a circle. The room was in complete disarray. Broken wine bottles littered the floor, and an expensive wall painting hung askew, damaged from the chaos. Yu Ziheng's mother, Fu Yunrong, stood to the side with a face like thunder, while his father, Yu Shengde, looked livid, as though he wanted to slap his son on the spot. He roared furiously, "Look at yourself. Is this how the eldest grandson of the Yu family should behave?" Yu Jing let out a bitter laugh, his eyes filled with self-mockery. The eldest grandson of the Yu family? So what? I can't even protect the one I love. What right do I have to talk about being the eldest grandson? Are you still thinking about that woman? Yu Shengde's hand trembled with rage. Don't forget, you're already engaged to Qin Sahan. She's out of prison. Yu Zhiheng seemed oblivious to his father's reprimand. He slumped to the ground, covering his face with his hands. His voice was hoarse and filled with anguish. But she's gone. It's my fault. I didn't protect her. She must hate me so much that she refuses to see me. It's all my fault. With that, he grabbed a bottle of liquor nearby and took a long swig. Yu Shengde was so enraged that his teeth clenched audibly. You're going to be the death of me. All this chaos over a woman, completely ridiculous. From the edge of the crowd, Sidong stood frozen, watching Yu Zhiheng with a strange ache in her heart. Yu Hanshen was also downstairs, freshly showered and dressed in a dark gray pajama set. His damp hair added a touch of casualness to his usually composed and meticulous demeanor, making him appear relaxed and unguarded. Hanshen, do something about him. Yu Shengde turned to him, exasperated. Yu Hanshen spoke calmly, let him tire himself out. Mom, dad, brother, sister-in-law, you should all go back to your rooms and rest. Leave 2 bodyguards here to keep an eye on him. Once he's worn out, drag him back to his room. Everyone else disperse. Though his tone was even, it carried an undeniable authority. The servants and extra bodyguards quickly obeyed and left. Even Zhang Mengling, though reluctant to leave the drama behind, dared not defy Yu Hanshen and pulled Sidong along to leave. Just then, Yu Zhiheng suddenly hurled the bottle in his hand at the wall with force. The bottle shattered, sending shards of glass flying. One sharp fragment struck Sitong's left eyelid, grazing it. A sharp pain coursed through her, and she instinctively touched her eye. When she pulled her hand away, her palm was covered in blood. Sidong, you're bleeding. Zhang Mengling's exclamation drew everyone's attention. Sidong felt her vision blur as dizziness overcame her. Her body went limp, and she collapsed. Amidst the stunned silence, Yu Hanshen strode forward and scooped Sidong into his arms. Without hesitation, he carried her out of the main house. He gave the driver a low command to start the car and then made a quick call to Mo Shubei, calmly detailing Sitong's injury and requesting arrangements at the hospital. The Maybach sped off into the night. Zhang Mengling wanted to follow but was stopped by her mother, Wu Shuzhen. Don't make things worse. But it's my fault Sidong got hurt. I have to take care of her. Zhang Mengling's face was full of worry and guilt. What if her eye injury affects her vision? Wu Shuzhen looked at her daughter, secretly relieved. At least it wasn't her own child who got hurt. Though the thought was selfish, she couldn't help it. Sighing, she said sternly, how many times have I told you not to meddle in things? If it weren't for your father saving old Master Yu back in the day, would have been kicked out long ago. Zhang Mengling lowered her head, not daring to argue back. But inwardly she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. If it were her who got hurt, then it would have been her being carried to the hospital by her crush. The Maybach sped through the night, slicing through the darkness. But the atmosphere inside the car was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Yu Hanshen sat in the back seat, gently holding Tong in his arms. The girl's frail frame leaned against his shoulder, making her appear exceptionally vulnerable. In his hand, he held a piece of gauze, pressing it softly against the wound on her face in an attempt to stem the persistent bleeding. Tong's face was pale as paper, and her long eyelashes trembled faintly, resembling a frightened porcelain doll. The car came to a screeching halt at the emergency entrance of Huahua Hospital, where medical staff were already waiting. As soon as the car door opened, Yu Hanshen stepped out, carrying Tong in his arms. His strides were brisk yet steady. Mo Shubei happened to approach from the opposite direction. He was just about to make a teasing remark when his eyes fell on the blood-streaked side of Si Tong's face. The words died in his throat, and the light-hearted expression on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Without hesitation, he followed them into the emergency room. Since Si Tong's injury involved her eye, the hospital had specially called in a senior ophthalmologist with extensive experience. Inside the brightly lit emergency room, doctors and nurses bustled about, treating her injuries. Meanwhile, Yu Hanshen stood outside the room with a stormy expression, radiating an almost palpable sense of intimidation. The next morning, Si Tong slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling on an unfamiliar ceiling. She froze for a moment, memories of the previous night rushing back to her. Instinctively, she raised her hand to touch her eye, only to feel the softness of gauze. A gentle female voice broke the silence. "You're awake." Turning her head, Si Tong saw a kind-faced middle-aged woman in her 50s smiling warmly at her. "I'm the housekeeper at Mr. Yu's villa. He asked me to take care of you. My surname is Yang, but you can call me Auntie Yang." The woman introduced herself as she helped Si Tong sit up more comfortably. Si Tong glanced around. The room was a private hospital suite, elegantly yet simply furnished, with a faint hint of disinfectant lingering in the air. Auntie Yang looked at her with a kind expression and spoke softly. "You fainted last night after getting hurt. Mr. Yu brought you to the hospital himself. He stayed with you for half the night, but then he was called back to the old estate. That's when he asked me to watch over you." "Mr. Yu?" Si Tong asked in a quiet voice. "Yu Hanshen," Auntie Yang said with a smile. "He was really worried about you." Si Tong felt a strange discomfort at those words but couldn't pinpoint why. Seeing that she had fallen silent, Auntie Yang stood up and said, "You must be hungry. I'll go get you some breakfast and be back soon." With that, she left the room, phone in hand. Left alone, Si Tong sat on the bed, her heart churning with complex emotions. Echoes of Yu Jing's drunken words rang in her ears. She knew he had once tried his best to help her, but the catastrophe 4 years ago had changed everything. Qin Sahan's scheming had nearly cost her life, and her cousin, who had tried to save her, was stabbed over a dozen times and tragically died. Her uncle, upon learning of his son's death, had been so distracted that he got into a car accident and passed away on the spot. Those lives lost had created an unbridgeable chasm, forever separating her from the Yu family. As she was lost in thought, the door to the room opened, and a man in a white coat walked in. His gaze landed on her slightly reddened eyes, and he raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. "Crying with an injured eye? Does it hurt that much?" Si Tong looked up at the unfamiliar man, shook her head, and answered softly, "No, it doesn't hurt. I'm Amo, a friend of Hanshen's. You can call me Brother Amo." Amo Shubei introduced himself, flashing what he thought was a charming yet approachable smile. "I was the one who treated your wound last night." "Thank you, Dr. Amo," Si Tong said politely, her tone distant. Amo Shubei raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that she was surprisingly hard to approach. He rubbed his face, wondering if his recent late nights had taken a toll on his charm. Pulling up a chair to sit by her bedside, he grinned in a way that made him seem like a nosy older brother. "So, tell me, what's your relationship with Hanshen?" Si Tong frowned slightly and replied in a calm tone, "I'm not close with Mr. Yu." "You must be mistaken." "Oh." Amo Shubei clearly didn't believe her. "Last night, Hanshen rushed over in his pajamas. Do you know how meticulous he usually is? When has he ever been so unkempt?" Before he could finish, a low voice came from the doorway. "So free, are we?" Yu Hanshen walked in, his gaze cool as it swept over Amo Shubei. "Just now, Wan Ning mentioned she wanted to have dinner with you, but you told her you were too busy. I'll call her right now and let her know you actually have plenty of time." Amo Shubei's expression changed as if he'd heard something terrifying. He quickly tried to defend himself. "I'm busy. Really busy. Discussing the patient's condition, you know?" He straightened up and adopted a serious demeanor befitting a doctor. "Your wound bled a lot, but fortunately, it didn't damage your eyeball. Rest well, and you'll be discharged in a couple of days. I even used cosmetic sutures for you. Once you're out, remember to apply scar cream diligently and watch your diet. There shouldn't be any scarring." With that, he stood up and quickly made his exit, as if fleeing from the prospect of dining with Yu Wanning. Yu Hanshen watched him leave, shaking his head slightly before turning his gaze to Si Tong. Noticing her reddened eyes, his voice softened. "Does it still hurt?" Si Tong shook her head and looked up at him. He was dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, a silver wheat pin adorning his collar. His entire demeanor exuded a sense of maturity and elegance. "Thank you for bringing me to the hospital last night," Si Tong said softly, unconsciously using a formal tone. "You got hurt at the Yu residence." "It was my responsibility to bring you here," Yu Hanshen replied evenly, pulling a phone from his pocket and handing it to her. "Lingling said your phone's been ringing nonstop. You should check it." Si Tong accepted the phone and murmured a thank you. Yu Hanshen turned and left without hesitation, his movements decisive and efficient, as though he had come solely to deliver her phone. Watching the door close behind him, Tong felt a strange, indescribable sensation but didn't dwell on it. She unlocked her phone and saw several missed calls from her manager at the milk tea shop and her mother, Han Lingli. She quickly returned the manager's call. When the call connected, the manager informed her that the shop's remodeling schedule had been moved up and would take 3 to 4 months to complete. She was told not to come in for work today. Ending the call, Tong felt a wave of frustration. Although the job at the milk tea shop didn't pay much, it was her primary source of income. Without it, her situation would only become more precarious. Yu Hanshen had just left not long ago when Aunt Yang returned with breakfast. Fish porridge, steamed dumplings, and a fried egg light yet nutritious, perfectly suited for someone like Tong, who was recovering. She quietly finished her meal, and not long after, Zhang Mengling burst through the door, brimming with excitement. The moment she saw Tong, she exaggeratedly leaned in, inspecting her closely with a worried tone. "You're sure your eyeball isn't hurt? Can you still see? Try it out." Tong smiled faintly and responded softly, "I haven't tested it, but the doctor said it's fine, so it should be fine." "Let's hope so." Zhang Mengling sighed in relief before jokingly adding, "You're the pride of our class. If they find out and the reason you got hurt, they'll definitely come after me." "It's not that serious," Tong said with a helpless shake of her head. Seizing the moment while Aunt Yang wasn't in the room, Zhang Mengling sneakily glanced toward the door. Once she confirmed no one was around, she leaned closer, lowering her voice with a hint of jealousy. "Do you know who carried you to the hospital last night? It was my dream guy. I'm so jealous I could die. If I had known, I would have taken the injury myself. I wouldn't mind being carried by him." Tong looked at her speechlessly and replied flatly, "That's not exactly something to be happy about." Zhang Mengling suddenly seemed to recall something, her face flushing slightly. "But don't be mad at me about one thing." "What is it?" Tong raised an eyebrow. "Well, this morning I wanted an excuse to talk to your dream guy, so I gave him your phone," Zhang Mengling confessed cautiously, watching Tong's reaction. "I told him your phone kept ringing and asked him to bring it to you. Did you get it?" Tong paused for a moment before nodding. Zhang Mengling's eyes lit up, her expression a mix of excitement and shyness. "Honestly, I didn't expect him to agree. I mean, he's such a big deal, so busy. How could he have time for something so trivial? But he didn't even hesitate and took your phone right away. Do you think maybe he has feelings for me? Otherwise, why would he bother helping with such a small thing?" As she spoke, Zhang Mengling grew more flustered and buried her face in the blanket. Tong watched her in silence for a moment and only responded with a faint After indulging in her daydreams for a while, Zhang Mengling's curiosity shifted. "Do you know why Yu Jing got drunk and caused a scene? You probably don't." She lowered her voice, adopting a conspiratorial tone. "This is a family scandal of the Yu family. Outsiders rarely hear about it." Tong didn't respond, simply watching her quietly. Clearly, Zhang Mengling had been holding this in for a long time. Once she started, she couldn't stop. 4 years ago, back in his senior year of high school, Yu Zhiheng secretly got a girlfriend. She was supposedly the campus belle and a top student at Huazhong, pretty and smart. But her character wasn't great. While dating Yu Zhiheng, she was also seeing another guy, someone named Lu Xian. I think his family was pretty well off too. Pausing deliberately to pique Tong's interest, Zhang Mengling continued. "Guess what happened next?" Tong pressed her lips together but didn't respond. Zhang Mengling carried on without missing a beat. "One day she went on a date with that Lu guy. He had a bit to drink and tried to. Her voice dropped lower, and she looked slightly uneasy. She fought back and ended up hitting him with a bottle, killing him." Tong's expression shifted subtly, but Zhang Mengling didn't notice and continued enthusiastically. "Yu Zhiheng, being so hopelessly in love, begged his parents to help her out of trouble, even though she was cheating on him. His parents refused, so he turned to my dream guy for help. But if even his parents wouldn't get involved, why would my dream guy?" In the end, the girl got sentenced to 4 years in prison. Yu Zhiheng waited for her to get out, but when she did, she dumped him, saying he was useless. Zhang Mengling sighed dramatically. The heart always yearns for what it can't have, huh? Now he's engaged to the Qin family's eldest daughter, but he's still hung up on his ex Tiske. After rambling on for a while, Zhang Mengling finally noticed Tong's pale face and asked with concern, "What's wrong? You don't look so good, does your eye hurt?" She reached for the call button. Tong stopped her hand and steadied her emotions, replying softly, "I'm fine." Not thinking much of it, Zhang Mengling stayed a little longer before leaving hurriedly after receiving a call from her mother. When Aunt Yang returned, she found Tong sitting on the bed, lost in thought, her face slightly pale. Thinking she was worried about her eye injury, Aunt Yang reassured her, "Dr. Mo is very skilled. There won't be any lasting effects from the injury." Tong looked up and gave her a faint smile. "Thank you, Aunt Yang." After lunch, Tong informed Aunt Yang and headed to the bank across the street from the hospital on her own. She deposited the 2,000 yuan prize money from her recent exam into her bank account and transferred it to her grandmother. Her grandmother, being elderly and without much income, spent most of her money on medical bills. After calling her grandmother to let her know the money had been sent, Tong hung up and was about to leave when she heard a panicked voice nearby. "Madam, are you okay? Don't scare me." Looking in the direction of the voice, she saw a middle-aged woman by a black car in the hospital parking lot, supporting an elderly lady who clutched her chest, her face pale and her breathing labored. Without hesitation, Tong rushed over and took the elderly woman from the middle-aged woman's hands. Standing behind the elderly lady, she quickly positioned her hands and performed the Heimlich maneuver. After a few firm compressions, the elderly lady coughed up some phlegm, her breathing easing, and her complexion gradually returning to normal. The elderly woman leaned weakly against the middle-aged woman, clearly still shaken but no longer in danger. Tong stood nearby, catching her breath as she quietly let out a sigh of relief. The middle-aged woman was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling. "Madam, you nearly scared me to death. Thank you, young lady, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been done for." She let out a long sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted off her chest. After all, if anything had happened to the elderly lady, no amount of apologies could ever make up for it. The elderly lady was dressed in a dark green cheongsam, its fabric exquisite and the cut elegant. Her silver hair was meticulously combed and styled into a neat bun at the back of her head, complemented by a matching set of jade green jewelry. She exuded an air of grace and sophistication, every detail of her appearance hinting at a distinguished family background. "It was nothing really," Tong replied with a faint smile, her tone calm and composed. "You should get Madam to the hospital for a checkup, just to be safe." The middle-aged woman snapped back to her senses and quickly pulled out her phone to make a call, her tone urgent. "Young master, Madam had a bit of an incident near the parking lot. Please come over right away." Seeing that the situation was mostly under control, Tong turned to leave. However, the elderly lady called after her, "Young lady, wait. What's your name?" Tong paused and turned back to look at the elderly lady. The older woman's gentle and kind expression reminded her of her own grandmother. For some reason, this familiarity brought a soft smile to Tong's face. She responded in a quiet voice, "My name is Tong." Perhaps thinking of her grandmother, Tong added, "C as in commander, and Tong as in the phoenix tree." The elderly lady's eyes lit up with a hint of delight upon hearing this. "What a coincidence. That's the same surname as my late husband." She hesitated for a moment before asking, "How old are you?" 21, Tong answered honestly. For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing this number, the elderly lady's eyes reddened, and tears began to stream down her wrinkled cheeks. Tong froze for a moment, puzzled, and glanced at the middle-aged woman beside her. The middle-aged woman sighed softly and explained in a low voice, "Our madam had a little granddaughter who passed away tragically. If she were still alive, she would also be 21 this year." Hearing this, Tong immediately understood. She didn't say much, only nodded slightly and said gently, "Thank you, madam. I'll head back to my ward now." Tong was still wearing a hospital gown, her left eye covered with bandages, clearly indicating she was also a patient. She bid her farewells politely before turning to leave, her steps steady and composed. The elderly lady watched her retreating figure, her eyes brimming with tears as she leaned against the middle-aged woman for support. In a voice choked with emotion, she murmured, "Fena, if only my Yao Yao were still alive, how wonderful that would be." The Yao Yao she spoke of was none other than her late granddaughter. 20 years ago, a car accident had claimed the life of the one-year-old child. That tragedy not only took away the elderly lady's beloved granddaughter, but also left her only son unable to have children. To this day, the family business lacked a proper heir. Zhou Jiana gently patted the elderly lady on the back, consoling her softly. "Madam, please don't be so upset. The young miss in heaven wouldn't want to see you like this." The elderly lady didn't respond, her gaze fixed in the direction where Tong had disappeared. Tears continued to flow uncontrollably. That silhouette so vividly resembled what Yao Yao might have looked like as a grown woman. The thought pierced her heart with a deep ache. Tong's hospital room was on the 7th floor. She stood quietly on the 1st floor, waiting for the elevator. Soon, the elevator doors slid open, and a familiar face appeared before her. Stopping her in her tracksuit was Lu Mingxuan's mother, Zhao Lianfeng. The very woman who once pointed at her nose, furiously accusing her of being a seductress who lured her son to his death. Zhao Lianfeng also spotted Tong. Her well-maintained face instantly twisted with hatred. She shoved aside the person in front of her and stormed out of the elevator, raising her hand to slap Tong. But Tong had anticipated this. With a swift sidestep, she dodged the blow. Zhao Lianfeng's hand struck nothing but air, and her body staggered forward, nearly losing balance. Regaining her footing, She pointed at Tong, her voice sharp with fury. Shameless tramp. How dare you dodge? Tong returned her gaze calmly, without a word. You killed my son, and you still have the nerve to be alive, you wretch. Jiao Lianfeng spat through clenched teeth, her anger boiling over as she hurled her designer handbag at Tong. You murderer! You'll die a terrible death. Tong sidestepped again to avoid the flying bag, her expression cold and unyielding. It was your son who first attacked and killed my brother. Well, your brother deserved it. Jiao Lianfeng's bloodshot eyes burned with rage, her face contorted with hatred. Who told him to protect a little tramp like you and lay a hand on my Mingxian? She turned to the two formally dressed subordinates behind her and barked, grab her. Today, I'm going to teach her a lesson and avenge Mingxian. Jiao Lianfeng worked in the judiciary and had come to the hospital to visit a sick superior. She hadn't expected to run into Tong here, and the sight of her nemesis ignited her fury. Her subordinates, whom she had personally promoted, knew this was inappropriate but couldn't defy her authority. Reluctantly, they stepped towards Tong. Watching the two young men approach, Tong quickly calculated her options, instinctively retreating step by step. She was well aware of Jiao Lianfeng's ruthless methods and knew escaping unscathed today would be difficult. As she was lost in thought, her back suddenly bumped into a solid chest. Startled, she turned around and locked eyes with a pair of complex, deep-set eyes Yu Hanshen. His gaze was filled with a mix of surprise and pain, emotions from 4 years apart colliding in that single moment. Before she could say anything, Yu Hanshen pulled her behind him, shielding her from Jiao Lianfeng's venomous glare. His voice was low and steady. It's been 4 years, Madame Lu, and your temper hasn't changed. Jiao Lianfeng immediately recognized Yu Hanshen, the eldest grandson of the Yu family. Though she wasn't intimidated by this young man, the mention of the Yu family's influence, especially Yu Hanshen's power, made her hesitate. She shot a venomous glare at Tong but ultimately suppressed her fury, leaving with her subordinates in reluctant silence. Yet, she silently swore that this score would not be settled so easily. Standing behind Yu Hanshen, Tong's gaze fell on his broad back. He was no longer the inexperienced boy she once knew. Now, he stood tall and steady, exuding the maturity and strength of a grown man. Yu Hanshen hadn't let go of her wrist. He knew that the moment he did, she would immediately distance herself from him. His voice was low. Let go. Tong's cold voice came from behind. But Yu Hanshen stubbornly held on. A storm of emotions churned within him. Last night, in a haze of drunkenness, he had vaguely recognized the injured person as someone familiar. He had wanted to confirm it, but his father had ordered the bodyguards to drag him back to his room. This morning, he overheard from the servants that the injured person was a classmate of Zhang Mengling, and from Zhang Mengling's lips, he finally heard that long-lost name Tong. With a restless heart, he had rushed to the hospital, only to meet her here. There were so many things he wanted to say to her, but now, all the words were stuck in his throat. He didn't even dare to turn around, afraid to meet the unfamiliar, icy eyes that once had been so warm. Yu Hanshen. Tong's voice grew colder, and she tugged her wrist slightly, trying to free herself. Yu Hanshen slowly turned to face her, his eyes filled with anguish. Can we talk? There's nothing to talk about between us, Tong said calmly, suppressing the bitterness in her chest. If we meet again, let's just pretend we're strangers. But I don't want to be strangers with you. Yu Hanshen's grip tightened, his voice low but tinged with urgency. I've searched so hard to find you. Yu Hanshen. Tong interrupted him sharply. There are 2 lives between us. There's no going back. And don't forget you're engaged to Qin Sahan. Let go, or I'll hate you even more. Yu Hanshen's face turned pale. His hand loosened, powerless, as he watched Tong turn and walk away. As she was about to step into the elevator, his voice, restrained but filled with sorrow, reached her from behind. I'm sorry. Tong, are you still in pain from last night? Tong didn't look back. She walked into the elevator, and the doors closed slowly behind her. Back in her hospital room, Tong kicked off her shoes and lay down on the bed, closing her eyes in an attempt to sleep. But memories surged like a relentless tide, refusing to be ignored. In her 2nd year of high school, her uncle had struck it rich in business and bought a house in Haicheng. He brought over his wife, son, and even her grandmother and her, too. To support the whole family, her uncle worked tirelessly, attending endless social events. He once drank so much to secure a deal that he ended up with a bleeding stomach. Her aunt, gentle by nature, never treated her like an outsider, and her cousin treated her like his own sister. But such a wonderful family was ultimately torn apart all because of her. Just because her best friend had feelings for her boyfriend, she meticulously set up a trap. Without realizing it, she walked right into it, leading to a downfall she could never recover from. Tong slept deeply, completely unaware of the world around her. Even when Aunt Yang came in the evening to call her for dinner, there was no response. Sensing something was wrong, Aunt Yang leaned closer and noticed that Si Tong's face was unusually flushed. When she touched her forehead, it was burning hot. Alarmed, she quickly dialed Yu Hanshen's number. Si Tong was in a feverish daze, her consciousness flickering in and out. She vaguely heard someone speaking softly near her ear and felt a large, cool hand resting on her forehead, bringing a momentary sense of relief. Later, her thirst woke her up. Struggling to sit up and find water, she barely managed to rise before dizziness overwhelmed her, making it hard to stay upright. "You're awake?" A deep, familiar voice came from nearby. Si Tong froze and turned toward the sound. On the companion bed, Yu Hanshen was getting up and walking toward her. He reached out to touch her forehead, his movements so natural, as though it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Despite their lack of familiarity, the intimacy of his actions should have felt presumptuous, yet his calm and serious demeanor left no room for reproach. "Mr. Yu? Why are you here?" Si Tong croaked, her throat dry and her voice hoarse, even unfamiliar to herself. Yu Hanshen glanced at her without answering directly. Instead, he turned and poured a cup of warm water, handing it to her. Si Tong took the cup and sipped slowly, the warm liquid soothing her parched throat and bringing some comfort. When she finished, Yu Hanshen took the cup from her hands and placed it on the bedside table in one smooth motion, as if he was used to doing this. Si Tong hesitated before asking, "Where's Aunt Yang?" She had something to attend to at home, so she went back, Yu Hanshen replied flatly, clearly not intending to elaborate. Si Tong felt a wave of confusion. Everything about this situation was unusual. Her relationship with Yu Hanshen was barely superficial, so why would he personally stay to take care of her? She had already asked once, and his unwillingness to elaborate was apparent. Pressing further seemed inappropriate, even intrusive. Suppressing her curiosity, she lay back down. Perhaps it was the lingering fever, but she quickly drifted into sleep again. When she woke up again, it was past 7 the next morning. The hospital room was quiet, and Yu Hanshen was nowhere to be seen. There was no trace of him, almost as if his presence the night before had been nothing but a dream. Aunt Yang walked in with a smile. "Awake? Go freshen up and have some breakfast. You scared me last night with that fever of over 39 degrees. Si Tong asked casually, "Did you go home last night?" While tidying up, Aunt Yang replied, "Yes, my younger daughter-in-law is 5 months pregnant. She had sudden stomach pains last night, so I went back to check on her since Mr. Yu was here to stay with you." "Yu Hanshen stayed with me?" Si Tong lowered her gaze, her brows furrowed slightly. Her thoughts were a tangled mess. Yu Hanshen's actions left her utterly perplexed. It seemed his attention toward her had gone far beyond what could be considered normal. After breakfast, a nurse walked into Si Tong's hospital room and skillfully set up her foredrip. The medication slowly dripped in as she leaned against the headboard, her face still pale. Though her high fever from the previous night had slightly subsided, she was still running a low-grade fever, and her overall condition remained less than ideal. Before the 4 was finished, Song Xiaoxiao arrived with a few classmates who lived nearby to visit her. The news of Si Tong's hospitalization had already been spread in the class group chat by Zhang Mengling earlier that morning. Si Tong forced herself to muster some energy to entertain them briefly. Seeing how exhausted she was, the classmates didn't linger long. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they left one by one. Not long after the room returned to silence, the door was pushed open again, and an unexpected figure walked in. Ji Xiaoyu. He had a good relationship with the class monitor of Class 20, and while playing basketball together the previous evening, he had heard the class monitor mention visiting Si Tong today. So he decided to tag along. Ji Xiaoyu carried a beautifully wrapped box of desserts, which he placed on the bedside table. With concern in his gaze, he asked, "Feeling any better?" Si Tong wasn't very familiar with him. She only remembered a time when someone had accidentally knocked the books out of her arms, and Ji Xiaoyu happened to pass by and helped her pick them up. Faced with his warmth, Si Tong felt somewhat at a loss. Though she didn't want to engage too much, she couldn't ignore his kindness, especially since he had helped her before. She forced a small smile and softly replied, "A bit better, thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, an awkward silence fell between them. However, Ji Xiaoyu turned out to be quite the conversationalist, bringing up topic after topic. Si Tong occasionally responded with a word or two but remained rather indifferent. When the foredrip was nearly finished, Ji Xiaoyu promptly pressed the call button for the nurse, who came in to remove the needle. Just as Si Tong was about to press down on the puncture site herself, Ji Xiaoyu reacted quickly, pressing it for her instead. "I can do it myself," Si Tong said, frowning slightly, her tone distant. Yang Yi, who was nearby, couldn't help but glare at Ji Xiaoyu. However, before she could say anything, the scene had already frozen in an awkward moment. At that very moment, Mo Shubei happened to walk past the room and caught sight of the scene. Noticing Ji Xiaoyu holding down Si Tong's hand, a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. He pulled out his phone, snapped a photo, and quickly sent it to Yu Hanshen. Yu Hanshen was currently seated in a meeting room, entertaining Ji Ming, the chairman of Shenghong Group. His phone, placed on the table, vibrated softly. He glanced at it briefly but didn't pay it much mind. It wasn't until half an hour later, after concluding their business discussion, that Jiming smiled and extended an invitation. I've reserved a private room at the Haiching Grand Hotel. How about joining me for a drink tonight, Mr. Yu? Just as Yu Hanshen was about to reply, his phone rang again. Offering a polite "excuse me, I need to take this call," he stepped aside to answer. You saw the photo, right? Mo Zubiai's voice carried a teasing tone. I looked into it. Kid's the grandson of the Ji family from Shenghong Group. If I recall correctly, you're currently in the middle of acquiring their company. Before hanging up, Mo Shubei added smugly, see? I've got your back. After ending the call, Yu Hanshen opened the message from Mo Shubei. In the photo, a clean-cut, good-looking boy was slightly bent over, his fingers lightly pressing against the back of a girl's hand, his gaze filled with unmistakable warmth. Yu Hanshen stared at the photo, his eyes narrowing slightly. An inexplicable irritation rose within him, and he found the image annoyingly unpleasant. Back in the hospital room, Ji Xiaoyu opened the dessert box, handed a small piece of cake to Tong, and thoughtfully unwrapped the disposable fork for her. Try it. My little sister loves this, he said with a warm smile. If you like it, I can bring you more tomorrow. Tong found his enthusiasm a bit overwhelming and uncomfortable. Just as she was about to decline, Ji Xiaoyu's phone rang. After answering the call, his expression turned serious. My grandfather wants me to attend an important dinner. I'll come by again tomorrow. With that, he left in a hurry, not even waiting for Tong's response. It was clear that this dinner was no ordinary occasion. Once Ji Xiaoyu was gone, Yang Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but mutter, that young Manha definitely likes Xiaoxi. He's more attentive than Mr. Yu and younger too. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for Mr. Yu. As she tidied up, she continued rambling, nowadays, young people are so impulsive, coming and going as they please, not the least bit mature. When choosing a partner, you can't go for someone like that. You need someone like Mr. Yu. Well, he's a bit older, but older men have their advantages. Older men are more considerate. She trailed off, her tone growing uncertain. After all, Yu Hanshen's cold and stoic demeanor didn't exactly scream considerate. Tong ignored Yang Yi's chatter and took out her phone to browse advanced math problems. Being free from studying and part-time work for once, she felt strangely restless and needed something to occupy herself. She had always loved math. Ever since she first stumbled upon advanced mathematics in elementary school, she had been fascinated. Later, she won first place in the global mathematics competition, which earned her a special admission to Huashua High School during her sophomore year. As night fell after dinner, Yang Yi urged her to wash up and rest early. Mr. Yu said you need to rest properly. Even if you're not sleepy, you should close your eyes and lie down, she nagged. After much persuasion, Tong finally gave in and lay down. Before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. In the stillness of the night, the room was silent. Yang Yi, being a light sleeper due to her age, woke immediately when the door was gently pushed open. Seeing Yu Hanshen's figure appear at the doorway of the hospital room, Aunt Yang froze for a moment before blurting out, Mr. Yu, what brings you here? Yu Hanshen didn't respond. He simply stepped forward and approached the bedside. His eyes fell on Tong, who lay quietly on the bed. Her shoulder-length hair spilled over the pillow, her eyelashes fluttering faintly, and her pale, delicate face appeared fragile. The room was so silent that only Aunt Yang's soft breathing could be heard, yet in that moment, Yu Hanshen's restless heart inexplicably calmed. The persistent agitation that had plagued him day after day seemed to dissipate the instant he saw her. He lingered silently for a moment, said nothing, and then turned to leave. He came in a rush and left just as abruptly. Watching his retreating figure, Aunt Yang was puzzled but didn't dwell on it. She returned to bed and went back to sleep. After leaving the hospital, Yu Hanshen drove back to the Yu family's ancestral residence. The old house was enveloped in the stillness of the night, with only a faint light glowing from the study. He pushed the door open and walked in, finding Yu Shengde and Yu Zhiheng already present. The atmosphere in the study was suffocatingly heavy. Yu Shengde sat on the sofa, his expression dark and stormy, while Yu Zhiheng stood nearby, his handsome features marked by a stern coldness. Upon seeing Yu Hanshen enter, Yu Zhiheng was the first to speak, his tone polite but restrained. Uncle. Such decorum was befitting of the Yu family's eldest grandson. Yu Hanshen responded with a faint acknowledgement, then sat down on the sofa opposite him, his voice calm. What's the matter? Before Yu Zhiheng could reply, Yu Shengde cut in furiously. He wants to call off the engagement with the Qin family. The words landed in the room like a thunderclap. Yu Shengde's fury was palpable, his anger practically spilling over. Getting engaged when you feel like it, calling it off when you don't know. You think marriage is some kind of joke? Yu Hanshen's expression remained unchanged as his gaze swept over Yu Zhiheng. He had already surmised the reason behind this decision. However, before he could say anything, Yu Shengde anger flared even hotter. Is this because of that ex-girlfriend of yours? That fickle woman, what's so special about her that you can't let her go? She's not like that. Yu Ziheng's retort was immediate, his tone firm and resolute. You're still delusional. Yu Shengde slammed the table in a fit of rage, his voice booming. 4 years ago, didn't she secretly meet Lu Mingxian behind your back? If she hadn't willingly gone to see him, would he have had the chance to take advantage of her? Yu Ziheng's face darkened slightly, his fists clenching silently. Do you remember how big of a scandal that was back then? Yu Shengde pressed on, his voice laced with unrelenting anger. Her brother, trying to defend her, got into a fight with Lu Mingxian. And who is Lu Mingxian? A thug. He pulled out a switchblade and stabbed the guy. And what did she do? She retaliated by hitting Lu Mingxian. Because of her, 2 lives were ruined. And you're still defending her? As the old incident was dredged up, the tension in the study grew even more oppressive. Yu Shengde's chest heaved with rage as he glared at his son, his frustration boiling over. You're willing to ruin your future for a woman like that? Are you out of your mind? Yu Ziheng remained silent, his handsome face shadowed with a complex expression. It seemed as though he wanted to speak, but the words were swallowed back. Yu Shengde's fury continued to blaze, threatening to consume the entire room, while Yu Hanshen sat quietly on the side, his expression as calm and unfathomable as a deep pool of water. Yu Hanshen had a vague recollection of the incident. Lu Mingxian was the only son of the Lu family, a family with considerable influence in the legal circles of Haiqing. At the time, the Lu family had vowed to make the perpetrator pay with their life. Yu Ziheng had tried to seek help for the girl involved, pleading with his parents to hire a lawyer for her. However, Yu Shengde and his wife flatly refused, deeming it unworthy of dragging the Yu family into a murder case for a girl who had killed someone. Left with no other options, Yu Ziheng turned to Yu Hanshen. Yet, Yu Hanshen, perpetually indifferent and disinclined to meddle in others' affairs, refused to intervene. In the end, the girl, unable to secure legal representation, was convicted of excessive self-defense. Looking at his nephew standing before him, Yu Hanshen spoke coldly, since you're engaged, you should get along with your fiancé. The Yu family has never been one to tolerate fickleness or irresponsibility. Though his tone wasn't harsh, every word carried an air of authority that left Yu Ziheng too intimidated to argue. He had always feared his stern and aloof uncle since childhood. Watching the exchange, Yu Shengde felt somewhat relieved. Turning to his son, he said icily, "You'd better forget about that ex-girlfriend of yours and focus on building a good life with Qin Sahan. You're getting married at the end of the year, didn't forget. It was you who insisted on the engagement in the first place. Now the entire city of Haiqing knows about your upcoming wedding. You'd better behave yourself. This marriage will happen whether you like it or not." With that, he stood up and left the study, letting out a cold snort as he went, his disappointment in his son growing even deeper. In truth, Yu Shengde wasn't particularly satisfied with Qin Sahan either. But compared to Yu Ziheng's ex-girlfriend, Qin Sahan at least came from a respectable family, was a graduate of a prestigious school, and had a reputation that could be presented with pride. Yu Ziheng sat on the sofa with his head lowered. Memories of his engagement to Qin Sahan and Tong's coldness and disdain toward him flashed through his mind. In the end, he chose not to refute his father's words. "You're an adult now. You need to think carefully before you act and stop being so reckless," Yu Hanshen said flatly, his tone carrying a hint of elder-like admonishment. After a brief pause, he added, "It's late. Go to bed." Though his words were plain, there was an undercurrent of care. With that, Yu Hanshen stood up to leave. But just as he was about to step away, Yu Ziheng suddenly lifted his head and looked at him intently. "Uncle, why didn't you help her back then?" His voice was stubborn, as if he wouldn't let go without a clear answer. Yu Hanshen's gaze remained indifferent, his voice calm yet heavy. "She was just a stranger." The words hit Yu Ziheng like a heavy blow, and his fists clenched tightly. He couldn't let it go. Back then, the Lu family had threatened any lawyer who dared to defend Tong. At just 17 or 18 years old, even as the eldest grandson of the Yu family, he was powerless to secure a lawyer for her. If only Yu Hanshen had stepped in, even by simply arranging for a competent lawyer, Tong wouldn't have been sentenced so harshly. But Yu Hanshen had remained detached throughout. His attitude mirrored that of Yu Shengde and his wife. They believed a girl who had killed someone was unworthy of being with Yu Ziheng. Letting her serve time in prison would also help Yu Ziheng forget about her. Yet 4 years had passed, and Yu Ziheng still couldn't move on from Tong. In the middle of the night, Aunt Yang received a phone call from home. Her younger daughter-in-law had suffered a miscarriage. Panicked and disoriented, Aunt Yang quickly dressed and rushed to the hospital. Tong was sound asleep, and Aunt Yang didn't want to disturb her, so she called Yu Hanshen to explain the situation. The phone call woke Yu Hanshen. His voice was slightly hoarse, but he responded with a simple acknowledgement before hanging up. Aunt Yang didn't think much of it and hurried off to the hospital. Tong, having gone to bed early the night before, woke up just as dawn was breaking. As she got up to go to the bathroom, her gaze fell on the nearby cot. She froze. It had been Aunt Yang sleeping there last night, yet now the person lying there was Yu Hanshen. At 6'3", Yu Hanshen was sprawled awkwardly on the small cot, his long legs extended off the end, resting on a chair. He was dressed in a dark gray shirt and black slacks, his broad frame making the cot seem even more cramped. Seemingly disturbed by Tong's movements, Yu Hanshen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp and clear, devoid of any grogginess, and his deep eyes swept over her, leaving her momentarily flustered. "President Yu, why are you here?" she asked tentatively. Yu Hanshen sat up, pulling his legs off the chair and slipping on his shoes. He glanced at his watch and replied, "Aunt Yang had something urgent to attend to." "Oh." Tong nodded, only to have her thoughts interrupted by his low voice. "Why are you up?" "I was just going to the bathroom," she explained. Yu Hanshen gave a slight nod and said no more. When she returned from the bathroom, she noticed that the cot was now empty. Yu Hanshen had left, and she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. His commanding presence always seemed to weigh on her, creating an invisible pressure. She climbed back into bed and tried to fall asleep again but couldn't. Not long after, she heard the sound of the door opening and closing, followed by steady footsteps. As the footsteps grew closer, a faint scent of cigarette smoke wafted through the air. Tong kept her eyes closed, guessing that he had just stepped out to smoke. Unsure of how to interact with Yu Hanshen, she decided to continue pretending to be asleep. Eventually, without realizing it, she dozed off for real. When she woke again, Yu Hanshen was gone. This time, it seemed he had left for good. Looking at the cot, Tong frowned slightly. His concern seemed excessive. Even if Aunt Yang wasn't around, it didn't make sense for him to stay and keep watch. Was it because she had been injured at the Yu family estate? While she was washing up, Aunt Yang returned with breakfast. After finishing her morning routine, Tong noticed the heavy expression on Aunt Yang's face. Just as she was about to ask, Aunt Yang sighed and said, "My younger daughter-in-law had a miscarriage." Her tone was filled with sorrow. "My eldest and second sons both have children, but my youngest has been married for years without any luck. This time we finally thought it was happening, but it didn't work out. I don't even know if she'll be able to conceive again." Tong didn't know what to say and offered a soft reassurance instead. "I'm sure it'll happen again someday." "Let's hope so," Aunt Yang replied with another sigh. Remembering her hurried departure the night before, she asked, "I left in such a rush and didn't wake you. Were you scared when you woke up and didn't see me?" Tong paused, recalling Yu Hanshen's presence the previous night. Noticing that Aunt Yang seemed unaware of it, she smiled lightly. "I didn't wake up during the night." Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, her expression flickered, but she chose not to answer. After leaving the hospital, Yu Hanshen drove back to the old family residence because an important document he needed for the day had been left at home. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he was stopped by Madame Yu. "Out so early, where have you been?" Madame Yu set down her teacup and looked up at her son with a hint of curiosity in her voice. She clearly remembered that her youngest son had stayed overnight at the old residence. Yu Hanshen didn't respond. Instead, he went straight upstairs. He knew his mother's temperament all too well, saying more would only invite more questions. When he came back downstairs with the document, Madame Yu spoke again, as expected. "Come, have some breakfast before you leave. How did your talk with Zhiheng go last night? Is he still determined to call off the engagement?" Sitting down at the dining table, Yu Hanshen picked up a slice of toast and replied calmly, "He'll go through with the wedding." Hearing this, Madame Yu visibly relaxed, her furrowed brows smoothing out. "That's good to hear. It would have been a real shame for the Qin family's daughter if he backed out after the engagement was just announced." After a brief silence, she sighed, her expression growing more troubled. "What a mess this is. Your second brother is like this, and now Ziheng's like that. What's happening to the men in this family?" Yu Hanshen stayed quiet, eating his breakfast in silence. He understood his mother's concerns. The romantic lives of the men in the Yu family had indeed been full of twists and turns. Madame Yu continued her lament, her tone growing more emotional. "Your second brother's in his 40s now, not married, no children, and spends all his time mixed up with men. And Ziheng's still hung up on his ex-girlfriend, causing chaos in the family. Why are the men in this family so unlucky in love?" Suddenly, she turned to Yu Hanshen, her eyes filled with worry. "Hanshen." He looked at her quietly, waiting for her to continue. "Promise me you won't end up like your second brother." Madame Yu said earnestly. "If you like someone, bring them home for me to meet. As long as the gender's right, I'll approve. Even if they're missing an arm or a leg, I'll support you." Her last words were spoken with such conviction, as if she had just made a monumental decision. Yu Hanshen said nothing, his previously furrowed brow relaxing slightly. Yet, the image of Tong involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Her calm, delicate face always carried a faint indifference, as if nothing in the world truly concerned her. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Emo Shubei stopped by to check on Si Tong's recovery during his rounds. After examining her injury, he brought up his grandmother. Grandma would like to invite you over for a meal. Si Tong looked up, slightly surprised. Emo Shubei smiled and continued, the other day, when I got a call from one of Grandma's attendants, I was terrified. I rushed to the parking lot with a few doctors and nurses, only to find it was a false alarm. Later, I learned that a girl who happened to pass by had helped her. When I checked the security footage, I realized it was you. Si Tong gave a faint nod, her expression calm and unbothered. After Grandma found out her savior was one of my patients, she's been insisting on inviting you over for dinner. Only then did Si Tong realize that the elderly woman she had helped in the parking lot was Mo Zubei's grandmother. Through Yang Yi, she also learned that Emo Shubei was the grandson of the prestigious Si family of Haiqing, and the elderly woman was none other than the matriarch of the Si family. Hearing Emo Zubei's invitation, Si Tong replied evenly, it was just a small favor. There's no need for the madam to make a fuss over it. Her composed tone and demeanor impressed Emo Shubei. For a girl from such a humble background to carry herself with such poise was truly remarkable. He didn't press the matter further and instead said, if you ever need help with anything in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Si Tong gave a faint smile and changed the subject. When can I be discharged? Tomorrow. Come to my office after 9 a.m. and I'll issue your discharge papers, Emo Shubei replied. Si Tong nodded. Thank you, Dr. Emo. That night, Si Tong woke up and went to the bathroom. When she saw Yang Yi asleep on the caregiver's bed, she felt a sense of relief. Perhaps she was just being overly cautious. Yu Hanshen's sudden appearance a few days ago might have been nothing more than a coincidence. The next morning, after a simple wash-up, she went to Mo Zubei's office to get her discharge papers and then proceeded to the first floor to complete the discharge procedures. After deducting the medical expenses, she noticed there was still over 20,000 left in the account. Si Tong knew this was the deposit Yu Hanshen had paid for her treatment. She handed the money to Yang Yi. Please return this to Mr. Yu for me. Yang Yi quickly waved her hands in refusal. I have a terrible memory. What if I forget? Mr. Yu might think I embezzled it. You'd better give it to him yourself. Knowing her boss wasn't great at wooing women, Yang Yi secretly decided to use this opportunity to create a chance for the two to interact. Si Tong frowned slightly and was about to insist when a familiar voice called out from a distance. Si Tong? What are you doing here? She looked up and saw Han Lingli standing a few meters away. Beside her, Qin Sahan was supporting a pale-faced Qin Simeon, whose hands still bore the marks of an 4. Qin Sahan's expression was one of surprise, but Si Tong felt no shock seeing the three of them together. That day at the Yu family's old residence, she had learned that Yu Zhiheng and Yu Hanshen were uncle and nephew. Adding to that her first meeting with Yu Hanshen at the Qin family's engagement dinner, and the similarity between Qin Sahan and Qin Simeon's names, everything suddenly clicked. The Qin family's eldest daughter, Qin Sahan, was none other than her former close friend. Han Lingli's eyes lingered briefly on the bandage covering Si Tong's eye, but instead of showing concern, she coldly demanded, why didn't you answer my calls these past few days? I was injured and didn't hear them, Si Tong replied flatly. Han Lingli frowned, her tone even colder. You hurt your eye, not your ears. Mom, who is this? Qin Sahan asked, puzzled. Reluctantly, Han Lingli introduced. This is my daughter, Si Tong. Then, turning to Si Tong, she added harshly, do you know how much trouble you've caused? Because of you, old Qin has been so strict with Mian Mian lately. She can't eat or sleep well and ended up hospitalized. And you acting like nothing happened, not even answering your phone. If I'd known you'd turn out like this, I would have strangled you at birth. Yang Yi was furious and immediately pulled Si Tong behind her. If you'd really done that, you'd either be behind bars or facing a firing squad. And where would all your fancy jewelry and good days be now? Han Lingli's face darkened, and she retorted coldly, who do you think you are? How dare you interfere with how I discipline my daughter? Yang Yi sneered. Who am I? If I told you, you'd be scared out of your mind. She was about to invoke Yu Hanshen's name but stopped when Si Tong gently tugged at her sleeve. Yang Yi, don't bother with them. Let's go. Han Lingli watched Si Tong's slender figure retreat, her teeth clenched in anger. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at Si Tong's inexpensive clothing and couldn't help but ask, is that woman really your mother? Si Tong, her left eye wrapped in gauze, replied calmly. Her mother's hostility, so sharp it felt personal, was nothing like how a mother should treat her own child. Zedong sometimes wondered if she might have been adopted by Han Lingli, but her grandmother told her that when Han Lingli was pregnant with her, she had been abandoned, and giving birth to Zedong had left her unable to have more children due to health issues. Han Lingli harbored deep resentment toward the irresponsible father, and unfortunately, some of that bitterness spilled over onto Zedong. As they walked toward the parking lot, Zedong said to Aunt Yang, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Aunt Yang waved her hand with a smile. No need to thank me. If anyone deserves thanks, it's Mr. Yu. She seemed delighted to bring up Yu Hanshen, seizing even a simple conversation as an opportunity to make her presence felt. When they reached the parking lot, Zhang Mengling waved enthusiastically at them from a distance. Upon seeing her, Aunt Yang asked in surprise, "Mengling, what brings you here?" Aunt Yang had once worked at the Yu family's old mansion and was later transferred to Yu Hanshen's private residence as a housekeeper, so she knew Zhang Mengling. However, she hadn't been back to the old mansion in a long time. When Zhang Mengling visited the hospital the other day, Aunt Yang wasn't around, so she had no idea that Sidong and Zhang Mengling were classmates, let alone that Sidong had been injured at the Yu residence. After hearing Zhang Mengling's explanation, Aunt Yang was stunned, her mouth agape. Miss C and Mengling are classmates? Does that mean Miss C is only 17 or 18? Not even an adult yet? This. She immediately felt a pang of regret for secretly entertaining the idea of matchmaking Sidong and Yu Hanshen. What a mistake. Zhang Mengling, oblivious to Aunt Yang's ashen expression, cheerfully linked arms with Sidong and got into the Maybach. Inside the car, Yu Hanshen was seated in the driver's seat. Sidong was momentarily taken aback to see him personally coming to pick her up. After all, Zhang Mengling had earlier mentioned on WeChat that she would be riding her electric scooter to pick her up. "Mr. Yu," Sidong greeted him politely but distantly. Yu Hanshen turned his head slightly to glance at her. His deep-set eyes revealed no emotion as he responded with a loam. Aunt Yang stood motionless, watching the Maybach gradually drive away, her expression growing increasingly complicated. Yu Hanshen had always been a serious and upright man, unlikely to get entangled with someone underage. His concern for Sidong was probably just him acting as an elder to apologize on behalf of his nephew, Yu Hanshen, who had caused her injury. As she mulled over this, Aunt Yang sighed. "I thought the iron tree had finally bloomed. Good thing I didn't tell Madame Yu. Otherwise, she'd have been thrilled for nothing." The Maybach drove through the bustling streets of Haicheng. Zhang Mengling was visibly excited throughout the ride, her cheeks flushed as though she had something to say but hesitated because of Yu Hanshen's presence. About 30 minutes later, the car pulled into the courtyard of the Yu family's old mansion. Reluctantly getting out of the car, Zhang Mengling waved goodbye to Yu Hanshen. Once the Maybach drove off, she immediately grabbed Sidong and let out a squeal. Several gardeners in the courtyard, busy trimming the plants, looked up at the commotion. Zhang Mengling quickly lowered her voice and, brimming with excitement, whispered to Sidong, "I think the man of my dreams really likes me." Sidong replied coolly, "Whatever you want to say, save it for your room." She had no desire to run into Yu Zhiheng here. If she had any other place to go, she wouldn't have returned at all. Once back in their room, Zhang Mengling threw herself onto the bed, rolling around in excitement, her face glowing red. "This morning I was about to take my scooter out to pick you up, and guess what? I bumped into my dream guy at the gate. He actually asked me where I was going. He's never initiated a conversation with me before. It's always been me greeting him first, and the most I'd get was a nod." Zhang Mengling's excitement grew as she recounted the story. "When he heard I was going to pick you up, he even offered to drive me there. Tell me, isn't this proof that he likes me? Why else would he be so nice to me? Have you been brainwashed by him or something?" Sidong interrupted her, exasperated. "You just don't understand." Zhang Mengling sighed dreamily, convinced that Sidong, being inexperienced in love, couldn't possibly comprehend the sweetness of it all. "When I become the wife of a billionaire, I won't forget you. You can count on me to bring you along to enjoy the good life." Sidong gave her a blank look and turned to unpack her bag, planning to hang up her clothes to air. Suddenly, she noticed the 2,000 yuan deposit refund that had been returned to her upon discharge from the hospital. Aunt Yang had told her to return the money to Yu Hanshen herself, but she had tossed it into her bag and forgotten about it. After a moment of thought, she handed the money to Zhang Mengling. "Help me find a chance to give this back to Yu Hanshen. I don't want to have too much to do with him." Zhang Mengling was overjoyed, hugging Sidong and planting several kisses on her cheek. "You're my lucky star. Now I have another excuse to talk to him." At noon, Madame Yu sent someone to invite Sidong and Zhang Mengling to dine in the main dining room. The elderly lady still felt guilty about her grandson accidentally injuring Zhang Mengling's classmate. In the dining room, Madame Yu and Mr. Yu were already waiting. Zhang Mengling greeted them sweetly. "Hello, Grandma Yu." "Hello, Grandpa Yu." Good. Madame Yu responded warmly, her gaze lighting up when it landed on Sidong. She hadn't gotten a good look at Zhang Mengling's classmate the other night and hadn't expected her to be so beautiful. "Young lady, do you have a boyfriend?" Madame Yu asked with a beaming smile. Mr. Yu remained stoic, not out of displeasure, he was simply always serious and reserved. A servant nearby couldn't help but sigh inwardly, knowing that Madame Yu was up to her usual antics, trying to matchmake every pretty girl she came across into her family. Madame Yu let out an awkward laugh and quickly changed the topic. Come have a seat and eat. I'm so sorry about Zhiheng accidentally hurting you the other night." She kept piling food onto Sitong's plate, full of pity. "Look at how thin you are. Eat more." At the same time, She couldn't help but lament internally. If only Sidong were 3 or 4 years older, she would have been the perfect match for her youngest son. The thought made Madame Yu glare at Mr. Yu, who looked utterly confused, having no idea why he was suddenly being blamed. Sidong felt a bit overwhelmed by Madame Yu's enthusiasm. Looking at the mountain of food on her plate, she could only smile awkwardly and express her thanks. Thank you, Madame Yu. After the meal, Madame Yu chatted with the girls for a while. When she learned that Sidong was ranked first in her grade, she was even more delighted. She couldn't help but start fantasizing again. If Sidong and her youngest son got together, their children would surely be brilliant and beautiful. Madame Yu could only sigh inwardly. The young girl was still underage, about the same age as Lingling. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret if only she were 3 or 4 years older. Around 12:30, a servant came to remind Madame Yu about her afternoon rest, finally giving Sidong a chance to escape from the old lady's enthusiastic hospitality. On their way back to the servants' dormitory, Zhang Mingling hooked her arm through Sidong's, grinning. Grandma Yu seems to really like you. I saw the way she looked at you, as if she wished you could be her daughter-in-law. Sidong stopped in her tracks and turned to look at her, her tone calm. Does that bother you? Zhang Mingling was taken aback, finding the question odd. Why would it bother me? Sidong silently observed her for a moment. Zhang Mingling blinked and then, as if realizing something, burst into laughter. You think I'd get jealous because Grandma Yu likes you? Are you serious? You're my best friend. Even if my dream guy liked you, I wouldn't hold it against you. Her tone was full of confidence. Sidong's gaze flickered slightly, and she feigned disbelief. You're lying. If your dream guy liked me, you'd definitely hate me. Just like... Her voice trailed off, and her expression turned cold. Just like Qin Sihan, who hated me so much she meticulously schemed to ruin me. Zhang Mingling scoffed dismissively. I'm not that petty, okay? I can like someone secretly, but who they like is none of my business. If he liked you... Her gaze fell on Sidong's extraordinarily beautiful face, and her tone suddenly turned serious. Then you better remember if you rise to fortune. Don't forget me. Sidong chuckled softly, her expression softening slightly. Perhaps people really are different. Zhang Mingling leaned against her, starting to daydream aloud. When that time comes, you have to take care of me. Treat me to all the good food and drinks, buy me a Mercedes G-Class, La Mer skincare, Gucci Chanel. The more she talked, the more excited she became, her eyes sparkling as if she could already see herself living a luxurious life supported by her wealthy best friend. Han Lingli's call came while Sidong was urging Zhang Mingling to finish her homework. Sidong didn't answer, but soon a text arrived. The cold words were harsh and piercing. Getting bold now, huh? Don't want your grandma to get proper treatment anymore? Sidong's expression darkened. She knew Han Lingli wasn't bluffing and could truly abandon her grandmother's well-being. Her eyes dimmed as she called back, her tone flat. What is it? On the other end, Han Lingli's voice carried undisguised anger. It's my birthday today. Dinner tonight at Hilton Hotel, Suite 8808. You better be there. Sidong's heart sank. She was almost certain this was Qin Anchu's idea. Otherwise, Han Lingli wouldn't have reached out to her. She wanted to refuse, but thinking about her grandmother's medical expenses, she suppressed her resistance and quietly agreed. Han Lingli's voice was cold. I've reserved a dress for you at the IFC mall. I'll text you the stylist's number. Go get yourself styled. Don't show up in those embarrassing outfits and ruin my reputation. Without waiting for a response, she hung up. A moment later, a message with the stylist's contact information arrived. Sidong's phone, an old knockoff model her grandmother had bought for her before she came to Haicheng, had a ridiculously loud speaker. Zhang Mingling overheard everything and looked up curiously. Who was that? So rude. Sidong lowered her gaze, her tone indifferent. My mom. Zhang Mingling's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. She had always assumed Sidong came from a poor family. Otherwise, why would she stay at school on weekends, work part-time, and live so frugally? She never bought meat at the cafeteria or splurged on snacks or drinks. Her clothes and shoes were cheap, costing barely 20 or 30 yuan. But now, hearing that Sidong's mom could afford a dress from the IFC Mall, a place known for its exorbitant prices, she couldn't help but ask, if your mom is so rich, why are you so broke? She left the last part unsaid, but Sidong understood. She gave a faint smile, her tone calm. She remarried. Her current husband is quite wealthy. So, she was from a divorced family. Zhang Mingling's heart ached a little, feeling even more sympathetic toward Sidong. She patted her chest. When are you heading out? I'll take you to the IFC Mall on my electric scooter. Sidong smiled. Thanks. Zhang Mingling pouted. Why are you being so polite? I'm your best friend, remember? Since joining the school, Sidong had rarely interacted with her classmates. Zhang Mingling was the only one she talked to more often. Zhang Mingling had always considered herself Sidong's best friend. The two worked on homework for a while longer before heading out around 3. Zhang Mengling's mother, Wu Shuzhen, saw her leaving with Sidong and felt reassured, only reminding her to drive slowly and stay safe. It was Zhang Mengling's first time at the IFC mall. The place was dazzling, filled with luxury brands of paradise for the wealthy. Although her family was well off, they couldn't afford to shop here. Han Lingli had reserved a champagne-colored short dress for Sidong. The fitted waistline highlighted her slender figure, and the design revealed her long, fair legs. Since her left eye was bandaged and couldn't handle makeup, the stylist only gave her a simple hairstyle. However, Sidong's natural beauty shone through her flawless, fair skin, long lashes, rosy lips, and high nose bridge made her stunning even without makeup. Zhang Mingling stared at her and couldn't help but exclaim, with just a little effort, you could totally pass as the heiress of a billionaire family. Sidong shot her a speechless glance, thinking she was being overly dramatic. It was not even 5 o'clock yet, and the birthday party was still some time away. Zhang Mingling, brimming with excitement, tugged on Si Tong's arm and suggested they go shopping first. We might not be able to afford anything, but looking around is fun too, she said. They strolled into a high-end fashion store, where the dazzling array of new arrivals left Zhang Mingling overwhelmed. She eagerly picked up a chic tweed jacket and was about to try it on when she caught sight of the price tag, which displayed a jaw-dropping number. She immediately put it back and muttered, I'll come back for this when I'm a billionaire's wife. Hearing this, Si Tong responded calmly. Instead of dreaming about marrying into wealth, why not focus on studying hard? A good job in the future will give you a more secure life. Zhang Mingling pulled a face at this and whined, the mere mention of studying gives me a headache. Why don't you study hard, get rich, and take care of me instead? Si Tong shot her a helpless glance, just about to retort, when a strange male voice interrupted them. Hello there, the stepdaughter of Yuan Yuan's mom. Si Tong frowned slightly and turned toward the voice. It belonged to a boy, probably 16 or 17, with delicate features and a faint, teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Si Tong and said in a casual, playful tone, Don't remember me? I'm Hanshen. We once shared a ride in Uncle Chin's car. Did you forget? Si Tong's expression instantly turned icy. Of course she remembered him. It was because of him that Qin Siyuan had pushed her onto the overpass, nearly causing a disaster. Han Zhan, however, seemed oblivious to her cold demeanor and continued with a smile, You still haven't told me your name. His gaze lingered on her face. The medical gauze covering her left eye didn't diminish her beauty. Instead, it added an air of fragile mystery, making her even more intriguing. Meanwhile, Emo Shubei was accompanying his sister, Emo Zhani, on a shopping trip. While Emo Zhani watched a private fashion show in the VIP room, Emo Shubei lounged in the store's seating area, sipping tea and flipping through a magazine. Glancing up idly, he noticed through the glass window that Si Tong was being approached by a boy in a women's clothing store across the way. Looking closer, he realized this boy wasn't the same one he'd seen holding her hand in the hospital room last time. Well, the little girl sure is popular. Third uncle, your rivals are everywhere, Emo Shubei muttered with a mischievous grin. Pulling out his phone, he discreetly snapped a photo of the scene and sent it to Yu Hanshen, adding a teasing caption, the little girl dressed up beautifully to go on a date. Just as he hit send, Emo Zhani emerged from the VIP room. Seeing her brother grinning with mischief, she couldn't help but ask, Who are you chatting with? You look way too happy. Emo Shubei casually put away his phone and replied, No one. Emo Zhani didn't press further. Turning to the staff, she instructed, Send all the clothes the model just wore to my house. As a VIP, she never had to try on clothes herself. The store manager would arrange for models with similar measurements to showcase the latest designs, and she would simply place orders on the spot for what she liked. After giving her instructions, she sat beside Emo Shubei and clung to his arm, pouting. Big brother, when are you going to help me meet Hanshen? Emo Shubei immediately felt a headache coming on. Frowning, he said, What's so great about him? He's serious, boring, and doesn't even like you. There are plenty of outstanding young men around you. Why are you so fixated on him? Mojani pouted even more and argued, As long as he's not married, I still have a chance. Big brother, please, pretty please, help me out. He won't even agree to see me now. I don't know what else to do. Emo Shubei sighed in exasperation and could only silently pray that Yu Hanshen would find a girlfriend and get married soon. Anything to stop him from constantly showing up in front of his sister and fueling her hopeless obsession. Sidong paid no attention to Hanshen and walked straight past him, pulling Zhang Mingling along. Hanshen's voice called out from behind. Yuan is inside trying on clothes. Do you want to wait and say hi to her? Sidong acted as if she hadn't heard him, her steps firm, never looking back. Hanshen watched her retreating figure, a faint and inexplicable sense of loss welling up in his chest. This stepdaughter of Yuan's stepmother was so aloof that it was impossible to approach her. Only when Sidong's figure completely disappeared from view did he snap out of it. Turning around, he found Qin Siyuan standing right behind him, her gaze cold and piercing. Finished trying on clothes? Hanjin asked with a bright, handsome smile typical of a teenager. Instead of answering, Qin Si Yuan stomped hard on his foot and then dashed off. Hanjin winced in pain, his good-looking face scrunching up as he grumbled. I came along just to help you shop, and you step on me? What a temperamental little princess. Who knows what she's upset about this time? Zhang Mengling, long accustomed to people approaching Sidong, was unfazed. The two of them wandered aimlessly through the women's clothing section for a while, before heading downstairs to the cosmetics floor. While Zhang Mengling was testing a luxury perfume, she looked up and caught sight of Emojani walking in. Emojani's gaze swept over her and Sidong, then shifted away indifferently, as if they were nothing more than air. Zhang Mengling froze for a moment, pursing her lips to mutter under her breath. Look at her. Back at the Yu family estate, she was all smiles, pretending to be so cultured and kind. But the moment she steps out of the Yu family home, she acts like she doesn't know us. Such a hypocrite. Sidong responded with a faint smile but said nothing. After browsing for a while longer, the two left the shopping center. Zhang Mengling zipped down the bike lane on her electric scooter, the wind whistling past their ears. Just as Sidong was about to remind her to slow down, there was a loud bang. The scooter had collided with a black luxury car. Oh no, oh no. Zhang Mengling froze in shock when she saw the iconic golden figurine on the car's hood. I hit a Rolls-Royce. This could cost as much as a house. She groaned in frustration and explained, the light was about to turn red, and I didn't want to wait, so I sped Yupan then ran straight into this fancy car. A middle-aged man in his 50s stepped out of the Rolls-Royce driver's seat. His face darkened as he noticed the scratch on the car's hood. What were you thinking, speeding up when the light was about to change? Couldn't you see our car was already halfway through the turn? I'm so sorry, so sorry. Zhang Mengling apologized repeatedly, quickly taking off her helmet and fishing out her phone to call Zhang Juncheng for help. At that moment, the rear window of the Rolls-Royce slowly rolled down, revealing the face of a refined and composed middle-aged man. His voice was calm and familiar. Lingling. Zhang Mengling looked up, and upon recognizing him, she was so relieved she nearly burst into tears. Uncle Si. She turned to Sidong and whispered, he's the head of the Si family. Seeing Sidong's unreadable expression, she added, he's also Emojani's uncle. Sidong immediately understood. This man, the head of one of Haiching's most prominent families, was no ordinary figure. Si Qingqing stepped out of the car, not even glancing at the scratch on the vehicle. He seemed completely unbothered and instead asked with concern, are you two okay? Thanks to Zhang Mengling's quick braking, the scooter hadn't tipped over, and neither of them was hurt. Si Qingqing relaxed slightly upon seeing this, then turned his gaze to Sidong, standing silently behind Zhang Mengling. His tone carried a gentle curiosity. And this is? Zhang Mengling beamed as she introduced, my classmate, Sidong. Then, as if suddenly struck by an idea, she added excitedly, what a coincidence. She has the same last name as you, Uncle Si. Maybe a few hundred years ago, you were from the same family. Si Qingqing's eyes lingered on Sidong. She was wearing a champagne-colored dress, and although a medical bandage covered part of her face, her stunning beauty still shone through. His gaze held a touch of warm admiration as he smiled and gently reminded, the roads are busy. Be careful out there. Soon, the Rolls-Royce drove off again. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Zhang Mengling let out a long sigh of relief. Uncle Si is so kind. Thank goodness it was his car we hit, otherwise we'd be in big trouble. If my brother finds out, he'll definitely scold me. Sidong, however, seemed distracted. In that brief moment when she and Si Qingqing had locked eyes, she'd felt a peculiar and unexplainable sensation. Hop on. Zhang Mengling's voice pulled her back to the present. Sidong snapped out of her thoughts and climbed back onto the scooter. This time, Zhang Mengling rode much more cautiously, having learned her lesson. That Uncle Si seems to really like you, Zhang Mengling remarked as she rode. Sidong recalled the look in Si Qingqing's eyes when he glanced at Zhang Mengling. Indeed, it was filled with affection, the kind an elder shows toward a younger family member. Zhang Mengling nodded thoughtfully. Maybe it's because he doesn't have kids of his own, so he has a soft spot for young people. Well, not entirely. I did have a daughter once, but she passed away in a car accident before she even turned one. I heard Uncle Si was injured in that accident too, and it left him unable to have more children. That's why he's especially fond of little girls. She smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling with delight. Every year during the new year, when Uncle Si visits the Yu family, he gives me a huge red envelope. It's worth more than what my parents and brother give me combined. I absolutely adore Uncle Si. But Sidong wasn't as taken by the topic of red envelopes. Her thoughts lingered on the fleeting moment of connection with Si Qingqing, her expression pensive and contemplative. That day, in the parking lot of Hua Hospital, a servant accompanying Madame Si inadvertently mentioned that Madame Si once had a young granddaughter who tragically passed away in a car accident 20 years ago. If that little girl were still alive, the head of the Si family would undoubtedly have been an extraordinary father. Si Tong overheard these words and couldn't help but think of herself. Her grandmother had once told her that when her mother was pregnant with her, her father heartlessly abandoned them. How vastly different the fates of people could be. The sky gradually darkened, and night began to fall. The clock pointed to just past 6. Si Tong rode her small electric scooter and stopped in front of the Hilton Hotel. As soon as she got off, Zhang Mingling, looking worried, approached her and said, "Your mom treats you so poorly. Are you sure you'll be okay going in alone?" Si Tong smiled faintly, her tone calm. "I'll be fine. I'll take care of myself." "All right, I'll just wander around nearby," Zhang Mingling said confidently, waving her hand like a hero. "If your mom bullies you, give me a call and I'll come to back you up." Si Tong couldn't help but laugh at her friend's antics, a soft smile gracing her lips. "All right, if anyone bullies me, I'll be sure to call you." The Qin family held significant influence in Haicheng, and as the hostess of the Qin family, Han Lingli's birthday celebration was naturally an extravagant affair. By the time Si Tong arrived at the 8808 private room in the hotel, the room was already filled with people. The guests, dressed in tailored suits and glamorous gowns, created a grand and formal atmosphere. Si Tong's entrance immediately drew several curious glances. "Who's this pretty young lady? She looks unfamiliar. Which family does she belong to?" someone whispered. Han Lingli noticed Si Tong's presence, and the smile on her face visibly dimmed. Upon hearing the question, a flash of coldness flickered in her eyes. Standing nearby, Qin Anshu's gaze, however, subtly brightened. Through his glasses, he observed Si Tong's graceful and delicate features, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. He then smiled slightly and introduced, "This is my wife's daughter, Si Tong. She can also be considered my daughter. Please take good care of her." President Qin is truly blessed 3 daughters, each one more beautiful than the last, someone quickly chimed in, their tone filled with flattery. Qin Anshu laughed heartily at the comment, clearly pleased. He then arranged for Si Tong to sit to the left of Qin Siyuan. Meanwhile, the 2 empty seats to Qin Siyuan's right were clearly reserved for Qin Sahan and Yu Zhiheng. Noticing this, Qin Siyuan pouted and deliberately shifted her chair further away from Si Tong, attempting to create more distance. "So this is the daughter of the eldest sister-in-law from the countryside?" A sharp female voice suddenly interjected, laced with a hint of mockery. "I heard she's already 21 and still repeating her senior year at number 10 high school?" The moment these words were spoken, Han Lingli's expression darkened. The speaker was Zhao Ningqing, the wife of Qin Anshu's younger brother, Qin Anhui. Zhao Ningqing had always enjoyed competing with Han Lingli and never missed an opportunity to bring up sensitive topics. Han Lingli silently cursed her in her heart but maintained a stiff smile on her face. The atmosphere in the room became subtly tense. Since Qin Sahan was engaged to the eldest grandson of the Yu family, Zhao Ningqing had already harbored resentment toward Han Lingli for being overshadowed. Now that she had a chance to mock someone, how could she let it slip? With a sly smile, she turned to Si Tong, her tone teasing. "Si Tong, right? How did you do in the recent mock exam? What rank did you get in class?" Han Lingli's face darkened instantly, as if ink could drip from her expression. Si Tong had taken a 4-year break from school and was only back for a month of studying. Her academic performance was predictable. It was clear Zhao Ningqing was deliberately trying to provoke her. Han Lingli shot Zhao Ningqing a deadly glare before quickly bringing up Qin Siyuan's grades to save face. Yuan did well this time. She's in the top 5 of her class. Although Qin Siyuan was only in the regular class at Huashua High School, being in the top 5 there was comparable to being in the top 50 of other schools' entire grades. Han Lingli's face showed a trace of pride as she said this, while Zhao Ningqing's expression faltered. After all, her own daughter's grades were mediocre, and even with private tutoring, there hadn't been much improvement. However, Zhao Ningqing quickly recovered her smile, her tone becoming even sharper. Yuan's grades are indeed impressive. 985 and 211 colleges are definitely within reach. But what about Si Tong? Will she even make it into a 3rd-tier university next year? If not, is she planning to repeat another year? She's already in her 20s. Honestly, she might as well just go to a vocational college and save herself the trouble of dragging it out year after year, only to end up as an old maid. As soon as these words left her mouth, the room erupted into laughter. Han Lingli trembled with anger, wanting nothing more than to rush over and shut Zhao Ningqing up. She turned to glare at Si Tong fiercely, as if blaming her for everything for making her lose face in front of Zhao Ningqing. Si Tong kept her gaze lowered, seemingly indifferent to the mocking laughter around her. Just then, a commotion came from the doorway, and Qin Sahan entered with Yu Zhiheng. Yu Zhiheng, dressed in a formal suit, exuded an air of elegance and refinement, his handsome features radiating the charm of an aristocrat. Qin Sahan, on the other hand, wore a striking red off-the-shoulder gown, looking both graceful and poised. The two walked in side by side, appearing like the perfect couple. However, the moment Yu Zhiheng's eyes landed on Si Tong, he hesitated. almost instinctively taking a step toward Heronly to be held back by Qin Sihan. Jiheng. Qin Sihan called out softly, her smile slightly strained, her gaze fixed firmly on him. Yu Jing stopped in his tracks, but his eyes remained on Si Tong, a complicated and unreadable emotion flickering within them. He hadn't wanted to attend Han Lingli's birthday celebration, but Qin Sihan had told him Si Tong would be there because Si Tong was Han Lingli's daughter from her previous marriage. Qin Sihan lowered her gaze, concealing the shadow in her eyes. She had known this day would come. Rather than waiting for Yu Zhiheng to question her, she decided to take the initiative and play to his emotions, delivering Si Tong to him herself. She leaned closer to Yu Zhiheng, her voice soft and pleading. Zhiheng, what should I do? Tong seems so angry with me. I only just found out this morning at the hospital that she's Mom's daughter. I wanted to apologize to her, but she wouldn't give me the chance. It's all my fault. I knew she had feelings for you, but I couldn't help falling in love with you. I really don't have the face to see her. As she spoke, she leaned into Yu Ziheng's embrace, her expression full of guilt, as if she truly regretted her actions. To the onlookers, the scene appeared to be nothing more than an intimate moment between a loving couple. Look at these two, such a sweet pair. Someone teased loudly. The private room was spacious, with several meters separating the entrance from the dining table. To the others, Qin Sihan and Yu Ziheng's quiet conversation looked like a display of affectionate whispering. Si Tong, sitting at a distance, slowly clenched her fists. Despite having mentally prepared herself, seeing their closeness with her own eyes still stirred a wave of emotions within her. Why did it have to be Qin Sihan? Yu Jing knew full well how deeply Qin Sihan had wronged her, and he also knew the hatred she harbored toward her. She looked up, meeting Yu Ziheng's gaze, and the coldness and disdain in his eyes pierced him like a dagger, causing a sharp ache in his chest. Once everyone had arrived, Qin Anshu stood up to say a few polite words, and the group raised their glasses in celebration. The room buzzed with chatter and laughter, the atmosphere lively and festive. The table was laden with exquisite dishes and fine wine, but Si Tong had no appetite at all. It was then that Qin Sihan approached Si Tong with a wineglass in hand, her tone light and casual as she spoke in a low voice. Si Tong, those 4 years in prison, eating scraps and leftovers must have been tough, huh? I heard Mrs. Liu even called the prison to make sure they looked after you. The room was noisy, and Qin Sihan's voice was so low that only Si Tong could hear her. Si Tong stared at her coldly, remaining silent. Qin Sihan, however, smiled brightly, reaching out as if to take Si Tong's hand. Si Tong, why don't we go back to being friends like we used to? When I marry Jiheng, you can even be my bridesmaid, okay? The icy hatred in Si Tong's eyes was unmistakable. She abruptly yanked her hand away, causing Qin Sihan to lose her balance. With a startled cry, Qin Sihan fell to the ground, the glass in her hand shattering upon impact. A sharp shard of glass sliced her palm, and blood began to flow immediately. What's going on? Han Lingli, who had been toasting with someone, turned around at the commotion. Seeing Qin Sihan injured, she hurried over to help her up. Qin Sihan held up her bleeding hand, her face pale, her tone a mix of grievance and magnanimity. Mom, don't blame Tong. It wasn't on purpose. I was just careless. Oh dear, sister-in-law, could it be that your daughter is jealous of Sihan for having such an outstanding fiancé? Was this intentional? Zhao Ningqing was the first to chime in, her voice dripping with mockery. Han Lingli's face turned ashen, her gaze as sharp as a blade as it fixed on Si Tong. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, the air thick with hostility. Han Lingli felt as though she had been stripped naked and thrown onto the street. A wave of shame surged through her, overwhelming her rationality with a flood of anger. She spun around abruptly, raised her hand, and slapped Si Tong hard across the face. The force of the slap was so intense that Si Tong's head snapped to the side. The room fell into a brief, stunned silence, broken only by the sound of collective gasps. Assaulting someone in public. Is this how I raised you? Han Lingli reprimanded sharply, her tone laced with barely suppressed fury. Her face flushed bright red, as if she were trying to salvage her dignity through sheer indignation. Yu Zhiheng instinctively took a step forward, intending to move closer, but Qin Sihan beat him to it, wrapping her arms around his waist. She leaned delicately against him, her voice trembling slightly. Zhiheng, my hand hurts so much. She deliberately raised the hand that Si Tong had grabbed earlier, her fingertips faintly red, making her appear pitifully fragile. Yu Zhiheng's gaze shifted from Qin Sihan's hand to Si Tong. Her earlier words echoed in his mind. If we meet again, let's pretend we don't know each other. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Yet, inexplicably, a small flicker of hope stirred within him. Did her act of hurting Qin Sihan mean she still cared about him? Si Tong stood quietly in place, her cold eyes fixed on Han Lingli. Her expression was eerily calm, like a still, lifeless pool of water. There was no anger, no grievance, not even a flicker of pain despite the red, swollen mark on her face. Raised me. She curled her lips into a faint smirk, her tone indifferent and tinged with mockery. Since I was little, everyone called me the fatherless, motherless illegitimate child. Who exactly was there to raise me? Han Lingley's pupils constricted sharply, a flash of panic flickering in her eyes. She had always claimed to others that she came from a divorced family, even fooling Qin Anshu into believing she had left her ex-husband due to his gambling and drinking habits. The truth, however, was that she had given birth out of wedlock. Shut up! Han Lingley snarled, her voice trembling slightly with tension, terrified that Tong might say anything further. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from her chest. If the truth came out, her carefully maintained image would crumble, and how would Qin Anshu see her then? How much ridicule would Zhao Ningqing heap on her? The tense atmosphere in the room was interrupted by a deep male voice coming from the doorway. President Qin, quite the lively gathering here. Han Lingley froze, turning toward the voice. She saw Yu Hanshen walking steadily into the private room, dressed in a navy blue suit. His assistant followed behind, carrying a shopping bag with a luxury brand logo. Yu Hanshen's gaze was calm and profound, his every move exuding an air of authority. The men in the room immediately stood up, crowding around him to exchange handshakes and pleasantries. Mr. Yu, good evening. Respectful greetings echoed throughout the room. Yu Hanshen returned their handshakes one by one, his gaze casually sweeping over Tong's face. The prominent red swelling on her pale skin stood out starkly, and his expression darkened slightly. Jiang, your fiancée is injured. Why haven't you taken her to the hospital yet? Yu Hanshen's tone was neutral, as if stating an obvious fact, yet devoid of any discernible emotion. Qin Sahan's heart skipped a beat. The way Yu Hanshen had looked at her earlier was sharp, like a blade that could cut through all her pretenses. She quickly forced a smile and hurried to explain, her tone ingratiating. Uncle, please don't blame Tong. She didn't mean to do it. Her voice carried a hint of flattery, as if desperate to avoid Yu Hanshen's displeasure. But Yu Hanshen didn't even spare her another glance. He simply looked at Yu Zhiheng and said coolly, "What are you waiting for?" Qin Sahan was completely ignored, her smile freezing awkwardly on her face. She bit her lip, her eyes brimming with undisguised grievance. Yu Zhiheng supported her as they left the room, while the atmosphere inside subtly shifted with Yu Hanshen's arrival. Qin Anshu, now all smiles, invited Yu Hanshen to take the seat of honor, personally serving him tea with an air of deference that was a far cry from his earlier arrogance. Han Lingley accepted the shopping bag handed over by the assistant, her face lighting up with barely concealed excitement. She had assumed Yu Hanshen wouldn't attend, but not only had he shown up, he had also brought a gift. Feeling triumphant, she shot a smug glance at Zhao Ningqing, as if flaunting her influence. Zhao Ningqing forced a smile and raised her glass for a toast, her tone ingratiating. Sister-in-law, you're truly impressive. Just a small birthday celebration, and even the wealthiest man in Haicheng came to give you his regards. Han Lingley felt a surge of satisfaction at her sister-in-law's flattery, finally feeling like she had regained her pride. Meanwhile, Tong quietly got up and slipped out of the room. As she stepped through the revolving doors of the hotel, she pulled out her phone and saw several missed calls from Zhang Mengling. She called back, and the phone was answered almost immediately. Tong, I'm so sorry. Zhang Mengling's voice was choked with sobs. I was out riding my scooter aimlessly and accidentally rear-ended someone's car. My brother got so mad he confiscated my scooter. Are you hurt? Tong asked. I'm fine, but I have to pay the guy thousands of yuan. My brother dragged me home and won't let me go out again. You'll have to catch a ride home with my crush later. Yu Hanshen. Tong paused in surprise. Yeah, he's at the Hilton for a dinner tonight. I asked him to give you a ride home. I gave him your number. Did he call you yet? Zhang Mengling's tone carried a hint of anticipation. Tong fell silent for a moment, her eyes dropping to her phone screen. Her emotions were unexpectedly complicated. Zhang Mengling asked, I gave him your number. Has he contacted you? No, Tong silently replied in her mind but didn't say it out loud. Instead, she advised, you should apologize to your brother properly. He seems to care about you a lot. Say a few nice words, and he won't stay mad at you. Care about me? Zhang Mengling let out a cold laugh. Yeah, right. He can't stand me. Keep an eye on my crush for me, will you? Don't let those scheming women get close to him, especially that Emojani. Her tone was instantly filled with anger at the mention of Emojani. Tong shook her head helplessly. I can't interfere in other people's business like that. She glanced at the time and said, all right, I'm hanging up now. Stay home and finish your homework. I'll check it when I get back. With that, she ended the call and started walking toward the nearby bus stop. Tong. A familiar voice called out from behind her. Tong paused mid-step and turned around, only to see a blur before cold liquid splashed onto her. The wine glass in Qin Si Yuan's hand shattered on the ground with a sharp crack. Her face was full of fury as she pointed at Tong. You have no shame. Seducing Han Zhen wasn't enough for you? Now you're jealous of my sister and caused her to get hurt. You're disgusting. Drenched in red wine, Tong's champagne-colored dress clung to her, the liquid dripping down. A trace of impatience flickered in her eyes as she coldly looked at Qin Siyuan. From the moment we first met, you've been causing trouble for me because of some guy I don't even know. So tell me, who's the disgusting one here? Stop denying it. Qin Siyuan glared at her, her tone sharp. Dressing like this at my mom's birthday party, what else could you be trying to do but seduce my brother-in-law? Tong sneered, her words cutting. This dress? Your mom picked it out for me. Are you saying your mom has bad taste? Yeah. Qin Siyuan's face turned bright red with anger. Han Liling had raised her since she was a year old, treating her with unparalleled love. Their bond was as close as that of a real mother and daughter. Hearing Tong mock her mother like this made Qin Siyuan boil with rage. She raised her hand to slap Tong. But Tong was faster. She caught Qin Siyuan's wrist and forcefully flung it aside. Qin Siyuan, unsteady on her high heels, stumbled and fell to the ground in an embarrassing heap. Tong looked down at her from above, her voice as cold as ice. Believe it or not, I've never spoken a single word to your precious Han Zhen, nor am I interested in him. Just because you like him doesn't mean every woman in the world does. To me, he's nothing. She paused, her tone growing even colder. Instead of blaming me for catching his attention, maybe you should work on your own personality. Acting like this, it's really ugly. With that, Tong turned and walked away without a second thought. Qin Siyuan glared at her retreating figure, her face contorted with rage. The pain from her fall was nothing compared to the humiliation burning inside her. She gritted her teeth in frustration. She had liked Han Zhen since her first crush in high school, a love that had lasted 2 years. She always believed he liked her back. They were childhood friends, and their families had even tacitly approved of their future together. Han Zhen treated her kindly, always protecting and indulging her. She thought all they were missing was a confession until that day when they attended an event together and picked up her stepmother's daughter on the way. In the moment Han Zhen looked at Tong, Qin Siyuan saw an expression in his eyes she'd never seen before: admiration, infatuation, even passion. From then on, every time Han Zhen saw her, he'd casually bring up Tong. How could Qin Siyuan not hate her? By early October, the nights in Haicheng had grown chilly. Tong's dress, which bared her arms and legs, already left her feeling cold. Now drenched in red wine, the chill seeped into her bones. Standing at the bus stop, she crossed her arms to stay warm, her brows furrowing slightly. She had planned to change back into her own clothes after the birthday party, but they were still on Zhang Mengling's scooter. As she was lost in thought, a sleek black Maybach slowly pulled up in front of her. Tong glanced at it instinctively but didn't pay it much attention. However, the car door suddenly opened, and a familiar figure stepped out. Tong froze. Yu Hanshen walked over to her and draped his suit jacket over her shoulders. What happened to you? His deep voice carried a hint of exasperation. Tong looked up at the tall man, not responding. The soaked dress clung to her, the thin champagne-colored fabric leaving her feeling exposed and disheveled. The warmth of the jacket wrapped around her, carrying Yu Hanshen's clean, crisp scent, and oddly, it brought her a sense of comfort. Why didn't you defend yourself? Yu Hanshen asked, a trace of teasing in his tone. At the Qin family's last time, you seemed pretty sharp-tongued. Tong pressed her lips together, knowing he was referring to the time Qin Siyuan had falsely accused her of theft. There's nothing to defend, she said calmly, as though recounting someone else's story. Everyone saw what happened. Yu Hanshen frowned, displeased by her indifferent attitude. So you just let it go? Tong paused, then met his gaze. Do you think I was wronged? What else? His voice was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Tong stared at him, momentarily stunned by the depth in his mature, piercing eyes. At the party surrounded by so many people, Qin Siyuan's performance had been so convincing that no one doubted her accusations, not even Tong's own mother or Yu Zhiheng. She had long grown used to such situations. 4 years ago, something similar had happened. Everyone accused her of being unfaithful, of seducing Lu Mingxian. No matter how much she explained, no one believed her. Yu Hanshen noticed her staring blankly and lightly brushed his knuckles against the redness on her cheek. Does it hurt? His voice softened slightly, carrying a trace of concern. Tong blinked, her eyes stinging faintly, and forced a faint smile. No, it doesn't. Compared to the injustices of 4 years ago, tonight's incident was nothing. She wasn't bothered. Yet at this moment, someone was so resolutely standing by her side, and for that, she felt a small flicker of gratitude. Tong got into Yu Hanshen's car, the interior so quiet that only the soft hum of the engine could be heard. About 30 minutes later, the Maybach came to a smooth stop in front of the main building of the Yu family's old residence. Sidong unbuckled her seatbelt and politely thanked Yu Hanshen as she stepped out of the car. At the same time, Yu Hanshen exited from the other side, his deep voice carrying a hint of concern. Don't forget to apply some ice to your cheek when you get back. The tone of his words left Sidong slightly taken aback. It sounded more like advice from an elder. She nodded, her heart filling with a touch of gratitude for the man, and with it, a growing sense of genuine respect. Get some rest, and don't stay up too late, Yu Hanshen added in a calm yet caring manner. Sidong nodded again and softly replied, "Goodbye, Mr. Yu." With that, she turned and walked toward the servants' quarters behind the main building. The dormitory was quiet at this hour. Zhang Mengling's mother was on night duty, attending to the elderly Madame Yu. Zhang Junqing, busy with his startup, often stayed at the office and rarely came home. The front door was left slightly ajar, clearly a deliberate gesture from Zhang Mengling for Sidong. Pushing the door open, Sidong stepped inside and changed into slippers at the entryway. In the living room, Zhang Mengling was curled up on the sofa, completely absorbed in a novel on her phone. Hearing the door open, she quickly hid her phone under a blanket and turned her head. Seeing it was Sidong, she let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, it's you. You scared me, thought my mom was back for a surprise inspection." She patted her chest dramatically and retrieved her phone from under the blanket to continue reading. Suddenly, her eyes landed on the suit draped over Sidong's shoulders, and she exclaimed in surprise, "What's with the suit you're wearing?" Sidong glanced down and realized she was still carrying Yu Hanshen's jacket. She took it off, revealing the red wine stains on her dress. Zhang Mengling's gaze immediately shifted to her dress, her expression growing tense. "Did your mom give you a hard time again?" Before Sidong could respond, Zhang Mengling's eyes caught sight of the noticeable swelling on her cheek, and her tone became even more certain. "It must have been your mom. Didn't we agree that if anyone bullied you, you'd call me right away?" Sidong smiled faintly, a touch of helplessness in her expression. "You were dragged home by your brother last time. How could distant water put out a nearby fire?" Her tone was light, as if trying to downplay the situation to keep Zhang Mengling from worrying. Zhang Mengling pouted in frustration, guilt written all over her face. Seeing this, Sidong reassured her, "It's fine. Look, I'm okay. It was just one slap and a bit of spilled wine, nothing serious." Even after Sidong's words, Zhang Mengling's face remained a mix of emotions. Sidong quickly changed the subject, handing over the suit. "Here, your idol's jacket is now in your hands. Don't forget to return the 20,000 yuan deposit to him later." As expected, this tactic worked. Zhang Mengling's face lit up immediately. She hugged the jacket to her chest, her tone brimming with pride. "I knew the man I like would be so thoughtful." She sniffed the fabric, clearly enchanted by its faint scent, which carried the mature and comforting aroma of a grown man. "He must have noticed your dress was ruined and lent you his jacket. And the way he looks out for you, it's obviously because I asked him to." Zhang Mengling grew more animated, her excitement bubbling over. "It's practically like he's caring for me by extension." "Sidong, do you think I should confess my feelings to him?" Watching the sparkle in her friend's eyes, Sidong couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. A man as mature and worldly as Yu Hanshen wasn't someone a young, inexperienced girl like Zhang Mengling could easily handle. Besides, he hadn't shown any clear signs of interest. If Mengling continued to indulge in her fantasies, the eventual reality might hurt her deeply. Lingling Sidong began, intending to offer some advice, but Zhang Mengling suddenly jumped up, announcing with glee, "I'm going to return this jacket to him right now." She grabbed 2 stacks of bills from her wallet for the deposit and dashed out before Sidong could stop her. Sidong could only shake her head in resignation as she watched her friend's hurried figure disappear. Gathering her clothes for the night, she headed to the bathroom. As her eyes couldn't come into contact with water, she washed up carefully, her movements slower than usual. After finishing, she stepped out, only to hear her phone ringing. The caller ID displayed Han Lingli. Sidong frowned, reluctant to answer, but the persistent calls made it clear the other party wasn't giving up anytime soon. Eventually, she picked up. The moment the call connected, Han Lingli's furious voice blasted through the line. "Do you have any idea how badly Han Heng's hand is injured?" Sidong remained silent. "Even though Han Heng is gracious enough not to blame you, this is still your fault. Tomorrow, come to Huahua Hospital and apologize to him. I won't have anyone saying that my daughter wasn't raised properly." Han Lingli's tone was sharp and domineering. "I won't apologize," Sidong replied calmly. "What did you just say?" Han Lingli's voice rose in disbelief. "I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize?" Sidong's tone was steady, her gaze serene. "Besides, I'm just an unwanted child with no father and a mother who doesn't care. Isn't it normal for me to lack manners?" Han Lingli was rendered speechless by the mention of no father. Sidong didn't care to hear more and ended the call. This time Han Lingli didn't call back. At that moment, Zhang Mengling burst back in, spinning Sidong around with excitement. "I knew it. My idol likes me. When I returned his jacket just now, he was having a late-night snack and invited me to join him. Even asked me so many questions. As soon as Zhang Mengling entered the room, she shrugged off her coat and tossed it onto the bed carelessly. Talking nonstop, she said. He asked me where I went this afternoon, what I did, who I met. He even asked about that boy who tried to talk to you. Then he said we're about to take the college entrance exams and should focus on studying instead of getting into relationships. She paused, a hint of pride and determination creeping into her voice. He's definitely worried I'll fall for someone else. That's why he said that. The more she thought about it, the more convinced Zhang Mengling became that her crush had feelings for her as well. Tong didn't respond. Instead, she straightened the bed that Zhang Mengling had just messed up, glanced at the clock on the wall, and said, "It's almost 11. Let's get some sleep." Her tone was calm but carried a trace of weariness. The two of them turned off the lights and lay down to rest. In the darkness, it was clear Zhang Mengling wasn't sleepy yet. She fidgeted for a while before finally breaking the silence. Tong. Ma'am? Tong responded softly, her eyes still closed. What kind of guy do you like? Zhang Mengling asked suddenly, her tone filled with curiosity. Would you like someone like Sanshu? Definitely not, Tong replied firmly. Zhang Mengling couldn't help but laugh at her answer. Then you better not like him. If you do, I'd definitely lose to you. You're way too pretty. Tong sighed helplessly. You're obsessed. They say beauty can be a curse, but honestly, men can be just as much trouble. Her mind wandered to the image of Yu Hanshen. That man was flawless in both looks and demeanor, and with immense wealth backing him, he was undoubtedly the dream of many women. It wasn't surprising that Zhang Mengling was so infatuated with him. The next morning, Tong was awakened by the sound of her phone ringing. Groggily, she reached for the bedside table, picked up her phone, and immediately snapped awake when she saw who was calling. It was her grandmother. She answered quickly, her voice still soft with sleep. Grandma. Tong. Her grandmother's voice came through the receiver, still warm and kind but tinged with a faint weakness, the result of her prolonged illness. Your mother told me you had a conflict with the eldest daughter of the Qin family yesterday? Hearing this, Tong's brows furrowed slightly. She instantly understood that Han Lingli couldn't control Qin Sahan, so she was using her grandmother to pressure her. I know you must have been wronged. Her grandmother sighed gently, her tone full of helplessness and heartache. Your mother has had a tough time over the years. She's been married into the Qin family for so long without having a child of her own, and because our family was poor, she's endured a lot of disdain from the Qin relatives. She's worked so hard to raise the Qin family's 2 children, and just as things are starting to look up, I've forced her to take you to Haicheng to repeat a year of school. On top of that, she's been sending me tens of thousands every month for my medical bills. Cough cough. Listening to her grandmother, Tong felt a dull ache in her chest. Her grandmother loved her dearly, but she also loved her mother. After marrying Qin Anshu, Han Lingli had almost severed ties with their family, yet her grandmother had never truly blamed her. She understood that Han Lingli was proud and cared about appearances, not wanting others to look down on her for her humble origins. Though there had been anger in the past, it always gave way to affection. After all, she was still her child. Grandma, are you feeling okay? Tong asked anxiously. Her grandmother was the only family she had left. Tong, I know it's hard, but could you apologize to the Qin family's eldest daughter? Don't make things harder for your mother, and don't let others criticize her for failing to raise you properly, her grandmother pleaded, her voice both gentle and resigned. Tong's face turned pale, and her heart felt heavy, as if weighed down by a stone. She gripped her phone tightly and remained silent for a moment. Do you know, her grandmother's voice came again, tinged with nostalgia. Back then, I didn't want your mother to have you. But she insisted on keeping you. She was so excited about your arrival, listening to music every day and telling you stories at night, convinced you could hear her. She loved spicy food and couldn't go a meal without it, but for your sake, she gave it up for 8 or 9 months. Back then, she really loved you. She even made you lots of adorable little clothes by hand. Cough cough. Grandma, please don't say anymore, Tong said softly, biting her lip as her eyes welled up. I'll apologize to Qin Sahan. Don't worry about it, and take care of yourself. Her grandmother sighed with relief on the other end, her tone filled with gratitude. Good girl. Listen to your mother while you're there, and try to get along with them. In this world, you're each other's closest family. After a few more words, Tong ended the call. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the room, but it couldn't reach her heart. She sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the floor as her grandmother's words echoed in her mind. If what her grandmother said was true, that her mother had once eagerly anticipated her birth, then why had things turned out like this? From as far back as she could remember, her mother had never once smiled at her. Sidong couldn't comprehend those convoluted issues, nor was she willing to waste her time on meaningless thoughts. She quietly got out of bed and tiptoed into the bathroom to freshen up. The cool morning water splashed against her face, gradually clearing her mind. Once she was done, She glanced back at the bed where Zhang Mengling was still sound asleep. Her friend had stayed up excitedly until 1 a.m. before finally dozing off. Sidong chose not to wake her, nor did she opt to have breakfast at the Yu family home. Instead, she slipped out quietly. She walked along the private road of the Yu family's old residence for over 20 minutes until she reached a spot where she could catch the subway. Along the way, the morning sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns on her shoulders, while the sound of her footsteps mingled with the breeze, creating a lonely melody. By the time she arrived at Huahua Hospital, it was nearly 8:30 a.m. Sidong dialed Han Lingli's number, briefly inquiring about Qin Sahan's room number, before heading straight to the surgical ward on the 10th floor. As she approached the door to the hospital room, a clear and lively voice drifted out. It was Qin Sahan speaking, her tone cheerful with a hint of playfulness. Han Lingli's voice, on the other hand, was gentle and full of maternal affection, making their intimate conversation fill the room with warmth. Sidong knocked on the door and stepped inside. Her arrival was like a sudden gust of cold wind, instantly dispelling the cozy atmosphere. Sidong, what brings you here? Qin Sahan greeted her with a friendly smile and gestured to the chair by the bed. Come have a seat. Her tone was affectionate, as though she had completely forgotten the unpleasantness of the previous day. Han Lingli's expression, however, turned cold, her gaze sharp as a knife as it swept over Sidong. Sensing the tension, Qin Sahan quickly tugged at Han Lingli's sleeve, playfully coaxing her, "I'm fine. Don't blame Sidong anymore. It wasn't intentional, it was my own carelessness." Han Lingli dotingly tapped Qin Sahan's nose, though her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. You're just too soft-hearted, without a trace of temper. Your hand got hurt because of her, yet you're still defending the culprit. Well, isn't that because you raised me so well? Qin Sahan grinned, leaning into her mother's arm and nuzzling against it, acting every bit the spoiled daughter. Looking at her daughter's affectionate dependence, Han Lingli's gaze softened to the point of tenderness, her heart swelling with relief. Years of hard work had not been in vain. After a moment of mother-daughter bonding, Qin Sahan suddenly seemed to remember Sitong's presence. She looked up at her with an apologetic smile. Sidong, don't mind us. My mom and I are always like this. Sidong watched her quietly, her face devoid of any extra expression, as if completely indifferent to the subtle pride and smugness in Qin Sahan's eyes. Her voice was calm as she spoke. I came today to apologize for yesterday. Although you and I both know the truth, since your mom believes it's my fault, let's just say it's my fault. I'm sorry. What do you mean, let's just say it's your fault? Han Lingli's tone grew sharper, her gaze even more cutting. You made a mistake and still won't admit it? Is this how your grandmother raised you? Truly ill-mannered. Sidong lifted her gaze to meet Han Lingli's, her tone steady. Whether my grandmother has manners or not, you should know best, considering she raised you as well. Her implication was clear. If Han Lingli thought Sidong lacked manners, she herself was no better. After all, what kind of well-mannered woman would have a child out of wedlock, abandon that child, and shirk all maternal responsibilities? Han Lingli was rendered speechless, her face livid. She trembled with rage, silently cursing herself when she brought Sidong to Haiqing. The girl had seemed so obedient and sensible. Now that she had grown wings, her true, infuriating nature was showing. No wonder she had ended up in jail. She was nothing but trouble. Sidong gave her a cold glance. I've apologized. Don't call me again unless it's necessary. Without waiting for a response, she turned and left the room. Just as she reached the doorway, Qin Hanshen appeared. His expression flickered slightly upon seeing Sidong, but he quickly composed himself, offering a gentle smile. Sidong, you're here. Sidong felt neither fondness nor disdain for Qin Hanshen. He had always treated her with politeness, a stark contrast to the cold hostility of the mother-daughter duo. She greeted him politely, Uncle Qin, before continuing on her way without further conversation. After leaving the hospital, Sidong headed straight to her new part-time job. A few days earlier, the milk tea shop manager had informed her that the store was undergoing renovations, prompting her to find a new job online. Today was her first day at the new job, and she worked non-stop until after 9 p.m. By the time she returned to Zhang Mengling's house, it was already 10:30 p.m. As soon as she walked through the door, Zhang Mengling rushed over with a distressed expression. Sidong, my tutor almost drove me insane today. Sidong couldn't help but chuckle. Your mom's just looking out for you. I wish my mom was like yours and didn't care about me at all, Zhang Mengling blurted out. Sidong paused briefly, her hand holding her change of clothes, stilling for a moment before she resumed her movements as if nothing had happened. She turned and headed to the bathroom. Only then did Zhang Mengling realize her slip-up and groaned inwardly. How could she say something so insensitive, knowing how poorly Sidong's mother had treated her? It was like rubbing salt into a wound. When Sidong came out of the shower, Zhang Mengling immediately approached her, full of guilt. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier. I didn't mean it. Please don't take it to heart. Sidong didn't seem bothered at all. She glanced at her friend, her tone light. You stayed up waiting for me to finish showering just to say this? Zhang Mengling pouted, her face still full of remorse. Tong's eyes flickered slightly before a faint smile curved her lips. If you don't want me to be mad, there's one condition. I've compiled all the key points for the English exam, you'd better memorize them. What? Zhang Mengling's eyes widened in disbelief. Tong feigned seriousness. What's wrong? An apology should come with some sincerity, right? Zhang Mengling's face fell. Fine, seeing her defeated expression, Tong couldn't help but laugh softly. The National Day holiday passed quickly, and the day before school started, Tong and Zhang Mengling returned to campus together. Zhang Junqing drove them. On the way, Zhang Mengling hesitated several times before finally asking, Big brother, why hasn't third uncle been at the old house these past couple of days? Zhang Junqing, focused on driving, replied casually, he's busy with the new company. A new company? Yes, indeed. The rapid development of new energy vehicles in recent years has been remarkable, and it's bound to become the mainstream trend in the automotive industry. Yu Hanshen has teamed up with 3 other prominent families to establish a new energy group. They're now busy acquiring car brands left and right. It's been non-stop for them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Junqing couldn't help but sigh. The 4 major families of Haiqing. Are they planning to monopolize the domestic car market? After saying this, he paused, waved his hand dismissively, and added, anyway, why am I even talking about this with you? You wouldn't understand. The alliance of the Yu, Xin, and Fu families has always been tight-knit, with their influence spanning the military, political, and business worlds. Their power is deeply rooted, and in Haiqing, few dare to provoke them. Even if they engage in monopolistic practices, others can only simmer with resentment in silence. Zhang Mengling didn't fully grasp the complexities of business, but one thing was clear to her: her crush has been incredibly busy lately. No wonder she hadn't seen him at the old residence since the night she delivered his suit and deposit. She had secretly sent him a text message, but there had been no reply. The number she had was Yu Hanshen's work phone, and with all the messages and calls piling up there, he probably hadn't noticed hers. That was the excuse Zhang Mengling clung to as she tried to ease her disappointment, but days passed, and she still couldn't shake the feeling. During evening study hall, she sat staring blankly at the text message she had sent to Yu Hanshen, her phone clutched tightly in her hands. Sitting beside her, Tong noticed how distracted and absent-minded she'd been over the past 2 days. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer and said, if you really want to know whether he's seen your message or not, why don't you just call him and ask? You've been spacing out for days now, can't focus in class, and your homework is all over the place. How are you planning to pass the end-of-month exams like this? Tong frowned slightly, her tone tinged with exasperation. She had said all she could, but Zhang Mengling seemed trapped in her own emotions, unable to snap out of it. At first, Tong thought her friend was just being childish and that it would blow over soon, but it was clear she was sinking deeper and deeper. I don't dare, Zhang Mengling murmured, her voice low and filled with hesitation. Call Yu Hanshen to ask why he hadn't replied to her message. She wouldn't even dare with 100 chances. Despite how bold she seemed when she talked about him to Tong, the moment she had to face Yu Hanshen, she couldn't even breathe properly. After the evening study session ended, Tong and Zhang Mengling walked back to the dormitory together. Originally, the 2 of them weren't in the same dorm, but after the National Day holiday, Zhang Mengling had her uncle, the school principal, arrange for them to be in the same room, even making sure their beds were head-to-head. When Tong finished washing up and came out, she found Zhang Mengling still sitting on the edge of her bed, holding her phone and staring at that same message, looking so dejected it was almost comical. Tong shook her head in exasperation, climbed into her bed, and decided to review some literature notes before sleeping. Suddenly, her phone, which was lying by her pillow, buzzed briefly. Tong picked it up casually and opened the message. The content made her freeze for a moment. She instinctively turned to look at Zhang Mengling behind her. The sender of the message was none other than Yu Hanshen. Yu Hanshen sent 2 text messages in a row. The first one was concise and to the point. Follow-up check tomorrow morning with Dr. Mo. It's already arranged. Not a single extra word, and the message carried a tone of unquestionable authority. Then, perhaps realizing that Tong might not recognize his number, he sent a second message. This small gesture caught Tong off guard, reminding her that when Yu Hanshen was discharged from the hospital, Mo Shubei had mentioned a follow-up checkup in a week. She had completely forgotten about it. Unexpectedly, not only did Yu Hanshen remember, but he also arranged everything perfectly for her. Tong stared at the words on her phone screen, her emotions mixed. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Zhang Mengling looking utterly dejected, clearly still troubled by the man who hadn't replied to her texts. Tong suddenly spoke up, lingling. Zhang Mengling responded weakly. Your dream guy just texted me, Tong said directly, handing her phone over. What? He texted you? Zhang Mengling instantly perked up, sitting bolt upright and snatching the phone. After reading the messages, she stared at Tong suspiciously. How does he have your number? Didn't you give it to him? Tong reminded her. That night at my mom's birthday party, you had him give me a ride home. Oh, right, Zhang Mingling said, suddenly enlightened. She let out a sigh of relief. You scared me for a second. I thought you two had secretly started talking behind my back. You're overthinking it, Tong said, helplessly. I'm not overthinking. It's just that you're too pretty, Zhang Mingling said with a pout. Haven't you noticed that Ji Xiaoyu's been visiting class 20 every day recently? He used to hardly ever come to this floor, except occasionally to visit Zhou, the campus belle from class 19. At the mention of Ji Xiaoyu, Tong's brows furrowed slightly. When she was hospitalized, he had visited her and promised to come again the next day but never showed up. She hadn't given it much thought, but Ji Xiaoyu seemed to feel guilty for breaking his promise. He started showing up every day, bringing snacks and gifts under the guise of apologizing. Despite her repeated assurances that she didn't mind, he switched tactics and began approaching her with academic questions as an excuse. You've already got the campus heartthrob chasing after you. It's no surprise if you win over my third uncle too. Zhang Mingling teased with a playful grin, pinching Tong's delicate wrist. With your slim waist, soft curves, and, well, let's be honest, your figure is amazing. If I were a guy, I'd be into you too. The dorm room was empty except for the two of them, as the others had gone to the communal bathroom to wash up. Zhang Mingling spoke without any reservations. But as her words became increasingly outrageous, Tong snatched her phone back, deciding not to entertain her any further. Want me to go with you tomorrow? Zhang Mingling asked. No need. Just focus on your classes, Tong replied. All right then, Zhang Mingling said, not pushing the matter. After a brief silence, she couldn't help but speak again. What do you think my dream guy means by this? He has time to text you but not to reply to me? Humph. When he confesses to me, I'll definitely reject him hard. Tong. The next day, after the first class ended, Tong went to find Song Xiaoxiao to request leave. With the leave slip in hand, she walked out of the school gate and headed toward the bus stop. Suddenly, a white Range Rover honked once. She looked up and saw a familiar figure stepping out of the car. Miss C. He greeted her warmly as he approached. Mister, you asked me to take you to the hospital. Tong recognized the man immediately. It was the same driver who had helped her that time when Qin Siyuan left her stranded on the overpass. He was also Yu Hanshen's chauffeur. Please, get in the car, he said with a polite gesture toward the Range Rover. Tong stood still, her face calm, though a trace of wariness flickered in her eyes. There's no need to trouble you. I can go by myself. Miss C, I'm just following Mr. Yes' instructions. Please don't make things difficult for me, he said in a gentle tone, noticing her guardedness. And don't worry, I'm not a bad person. My only task is to take you to Hua Hospital for your checkup. Mr. Yu specifically mentioned that since you were injured at the Yu family's place, he feels responsible for ensuring your eye heals properly. Hearing this, Tong's expression softened a little. She silently scolded herself for letting Zhang Mengling's wild remarks influence her judgment. Who was Yu Hanshen after all? A man of immense wealth and power, surrounded by countless beautiful women, couldn't possibly be interested in a young, inexperienced girl like her. Thank you for the trouble, Tong said softly before getting into the car. At Hua Hospital, He led her straight to Mo Shubei. Dr. Mo conducted a series of examinations, and by the time Tong came out of the ophthalmology department, her eye no longer needed to be covered with gauze. The wound had healed to the point where only a faint scar remained barely noticeable. Mo Shubei studied the scar with satisfaction, his tone laced with pride. Not bad, right? My suturing skills are top-notch, aren't they? Tong. Keep applying the scar removal cream and the growth gel until the scar fully fades. Got it? Mo Shubei instructed. His handsome features and gentle demeanor naturally drew attention, and several nurses couldn't help but steal glances at him. As he spoke to Tong, he casually threw flirtatious looks at the pretty nurses, giving off an air of playful nonchalance. Tong nodded without saying much. Since he had the day off, Mo Shubei accompanied her to the parking lot after the checkup. He stood watching as the white Range Rover drove away, then leisurely pulled out his phone and called Yu Hanshen. The follow-up is done. Don't worry, her recovery is excellent, he said casually, his tone light. His white coat hung loosely on his shoulders, with the buttons undone, adding to his carefree demeanor. Good, came Yu Hanshen's calm response from the other end of the line. Mo Shubei was grinning from ear to ear, teasing as he spoke. A simple follow-up check like this? Any random surgeon could handle it. But no, you had to call me to personally step in and even escort her around, cutting in line everywhere. You're this attentive and still claim you only see her as a kid. Hua Hospital, being the top medical institution in Haicheng, was packed with patients from all over the country, every day. Even the simplest examinations required hours of waiting without an appointment. If it weren't for Mo Shubei personally leading the way, Tong would have likely spent the entire day there. Earlier, when they went to the ophthalmology department to see Director Li, Mo Shubei had to brazenly cut the line, owing a favor to his boss in the process. You should show some gratitude, don't you think? Emo Shubei glanced at Yu Hanshen, half-jokingly. What do you want? Yu Hanshen asked calmly. My sister's been pestering me for days, saying she wants to have dinner with you. I can't take it anymore, help me out here. At the mention of Emo Johnny, Emo Shubei couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Alright, set a time, Yu Hanshen agreed without hesitation. Emo Shubei was momentarily stunned, thinking he might have misheard. That easy? Are you serious? Yu Hanshen replied, his tone as calm as ever, revealing no emotion. Then tonight? Haiching Grand Hotel. Emo Shubei tentatively suggested. Came the same indifferent response. Just as a smile began to spread across Mo Zubiai's face, Yu Hanshen's unhurried voice came through the phone. You should come too. Bring Wan Ning along. My niece has been wanting to have dinner with you for a while now. Hearing this, Emo Zubiai's eyebrow twitched violently as he instantly understood the old fox's intentions. Gritting his teeth, he barked. Forget it. My sister won't die from not having dinner with you. Handle your own business, I'm hanging up. With that, he swiftly ended the call, fearing that if he delayed even a second, Yu Wanning would somehow crawl out of the phone. When Tong returned to school, the third period had just ended. She was well aware that the quick completion of her follow-up check was all thanks to Mo Shubei pulling strings. And the only reason Mo Shubei got involved was, of course, because of Yu Hanshen. Thinking of this, she took out her phone and typed a message. The follow-up is done. Thank you, Mr. Yu. After sending it, she pocketed her phone and returned to her seat in the classroom. As soon as she sat down, Zhang Mengling handed her a flyer. Glancing at it, Tong noticed the bold words, National High School Mathematics Competition, printed on it, causing her gaze to shift slightly. Back in her first year of high school, she had participated in this competition, winning a silver medal and earning a prize of 100,000 yuan. This is organized by your uncle's company, and the prizes are really generous, Zhang Mengling explained enthusiastically, assuming Tong wasn't aware. The gold prize is 200,000 yuan, the silver is 100,000, the bronze is 50,000, and the excellence award is 10,000. Your math skills are amazing, you should totally give it a shot. If you win the gold, you won't have to pinch pennies anymore. Zhang Mengling's gaze fell on Tong's worn-out sneakers, nearly falling apart, and her eyes filled with concern. The flyer detailed the registration timeline and process. Tong folded it and tucked it away, her mind already calculating. She did, indeed, need money, a lot of it. 4 years ago, her cousin and uncle had passed away one after the other. Her uncle's business partner had taken advantage of the situation to abscond with funds, leaving behind a massive debt. With no way to locate the partner, creditors turned their attention to her aunt. Left with no choice, her aunt sold their home in Haiching to pay off some of the debt and moved back to Tongqing with her grandmother. For the past 4 years, they had been scraping by, yet there were still 2 to 3 million yuan in debts left unpaid, and creditors occasionally showed up to harass them. Tong knew all of this stemmed from her, and she wanted to do something to help her aunt. Later that evening, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Tong didn't check it immediately, waiting until after she had washed up and was ready for bed. Taking out her phone, she saw a reply from Yu Hanshen. It was a single word, cold and succinct, just like the man's usual serious demeanor. From the other side of the room, Zhang Mengling sighed audibly. Why won't my crush reply to my messages? Should I send another one? Lingling. Tong called Zhang Mengling softly and recounted everything that happened earlier in the day, how Yu Hanshen sent a driver to take her to the hospital, and the contents of the text message he had sent her. Although these matters weren't exactly secrets, Tong had a clear conscience and didn't want to hide anything from her friend. After hearing the story, Zhang Mengling froze for a moment before pounding her bed in frustration and wailing, if only I were the one who got hurt. There wasn't a trace of resentment in her voice, only envy and a hint of playful regret. Tong couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. Next time there's danger, I'll make sure you're the one standing in front of me, she teased. Zhang Mengling rolled her eyes in response, and the tension in the room dissipated, replaced by a lighter, more cheerful atmosphere. Meanwhile, the school was placing a great deal of importance on the national mathematics competition hosted by the Shuangxin Group. This leading domestic corporation was not only renowned for its reputation, but also for the competition's prestigious organizing and judging panels. The event boasted involvement from academicians, presidents of top universities, and internationally acclaimed mathematicians, making it a highly authoritative competition in the mathematics field. For the school, having a student win an award in this competition would undoubtedly be a significant honor. After several days of promotion, more than 20 top math students had signed up to participate. On Friday afternoon, the school organized these students to gather in the computer lab for online registration and to take part in the preliminary selection test. This test was the first hurdle of the competition. Only those who passed it would qualify for the preliminary round. The test lasted for an hour, but Tong submitted her answers after just 30 minutes. As she stood up to leave, Joia, seated nearby and still immersed in solving the problems, noticed her out of the corner of her eye. A flicker of doubt flashed across Zhou Yaya's face. Having participated in the competition for the past 2 years, though failing to pass the preliminary round, she was already quite familiar with the scope of the questions. This year, she had prepared even more rigorously with targeted practice. If she hadn't finished answering yet, how could Tong, someone who had been out of school for 4 years, possibly complete it so quickly? Zhou Yaya concluded that Tong must have been unable to understand the questions and had simply given up. A smug smile crept across her lips, and her confidence in advancing to the next round grew stronger. As Tong exited the classroom, she bumped into Song Xiaoxiao. He looked at her with mild surprise. "You're done already?" "Yes," Tong replied with a nod. "I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now." Without waiting for a response, she walked away. Song Xiaoxiao didn't linger either and followed her out of the classroom. Outside the computer lab, Zhou Guokai watched the two of them leave, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. He was certain that his niece, Zhou Yaohao, possessed exceptional mathematical talent and had undergone extensive training, would undoubtedly outshine Tong in this competition. Half an hour later, Zhou Ya finished her test and walked out of the classroom with a relaxed expression. Zhou Guokai immediately approached her, his tone eager. "How did it go?" "Most of the questions were similar to the ones I've practiced," Zhou Ya replied with a confident smile. The light in Zhou Guotsai's eyes brightened as he patted her shoulder. "This time, I'm counting on you to help your second uncle save face." Recently, he had been the subject of ridicule for refusing to accept Tong, which had caused her to lose the top spot in the grade. The humiliation had been eating away at him, and he was pinning all his hopes on this competition to restore his reputation. At that moment, Ji Xiaoyu also emerged from the classroom. He glanced around but didn't see Tong anywhere. Zhou Yaya, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, walked up to him and asked, "Are you looking for Tong?" "She left a long time ago." After a brief pause, she added, feigning nonchalance, "The competition questions are quite different from regular exams. Since she hasn't had any training, I imagine she found it difficult to answer, so." She trailed off, but Ji Xiaoyu understood her implication. Tong had likely given up because she couldn't solve the problems. Meanwhile, Tong was on the subway, heading to the Royal Court Club. She had recently taken up a part-time job as a server there. Known for its exclusivity, the Royal Court Club offered both dining and entertainment services. Its clientele included prominent figures from the business and political worlds, wealthy heiresses, and heirs from influential families. Many top executives also chose the venue for business negotiations. Tong was assigned to provide service in the private rooms on the 8th floor. In the staff locker room, she changed into her uniform and applied light makeup in the dressing room. The guests who had booked the private room for the evening had not yet arrived, so the servers gathered at the entrance to chat. Having just started the job, Tong wasn't familiar with her colleagues and, being naturally reserved, stood quietly to the side. "Miss Jean has really made it big. Did you see her last night? Young Master Yu was so attentive to her." "I heard the necklace she was wearing is worth this much," one of the servers said, holding up 5 fingers. 500,000, someone whispered in astonishment, covering their mouth. "Please add another 0, the first server replied with a roll of her eyes. 5 million. A chorus of gasps followed. "Oh my gosh, the lives of the rich are just insane. If young Master Yu ever took a liking to me, I'd be willing to be his concubine. Young Master Yu is indeed handsome and wealthy, but I prefer someone like Yu Hanshen, mature and charming. When he came to our private room for dinner the other day, he was so elegant, polite, and refined. Absolutely swoon-worthy. Yu Hanshen? Are you crazy? Fantasizing about young Master Yu is one thing, but Mr. Yu is so serious and intimidating, I wouldn't dare have any improper thoughts about him." The servers chatted animatedly, their voices filled with envy and longing. Standing off to the side, Tong listened quietly, her expression calm as if the conversation had nothing to do with her. "Mr. Yu is already 31 and still single. I wonder what it would be like if a serious man like him fell in love. Had probably spoiled a woman beyond imagination, right? I heard from Song, the supervisor on the 9th floor, that Mr. Yu booked her private room tonight. Oh, how I wish I could be in Supervisor Song's room. Who knows, maybe Mr. Yu would notice me. If he did, I'd feel like I'd ascended straight to heaven." The girl speaking had a tone full of playful longing, but her colleague immediately poured cold water on her daydream. "You? Forget it. You'd have to at least look like her to have a chance." She subtly pointed towards Tong, and the others followed her gaze. Tong was standing by the bar, her head lowered as she organized the tray in her hands. The voices around her weren't exactly quiet, so she could hear them clearly. However, her face remained calm and indifferent. Even when she felt their gazes on her, she simply carried on with her work, unperturbed. Her silence made her hard to read, as though the conversation had nothing to do with her. Around 7 o'clock, the guests for the private room arrived. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 50s, surnamed Huang, the head of a construction company. He entered with a few assistants. His expression, it was clear he wasn't in a good mood. Tong and another colleague stepped forward to greet them and pour tea. Not long after, two more people entered the room. Upon seeing them, Mr. Huang immediately stood up, a broad smile overtaking his previously stern face. He walked over to greet them warmly. "Mrs. Liu, you've finally arrived. Welcome, welcome." The words Mrs. Liu made Tong's movements pause briefly. She instinctively looked Yupan. Sure enough, it was Jiao Lianfeng. As always, Jiao carried herself with elegance and poise, her smile perfectly composed. But when her eyes met Tong's, there was a fleeting chill, a flash of unhidden resentment. That flash disappeared almost instantly, replaced by her usual polished demeanor as she shook hands with Mr. Huang and exchanged pleasantries. Once all the dishes were served, Mr. Huang gestured for the waitstaff to leave the room. Standing outside the private room, Tong couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. Jiao Lianfeng's hostility toward her was unmistakable, and tonight was unlikely to go smoothly. Nearby, two servers whispered to each other. "I heard Mr. Huang's company has been caught up in lawsuits recently. Looks like it's true. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Mrs. Liu. The Liu family has a lot of influence in Haiching's legal circles. Back in the day, just one word from them made every lawyer in Haiching refuse to defend Tong." Hearing this, Tong felt a heaviness settle in her chest. Jiao Lianfeng's presence tonight made her realize that she wouldn't be able to avoid the situation. She was contemplating an excuse to leave when the supervisor hurried over, looking uneasy. "Tong, Mrs. Liu specifically asked for you to go in and serve." "She asked for me?" Tong frowned slightly. The supervisor lowered her voice and warned, "Mrs. Liu has a bit of a temper and hates it when people don't follow her instructions. Be careful when you go and just do whatever she says and don't upset her. Otherwise, we'll all have a hard time tonight." She hesitated, then added, "Mrs. Liu used to have a son who was harmed by a beautiful girl. She's never let it go and often targets attractive female staff. You're so pretty. If she asked for you, she probably sees you as some kind of stand-in for her grudge." Understanding the situation, Tong nodded. The supervisor had always been good to her, and she didn't want to cause trouble for others. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door to the private room. Inside, the atmosphere seemed relaxed. Mr. Huang and Jiao Lianfeng were chatting over their meal, discussing some lighthearted topic. When Jiao's eyes landed on Tong, however, her gaze immediately turned icy. "Can you drink?" she asked, her tone devoid of warmth. Tong was about to respond when Jiao cut her off. "I'm not feeling well tonight and can't drink. You'll drink on my behalf to toast Mr. Huang." With that, she pulled out a credit card and placed it on the table with a sharp slap. "Don't worry, you'll be compensated 1000 yuan per glass." Tong's eyes flicked over the card before resting on the bottle of brandy on the table. She understood the intention behind Jiao's words. Without hesitation, she walked forward, poured herself a glass, and drank it down in one gulp. She didn't bother to toast Mr. Huang. Jiao wasn't interested in that anyway. Her goal was simply to make Tong drink. One glass after another, Tong drank without showing any outward reaction. Mr. Huang watched in amazement and couldn't help but chuckle. "Young lady, you've got quite the tolerance." Though he felt a twinge of pity for her, it wasn't enough for him to risk offending Jiao Lianfeng. He needed the Liu family's help and wasn't about to interfere. After downing over 10 glasses, Tong's stomach felt like it was on fire. She gripped the table tightly to steady herself. Lifting her head, she met Jiao's gaze directly and asked calmly, "Is Mrs. Liu satisfied now?" Jiao let out a cold laugh, clearly unimpressed. She took 2 stacks of cash from her assistant and threw them at Tong's face. The bills scattered across the floor. Mr. Huang pretended not to notice, sipping his tea in silence. Most people would have broken down in tears at such humiliation, but Tong remained composed. Once the guests had left, she crouched down and silently picked up the scattered bills one by one. The supervisor approached, patting her shoulder sympathetically. "Go home and rest. You can come in late tomorrow. In this line of work, you have to learn to endure some grievances. Don't take it to heart." Tong nodded, forcing herself to remain steady as she went to the locker room to change. After changing, she stepped out of the venue. She hadn't gone far when her stomach churned violently, and she clung to a nearby tree, retching. Having eaten nothing all evening, she could only vomit up the alcohol she'd consumed. Her stomach burned painfully, utterly empty. As she finally caught her breath and lifted her head, she found herself staring into a pair of deep, cold eyes. She froze for a moment before offering a faint smile. Her tone was respectful as she greeted him, "Mr. Yu." Yu Hanshen stood there with one hand in his pocket, his long legs encased in impeccably tailored suit trousers, his posture upright like a pine tree. He had been standing under the dim glow of the streetlight for an indeterminate amount of time. The light and shadow played across his sharply defined features, his gaze calm yet unfathomable, as though he were observing or lost in thought. "Is your stomach bothering you?" His deep voice broke the stillness of the night. Tong's stomach was churning with unbearable pain, making it almost impossible for her to stand steady. Yet, she managed to force a faint smile, as if trying to conceal something. "I'm heading back now, Mr. Yu." "Goodbye," she said softly, her tone distant, before turning to walk toward the subway station across the street. Yu Hanshen noticed the deliberate distance in her tone, and his expression darkened slightly. But when he saw her unsteady steps, as if she might collapse at any moment, he took long strides to catch up with her. Before he could reach out to steady her, Tong suddenly bent over and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yu Hanshen's eyes sharpened instantly. In a few swift steps, he caught her frail, swaying body. Her skin was icy cold, her face so pale it was nearly translucent, and the blood at the corner of her lips was a shocking sight. The strong smell of alcohol hit him as he frowned deeply, wasting no time in scooping her up and striding quickly toward his parked car. Half an hour later, in the emergency room of Hua Hospital, Tong lay quietly on the hospital bed. Yu Hanshen sat in a chair beside her, his expression grim, his dark eyes swirling with turbulent emotions. The doctor had just left, but his words still echoed in Yu Hanshen's mind. The patient is suffering from gastrointestinal bleeding caused by excessive alcohol consumption. We'll administer hemostatic medication for now, but a gastroscopy is needed to pinpoint the exact source of the bleeding. Yu Hanshen said nothing, his gaze fixed on the girl lying in the hospital bed. He was well aware of Tong's financial struggles and how hard she worked, juggling multiple part-time jobs to make ends meet. He also knew the environment at the Huangting Club. The patrons there were powerful, some even taking pleasure in making life difficult for the staff. "Guaheng," he called out suddenly, his voice low and icy. Guaheng, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped forward. "Yes, Mr. Yu. Look into the Huangting Club. Find out who was causing trouble tonight," Yu Hanshen ordered, his tone calm, but the chill in his voice sent shivers down Guaheng's spine. Without hesitation, Guaheng nodded and left. He knew all too well that this kind of calm from Yu Hanshen often heralded an impending storm. The next day, when Tong woke up, an unfamiliar ceiling came into view. She stared blankly for a moment before realizing she was lying in a hospital bed. The memory of vomiting blood the night before came rushing back. Just before she lost consciousness, she vaguely remembered seeing Yu Hanshen's anxious expression. Was he the one who brought her to the hospital? The thought crossed her mind. As if to confirm her suspicion, the door to the hospital room opened, and a familiar figure appeared. Yu Hanshen walked in, and upon seeing her awake, his tense expression finally eased slightly. "How are you feeling?" he asked in a low voice. Tong pressed her lips together and replied softly, "Much better. Thank you." Yu Hanshen approached the bedside, his gaze scrutinizing. "When Jiao Lianfeng told you to drink, you just drank. You couldn't say no?" His tone carried a hint of reproach, as though he were reprimanding her. Tong lowered her gaze, remaining silent for a moment before responding lightly, "It wasn't for nothing. 1,000 yuan per glass worth it, don't you think? 1,000 yuan in exchange for gastrointestinal bleeding?" Yu Hanshen's frown deepened, his voice stern and commanding. "What's more important, your health or money?" Tong lifted her head to meet his dark, penetrating eyes. She had plenty of arguments brewing in her mind but chose to hold them back. She wasn't close enough to him to explain herself. Without saying much, she lifted the blanket and got out of bed, saying as she moved, "Thank you for taking me to the hospital last night. I have work this morning, so we'll be leaving now." But just as she reached for her canvas bag, Yu Hanshen stopped her. His tone was firm and unyielding. "I've scheduled a gastroscopy for you at 9 this morning. You're not leaving until it's done." "I'm fine. There's no need for a gastroscopy," Tong replied, frowning, her tone laced with resistance. She knew her own body, while this was an old issue caused by years of irregular meals. It wasn't a big deal. Yu Hanshen grabbed her wrist, his grip firm. "It's already scheduled, and the payment has been made," he said flatly, leaving no room for argument. Tong stared at his sharply defined face, a surge of irritation rising within her. Why was he meddling so much? She hated owing people favors, especially someone like Yu Hanshen who happened to be Yu Ziheng's uncle. While Yu Hanshen wasn't paying attention, Tong quietly poured herself a glass of water, intending to drink it and put an end to their standoff. But before the glass reached her lips, his casual yet authoritative voice stopped her in her tracks. "If it can't be done today, you'll just stay another day and do it tomorrow." Frustrated, Tong set the glass down, a wave of exasperation washing over her. She did have other part-time jobs lined up for the morning, and time was running out, but Yu Hanshen's attitude left her with no room to maneuver. Just then, the sound of a vibrating phone broke the tension in the room. Yu Hanshen pulled his phone out of his trouser pocket and glanced at the caller ID. It was Guang. He cast a brief look at Tong, who was sitting quietly on the hospital bed, then walked to the balcony, sliding the glass doors shut behind him. "Mr. Yu, we found out that Jiao Lianfeng's younger brother, Jiao Lianqing, is in the international shipping business. Recently, he secured a major contract to ship goods to Argentina and has been busy mobilizing all the vessels under his command. He Hang's voice came clearly through the phone as he reported his findings to Yu Hanshen with precision. Yu Hanshen listened quietly, his expression calm and composed. Yet, a flicker of coldness flashed through his otherwise tranquil, chilling, dangerous aura that seemed to freeze the very air around him. If He Hang had been standing before him at that moment, he might have instinctively offered a silent prayer for Jiao Liancheng's fate. After hearing the full report, Yu Hanshen gave a slight nod and ended the call. When he turned around, the hospital room was empty. He paused for a moment, then immediately realized what had happened. The little girl had slipped away while he was on the phone. His gaze darkened, a sharp chill seeping into his expression. He pulled out his phone and dialed Tong's number. The call went through, but before he could say a word, it was abruptly cut off. Yu Hanshen stared at the screen, letting out a low chuckle, though there was an undercurrent of barely concealed anger in his laughter. Few people dared to treat him this way, yet that little girl had the audacity to test his patience again and again. He thought back on how rarely he involved himself in others' trivial matters over the years, but with Tong, he had stumbled more than once. At that very moment, Tong was dashing down the hospital stairwell as fast as she could. She didn't even dare wait for the elevator, fearing that Yu Hanshen might catch up to her. It wasn't until she reached the ground floor, hopped onto a bus, and saw the hospital fading into the distance that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew her actions might seem ungrateful. After all, many people would go to great lengths to get close to Yu Hanshen, yet she not only avoided him but actively ran away. Still, she didn't want to owe him too much. Debts of gratitude, she thought, were the hardest to repay. The bus moved steadily along, the scenery outside the window retreating into the distance. Tong leaned back in her seat, looking a little worn out. The sprint earlier had left her with a faint ache in her stomach, but she was long accustomed to this kind of discomfort and didn't even furrow her brow. Turning her head to gaze out the window, she took a deep breath to steady her emotions and headed straight to her next work location. Once work consumed her attention, time seemed to fly. By the time Tong hurriedly switched to her evening shift at Huangting, it was already late afternoon. Tonight's guests arrived early and in large numbers. From the moment she stepped into Huangting, she barely had a second to catch her breath. The relentless pace left her no time to dwell on anything else, as if even the stray thoughts in her mind had been squeezed out. The guests didn't leave until 10:30 p.m., finally satisfied after their revelry. After cleaning up the mess left behind, Tong and her coworkers wrapped up their night's work. By the time she exited Huangting, it was close to 11 p.m. She pulled out her phone to book a ride and waited by the entrance. The night breeze carried a slight chill, brushing against her skin. Tong hugged her arms to herself, glancing around as she waited. Yet, the car she booked didn't show up. Instead, what appeared was a familiar face, cold and unyielding. Yu Hanshen emerged from the shadows, his steady steps carrying a quiet menace. His expression was calm, but the icy glint in his eyes was enough to send a shiver down anyone's spine. Tong's heart skipped a beat, and without thinking, she instinctively turned to run. "Go ahead, try running." His deep voice cut through the night air, not loud but carrying an undeniable weight that pressed down on her. Tong froze in place, guilt flashing across her face as she turned back to look at him. Forcing a strained smile, she stammered, "Mr. Yu. What a coincidence. You're still here?" Despite the chaotic evening, her coworkers had managed to slip in some gossip about Yu Hanshen. They mentioned that he was dining on the 9th floor, and by this time, he should have long since finished his meal and left. Who could have guessed that he would show up here? Standing under the night sky, Tong's heart raced. She had a sinking feeling that escaping him tonight would be next to impossible. Tong never expected that this man was still here, as if he had stayed on purpose to wait for her. The thought flashed through her mind but was quickly dismissed. He was the type of person who dealt with countless important matters every day. How could he possibly have the time for something so trivial? It was probably just a coincidence like yesterday. "Get in the car." Yu Hanshen's voice was low and calm. Tong hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "I already booked a ride." As soon as she spoke, a white sedan with a rideshare logo slowly pulled up behind the Maybach. The driver stuck his head out, looking around. Seeing no one else on the roadside except Tong, he seemed puzzled. With a luxury car already parked beside her, she hardly looked like someone waiting for a rideshare. The driver picked up his phone and made a call. Tong's ringtone immediately blurred. A loud rendition of Lotus Pond Moonlight echoed sharply in the quiet street. She had turned the volume up after work to avoid missing the driver's call. Hearing the ringtone coming from Tong's direction but noticing her hesitation, the driver glanced at the imposing man standing by the Maybach. Misunderstanding the situation, he thought she might be in trouble. He quickly got out, intending to help. However, after taking just a few steps, he froze under the man's gaze. Yu Hanshen had only glanced at him, but the look carried an undeniable authority. The driver stiffened, then hastily retreated to his car. With practiced speed, he got in, shifted gears, and drove off, shouting out the window as he left, "Miss, don't forget to cancel the ride." "See Tong." Yu Hanshen's gaze returned to her. His tone was neutral, devoid of emotion, as he repeated, "Get in the car." Left speechless, Si Tong finally gave in. She opened the door and slid into the back seat. Tonight, Yu Hanshen was driving himself. The silence in the car felt slightly awkward. They weren't close, so there wasn't much to talk about. The car glided smoothly for about half an hour before stopping in front of number 10 high school. Si Tong murmured a soft, "Thank you," and reached for the door handle. As the door slowly opened, Yu Hanshen's voice came from behind her. "Here, take this." Si Tong turned her head to see him holding out 2 boxes of medicine. His slender fingers looked especially striking under the dim streetlight. She hesitated briefly before taking the medicine and stepping out of the car. Standing by the roadside, she watched as the Maybach sped away, her emotions in turmoil. The 2 boxes of stomach medicine in her hands felt almost weightless, yet they stirred something deep inside her. Had he gone out of his way just to bring her this medicine? Why? She wasn't oblivious. She could sense Yu Hanshen's concern for her. But where did this concern come from? Was it because she had once been injured at the Yu family estate? Apart from that, she couldn't think of any other reason. During Sunday evening self-study, the school broadcast announced the names of those who had qualified for the math competition. Number 10 high school had only one student on the list, and that student was Si Tong. How is that even possible? Zhou Guotsai's face turned ashen. He had been personally coaching Zhou Yaya for the competition, and Zhou Yaya, who had some talent in math, hadn't made the cut. Meanwhile, Si Tong, who had supposedly completed the test in just half an hour, had qualified. Zhou Guokai found this impossible to accept. Zhou Yaya's expression was equally grim. She couldn't believe she had failed to qualify. Her confidence was shattered. What made it worse was that she had previously bragged to Ji Xiaoyu that Si Tong hadn't even finished the test before leaving. Now that Si Tong had made it, didn't that prove she had lied? How would Ji Xiaoyu see her now? She bit her lip hard, her fingers tightening around her pen until it nearly snapped. The preliminary round was scheduled for Thursday and would be conducted online. To prepare, the math teacher had Si Tong practice online problem-solving in his office every day. Over the course of a few days, the 40-something teacher was pleasantly surprised to discover that his class harbored a math prodigy. "Your problem-solving approach is so unique, quite even surprises me," he said with admiration. "It reminds me of an old classmate of mine. He was a math genius too." Si Tong continued typing on the keyboard, swiftly answering the practice questions. Complex symbols danced across the screen under her fingers. After she completed the set, the math teacher suddenly seemed to remember something and smiled. "Oh, and what a coincidence you share the same last name. If there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce you to. I'm sure you'll have plenty to talk about." After a pause, he added, "Or I might not need to introduce you. If you win a prize, he might personally present it to you." Hearing this, Si Tong's eyes flickered, and she looked up at the teacher. "Your old classmate, is he the chairman of Shuangxing Group, Director Si?" "Yes, that's him." "You know him?" The teacher's tone carried a hint of pride as he spoke of his classmate. "Back in the day, he was a legend at our school. It's just a pity." Si Tong understood what he meant by pity. It was likely a reference to the fact that the Si family patriarch had no heir. "We've only met once, so I wouldn't say I know him," she replied honestly. The teacher didn't press further, respecting his old classmate's privacy. He nodded with a smile. "All right, go back to class. Good luck with tomorrow's competition." Si Tong nodded and left the office. The preliminary round lasted 8 hours. It was an open book test, allowing students to reference materials but forbidding any discussion with others. The math teacher had arranged for Si Tong to use an empty office and even moved his own computer there for her. At 9 a.m., Si Tong began answering questions. It wasn't until 5 p.m. that she finally emerged from the office, having eaten a quick lunch at her desk. "How did it go?" the math teacher asked with concern as soon as he saw her. "Not bad," Si Tong replied, her face showing a trace of exhaustion. "You've worked hard," he said, nodding. "The 4th period is almost over. Don't go back to class, head to the cafeteria for dinner. After that, rest in your dorm before evening study." Si Tong agreed and made her way to the cafeteria. At that moment, Class 19 was having gym class. Zhou Yaya and a few classmates were sitting by the track, watching the boys play basketball. Zhou Yaya's smile froze when she caught sight of Si Tong. Tian Qianqian noticed Si Tong as well and nudged Zhou Yaya, whispering, "Si Tong just finished the competition, right? Do you think she'll make it to the finals?" "How would I know?" Zhou Yaya replied coldly, her mood clearly sour. Lately, rumors had been swirling, comparing her unfavorably to Si Tong in every aspect, looks, academics, everything. Her frustration was growing with each passing day. Tian Qianqian's eyes gleamed as she lowered her voice. "Si Tong's practically a school celebrity now. Everyone's calling her the goddess of academics. Do you think Ji Xiaoyu's been seeking her out so often because he's interested in her?" The moment the words left her mouth, Joya shot to her feet, her face dark with anger, and stormed off without a word. Watching her furious retreat, Tian Qianqian's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile before she quickly masked it. She caught up to Zhou Yaya, her voice laced with feigned apology. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Please don't be mad. At this hour, classes were still ongoing, and the cafeteria was nearly empty. After finishing her dinner, Tong didn't return to the dormitory to rest but went straight to the classroom. Inside the classroom, Zhang Mengling was munching away happily, holding a sausage in one hand and a piece of bread in the other. When she saw Tong walk in, her eyes lit up and she called out, "Finished your exam. How did it go?" "Not bad," Tong replied casually, her eyes drifting toward her desk. She noticed it was already piled with over a dozen test papers, as if someone had just placed them there. Taking another bite of her bread, Zhang Mengling spoke with a hint of excitement in her voice. "I heard that for this competition, Uncle C will personally present the awards. Plus, any winners will get a direct job offer at Shuangxing Group after graduating from university." Tong paused for a moment at those words. Shuangxing Group, as one of the country's top companies, offered internships with starting salaries in the five-figure range, attracting countless graduate and doctoral candidates from prestigious universities. The competition for positions there was as fierce as a single log bridge swarmed by the Sansa True battlefield. Zhang Mengling continued. "Think about it though, many math geniuses have missed out on top universities because of uneven grades. This competition is practically a custom-made springboard for them." As Tong listened, a sense of admiration quietly arose within her. She understood the significance of this competition, especially with Shuangxing Group's initiative. It truly provided a remarkable opportunity for math prodigies who struggled in other subjects to showcase their talents. The foresight and boldness behind such a socially impactful move made her feel a newfound respect for the head of the C family. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room on the 8th floor of the Huangting Club, Zhao Lianfeng sat alone at the round table, a faint trace of irritation clouding her expression. Her younger brother, Zhao Lianqing, ran an international shipping company that had always thrived, maintaining excellent relationships with major ports. However, a few days ago, he took on a large shipment bound for Argentina. The client offered double the market rate but demanded delivery within a month. Having worked in the industry for over 30 years, Zhao Lianqing was well-versed in shipping routes and equipped with advanced resources. Confidently, he signed the contract, even assuring the client that he would bear all losses in case of delays. But just as the cargo ship departed from the port after being loaded, it was unexpectedly detained by customs. The reasons were varied and inconsistent. One moment, it was an issue with the accompanying documents. The next, it was non-compliant packaging. In short, they refused to let the ship proceed. The vessel had already been held up for 3 days, and further delays would result in astronomical losses for Zhao Lianqing. Desperate, he was covered with stress-induced sores and tried every connection he had to resolve the issue. Yet, his so-called friends, who used to share drinks and laughter, were now avoiding him like the plague. After extensive inquiries, he finally discovered that all of this was orchestrated by Yu Hanshen, the richest man in Haiqing. Zhao Lianqing was utterly baffled. He had no prior dealings with Yu Hanshen, so how could he have offended such a powerful figure? Left with no other options, he reached out to anyone who might help him meet Yu Hanshen, willing to apologize and grovel if necessary. However, he couldn't even get past Yu Hanshen's assistant. After waiting an entire day and night outside the headquarters of Huangxing Group, he finally received a single response from the assistant. "Have your sister try." For Zhao Lianqing, it was as if a lifeline had been thrown to him. He rushed to his sister, Zhao Lianfeng, recounting the entire ordeal. But after hearing his story, Zhao Lianfeng was just as perplexed. The only connection she could think of with the Yu family was that the person responsible for her son's death had been the ex-girlfriend of the Yu family's eldest grandson. Yet, she had never crossed paths with the Yu family's eldest grandson, let alone offended him. Surely Yu Hanshen wouldn't hold her accountable on such grounds, would he? As time ticked by, Yu Hanshen still hadn't appeared, and Zhao Lianfeng's impatience grew. She was well aware that her brother's more than 2,000 cargo ships had been idling at the port for 3 days. Every second of delay translated to enormous losses. Yet, faced with the Yu family, she dared not lose her temper. After all, the Yu family's power alone was intimidating enough, and the matriarch's family, the Ji family from the capital, wielded even greater influence. They could crush someone like her as easily as squashing an ant. Finally, around 10 p.m., Yu Hanshen arrived. Zhao Lianfeng let out a sigh of relief. Although she had waited a long time, at least he had shown up. As long as Yu Hanshen was willing to meet, there was still a glimmer of hope to resolve the matter. "Mr. Yu." She quickly stood up, forcing a flattering smile onto her face as she hurried to greet him. Over the years, she had made a name for herself in the legal world, thanks in no small part to her brother's financial backing. His company was something she couldn't afford to lose. You finally made it, Zhao Lianfang said, her tone ingratiating as she eagerly poured tea for Yu Hanshen, handing the cup to him with both hands. Yu Hanshen seated himself in the main chair, leaning back slightly with his broad shoulders resting against the chair's backrest. His long legs were casually crossed, and every movement exuded the calm authority and dominance of someone in power. He cast a faint glance at Zhao Lianfang but said nothing. He cast a condescending glance at the teacup Zhao Lianfang offered, but made no move to take it. His gaze was cold and distant. Mrs. Liu asked me to come. What does she want? His voice was deep, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Zhao Lianfang's face brimmed with a practiced smile, deliberate yet convincingly natural. It's about my brother's cargo ships, she said, her tone respectful but tinged with a hint of helplessness. They've been held up at the docks for several days now. I've tried everything but still can't figure out the issue. Mr. Yu, with your extensive connections and experience, I was hoping you could offer some guidance. Maybe there's a way to get those ships moving again. Her words were carefully chosen, tactfully skimming over the problem while subtly flattering Yu Hanshen, striking just the right balance of humility and decorum. Yu Hanshen's gaze lingered on her, his thin lips curving into a faint, enigmatic smile. Though the smile graced his face, it never reached his eyes. Guidance might be too much to ask, he said indifferently, his tone casual, almost dismissive. But I do happen to know a few key people in the relevant departments. Zhao Lianfang's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The tension within her began to ease. If there was a way, then all was not lost. However, Yu Hanshen's next words made her heart sink, her expression instantly darkening. I heard, he began, his tone leisurely, as though discussing something trivial, that Mrs. Liu has a fondness for playing a little game with the staff here at Huangting. I'm quite curious, how exactly does that work? Why don't you demonstrate it for me? Before his words had fully settled, his assistant stepped forward, placing a portable safe on the table. The lid opened to reveal stacks of neatly arranged red 100 yuan bills, their bright hue casting a glaring light that made Zhao Lianfang's face turn ashen. Yu Hanshen's eyes remained fixed on her, his tone calm but laced with an inescapable pressure. Since we're playing, let's raise the stakes. Mrs. Liu plays at 1,000 per drink with the staff. I propose we make it 100,000 per drink. That seems more fitting for someone of your esteemed status, doesn't it? Zhao Lianfang's fingers unconsciously dug into her palms, her nails biting deeply into her flesh. Her face turned livid, while inside, her mind churned in turmoil. Over the past 4 years, she had berated no fewer than 30 or 40 staff members at Huangting. Just 2 nights ago, she had scolded a young waitress for swaying her hips too much while walking. She had assumed these small incidents would go unnoticed. After all, even the owner of Huangting had never raised a question. But now, why was Yu Hanshen getting involved? Her gaze darted between the stacks of cash on the table and Yu Hanshen's cold, imposing expression. A foreboding thought began to take shape in her mind. Could it be that the young waitress from 2 nights ago was someone important to Yu Hanshen? That night, Zhao Lianfang returned home, consumed by an almost uncontrollable rage. She grabbed the decorative items at hand and hurled them one by one at the furniture in the living room. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the empty space, as if she were trying to smash her humiliation to pieces. Yu Hanshen's actions had been nothing short of a public slap in the face, instantly destroying her hard-earned authority in the legal community. Grinding her teeth, she thought bitterly, who would take her seriously after this? This was humiliation of the most cutting kind. She had always wielded her power over subordinates with an air of superiority. But now, faced with someone even more powerful, she could do nothing but swallow her anger. The stark contrast was driving her to the brink of madness. Lu Guohua sat silently on the couch, chain-smoking one cigarette after another as the air became thick with smoke. He had long since resigned himself to his wife's temper, having tried countless times to advise her to tone it down in public, only to be met with scathing verbal attacks. At this moment, he could only hope that this incident would temper her behavior and pray that their family wouldn't suffer any further consequences because of it. Standing off to the side, Lu Jiaojiao watched her mother's fury with trepidation, shrinking back slightly. She cautiously tried to calm her, her voice timid and hesitant. "Mom, please don't be so angry." Zhao Lianfang whipped her head around, her sharp gaze cutting into her daughter like a blade. "Useless. 4 years ago, I told you to keep an eye on your brother. What did you do? Such a huge incident happened. And where were you? Why weren't you by his side? Why didn't you protect him? If it weren't for that little wretch Tong driving your brother to his death, I wouldn't have had to deal with those petty scoundrels from Huangting. And I certainly wouldn't be enduring this humiliation today." At the mention of Lu Mingxian, Lu Jiaojiao's face turned ashen, her eyes clouded with panic and fear. She murmured weakly, It's because he didn't want me following him." Her voice was barely audible, as if she were afraid to even utter the word brother too loudly. Hearing this, Zhao Lianfang's anger flared even hotter. She raised her hand and slapped her daughter hard across the face. "I raised you for nothing. Useless, but you've got a sharp tongue. What are you hitting her for? Lu Guohua sprang to his feet, shielding his daughter behind him. He frowned, his voice low but firm. We're all devastated by Mingxuan's death, and Jiao Jiao is grieving too. You can't just put all the blame on the child. Oh, and who should I blame? Me? Jiao Lianfeng placed her hands on her hips, her glare fiery. Are you going to tell me it's my fault for spoiling Mingxian, that I let him get out of control? Lu Guohua, let me tell you something and think I don't know about your little escapades outside. I've kept quiet to save your face. Lu Guohua's expression darkened at her words. Unable to hold back his frustration, he spat, unreasonable, before turning and heading upstairs, leaving Jiao Lianfeng stomping her feet in fury. Meanwhile, news of Yu Hanshen standing up for a woman had already spread like wildfire within their social circles. At a drinking party, Emo Shubei overheard someone bringing up the incident and instinctively protested. That's impossible. Yu Hanshen has always been composed and reserved. He wouldn't do something so ostentatious. And as for his disinterest in women, there's no way he'd be attracted to a hostess from the Huangting Club. Why not? A friend chuckled and shook his head. I've seen that hostess. Let me tell you just 2 words. Absolute stunner. Emo Zubiai's thoughts immediately turned to Tong. A slight frown creased his brow as a vague sense of unease crept into his mind. Could it be that Tong had taken a part-time job at Huangting, only to be harassed by Jiao Lianfeng, prompting Yu Hanshen to step in? That would make sense. After all, with Tong's looks, she could certainly live up to the description of absolute stunner. As he mulled this over, his friend added, and she's got a pretty name too, Lin Xianer. What? Emo Shubei froze, his frown deepening. A few days later, while working at Huangting, Tong overheard her colleagues talking about how Jiao Lianfeng had been reprimanded by Yu Hanshen. The usually subdued service staff were brimming with excitement and glee. President, you really gave her what she deserved. Jiao Lianfeng has been throwing her weight around here for years, and she finally ran into someone who put her in her place. You should have seen her face. Hilarious. Guoyan chimed in, her eyes full of admiration as she looked at Tong. It's a shame you weren't there that day. You could have joined in and thrown money at her face to vent your frustration. President, you told all the staff, shed humiliated, to take a stack of cash and toss it at her. It was so satisfying. And then he even left with a warning: anyone who causes trouble at Huangting is going against Yu Hanshen himself. Gosh, he's so cool and manly. Tong listened quietly, her expression calm, though Yu Hanshen's image inevitably surfaced in her mind. Known for his composed and serious demeanor, she hadn't expected him to have such a bold and unrestrained side. Guoyan continued gushing. But I have to say, that Lin Xianer is truly gorgeous. Her voice, her walk, men just love that kind of thing. Mid-sentence, Guoyan's voice abruptly trailed off as her gaze landed on Lin Xianer, who was walking toward them. The conversation came to an immediate halt. Lin Xianer also worked in one of the private rooms on the 8th floor. She wore the standard uniform of the royal court, her makeup flawless, and her features strikingly beautiful. Every movement she made seemed to exude effortless charm. As she walked by, her slim waist swayed slightly, each step carrying an air of deliberate elegance. Guoyan immediately put on a warm smile and greeted her enthusiastically. Xianer working the night shift today? Nowadays, Lin Xianer was a rising star at the royal court. Even the boss treated her with respect and had recently given her a raise. However, Lin Xianer merely glanced at Guoyan with a detached expression and offered no reply. Her demeanor was filled with an air of aloofness. She walked straight toward one of the private rooms, leaving Guoyan standing there alone. Guoyan pursed her lips and muttered sourly under her breath, "Look at her acting all high and mighty. Someone who didn't know better might think she married into some billionaire's family. She wasn't like this when she first got here, always buttering me up with Sister Gua this and Sister Gua that. Now that she's climbed the ladder, she doesn't even bother to acknowledge me." After venting, Guoyan let out a cold snort and turned to Tong, speaking with a tinge of resentment. "Honestly, I think you're even prettier than she is." Tong didn't respond, her calm eyes fixed steadily ahead. Enough chit-chat, customers are here. Get ready and focus. The shift supervisor, having received a notification from the front desk, quickly stepped in to disperse the chatting staff. Everyone promptly returned to their posts and got back to work. Time slipped by in the bustling atmosphere. After some time, Tong suddenly felt a discomfort in her lower abdomen. She informed the supervisor and headed to the restroom. When she emerged and was about to return to the private rooms, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure in the hallway. Mojani. Mojani was accompanied by another young woman. At that moment, Zani's expression was dark, her entire presence radiating suppressed anger. The girl beside her seemed to be attempting to calm her down, speaking in a low, soothing tone. "Johnny, please calm down. Those rumors might not even be true. Don't take them so seriously." Zani's gaze was icy, her voice low and resolute. "Don't worry. I won't do anything. I just want to see for myself what kind of person Hanshen has been so protective of. Just don't do anything rash." The girl looked anxious and quickly added, if my uncle gets upset with you, what then? Unable to dissuade Emojani, she could only try to minimize the potential fallout. As they spoke, the two headed straight for the private room where Lin Sienner was working. That very room was the one they had reserved for the night. The supervisor, spotting them, immediately put on a welcoming smile and ushered them inside. The door to the private room closed softly under Tong's watchful gaze. Her face betrayed no emotion as she turned and returned to her assigned room. Time crept closer to midnight. By 11:40, Tong had finished cleaning up and headed to the staff locker room to change out of her uniform. After changing, she was about to leave when she ran into Lin Sienner at the entrance. Lin Sienner's cheeks were red and swollen, her eyes slightly puffy, clear signs that she had just been through an unpleasant encounter. Tong paused, her gaze lingering on Lin Sienner's face with a hint of curiosity. Sensing Tong's attention, Lin Sienner's expression shifted momentarily, but quickly reverted to her usual haughty demeanor. She straightened her posture, lifted her chin, and walked past Tong with an air of defiance, as if unwilling to let anyone see her vulnerability. The rumors about Yu Hanshen and Lin Sienner had reached Han Lingli's ears. That afternoon, as she sat around a mahjong table with a few wealthy socialite friends, Mrs. Ma brought up the topic, causing Han Lingli to raise an eyebrow. With a mocking smirk, Mrs. Ma said that Zhao Lianfa never liked her. She had it coming. Mrs. Ma, barely in her early 30s, had climbed the social ladder as a mistress-turned-wife, precisely the type of woman Zhao Lianfang despised. The two had never gotten along, with Zhao Lianfang often delivering biting remarks at Mrs. Ma. However, Han Lingli wasn't particularly interested in their petty rivalry. Her focus was on another named Lin Sienner. She asked thoughtfully, that young woman president you has been protecting, what's her name again? Oh right, Lin Sienner. That evening, Han Lingli brought the matter up to Qin Anshu after returning home. You see, the collaboration between Ding Feng and Huangxing hasn't made any progress, right? Yu Hanshen is hard to approach, but we can start with the people around him, she said confidently. I did some digging. That Lin Sienner is a sophomore at Haida University and comes from an ordinary family. Tomorrow, I'll meet her, give her a gift, and see if she can put in a good word for us with Yu Hanshen. Qin Anshu frowned slightly as he listened. He had long sought to secure a partnership between Ding Feng and Huangxing Group, but his efforts had repeatedly hit a wall. Initially, he had leveraged his eldest daughter's engagement to the Yu family's eldest son to establish a connection with Yu Hanshen. Their relationship had been amicable for a time, and Huangxing Group had even begun drafting a collaboration agreement just before Han Lingli's birthday. But for some reason after that, all communication from Huangxing abruptly ceased, and Yu Hanshen avoided him altogether. Several visits to Huangxing's offices had ended with the receptionist politely dismissing him, claiming that President Yu isn't available. After years of navigating the business world, Qin Anshu could easily recognize the signs of deliberate distancing. He had racked his brain for days, trying to pinpoint where things had gone wrong, but to no avail. At Han Lingli's birthday party, Yu Hanshen had personally attended, maintaining a neutral attitude that at least showed some respect. Yet, immediately after that, Huangxing's stance had taken a complete turn. Hearing Han Lingli's suggestion now, he hesitated. Do you think this will work? Han Lingli chuckled lightly. We'll never know if we don't try. The next morning, Han Lingli booked a private room on the 8th floor of the Royal Court restaurant. This wasn't the first time Lin Sienner had been invited to a private room by someone. Still, she felt a twinge of unease accepting Han Lingli's invitation. A private room at the Royal Court wasn't something an ordinary person could afford, and as a regular university student, Lin Sienner couldn't help but feel out of place among the wealthy and powerful. Don't be nervous. We're just here to chat, Han Lingli said with a warm smile, though her gaze subtly assessed Lin Sienner. Indeed, she was stunning. Her features exuded a natural allure, with a hint of seduction in her eyes. Truly a rare beauty. Han Lingli began casually, so, how long have you known President Yu? Lin Sienner lowered her gaze, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. It was a question she had been asked countless times. Ever since rumors about her and Yu Hanshen began spreading, many people had sought her out, curious to see her in person. In a soft voice, she answered, I've only been working at the royal court for a week. It wasn't a lie. She had indeed started just a week ago. She still remembered her first day at work vividly. That day, the private room she was assigned to was filled with prominent figures she had only seen in the news, including Yu Hanshen. Nervous to the point of sweating, she accidentally spilled tea while serving, the liquid landing on the table right in front of Yu Hanshen. Panicked, her face turned pale as she stammered out apologies. Yet, Yu Hanshen didn't reprimand her. He simply said, Don't be nervous, in a calm, deep voice that sent her heart racing. When she looked up, she saw a mature and strikingly handsome face. From that moment, her heart was captured. That single phrase, don't be nervous, was the only interaction she'd ever had with Yu Hanshen. As for the swirling rumors, she had no idea how they started. But every time she heard them, a small part of her felt a secret thrill. When people asked her about her relationship with Yu Hanshen, she always gave ambiguous answers, unwilling to sever that slender thread of connection. Her evasive responses often led others to assume there was something deeper between them. Han Lingli was clearly one of those who had jumped to such conclusions. With a knowing smile, she remarked, "It seems, President, you fell for you at first sight." Her gaze briefly flicked to Lin Xianer's modest black heels, and her smile deepened. She continued, "When's your next day off? I own 2 stores at the Huanmao Center. Let's go shopping together, shall we? I have a daughter about your age, and seeing you reminds me of her. I really like you, simply must keep me company." Her tone was warm and friendly, leaving little room for refusal. Before Lin Xianer could decline, Han Lingli turned to the floor manager to inquire about Lin Xianer's schedule and immediately set a date for their outing. Despite some polite attempts to refuse, Lin Xianer eventually agreed. Satisfied that her plan was in motion, Han Lingli left the royal court. On her way out, she passed by the private room where Tong was working. As fate would have it, Tong was stepping out to retrieve something from downstairs, and the 2 women crossed paths at the doorway. Han Lingli noticed Tong wearing the royal court's uniform and immediately frowned, her tone filled with displeasure. "What are you doing here?" "Working," Tong replied calmly, her voice devoid of explanation or elaboration. Han Lingli's heart sank. She had considered the possibility of Tong taking up a job due to financial difficulties, but since Tong had never brought it up, Han Lingli pretended not to know. She opened her mouth, about to say something, but a sharp voice interrupted her. Well, isn't this my dear sister-in-law? What a coincidence. Are you here for a meal too?" Zhao Ningqing's shrill voice pierced through the air as she approached in her high heels, a mocking smile plastered on her face. Before Han Lingli could respond, Zhao Ningqing feigned surprise and continued, "Oh, my sister-in-law, isn't this your daughter? Why is she wearing the royal court's uniform? Don't tell me she's working here as a waitress?" Han Lingli's face darkened instantly. She closed her eyes briefly, trying to suppress the anger surging in her chest. But Zhao Ningqing wasn't done. Her tone grew more exaggerated as she added fuel to the fire. "Sister-in-law, every time you play mahjong you lose tens of thousands like it's nothing. Yet your own daughter is here doing serving work? Didn't you give her any living expenses?" Behind Zhao Ningqing stood 2 elegantly dressed women, clearly wealthy socialites from the same circle. Zhao Ningqing pointed at Tong, her voice dripping with schadenfreude. "Look at this, everyone. This is her biological daughter, and she's a waitress. DSK. Kids from poor families are just different, they're willing to lower themselves to serve others. If it were me, I could never do it." Her last few remarks were clearly aimed at Han Lingli. Zhao Ningqing had once been polite to Han Lingli because of Yu Hanshen's appearance at Han Lingli's birthday banquet. However, after learning that Qin Anx's company's collaboration with Huangxing Group had fallen through, Zhao Ningqing quickly reverted to her mocking and condescending ways. Now, seeing the frustration on Han Lingli's face, she felt triumphant, laughing unabashedly before strutting away with the 2 socialites into a nearby private room. Tong remained indifferent, treating Zhao Ningqing's taunts as nothing more than passing wind. She turned to leave, but Han Lingli abruptly stopped her. "Quit this job immediately. Don't ever show up in a place like this and embarrass me again." Han Lingli hissed, her voice low with suppressed anger and shame. "I'm earning money with my own hands." "I don't see anything shameful about it," Tong replied, her tone calm yet firm, her gaze unwavering as she looked directly at Han Lingli. "Humph, it's money you want, right? Fine, I'll give you some. 3,000 a month enough, isn't it?" Han Lingli's voice was laced with disdain, more like she was throwing alms than expressing any maternal concern. Tong silently stared at Han Lingli, her chest tightening with an indescribable ache. When Jiao Lianfeng had humiliated her with money, she didn't care, because Jiao Lianfeng was nothing more than a stranger in her eyes. But this person in front of her was her biological mother. Why would she treat her this way as well? Back when she came to Haiqing with nothing to her name, Han Lingli was fully aware of her struggles yet never cared to ask how she had managed to survive or how difficult it was. "I'll support myself with my own efforts." "I don't need your money," Tong said resolutely, her voice unwavering as she turned and walked away. "Tong." Han Lingli's voice rose sharply, her anger barely concealed. "Must you always go against me?" Tong paused for a moment but didn't look back. Her voice was calm, with a hint of detachment. "You're overthinking it, Mrs. Qin. I'm just trying to live my life on my own terms." Han Lingli watched Tong's retreating figure, her expression dark and stormy. Her eyes were like a deep, murky pool. If it weren't for her mother's threats about that incident from years ago, she would never have allowed Tong to come to Haiqing to repeat her studies. Han Lingli returned to the Qin family villa, fuming with anger. As soon as she slammed the car door shut, she was greeted by Qin Anshu, who had just stepped out of his own car. Noticing her sour expression, he asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did things not go well?" With a cold demeanor, Han Lingli recounted everything that had happened at the royal court restaurant that evening, running into Tong and being mocked by Zhao Ningqing. Qin Anshu frowned slightly. He was well aware of the past conflicts among his brothers over the family inheritance and knew that his sisters-in-law often made cutting remarks about Han Lingli's background. He had always chosen to turn a blind eye, unwilling to spark further disputes within the family over petty squabbles. Second sister-in-law has a sharp tongue but a decent heart. Don't take it to heart, Qin Anshu said, patting her back in a soothing manner. Han Lingli knew all too well that Qin Anshu wouldn't stand up for her over such trivial matters, but she didn't dwell on it. After all, aside from these minor issues, he treated her fairly well overall. Letting out a long sigh, she said nothing more. As they talked, they walked into the living room. The moment they stepped inside, Qin Si-Yuan jumped up excitedly from the sofa and ran toward them with a beaming face. Mom. Dad. I made it to the finals of the math competition. She exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy. Her eager eyes were fixed on her father, awaiting his reaction. Lately, Qin Anshu had been particularly strict with her, rarely showing her a smile. She had worked tirelessly to achieve this result, hoping to make him proud. Hearing this, Qin Anx's expression softened, a rare sight. He reached out to ruffle his daughter's hair and said calmly, not bad. Keep it up. Encouraged by her father's approval, Qin Si-Yuan's eyes sparkled with confidence. I will, Dad. This time, I'm definitely going to win. Overjoyed, Han Lingli pulled her daughter into a tight hug and showered her with kisses. Her face radiated pride. You're Mommy's little star. Tomorrow, Mommy will take you to the shopping mall, and you can pick out anything you want. Qin Si-Yuan's achievements, along with Qin Sahan's marriage prospects, were Han Lingli's prized topics of conversation among the social elite. She couldn't wait to spread the news. Grabbing her phone eagerly, she said, I'm telling your second, third, and fourth aunts right now. She dialed Zhao Ninking's number, her tone carrying a hint of triumph. Qin Anshu watched her, amused by her spirited demeanor. He shook his head helplessly, though his eyes were full of affection. After making her calls, Han Lingli noticed Qin Anshu looking at her with a smile. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she asked, Why are you staring at me like that? Qin Anshu chuckled, pulling her closer by the shoulders. My wife is so beautiful. Can't I admire her a little longer? Stop it. Han Lingli playfully hit his chest, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. The kids are still here. Giggling, Qin Si-Yuan covered her face and dashed upstairs. I'm going to bed now. Without hesitation, Qin Anshu scooped Han Lingli into his arms and carried her toward their bedroom with a bold stride. Upstairs, Qin Si-Yuan immediately called her sister, Qin Sahan. Sister, Dad came home tonight. Qin Sahan replied in her usual aloof tone. Don't forget to personally prepare Mom's milk tomorrow morning. Do we really have to keep giving her that medicine? Qin Si-Yuan hesitated, her voice tinged with guilt. She's getting older. What if it harms her health? Do you want them to have a son who'll compete with us for the family inheritance? Qin Sahan's voice was calm but firm. Don't forget, we're not her biological children. There will always be a divide. She's kind to us now because she doesn't have a child of her own. If she has a son, she'll undoubtedly find ways to push us out. That's impossible, Qin Si-Yuan murmured, unsure. Is it? Qin Sahan's tone was resolute. You've seen it happen in our circle plenty of times. Remember, the only ones you can truly count on in this world are me and yourself. Also, Mom has been seeing traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and taking herbal remedies for years. You know why. Be a good girl and prepare her milk tomorrow. Biting her lip, Qin Si-Yuan's face showed a flicker of guilt, but she eventually whispered, okay. On Sunday night during self-study, the classroom was quiet. Zhang Mengling lay slumped over her desk, looking dejected. After finishing her homework, Tong noticed the blank pages in Zhang Mengling's notebook and frowned. What's wrong? Feeling down? I didn't get to see my crush this weekend again. Zhang Mengling pouted, her face full of disappointment. Tong hesitated, recalling what she had learned about Lin Xianer. She wasn't sure whether to share it or not. Since the matter was still uncertain, she decided to keep quiet. If it turned out to be true, Zhang Mengling would find out sooner or later. Focus on your studies. The monthly exams are in 10 days, Tong said softly, trying to comfort her. Just as she finished speaking, the classroom speakers crackled with static, followed by Principal Wu Zikin's voice. Congratulations to Tong from Class 20 of the 12th grade for advancing to the finals of the National High School Mathematics Competition. Zhang Mengling's gloom disappeared in an instant. She threw her arms around Tong and squealed, You made it to the finals. That's amazing. Once you win the 200,000 yuan prize, you won't need to work part-time anymore. As they were talking, Song Xiaoxiao appeared at the classroom door and called out, Tong, someone from your family is waiting for you at the school gate. Someone from my family? Tong froze, a look of confusion crossing her face. At the school gate, Tong halted her steps, her gaze falling on the man standing beside the Maybach. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. She hadn't expected the person waiting for her to be Yu Hanshen. The man was dressed in a perfectly tailored shirt and trousers, his tall figure leaning slightly against the car door. Between his fingers was a half-burned cigarette, its smoke curling lazily into the air. His movements were graceful and composed, exuding an air of refined elegance unique to a mature man. As if sensing her gaze, Yu Hanshen lifted his deep-set eyes, locking them directly onto hers. Tong froze in place, her mind going blank, unsure of how to react. A moment later, Yu Hanshen bent down to reach into the car, emerging with two small boxes in hand. He strode toward her with steady, unhurried steps, his long legs closing the distance in no time. He towered over her, his posture upright and commanding. Even without intending to assert dominance, his mere presence carried a weight that was impossible to ignore. Looking down at the fresh-faced and beautiful young woman before him, he extended the two boxes toward her. Tong glanced down and immediately recognized the familiar packaging of the stomach medicine he had given her before. Her eyes flickered, and her heart skipped a beat. The last batch had been just enough for a week, and she had finished it only yesterday. Now here he was bringing her more. The thoughtfulness behind the gesture left her feeling conflicted and uneasy. Mr. Yu, Tong pressed her lips together, meeting his gaze as she politely but firmly declined. I'm fine now. I don't need the medicine anymore. Though her tone was courteous, it carried a hint of detachment. Yu Hanshen didn't respond immediately. He maintained his posture, holding the medicine out to her, his other hand hanging by his side. The cigarette between his fingers had burned down to the end, and with a calm, deliberate motion, he flicked the ash away, the tiny embers scattering lightly to the ground. His gaze remained steady on her, calm yet imbued with an intangible pressure that made it difficult to meet his eyes. Tong felt a tingling tension at the back of her head, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. In the end, she caved under the weight of his silent stare, reluctantly reaching out to take the two boxes. Thank you, she murmured, her voice low and tinged with a trace of dissatisfaction. Yu Hanshen seemed unbothered by her tone. The corner of his lips curved faintly upward, and in a low, steady voice, he instructed, take them on time. With that, he turned and walked back to the car. Tong stood rooted to the spot, watching the Maybach glide away, biting her lip in frustration. She couldn't believe how easily she had given in, even though he hadn't said much. That tiny bit of defiance and pride she held onto felt utterly futile under his composed gaze. Back in the classroom, she shoved the medicine into her desk compartment, her mind still in disarray. Fortunately, Zhang Mingling was too engrossed in secretly reading a novel to notice the boxes in her hand. Tong let out a small sigh of relief, silently thankful. If Zhang Mingling had asked, she wouldn't have known how to explain the medicine's origin. The days that followed became increasingly hectic for Tong. The finals for the mathematics competition were just 2 weeks away, and aside from her regular classes, she spent every day in her math teacher's office doing practice problems. To fully focus on preparing for the competition, she had to put her weekend part-time job on hold and called her supervisor to request time off. Thankfully, her supervisor was understanding and didn't give her a hard time, allowing her to return after the competition. Time flew by and soon the day of the finals arrived. The competition was conducted online and lasted a grueling 8 hours. Tong stayed focused in the office, working through each question. Only after submitting the final answer did she finally exhale in relief. As she stepped out of the office, she was surprised to see not just her math teacher and her close friend Song Xiaoxiao waiting for her, but also the school principal and the grade director. Principal Wu Xiqin looked at her with pride and satisfaction, as though she were a rare treasure. 10th high school had long been looked down upon by other schools, and having a student make it to the finals was undoubtedly a moment of triumph for him. Even during recent meetings at the Education Bureau, he had felt a newfound sense of confidence. You must be starving. Let's go, dinner's on me tonight. It'll take you all to eat something great. Wu Xiqin declared enthusiastically, waving his hand as he led Tong, Song Xiaoxiao, and the others to the Grand Haiqing Hotel. Walking along with the group, Tong felt a sense of detachment. She had been through so much and learned so much, and each step she took now seemed to be pushing her toward an unknown future. The Haiqing Grand Hotel boasts a history of over a century, standing tall and proud in the city center as a true landmark of Haiqing. Its exterior exudes a dignified elegance, while the interior is exquisitely luxurious, showcasing opulence at every turn. However, due to its exorbitant prices, it remains an unattainable dream for the average person. For Song Xiaoxiao, stepping into such a high-end venue for the first time was an overwhelming experience. The moment she entered the grand lobby, a wave of unease washed over her. She glanced down at her plain attire, feeling distinctly out of place in the lavish surroundings. Tong, are you nervous? I think I'm a bit nervous, she murmured, instinctively clutching Tong's arm with a hint of trepidation in her voice. Though she was the teacher and a few years older than Tong in this moment, she seemed more like a timid girl seeking comfort, while Tong appeared calm and composed. Tong turned her head slightly, glancing at Song Xiaoxiao with a faint smile. She gently patted her hand in reassurance and said in a soft voice, "There's no need to be nervous. Mr. Yu. It's been such a long time. Haha. I was just thinking of visiting your family in the next few days, and here we are bumping into each other. What a coincidence." A warm, enthusiastic voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Hearing this, Song Xiaoxiao looked up and saw Wu Shiqin, beaming with delight, energetically shaking hands with a tall, well-built man. The man was dressed in a sharply tailored black business coat, his demeanor exuding a cold yet commanding presence. Even the chill of November seemed to be held at bay by his composed and steady aura. While conversing with Wu Shiqin, he glanced over, as if sensing someone watching him. Their eyes met. Sidong froze for a moment, recalling the recent memory of this man delivering stomach medicine to her. Unable to feign ignorance, she offered him a polite smile. Yu Hanshen's gaze brightened subtly, seemingly pleased with her acknowledgement. He thought to himself that this little girl wasn't entirely ungrateful, at least she didn't pretend not to know him. Principal Wu, and who might these people be? Yu Hanshen shifted his focus to the others standing behind Wu Shiqin, his tone steady yet courteous. "Oh, look at me, so excited that I forgot to introduce everyone." Wu Shiqin quickly beckoned the group forward, introducing them one by one, the grade director, Song Xiaoxiao, and the math teacher. His gaze finally landed on Sidong, and his voice brimmed with pride. "And this young lady here is our school's top student, Tong. She just completed the twin mathematics competition, solving problems at the computer for 8 straight hours. We brought her here for a good meal to replenish her energy and help her relax a bit." At the mention of Sidong, Wu Zikin's face lit up like a blooming chrysanthemum, his eyes filled with admiration and fondness. Yu Hanshen's gaze lingered on Sidong, his expression softening into a faint smile. He nodded slightly and remarked, "Impressive. I wish you the best of luck, Sidong, in winning the championship and bringing honor to your school. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Yu." Haha. Wu Shiqin laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. Even after they were seated in the private dining room, Wu Shiqin was still reveling in the excitement of unexpectedly encountering Yu Hanshen. He eagerly shared anecdotes about Yu Hanshen's achievements. Sidong listened quietly as the principal enthusiastically recounted the highlights. Yu Hanshen graduated from university at 21 and took over his family's business, leading Huangxing Group to rapid success and establishing it as a leading enterprise in the country, a true business prodigy. "Is Mr. Yu married?" Song Xiaoxiao asked curiously, her admiration evident in her eyes. "I wonder what kind of woman could win his favor." "Not yet," Wu Shiqin replied, his speech slightly slurred after a few drinks. Despite his poor alcohol tolerance, he made an effort to answer. "Worth billions, yet he's not interested in women, upright and self-disciplined. How could such an outstanding man not have any women around him?" Song Xiaoxiao was astonished. She turned to Sidong and whispered, "A man like Mr. Yu is rare. If he falls for someone, he'd surely be devoted. I wonder which lucky woman will win his heart." Her words reminded Sidong of a similar comment made by Zhang Mengling in the past. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the image of Yu Hanshen in the hotel lobby earlier, his tall, commanding figure standing there effortlessly, radiating an aura that naturally drew attention, making the bustling surroundings seem dim in comparison. After dinner, Wu Shiqin, the grade director, and the math teacher had all had a bit too much to drink. Since Song Xiaoxiao didn't drive, she called for a designated driver. However, with the addition of the driver, their 5-seater car felt cramped. Sidong offered, "I'll take the bus instead." "No way. It's too dangerous for a young girl to walk alone at night," Song Xiaoxiao objected, frowning. "I'm 21, not a little girl," Sidong insisted. "Besides, I have some personal errands to run. You go with the principal and the others." Momentarily forgetting Sidong's age, Song Xiaoxiao often thought of her as a 17 or 18-year-old student. Seeing her resolute attitude, she reluctantly agreed but reminded her, "Be careful. Call me when you get back to the school." Sidong nodded. After watching the principal's car drive away, she turned and headed toward the nearby bus stop. At the same time, Yu Hanshen also emerged from the hotel. He had just hosted a Japanese CEO at dinner, but the man turned out to be an unabashed lecher, making inappropriate remarks about wanting a Chinese beauty during the meal, which disgusted Yu Hanshen. With a subtle signal to his subordinate, the team promptly got the man drunk and carried him to a guest room upstairs. Outside the hotel, Yes chief assistant, Yao Guoqing, couldn't help but spit in disdain. That dirty old man, lusting after Chinese women, does he even look at himself in the mirror? The accompanying staff burst into laughter at his remark. Yu Hanshen, however, showed no interest in such crude jokes. His expression remained calm as he simply instructed, "Thank you for your hard work tonight. Go home and get some rest." The team members bid him farewell and dispersed. Yu Hanshen settled into the back seat of the Maybach, while he firmly gripped the steering wheel and started the car. The Maybach glided smoothly out of the hotel's spacious front plaza and turned onto the asphalt road. After just a few seconds of driving, He Heng's eyes were caught by a familiar figure standing at a bus stop by the roadside. He glanced over and blurted out, "Huh? Isn't that Miss C?" At that moment, Si Tong was seated on the bench at the bus stop. She had just missed one bus and would need to wait another 10 minutes for the next one. However, she wasn't in a hurry. She sat quietly, occasionally glancing at her surroundings. Before long, a black Maybach slowly pulled up in front of her. Si Tong looked up and recognized the familiar license plate, her heart skipping a beat. Soon, the front passenger window rolled down, revealing a round, cheerful face. He Heng leaned out with a grin. "Miss C, are you headed back to school? Let me give you a lift." Si Tong instinctively wanted to decline, but before she could open her mouth, the rear window of the Maybach lowered as well. Yu Hanshen's dark, piercing eyes locked onto her, exuding an undeniable authority. His voice was calm yet carried an undercurrent of pressure. "Get in. Don't make me come out and invite you personally like last time." Si Tong froze, the memory of being invited into his car last time flashing through her mind. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a moment before finally opening the door and getting in. The Maybach started again, the only sound in the car being the low hum of the engine. Si Tong sat on the opposite side of the back seat, doing her best to maintain distance from Yu Hanshen. She stared out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, silently berating herself for her lack of resolve. "He told you to get in, and you actually did." The ride was silent, and soon the car came to a smooth stop in front of 10th High School. Si Tong unbuckled her seatbelt and reached for the door button, only to realize the door was already opening. He Heng had opened it for her using the central control. "Thank you, brother He," Si Tong said with a faint smile, expressing her gratitude before turning to Yu Hanshen. Her tone was more restrained as she added, "Thank you, Mr. Yu." After stepping out, Si Tong stood by the roadside, watching the Maybach drive away before turning to enter the school gates. Inside the car, He Heng hummed a cheerful tune. Clearly in high spirits, his paycheck had just come through, and his happiness was practically radiating. However, the low voice from the back seat abruptly interrupted him. "Brother He?" He Heng froze and quickly responded, "Yes, Mr. Yu? What's the matter? You two seem close?" Yu Hanshen's tone was calm, but there was an inexplicable chill to it. He Heng shivered, feeling a cold sweat break out on his back. With an awkward laugh, he hurriedly replied, "Not really close, just being polite." Yu Hanshen didn't say anything further, but the atmosphere in the car grew subtly tense. He Heng instinctively tightened his grip on the steering wheel. A week later, Si Tong received an invitation from Shuangxing Group. The envelope was elegant and formal, and the contents even more intriguing. It was an invitation to an upcoming award ceremony. The letter explicitly stated that she had already won an award, but the specifics were kept secret and would only be revealed at the event. As Si Tong looked at the invitation, she felt a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Deep down, she had a feeling that this award ceremony might not be as simple as it seemed. The news of Si Tong winning an award quickly spread throughout the school that day. Although the specific accolade had yet to be announced, it was already a historic first for 10th High School. That evening, after finishing her evening self-study session, Si Tong returned to the dormitory. After a quick wash, she climbed into bed, intending to listen to some English audio practice. Picking up her phone, she noticed a text message. The sender was Yu Hanshen, and the content was brief, just 4 words. "Congratulations on winning," without even a punctuation mark. Si Tong stared at the short message, her mind involuntarily conjuring up an image of Yu Hanshen's serious expression as he typed it. How did he know about her winning the award? Then it struck her, given the close ties between the Yu and Si families and their business collaborations, it wouldn't have been difficult for Yu Hanshen to learn about the competition results. She pressed her lips together, finding the message somewhat abrupt. The last time he had reminded her to get a medical recheck, it could be barely explained as concern over her injury, but this time, there seemed to be no reasonable explanation. Besides, their relationship was barely beyond that of strangers. Occasionally hitching a ride with him already felt like overstepping boundaries, let alone private exchanges like this. After a moment of contemplation, Si Tong ultimately chose to delete the message, pretending she had never received it. She then opened her English listening app, put on her headphones, and tried to focus on studying. However, it wasn't long before Zhang Mengling, with a towel wrapped around her damp hair and a basin in hand, returned from the bathroom. Climbing onto her bed while drying her hair, she asked excitedly, "Si Tong, my crush's birthday is next month. What do you think I should get him?" Si Tong had intended to ignore her, but Zhang Mengling, dissatisfied with the lack of response, swiftly climbed onto her bed and snatched her headphones. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Zhang Mengling pouted, her tone carrying a hint of playful complaint. Si Tong had no choice but to look up at her. "My crush is so wealthy. He must only use the best. I've been thinking for days ties belts, those are too personal. He definitely wouldn't accept them." Zhang Mengling pursed her lips, sounding a bit frustrated. She had heard about Yu Hanshen and Lin Xianer's rumored relationship and had even pestered her brother into taking her to the royal court to catch a glimpse of Lin Xianer. To her dismay, Lin Xianer was indeed stunning, no less than a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Previously, she had thought Yu Hanshen might have shown her special attention because he was interested in her, but now it seemed like she had been overthinking. Still, Zhang Mengling wasn't one to dwell on disappointment. Within 2 days, she had moved on. Watches are out of my budget for the brands he wears. What about tie pins or cufflinks? Or maybe a razor? Zhang Mengling muttered to herself, listing options one by one but rejecting each of them. Her limited allowance meant anything she could afford would likely fail to impress someone like Yu Hanshen. Tong retrieved her headphones and said calmly, "It's the thought that counts, no matter what you give." "I want to give him something inexpensive but practical," Zhang Mengling sighed, still clearly torn. At 11 p.m., the dormitory lights went out as scheduled. The room fell silent, and Tong closed her eyes, her headphones still playing English listening exercises. Half asleep, she suddenly felt someone slipping into her bed. Startled, she opened her eyes to see Zhang Mengling's bright, expectant gaze in the faint light from the window. "Come shopping with me to pick out a gift the day after tomorrow," Zhang Mengling whispered, her tone full of anticipation. "The day after tomorrow is Saturday," Tong replied, closing her eyes again, uninterested in entertaining her. "Come with me, please," Zhang Mengling pleaded softly. Not wanting to disturb their sleeping roommates, Tong reluctantly nodded in agreement. Coincidentally, she had already made plans to go shopping with Song Xiaoxiao that Saturday morning to pick out a dress for the award ceremony. Yay! Zhang Mengling let out a quiet cheer before happily returning to her own bed. Meanwhile, Yu Hanshen returned to the Yu family estate late at night after finishing a business dinner. After showering, he picked up his phone to check for messages, only to find the screen blank, no missed calls, no unread texts. He calculated the time. By now, Tong should have finished her evening self-study session, so it wasn't possible she hadn't seen his message. Could her phone have run out of battery? This thought offered him some slight consolation, but over the next few days, every text he sent to Tong seemed to vanish into thin air without any reply. The atmosphere in the president's office of the Huangxing Group grew increasingly tense. Employees walked on eggshells, as the usually composed CEO now wore a thunderous expression that could have made the air freeze. On Saturday morning, Zhang Mengling arrived at the school on her electric scooter to pick up Tong. Together, they headed to the mall where they had arranged to meet Song Xiaoxiao. By the time they arrived, it was already past 9. Song Xiaoxiao, who had done some research in advance, took them straight to a boutique specializing in formal dresses. Tong tried on a few gowns before settling on a black, asymmetrical, floor-length dress that exuded both elegance and sophistication, perfect for the upcoming award ceremony. After finalizing her choice, Song Xiaoxiao hurried off, as her family had arranged a blind date for her. At 26, she had little choice but to comply. Watching Song Xiaoxiao leave, Zhang Mengling hopped back on her scooter and whisked Tong off to the IFC mall. "I thought you said belts were too personal and that he wouldn't accept one?" Tong asked, raising an eyebrow as she watched Zhang Mengling browse through luxury men's belts in a high-end store. "And didn't you say you were broke?" "The money I've saved from years of New Year's gifts is all here," Zhang Mengling replied earnestly, her tone carrying an air of determination that left no room for argument. Zhang Mengling didn't even look up as she said firmly, "I've made up my mind. This time, I'm definitely confessing to my crush." She was busy picking out belts, but her tone was so resolute it was impossible to ignore. Tong stared at her in confusion. "But isn't he with Lin Xianer?" "Lin Xianer is out of the picture," Zhang Mengling interrupted, putting down the belt in her hand and pulling Tong toward another store. As they walked, she continued, "Last night, my mom told me that Grandma you secretly went to high university to see Lin Xianer. Guess what happened?" Without waiting for Tong to respond, she carried on, "Grandma you happened to catch someone giving Lin Xianer a gift and even asking her to badmouth me in front of my crush. And Lin Xianer actually agreed. Can you believe it? Grandma Yu was furious and said there's no way she'd allow a woman with questionable morals into the Yu family. She even said she'd rather see my crush stay single forever." By the end of her story, a smug smile played on Zhang Mengling's lips. Tong, listening to all this gossip, couldn't help but recall what her coworker had mentioned last night while she was working part-time at the royal court. Apparently, Lin Xianer had quit her job, and rumor had it that she had undergone quite the transformation, going from a poor student wearing cheap clothes to a fashionista decked out in designer brands. "Hey, what do you think of this one?" Zhang Mengling suddenly asked, holding up a belt with a sparkling, diamond-studded buckle. Snapped out of her thoughts, Tong took a closer look and gave an honest opinion. "It's very flashy. How much is this?" Zhang Mengling asked the sales assistant. The assistant smiled politely. 100,000. Even though Zhang Mengling had mentally prepared herself, her jaw still dropped when she heard the price. However, for the sake of her crush, she gritted her teeth and swiped her card. After paying, She clutched her chest dramatically, her face filled with regret. I need a cup of coffee to calm my nerves. The two of them headed to a high-end cafe on the first floor of the shopping center. Zhang Mengling ordered 2 cups of coffee, thinking to herself that after spending 100,000 on a belt, a few hundred for coffee didn't seem like much. While waiting, Tong excused herself to use the restroom. When Tong returned, she hadn't even stepped into the cafe when she heard Zhang Mengling's angry voice. It was clearly your fault for not watching where you were going and spilling my coffee. I didn't even ask you to pay for it, and now you want me to compensate you for your clothes? Are you trying to scam me? Look at you, dressed like that. What are you even doing at a place like this? Don't tell me you're here to steal something. Frowning, Tong quickened her pace, worried that Zhang Mengling might get into trouble. Sure enough, a sharp retort followed immediately. Who are you calling poor? Who are you accusing of stealing? I think you're the thief. Your whole family are thieves. It was Qin Siyuan. Tong's heart sank as she hurried into the cafe. The scene that greeted her was chaotic. Zhang Mengling and Qin Siyuan were already grappling with each other. Zhang Mengling, furious, had thrown her belongings aside and lunged at Qin Siyuan, trying to claw at her face. Qin Siyuan, not one to back down, retaliated by grabbing Zhang Mengling's hair. The two of them were locked in a fierce struggle, pulling, scratching, and shouting, creating an absolute scene. Tong, alarmed by the chaos, rushed forward, desperately trying to separate the two. Just as Sidong was about to step forward to separate the two fighting girls, a familiar voice sounded from behind her. What's going on here? Turning around, she saw Han Lingli approaching quickly with a frown. Han Lingli's gaze lingered on Sidong for a brief moment, her expression complex, as if she didn't recognize her. Then, without hesitation, she headed straight for the two entangled girls and pulled them apart. Qin Siyuan's face bore several red scratches, and her lip was split open, giving her a pitiful appearance. Her clothes were stained with coffee, adding to her disheveled state. Upon seeing this, Han Lingli's expression darkened with a mix of anger and frustration. How could this happen? You're scheduled to go on stage and receive your award tomorrow. The media and journalists will all be there. How can you show up looking like this at such an important moment? As it turned out, Qin Siyuan had recently won an award in a math competition and was invited to attend the award ceremony. Han Lingli had brought her out to pick out a dress for the occasion. Earlier, she had been chatting with an acquaintance and left Qin Siyuan to wait at a nearby cafe. Who would have thought that such a commotion would erupt in such a short time? Han Lingli's sharp eyes turned to Zhang Mengling as she coldly demanded, "Why did you hit her? Is this how your parents taught you?" Zhang Mengling's hair was a mess, half of it having been pulled loose. She brushed away a few stray strands covering her eyes and glared back defiantly. She knocked over my coffee first and then insulted me. She deserved it for having such a sharp tongue. Sidong picked up Zhang Mengling's shopping bag from the floor and handed it to her. Seeing that Zhang Mengling's hair was disheveled but she was otherwise unharmed, Sidong felt a slight sense of relief. Han Lingli noticed this interaction, and her gaze turned icy. You know each other? She asked. Zhang Mengling tilted her chin up with a hint of provocation. What's it to you? Han Lingli's face turned livid with anger. She raised her phone and snapped, fine, just wait. I'm calling the police right now to let them handle this. Sidong immediately stepped in to stop her. Mrs. Qin, she addressed her deliberately, avoiding the word mom. Her tone was calm but carried a quiet authority. Just a reminder, in cases where both parties engage in physical altercations, it's considered mutual fighting. If this goes to the police, both sides will end up with a record. I doubt Mr. Qin would want his daughter to carry such a blemish on her record, right? And if Huashua High School finds out that one of their students has been involved with the police, what do you think the school will do? Han Lingli's hand froze mid-dial. Sidong's words were hard to argue with. Forget Qin Anshu, even she couldn't tolerate the idea of her child's record being tarnished. Moreover, Huashua High School was known for its strict standards for students. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly lowered her phone. We won't call the police, but this matter isn't going to be brushed aside, Han Lingli said coldly. Call your parents. You've injured my daughter like this. You'll have to compensate us for the damage. Zhang Mengling, who had been a bit nervous when Han Lingli initially threatened to call the police, now felt a surge of admiration for Sidong after seeing how she had turned the situation around with just a few words. A genius brain really does work differently, she thought to herself. Standing up straighter, she retorted confidently, I'm not calling anyone. What are you going to do about it? Go ahead, call the police and let them notify my parents. Han Lingli was so furious she could hardly breathe, pointing at Zhang Mengling but unable to form a coherent sentence. She was used to being in control, and being talked back to by a young girl left her at a loss for words. Her anger only grew, and she couldn't help but feel a flicker of resentment towards Sidong's friend. Birds of a feather flock together, she thought. No wonder Sidong's friends are just as unruly as she is. Qin Siyuan, her face stinging from the pain, grew even more frustrated but couldn't find a way to counter Zhang Mengling's attitude. Turning to Sidong, She shot her a look filled with both grievance and dissatisfaction. Then she wrapped her arms around Han Lingley's neck and said plaintively, "Mom, my face really hurts." Han Lingley immediately softened, her eyes filled with concern. "Let's go. Mommy will take you to the hospital." Supporting Qin Siyuan, she led her out of the cafe. At the door, Qin Siyuan glanced back and saw Sidong whispering something to Zhang Mengling, not even sparing her or Han Lingley a glance. The lack of the jealousy or envy she had anticipated left Qin Siyuan fuming. She stomped her foot in frustration. Inside the cafe, Zhang Mengling watched the mother and daughter leave before turning to Sidong. "You know them?" she asked. She had caught Sitong's address to Han Lingley earlier and noticed her familiarity with Qin Siyuan. A vague suspicion had started to form in her mind. Sidong lowered her gaze and replied evenly, "My mom and her stepdaughter." Zhang Mengling was stunned, her mouth hanging open for several moments before she finally regained her composure. She had thought Sidong and the two were mere acquaintances, but this revelation left her speechless. Remembering Han Lingley's cold attitude towards Sidong and how Sidong had been mistreated at her mother's birthday party, Zhang Mengling felt a surge of indignation and sympathy. What kind of mother doesn't care about her own child? Zhang Mengling muttered. That Mrs. Qin must have something wrong with her. Not having you in her life is her loss. When she finally sees how amazing you are, she'll regret it as much as Class 19's teacher Zhou did. And when she comes crawling back, don't you dare give her the time of day. Sidong felt a small warmth bloom in her heart at Zhang Mengling's words. The next day at noon, Wu Shiqin arrived to drive Sidong to the award ceremony. When Sidong got into the car, she was surprised to find not only Song Xiaoxiao and her math teacher but also Zhang Mengling. It turned out that the award ceremony had invited not only the winners but also their parents, school principals, and relevant teachers. Zhang Mengling had been dragged along by her uncle at the last minute to experience something new. Her dress was a simple pink gown, and her hair had been casually styled. The award ceremony was held at Haicheng University's Centennial Hall, its atmosphere both solemn and celebratory. Haicheng University, as one of the top institutions in the country, is on par with the two prestigious universities in Beijing. Ranked among the top 50 in the world, it boasts a long history and rich cultural heritage. When Tong and her group arrived at Haicheng University, the clock had already struck 5. At the parking lot near the Memorial Hall, they unexpectedly ran into Qin Siyuan and her family of 4, who had just stepped out of their car. Tong's expression remained calm, showing no trace of emotion, but Zhang Mengling was the first to call out, "Tong, your mom is here too." Her voice drew the attention of Han Lingley. Upon seeing Tong dressed in an elegant gown, Han Lingley's brows furrowed slightly, and her tone was tinged with displeasure. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Noticing the situation, Zhang Mengling immediately stood up for her friend, her tone sharp and direct. "Isn't it obvious? She's here to receive an award, of course. Judging by your presence, I assume you're here for the same reason." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Qin Siyuan, who had clashed with her the day before. With a hint of provocation in her voice, she added, "You must be the Qin Siyuan from Huashua High School that Tong mentioned yesterday, right?" "Yes, Kay. I bet the most you'll get is an honorable mention. Why not save yourself the embarrassment and head home for a good cry?" Qin Siyuan, enraged by the comment, snapped back, "Are you crazy?" Zhang Mengling retorted without missing a beat, "And do you have the cure?" "You're insane." Qin Siyuan rolled her eyes in frustration. "Right back at you." Zhang Mengling grinned defiantly, refusing to back down. As the tension escalated, Wu Shiqin quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. "Lingling, that's enough," he said firmly. Although he wasn't well acquainted with Qin Anshu, he did know Han Lingley. Back when Han Lingley was looking for a school for Tong, they had even shared a meal together. Smiling, Wu Shiqin addressed Han Lingley, "Mrs. Qin, congratulations on your daughter's award. This is my niece, young and impulsive, so I hope you and Mr. Qin won't take her words to heart." Han Lingley, still fuming over Zhang Mengling's remark about Qin Siyuan only earning an honorable mention, forced a strained smile in response. "Kids will be kid-spirited and lively. It's normal," she said through gritted teeth. Wu Shiqin, ever perceptive, picked up on Zhang Mengling's earlier comment, Tong, your mom is here too," and immediately pieced together the connection between Tong and the Qin family. He was also aware that Han Lingley and Qin Anshu were in their second marriages and surmised that Han Lingley likely harbored resentment toward her stepdaughter, perhaps even refusing to acknowledge her publicly. This realization stirred a sense of sympathy in him for Tong and her difficult circumstances. After exchanging a few polite words, the two groups parted ways. As they left, Qin Sahan turned back and gave Tong a lingering look, her gaze complex and shifting. She had assumed that after 4 years of academic hiatus, Tong's performance would have plummeted. Yet here she was, standing out in a mathematics competition. A flicker of irritation rose within Qin Sahan's Tong, seemed like a cockroach that refused to be squashed no matter how hard one tried. Yuan, are you confident about the award you'll receive?" Qin Sahan asked her younger sister in a low voice. Inwardly, she prayed that Qin Siyuan's results would surpass Tong's, determined not to let Tong have the upper hand. This year, the competition hosted by Shuangxing Group had kept the rankings for both the preliminary and final rounds under wraps. All awardees were only informed that they had won, but the specifics of the awards remained a mystery. This lack of transparency left participants both excited and anxious. Initially, Qin Siyuan wasn't particularly nervous. She felt that earning an honorable mention was already an achievement. It would at least give her a chance to stand on stage and prove her abilities. However, upon discovering that Tong had also won, her mindset shifted dramatically. She couldn't bear the thought of being outshone by Tong, nor could she face the humiliation of losing at the awards ceremony, especially knowing it would be broadcast live and that Han Zhan would be watching. I'm confident. It's definitely more than just an honorable mention. Don't worry, sis, Qin Siyuan replied firmly. Hearing this, Qin Sahan smiled with satisfaction. That's good. Yet, a moment later, doubt crept into her mind. Perhaps she had overestimated Tong. No matter how brilliant Tong had been in the past, after 4 years away from school, how impressive could she really be now? Tong entered the performance hall of the auditorium along with a few others and found their designated seats. Han Lingli's family sat 2 rows away from them. Tong appeared calm as usual, but Song Xiaoxiao's gaze was filled with heartache. She recalled the elegant woman who had entrusted Tong to her care unbelievably. That woman was Tong's biological mother. Song Xiaoxiao had always assumed that Tong's struggles stemmed from a poor family background, but the truth was far crueler. She was a neglected child abandoned by her own mother. Madame Han, adorned in gold and jewels, clearly came from a wealthy family. If she had shown even a shred of affection for Tong, the girl's life wouldn't have been so difficult. Lost in her thoughts, Tong suddenly felt a warm touch on the back of her hand. She looked up to meet Song Xiaoxiao's concerned gaze and froze for a moment before understanding her worry. Tong sighed inwardly and said softly, her voice calm yet distant, I'm fine. Song Xiaoxiao, however, didn't believe her. She gently patted Tong's head, sighing as if dealing with a stubborn child. Who could truly remain unaffected when faced with such a biological mother? Sensing Song Xiaoxiao's doubt, Tong let out a faint sigh but refrained from explaining further. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengling was enthusiastically snapping selfies with her phone and pulled Tong into the frame. Come on, smile. Smile, she urged. Tong gave a faint smile and cooperated casually. At that moment, a group of people arrived to fill the empty seats in the front row. A middle-aged man spotted Wu Shiqin and greeted him with a condescending smile. Well, if it isn't Principal Wu from 10th High. Fancy seeing you here. His tone carried an unmistakable air of superiority. Tong turned toward the voice. The man wasn't tall but was dressed sharply in a suit, his hair slicked back with so much gel that it looked like even a fly would slip off. Zhang Mengling leaned in and whispered to Tong. That's Jiang Jianfeng, the assistant principal of Huashua High. He's so arrogant. He always looks down on my uncle just because Huashua is the top high school in Haiqing. Ugh, what's so great about having the highest college admission rates or producing provincial top scorers every year? Following Jiang Jianfeng was another middle-aged man, the actual principal of Huashua High. He didn't even glance at Wu Shiqin the entire time, making it clear he didn't regard him as an equal. Wu Shiqin forced a polite smile and tried to ease the tension. Assistant Jiang, I assume Huashua has quite a few students winning awards this time? Jiang Jianfeng chuckled nonchalantly, though his eyes betrayed a hint of pride. Not too many, just about 10 or so. Wu Ziken's eyes widened in shock. Only 10? Out of 40 total winners in the competition, Huashua students accounted for a quarter of them. The sheer dominance was infuriating, but there was little he could do. After all, they had every right to brag. And 10th High. Jiang Jianfeng's gaze swept over Tong and Zhang Mengling, his tone dripping with disdain. Did these 2 students win? Congratulations, Principal Wu. After all these years, you've finally made some progress. 2 students receiving merit awards. Not bad, not bad. The mockery in his words was impossible to miss. Wu Ziken's face darkened, but he managed a strained smile. Actually, only 1 student won an award. Jiang Jianfeng's smirk deepened with ridicule. Tong remained composed, but the expressions of Wu Shiqin, Song Xiaoxiao, and the math teacher all froze. Even Zhang Mengling, who was usually carefree, couldn't hide her anger and humiliation. She abruptly stood up, ready to retort, but was interrupted by a commotion at the entrance of the hall. Mr. Yu is here, someone exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Jianfeng's haughty demeanor instantly vanished. His expression shifted, and he hurried toward the entrance, looking both respectful and eager. Even the usually aloof principal of Huashua High rose to his feet to greet the newcomer. Is it the male god? Zhang Mengling whispered excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Tong glanced toward the entrance. Yu Hanshen was surrounded by a crowd of people. Despite the bustling scene, his tall stature made him easy to spot. For a brief moment, his gaze seemed to meet Tong's through the throng. Remembering the congratulatory message he had sent her, Sidong pressed her lips together and quickly averted her eyes, pretending not to notice. Beside her, Zhang Mengling was practically squealing in a hushed voice. Oh my gosh. He looks even more handsome today. Yu Hanshen's seat was arranged in the center of the first row. With effortless grace, he shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with those around him before walking to his seat with long, confident strides. Watching him, Wu Shiqin couldn't help but sigh. The CEO of Huangxing Group truly stands apart. Even shaking his hand is a privilege that requires waiting in line. He knew all too well that if it weren't for his brother-in-law saving Yu Hanshen's grandfather's life, he wouldn't even have had the chance to shake hands with such a powerful figure. This wasn't the first time Sidong had witnessed Yu Hanshen being the center of attention. At Han Lingli's birthday party, he had been surrounded by admirers as well. Scenes like this only reinforced his prominent status in Haiqing. Meanwhile, Qin Anshu returned to Han Lingli's side, looking dejected. He had tried to greet Yu Hanshen but was completely ignored. Now, his face was filled with disappointment as he puzzled over why Yu Hanshen had suddenly started keeping his distance from him. Han Lingli furrowed her brows, a faint unease flickering across her expression. She recalled the last time she took Lin Xianer to the International Trade Center. In an effort to curry favor, she not only gave her clothes and shoes from her own store, but also bought 2 brand-new designer handbags from other luxury boutiques. The whole ordeal cost her hundreds of thousands. Yet, the pillow talk she hoped Lin Xianer would employ to help her cause had no effect whatsoever. The collaboration between Ding Feng and Huangxing remained at a standstill. And just now, Yu Hanshen's attitude left her even more disheartened. Clearly, the Qin family was of no importance in his eyes. Han Heng, Han Lingli called softly, nudging Qin Sahan's arm, her tone tinged with urgency. Can you ask Ji Heng to find out why Huangxing Group refuses to collaborate with the Qin family? Qin Sahan frowned slightly at the suggestion. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about helping her father, but the mere thought of Yu Hanshen filled her with dread. His cold, distant demeanor carried an oppressive weight that made her uneasy to her core. Moreover, he had always treated her with an icy indifference. Let's not rush this for now, Qin Sahan replied softly, her voice carrying a hint of helplessness and self-reassurance. Once I marry Ji Heng, have a child, and our marriage is stable, I'll see what I can do. She lowered her gaze, masking the anxiety in her heart. After all, she wasn't yet the true lady of the Yu family. Her position was precarious, and her words carried little weight. Only when she bore a child, the first great-grandchild of the Yu family, and solidified her place, could things possibly become easier. Huh? Why is Brother Fu here too? Zhang Mengling's surprised voice suddenly broke the silence. Tong glanced up from her phone, following Zhang Mengling's gaze to someone in the crowd. Oh, I see now. Uncle C must have invited the key figures of the other 3 families as well. I knew there's no way my idol would show up at an event like this otherwise. Zhang Mengling's face lit up with excitement, her tone laced with admiration. The brother Fu she referred to as none other than Fu Yanlin, the newly appointed heir of the Fu family. Like Yu Hanshen, Fu Yanlin's arrival immediately drew countless eyes. He was quickly surrounded by a crowd, though he managed to extricate himself after some time. He walked straight over to Yu Hanshen, casually took a seat beside him, and the two engaged in a quiet conversation. Not long after, a young woman in a red gown appeared in the center of the venue. Her presence was commanding and elegant, exuding an aura that was impossible to ignore. Look, that's Shan Yeshi, the heir of the Shun family, Zhang Mengling said, nudging Tong, her voice brimming with excitement. She looks so impressive, doesn't she? Tong followed her gaze and saw Shen Yeshi smiling and greeting Yu Hanshen and Fu Yanlin with poise and grace. Zhang Mengling leaned in closer, whispering, she's the only female heir among the 4 great families. But sadly, she's not a biological child of the Shun family. Hearing this, Tong paused for a moment, a flicker of curiosity crossing her eyes. Zhang Mengling, noticing her interest, immediately lowered her voice to explain further. You know about the 4 great families of Haiqing, Yu, Si, Shen, and Fu, right? Tong nodded. These prominent families were so well known in Haiqing that even ordinary people had heard of their stories. Uncle Si had a daughter many years ago, but she passed away in a car accident before she even turned 1. I've told you about this before, remember? Zhang Mengling continued. Tong nodded again in acknowledgement. Zhang Mengling glanced around briefly, then leaned in closer and whispered, that car accident not only took Uncle Si's daughter's life, but also left him unable to have more children. It even paralyzed Aunt Shin from the waist down. She's been wheelchair-bound ever since. After losing her daughter and becoming disabled, Aunt Shin suffered a mental breakdown and has been living in a rehabilitation facility in Switzerland ever since. Tong's expression shifted subtly, her brows knitting together. Aunt Shen is the only child of the Shen family. With her condition, the Shen family was left without an heir. So Grandma Shen and Grandpa Shen adopted a girl from an orphanage, named her Shen Yeshi, and registered her as Aunt Shen's child. Zhang Mengling's tone carried a note of regret. In a way, Shen Yeshi is the foster daughter of both Uncle Si and Aunt Shen. She might one day inherit both the Si and Shen family businesses. Just think about it, could become the most prominent woman in all of Haiqing. However, Zhang Mengling's tone shifted as she added, but the Si family hasn't officially recognized her status yet. Uncle Sis' sister Mozani's mother opposes the idea of someone without any blood relation inheriting the double star group. The Si family and the Shen family, two prominent clans, formed a close alliance through marriage more than 2 decades ago. Si Qingqing, the sole heir of the Si family, and Shen Muli, the only daughter of the Shan family, were the central figures of this union. However, fate cast a dark shadow over their marriage. Their child tragically passed away, and due to health reasons, they were unable to have more children. Left with no other choice, they adopted an orphan with no blood ties to either family and designated the child as their heir. On the Shen family side, Shen Muli being the sole bloodline made Shen Yang's status as heir indisputable. The Si family, however, was far from harmonious. Si Qingcheng's elder sister, Si Jintong, consistently opposed the idea of an outsider inheriting the Si family's legacy, making the issue of succession both complex and delicate. Si Tong quietly listened to Zhang Mengling's recounting of the tangled family relationships, gradually piecing everything together. Zhang Mengling continued, "You have no idea. While Aunt Si refuses to acknowledge Shen Yang's status, Uncle Si is entirely on Aunt Shen's side. Uncle Si deeply loves Aunt Shen. Back then, after the car accident, Aunt Shen insisted on getting a divorce for reasons unknown, but Uncle Si used all his connections to suppress the matter. He managed to drag it out for over 20 years without ever actually divorcing her. Not only that, he flies to Switzerland every week to visit her, without fail, year after year. When I first heard about it, I was so moved I cried." She paused for a moment, then lowered her voice and added, "If Aunt Shen were to say the word, Uncle Si would undoubtedly hand over Shuangxing Group to Shen Yanqi. That's why Shen Yanqi keeps traveling to Switzerland to try to win Aunt Shen's favor. If she can win her over, she'll have the chance to claim both the Si and Shen family fortunes." Impressive, isn't it? Hearing this, Si Tong couldn't help but feel astonished. She had always thought of Si Qingqing as a shrewd and decisive head of the family, but she hadn't expected him to be so deeply driven by love. She instinctively glanced at Shen Yanqi, the woman carrying so many expectations. Shen Yanqi sat with her back straight, her every move exuding poise and elegancy, a testament to her exceptional upbringing in a prominent family. It was evident that the Shen family had invested great effort in her development. Sensing Si Tong's gaze, Shen Yanqi suddenly turned to meet her eyes. There was no trace of annoyance at being observed. Instead, Shen Yanqi offered a perfectly measured smile and nodded politely, exuding grace. Si Tong quickly returned the smile, silently marveling at how well-mannered and refined this heiress was. Just as Si Tong was about to look away, Yu Hanshen, seated 1 seat away from Shen Yanqi, suddenly turned his gaze toward her. Si Tong pretended not to notice and calmly shifted her focus elsewhere, but Yu Hanshen's expression instantly turned cold. "Oh my gosh, that's terrifying," Zhang Mengling whispered as she ducked behind Si Tong. "Why is the campus heartthrob looking at me like that? Did he figure out that I plan to confess to him on his birthday and get mad about it?" Her voice was so low that the last part was almost whispered directly into Si Tong's ear, the warmth of her breath tickling her skin. Si Tong pushed Zhang Mengling's head away and replied softly, "He's not a mind reader. How would he know what you're planning? Then why is he looking at me like I owe him a fortune?" Zhang Mengling muttered. "You're so scared of him, yet you still want to confess?" Si Tong couldn't help but feel skeptical about Zhang Mengling's plan. From their age difference to their social status and life experiences, the two seemed worlds apart, completely mismatched. But Zhang Mengling was resolute. "I have to. There's already a Lin Xianer in the picture. If I don't act fast, someone else will snatch him away." Si Tong was left speechless. The award ceremony was about to begin when Si Qingqing finally arrived, fashionably late. He looked travel-worn, with a hint of fatigue on his face. Zhang Mengling immediately speculated, Uncle Si must have just returned from Switzerland. She sighed. Aunt Shen has been paralyzed for 20 years, yet Uncle Si has never abandoned her. If I were Aunt Shen, I'd have come back to live with him and start fresh a long time ago. Why insist on divorce? I heard she's still determined to go through with it. Zhang Mengling's words clearly sided with Si Qingqing, but Si Tong suddenly felt that the unseen Aunt Shen might have her reasons. Unable to hold back, she defended. She must have her own reasons for doing this. Before she could say more, the lights in the venue dimmed abruptly and the stage lights came on. The award ceremony had officially begun. The host walked onto the stage, and Zhang Mengling whispered as she recognized the industry heavyweight, "Wow, they even got such a famous host." Uncle Si really went all out. Si Tong could only shake her head helplessly. After the opening remarks, the chairman of Shuangxing Group, Si Qingqing, took the stage to deliver his speech. His deep, commanding voice resonated through the venue as he briefly explained the purpose and significance of the mathematics competition, earning rounds of applause. Following him, several esteemed guests, including a Mathematics Academy Fellow, the president of the Mathematics Association, the president of Haida University, and the dean of its mathematics department, gave their speeches. About half an hour later, the award presentation began. Now, let's unveil the list of recipients for the Excellence Award. Please turn your attention to the big screen. The host's voice trailed off as a video began playing on the screen behind him. One by one, names accompanied by the participants' school affiliations appeared on the screen, most of them from top high schools in Beijing, Haicheng, and Nanjing. The audience fell silent as the awardees held their breath, nervously and eagerly watching the screen. Even after 20 names were displayed, Si Tong's name still hadn't appeared. Zhang Mengling, nearly screaming with excitement, grabbed Si Tong's arm tightly and exclaimed, "This is amazing. Your name isn't there. You're not just an Excellence Award winner." Her voice was filled with joy, as if she were even happier than if she had won an award herself. Si Tong felt a faint trace of unease in her heart, but her face remained as calm and composed as ever, giving no hint of her inner thoughts. Standing nearby, Wu Shiqin wiped the sweat off his forehead and murmured under his breath, "Could Si Tong have won the bronze award? A bronze award isn't bad at all." Meanwhile, Han Lingli was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She clutched Qin Siyuan's hand tightly, only releasing her grip when all 20 names for the Excellence Award had been announced. She let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Qin Siyuan stood still, her gaze sweeping over the awardees from their school on stage. A hint of superiority flickered in her eyes. She let out a soft scoff, as if proud to be better than those around her. On stage, Si Qingqing was presenting trophies to the 20 recipients of the Excellence Award. After the ceremony, 2 representatives from the Excellence Award winners gave speeches, expressing their heartfelt love for mathematics and their gratitude toward their families and teachers. 10 minutes later, the large screen on stage began displaying the names of the Bronze Award winners. There were 10 recipients in total. When the final name, Qin Siyuan, was announced, Han Lingli felt as though a blade hanging over her head had finally fallen. She was both relieved and slightly disappointed. Turning to look at Si Tong, she was overcome with complex emotions. Since Si Tong's name hadn't been called, it meant her award ranked higher than Qin Siyuan's. Shock and disbelief intertwined in Han Lingli's heart. She never would have imagined that Si Tong's mathematical abilities were this outstanding. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to Si Qingqing, who was presenting awards to the bronze winners. A complicated light flickered in her eyes as she thought to herself, blood ties truly are remarkable. No wonder they were father and daughter. After receiving her award, Qin Siyuan stood on stage to give a speech, her face radiating her usual confidence. However, when she stepped off the stage and her eyes landed on Si Tong's calm and impassive expression, a wave of resentment surged within her. The fact that Si Tong had won a higher award than her was unbearable. How could this be possible? How could someone who had taken a 4-year hiatus from school surpass her? Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the delegation from Huashua High School grew subtly tense. Of their 10 competing students, 5 had won Excellence Awards and 3 had taken Bronze Awards. That left only 2 students unmentioned. Even Jiang Jianfeng, who had appeared composed throughout, now looked visibly serious. The principal of Huashua High School also showed a mixture of anticipation and nervousness on his face. The large screen began playing the announcement video for the Silver Awards. There were 6 recipients in total, and the 2 remaining students from Huashua High School were among them. Although they hadn't secured a Gold Award, 2 Silver Awards, 3 Bronze Awards, and 5 Excellence Awards were already enough to make Huashua High School stand out among the many schools. Jiang Jianfeng smiled with satisfaction and nodded toward the students on stage, feeling a swell of pride. Not bad, he thought to himself. These kids have truly brought honor to the school. However, when the Gold Award winners were revealed, Jiang Jianfeng's smile froze. His gaze was fixed on a familiar figure on the screen, a student from Wu Shiqin's school. He quickly turned to look at Wu Shiqin, who was flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy. She seemed almost overwhelmed by her elation. Jiang Jianfeng felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, his heart sinking into a cold abyss. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, his gaze shifting back toward Wu Shiqin. That rundown school, 10th High. How could they possibly have a student who won the Gold Award? The principal of Huazhong High School fixed his gaze on the name beneath the gold medalist displayed on the large screen, Si Tong. Beside those 3 characters, it read unmistakably, Haicheng number 10 High School. His eyes widened slightly, a trace of disbelief flickering across his face. Number 10 High School, a school he had always looked down upon, had long been nicknamed the Trash High School. Every year, only a handful of its students managed to pass the first-tier college entrance exam cutoff, and those admitted to prestigious 985 or 211 universities were even rarer. As for Tsinghua or Beida, the top-tier institutions, that was nothing short of a pipe dream. Huazhong High School, however, was a completely different story. As the top high school in Haicheng, Huazhong not only sent multiple students to Tsinghua and Beida every year, but also consistently produced provincial top scorers. Its 100 college acceptance rate made it the envy of every other school. Just a minute ago, Huazhong had proudly secured 2 silver medals, 3 bronze medals, and 5 honorable mentions in the competition, standing head and shoulders above the rest. Yet now, everything had been turned upside down. On the stage, the gold medal recipients had all finished their speeches except for Tong, who remained standing in the center. The host smiled at her and asked, Tong, do you know why we saved you for the last speech? Tong was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head slightly. Her expression remained calm, as if she wasn't particularly concerned about the answer. The host turned to the audience, her smile widening. Does anyone know why? She paused for effect, then raised her voice slightly, her face radiant with excitement. Because Tong is the first place winner of this year's math competition. The words, first place, rang out clearly, reverberating through the entire hall. As soon as the announcement was made, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The principal of Huazhong High School, whose expression had already been grim, now looked ashen. Haicheng's top high school, beaten by a so-called trash school like number 10 high school? If word of this got out, where would he hide his face? Despite the storm raging in his heart, he forced himself to remain composed on the surface. However, sitting beside him, Jiang Jianfeng could no longer keep his composure and blurted out, What? First place? How is that possible? Jiang Jianfeng's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't accept this outcome. The other 3 gold medalists were from Beijing's prestigious B University High School, a school so elite that even Huazhong High School struggled to compete with it. For them to win gold was expected. But for a trash school like Haicheng number 10 High School to take first place? How? Cheating? A mistake? Countless doubts swirled in his mind, but he quickly dismissed them. After all, the competition's question setters and judging panel were composed of leading experts in the mathematics field, making errors nearly impossible. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Jiang Jianfeng turned to look at Wu Shiqin, who was sitting nearby. Wu's face was lit with unconcealed excitement, his expression practically glowing with pride. When the words, first place, reached her ears, Tong felt a fleeting wave of surprise, but she quickly composed herself, her expression remaining calm. The host smiled and said, As the first place winner, Tong, you must have many untold stories of hard work. Could you please share your insights and experiences in learning mathematics? The spotlight shone on Tong as she stood at the center of the stage, her demeanor composed and her gaze steady. Facing an audience of hundreds, including prominent figures and academic elites, she showed neither arrogance nor fear. She smiled faintly, her clear and resolute voice resonating through the hall via the microphone. I'm honored to stand here today and excited to share my thoughts and experiences. But before I begin, I'd like to first thank my teacher, Ms. Song. Her eyes found Song Xiaoxiao in the audience. In that moment, countless memories surfaced how Song Xiaoxiao had lent her 100 yuan to get through the hardest week of her life, and how, despite the ridicule and opposition of other teachers, Song had taken her into class 20 when no one else was willing to accept her. Hearing her name mentioned first, Song Xiaoxiao felt her eyes well up with tears. This child so resilient and brilliant was both heartbreaking and a source of immense pride. Tong went on to thank Zhang Mengling, her math teacher, and the school principal before delving into her understanding of mathematics. Every sentence she spoke was filled with her passion for the subject and deep, thoughtful reflections. In that moment, she exuded confidence and grace, her eyes shining as if they held their own light. Her presence was magnetic, captivating everyone in the room. It wasn't just her striking beauty, it was an inner radiance that touched the hearts of those watching. In the audience, Yu Hanshen quietly observed Tong on stage. At that moment, he saw a completely different side of her, confident, resilient, and full of vitality. She was nothing like the aloof, distant girl he had known. His gaze unconsciously followed her every movement, his heartbeat faltering slightly. Elsewhere in the audience, Qin Si Yuan clenched her teeth so hard they might have cracked. First place title she hadn't even dared to dream of had been claimed by Tong. Her mind flashed back to the first time she met the girl. Back then, Tong had stood in the opulently decorated living room of the Qin family's mansion, wearing faded jeans, a yellowed t-shirt, and carrying a worn-out backpack. With her head lowered, she looked like a poor beggar who had accidentally wandered in. At the time, Qin Siyuan hadn't even bothered to regard this stepmother's daughter from the countryside as worth her attention. Yet now, Tong stood on the stage, radiant and dazzling like a noble princess, her former poverty and dishevelment completely gone. Qin Siyuan stared at Tong, her heart churning with a storm of complex emotions she could scarcely put into words. Hanshen must have seen it on camera, right? Qin Siyuan was overwhelmed with a surge of complicated emotions. She knew Hanshen had already been drawn to Tong, and now, was he completely captivated? unable to look away. Regret nodded. Hershey should never have repeatedly reminded Hanshen to watch the live broadcast of the award ceremony. She had envisioned him witnessing her triumphant moment, basking in her glory, not Tong stealing the spotlight. At this moment, jealousy and resentment nearly shattered her composure. Qin Sahan's gaze was also fixed intently on Tong, her eyes clouded with an unreadable expression. Her mind wandered back to 4 years ago, to the first time she met Tong. It was the early summer of their sophomore year in high school when news began circulating about a new transfer student. Rumor had it that not only was she exceptionally beautiful, but her outstanding academic performance had also prompted the school authorities to recruit her from a rural middle school. Even more shocking was that the school's heartthrob, Yu Hanshen, seemed to have fallen for her at first sight. That evening, after the self-study session ended, Qin Sahan finally saw the legendary transfer student on the staircase. The girl wore a white dress, her long hair tied high in a ponytail, revealing a delicate and graceful face. A single phrase popped into Qin Sahan's mind, as beautiful as a fairy. At the time, Qin Sahan was plagued by acne, insecure about her weight gain from hormonal medication, and far too self-conscious to even speak to Yu Hanshen. Meanwhile, Tong had flawless, porcelain skin, a slender, elegant figure, and a radiant charm that effortlessly drew everyone's attention, including Yu Hanshen's. Why? What made her so special? Qin Sahan was consumed with bitterness and envy, emotions that tormented her for a long time. She even devised a malicious scheme, desperate to dim the girl's brilliance. Yet 4 years had passed, and Tong remained dazzling under the spotlight, her talents and accolades only growing. As Qin Sahan stared at Tong on the stage, her eyes brimmed with a venomous malice. After the award ceremony concluded, the students' performances began. Sitting beside Yu Hanshen, Qingqing had just listened to Tong's speech and showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. Turning to Yu Hanshen, he remarked, "This young lady has a unique resilience. She will achieve great things in the future." Yu Hanshen's lips curled into a subtle smile, his tone unwavering. Of course. His voice carried a certainty, as though the praise had been directed at himself. Qingqing glanced at him, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. What was with that tone of shared pride? On Yu Hanshen's other side, Fu Yanlin turned his attention to Tong with evident interest. After lingering on her for a moment, he pulled a business card from the inner pocket of his suit and stood up, intending to approach her. Yu Hanshen raised a hand to stop him, his brow furrowing slightly. "What are you doing?" Fu Yanlin, a man who never hid his interest in women he found appealing, was known for his good looks, wealth, and extensive experience in romance. Rarely did he fail to win someone's favor. Hearing the question, he smirked, his charming eyes brimming with mischief, and gestured subtly towards Tong with a tilt of his chin. "Just going to make friends with the little beauty." Yu Hanshen's frown deepened, and his tone grew colder as he reminded, "She's still a high school student." The implication was clear. Tong was young, still a child. But Fu Yanlin remained unfazed, shrugging casually as a nonchalant smile played on his lips. "Relax, I have basic morals. I'll just get to know her now. Once she's in college, I'll get to know her better." His tone was light, almost playful, but his confident demeanor spoke volumes. With that, he prepared to rise again. Yu Hanshen once again stopped the restless Fu Yanlin in his tracks. With a cool tone, he remarked, "Your girlfriend's pregnancy, does Grandma Fu know about it yet? If she finds out, do you think she'll pressure you into getting married?" Fu Yanlin froze. "How do you know about that?" he asked, visibly shocked. Very few people were privy to this information, Mo Shubei being one of them. As Fu Yanlin thought of Mo Shubei, he immediately understood the big mouth must have spilled the beans. Seeing him quiet down, Yu Hanshen's furrowed brows relaxed slightly before he spoke again, his tone laced with a warning. "Tong is Lingling's classmate, and my mother is quite fond of her. You'd better rein in your wandering thoughts and stay away from her." Fu Yanlin paused before casting a suspicious glance at Yu Hanshen. "You're not usually one to meddle in others' business. Back when I said I wanted to pursue your family's shuhi, you didn't say a word. Why are you suddenly so concerned about Tong, who has nothing to do with you?" Yu Shuho was the second sister of Yu Zahenga, quiet, introverted, and obedient girl. Yu Hanshen shot Fu Yanlin a cold look and replied, "Shuho has never paid any attention to you, so there was no need for me to say anything." Recalling how Yu Shuho would avoid him like a mouse avoiding a cat, not even giving him the time of day, Fu Yanlin's initial interest in Tong waned significantly. Truth be told, his talk of pursuing Yu Shuho was always in jest. He didn't care for girls who were overly docile and lacked any personality. A bit of temper in a girl, he believed, was what added spice to a relationship. Yu Shuho, however, was like plain water, completely uninteresting. Yet her indifference toward him still left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Seeing that Fu Yanlin had abandoned his frivolous intentions, Qingqing's sharp gaze softened as he glanced in Tong's direction. If Yu Hanshen hadn't stepped in to stop him, Si Qingqing would have ensured that the playboy Fu Yanlin didn't get a chance to bother the young girl either. Si Tong, unaware that Yu Hanshen had just blocked a potential bad suitor for her, quietly watched as the performance ended and the host delivered the closing speech. By around 8 p.m., the award ceremony officially concluded. Wu Shiqin got up and walked to the front row to bid farewell to the 4 core members of the prominent families. Meanwhile, the math teacher led Si Tong over to greet Si Qingqing. Uncle Si, Si Tong addressed him politely. The math teacher glanced at the two of them. You know each other? We've met once, Si Tong replied, recounting the incident when she and Zhang Mengling accidentally collided with Si Qingqing's Rolls-Royce on an electric scooter. The math teacher couldn't help but comment, you two must really be fated to meet. I've always thought her problem-solving approach was unique, reminds me of how you used to. Si Qingqing, who had never seen Si Tong's answers before, brightened slightly at the remark. Really? Then we must indeed share some sort of connection. Perhaps we were family 500 years ago, he joked heartily. This was a sentiment Zhang Mengling had also expressed before, and Si Tong smiled faintly. Si Qingqing laughed heartily, while the math teacher and he continued to reminisce about their youth. Si Tong stood quietly to the side, listening, and inadvertently looked up, locking eyes with Yu Hanshen's deep, imposing gaze. Startled, she quickly averted her eyes. Yu Hanshen's expression darkened. Si Tong noticed Shen Yanxi watching their group from a distance. More specifically, she seemed to be looking at Si Qingqing, her face filled with hesitation as if she wanted to approach but didn't dare to interrupt. When Shen Yanxi's gaze met Si Tong's, she maintained her poised and graceful smile. Si Tong returned the smile politely. Yu Hanshen's face grew even darker. This girl could be so courteous to others, yet she treated him as if he were invisible. After saying their goodbyes, Wu Shiqin, in high spirits, led Si Tong and the others toward the parking lot. No sooner had Si Tong's group left than Qin Anshu, accompanied by his wife and daughters, bid farewell to the event organizer and chairman of Si Corporation. Si Qingqing's smile noticeably faded when facing the Qin family, though he remained polite and composed. His gaze lingered on Han Lingli's face for a brief moment, his brows slightly furrowing. This Mrs. Qin, she looks familiar, he remarked. Oh really? Qin Anshu, initially disappointed by Si Qingqing's lukewarm attitude, perked up at the comment. Lingli, have you met Chairman Si before? Han Lingli smiled faintly. I wouldn't dare claim such an honor. Chairman Si must be mistaken. Si Qingqing didn't dwell on it. Since she denied knowing him, he brushed it off with a few perfunctory remarks before sending Qin Anshu away. As they exited the venue, Qin Anshu suddenly said, Lingli, why don't you invite Tong over for dinner sometime? Han Lingli frowned. What for? Qin Anshu disapproved of her attitude towards Si Tong. Didn't you see how much Chairman Si seemed to appreciate Tong just now? If she joins Shuangxing Group in the future, she might achieve great things. We might need her help for the Qin family someday. Han Lingli scoffed coldly. Our Yuan has just as much chance of joining Shuangxing Group. Do you really think Yuan a top student from Wazhongyi's inferior to some kid from a mediocre school like number 10? Just wait and see. Yuan may not have won as many awards and competitions, but she's sure to outperform her in the college entrance exams. She'll definitely have a brighter future. When Si Tong's group arrived at the parking lot, Jiang Jianfeng and the principal of Huazhong High School were speaking with a few of their school's award-winning students. Upon seeing Wu Shiqin, their expressions noticeably stiffened. Well, Principal Feng, Assistant Jiang, still here? Wu Shiqin greeted the two with an enthusiastic grin, his earlier subdued demeanor completely gone. Let me introduce you, this is Si Tong, the first-place winner of this year's math competition. She's from our 10 High. You must have heard of her by now, right? Haha. Principal Feng and Jiang Jianfeng exchanged glances. Wu Shiqin's pride was practically radiating off him. Do you have to show off so blatantly? Jiang Jianfeng muttered under his breath. Anyway, we'll be heading out. Haven't had dinner yet, and we can't starve the first-place winner. Can we, Assistant Jiang? Wu Shiqin was smiling so broadly it seemed his face might split. His grin stretched all the way to his ears. Jiang Jianfeng grumbled internally. What a smug little man. How infuriating. But, he had to admit, their school couldn't compare. Huazhong's collection of medals was impressive, but it still couldn't beat the brilliance of that single gold medal. After finishing his moment of triumph, Wu Shiqin led Si Tong and the others away, striding off with an air of confidence. Jiang Jianfeng glared at his retreating figure, fuming. Wu Zikin's car soon disappeared into the distance. Turning back, Jiang Jianfeng noticed their own principal's dark expression. Thinking quickly, he tried to comfort him. Principal Feng, that 10 High, what kind of talent could they possibly nurture? This first-place win? Pure luck, Jiang Jianfeng sneered. Even if this Si Tong is some kind of math prodigy, she must be terribly unbalanced in other subjects. There's no way she'll amount to much. Just wait until the college entrance exams, 10 High will still rank at the bottom. Back in the high school entrance exams, Hua Zhong already recruited all the top students in Haiqing. If that Si Tong ended up at 10 high, it's because her entrance exam scores were poor. Her math skills are probably so lopsided it dragged her overall score way down. The humiliation we suffered in this competition? Well, pay it back double during the college entrance exams. Principal Feng, still gazing in the direction Wu Ziken's car had gone, seemed lost in thought. After a moment, he asked, Zhang Jianfeng, doesn't the name Si Tong sound a bit familiar to you? Zhang Jianfeng shook his head, looking confused. Not at all. Meanwhile, Wu Shiqin had taken Si Tong and a few others to the Haiqing Grand Hotel. By the time dinner was over, it was already past 9 o'clock. Wu Shiqin and the math teacher had had a bit to drink, so they called for a designated driver. Since there wasn't enough room in the car, Song Xiaoxiao accompanied Si Tong and Zhang Mengling on the bus back to school. Tomorrow was Monday and classes would resume. Song Xiaoxiao stayed in the teacher's dormitory, while Si Tong and Zhang Mengling returned to the student dormitory. By the time they arrived, it was already past 10. The dormitory hallway was bustling with students carrying their toiletries to the communal bathroom. Tian Qianqian, sharp-eyed as always, spotted the two of them and called out with a grin, "Our genius queen is back from receiving her award." That evening's award ceremony had been broadcast live in every classroom, and now Si Tong was the undisputed star of the school. Zhou Yaya, sitting on her bed working through practice problems, paused for a moment when she heard Tian Qianqian's words. She didn't look up like the others but continued solving problems as if nothing had happened. However, as she wrote, the image of Si Tong standing radiantly on the award stage crept into her mind. Biting her lip, Zhou Yaya felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. First place in the math competition. That was an achievement she doubted she could ever attain in her lifetime. Since every class had watched the live broadcast of the award ceremony, even those who had never met Si Tong now recognized her. Wherever Si Tong went, she was met with stares. She remained calm as always and didn't feel particularly affected by this change. However, as her fame grew, the incident where Zhou Guokai had thrown a fit in the director's office and kicked her out was brought up again. The story spread so widely that even the teachers and students in the first and second years of high school knew about it. Zhou Guokai was furious. Hearing that Song Xiaoxiao had been nominated for the National Outstanding Teacher Award because Si Tong won first place in the competition made Zhou Guokai regret it even more. If he hadn't looked down on Si Tong back then, all the glory and applause would have been his, and Song Xiaoxiao wouldn't even be in the picture. The more Zhou Guokai thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he worked himself into such a state that he ended up in the hospital and had to take several days off. When Zhou Yaya went to visit him, she overheard him on the phone, saying, "That girl Yaya is completely useless. I've trained her for so long, and she didn't even make it past the preliminary round." Such an embarrassment. Yaya stood outside the hospital room with her head lowered. After a long while, she turned and left. Si Tong wasn't aware of any of this. A few days later, the competition prize money was deposited into her account. She looked at the bank notification on her phone. The 200,000 yuan prize, combined with the 10,000 plus yuan given to her in humiliation by Mrs. Liu earlier and the small amount she had saved through her part-time jobs, brought her total balance to 216,600 yuan. She had planned to transfer the money to her grandmother when she went to work at the royal court on Friday. However, the next evening after her evening self-study session, she returned to her dormitory and found several missed calls from her grandmother on her phone. A sense of unease filled her chest. Her grandmother would never call so many times unless it was something urgent. With others still in the dormitory, Si Tong grabbed her phone and went downstairs. She found a quiet spot outside and called her grandmother back. As soon as the call connected, she asked anxiously, "Grandma, has something happened?" Tong, her grandmother's voice was tinged with tears, faint but noticeable to Si Tong. "These past few days, a creditor has come to the house, saying their family's in trouble, and they urgently need money. They're forcing your aunt to come up with 500,000 yuan. But where would your aunt find that kind of money? They show up at our house every day, causing a scene, and they've even gone to your aunt's workplace at the clothing store, making it impossible for her to work. I called your mom to ask for help, but she refused and isn't even answering my calls now." Years ago, when Si Tong's uncle, Li Jianjun, had his business partner run off, leaving him in debt, creditors came knocking. Her aunt, Chen Wan, had sold all the couple's real estate, including their house in their hometown, to pay off the debts. For the past few years, she had been living on a meager 3,000 yuan salary as a clothing saleswoman, renting a place and supporting her mother-in-law and young daughter. Life was extremely tight. This was also why Si Tong had arrived in Haiqing with nothing. Before leaving, she had secretly left behind the 1,000 yuan her aunt had slipped into her bag. She knew how much that 1,000 yuan meant to her aunt's struggling family. Her grandmother's helpless voice came through the phone again. "Could you go to the Qin family and talk to your mom? Ask her to help your aunt. There's no one else who can help us now. Your cousin has been so scared she cries herself to sleep every night by the end." Her grandmother was practically sobbing. "It's our Li family that's wronged your aunt. Jianjun left so early, leaving such a mess for her to deal with alone. And now she has to take care of me, this useless old woman. Tong's uncle's name was Li Jianjun. I'm so useless. I can't help it all, and even my daughter won't listen to me. I might as well. Grandma, please don't say that. Tong interrupted her grandmother's self-deprecating words, her eyes involuntarily welling up with tears. She took a deep breath and tried to speak in a light tone to reassure her grandmother. Don't worry. I'll go to the Qin family tomorrow. Talk to your mom nicely. Don't argue with her grandmother rasped. Okay, Tong agreed obediently. Her grandmother knew this was putting her granddaughter in a difficult position. When Han Lingli married Qin Anshu, she hadn't even informed her own mother or brother, not wanting to be embarrassed by her family. At the time, Li Jianjun was working on construction sites, hauling cement with a dusty face every day. Han Lingli had always looked down on him. Li Jianjun, on the other hand, disapproved of his sister's materialistic attitude. Their sibling relationship had always been strained, and this incident severed it completely. When Li Jianjun's wife, Chen Wan, stood by her husband and argued with Han Lingli held a grudge. To this day, she refused to even acknowledge Chen Wan as her sister-in-law. Asking Tong to persuade Han Lingli to lend money to Chen Wan was an incredibly difficult task, but the situation was urgent, and there was no other option. Tong, I'm sorry to put you through this, her grandmother said, her voice filled with both guilt and heartbreak. After hanging up, Tong leaned against the wall behind her, lost in thought. Her heart felt heavy, as though something was pressing down on it, making it hard to breathe. The joy of receiving the 200,000 yuan prize had completely vanished. If her uncle were still alive, her aunt wouldn't have to struggle so much, her grandmother's medical expenses would be secured, and she wouldn't have to run around trying to make ends meet. Her uncle would have been like a tree protecting them all. But that tree had fallen 4 years ago. Tong, are you okay? Zhang Mengling's voice suddenly broke through her thoughts. Tong turned to look. A hint of guilt and awkwardness flashed across Zhang Mengling's face. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your call. I just saw you heading this way alone and thought. She didn't dare finish her sentence. Thought what? That Tong was sneaking off to meet some handsome guy? She had followed her, hoping to catch something juicy. Let's head back. Tong wasn't in the mood to argue with her. She spoke calmly and started walking back, leading the way. Seeing that Tong wasn't angry, Zhang Mengling breathed a sigh of relief and quickly caught up. Are you really going to talk to your mom? Your mom is so strict. I don't think she'll help you that easily. Her tone carried a hint of worry. What if she makes some unreasonable demands? What if she wants to marry you off to some old man in exchange for a big dowry? Tong was speechless. You've been watching too many TV dramas. But there really are parents like that in real life, Zhang Mengling muttered. The two returned to their dorm room, washed up, and got ready for bed. Just as they lay down, the lights went out. Tong lay on her bed, lost in thought, when Zhang Mengling climbed over and slipped into her blanket. What if you borrow money from my brother? Zhang Mengling suggested after much deliberation. My brother runs a company, so he has some spare cash. You're my best friend. I'm sure he'd be willing to help you. Tong stayed silent for a moment. I'll try to figure something out myself first. If I really can't, then I'll ask for your help. Zhang Mengling wanted to say more, but Tong interrupted her. Let's leave it at that. If I need your help, I won't hesitate to ask. Tong's aunt needed 500,000 yuan, but she only had 200,000. The remaining 300,000 might not be much for Zhang Juncheng, Zhang Mengling's brother, but Tong had no personal relationship with him. In fact, they barely knew each other. Asking to borrow such a large sum of money out of the blue just didn't feel right. The next day, Friday, after her last class in the afternoon, Tong went straight to the Qin family's house. Han Lingli wasn't home. The housekeeper said she had gone to pick up Qin Siyuan from Huashua Middle School. Tong had no choice but to wait at the Qin house. And wait she did until well past 10 p.m. After picking up Qin Siyuan, Han Lingli had taken her youngest daughter out for food, fun, and shopping. Only when Qin Siyuan was satisfied did they return home, arms full of shopping bags. The moment Han Lingli saw Tong, the smile on her face vanished instantly. Han Lingli ignored Tong, acting as if she didn't see her. She calmly instructed the maid to prepare a glass of warm milk for Qin Siyuan before bed and reminded her to rinse her mouth after drinking it. Her meticulous care was no different from that of a biological mother. Han Lingli watched Qin Siyuan climb the stairs with a gentle gaze, her eyes following until Siyuan's figure disappeared. Only then did she shift her focus to Tong, her expression turning cold. Here to borrow money for Chen Wan? Han Lingli asked. Tong met her gaze but said nothing. Han Lingli let out a mocking laugh. She needs money? Isn't she the one who treats money like dirt? Didn't she always look down on me for being materialistic? Didn't she think she was so high and mighty? And now she wants to borrow money from me? Suddenly my money doesn't seem so dirty, does it? Tong wasn't entirely clear on the conflict between Han Lingli and her aunt, but she could hear the ridicule in her words. Only need 300,000 yuan. I'll write you an OU and pay interest at the bank's fixed deposit rate, Tong replied calmly. Han Lingli, however, chuckled as if she'd just heard a joke. Bank interest? Do I look like someone who cares about such trivial interest? Uncle's gone now. Yang Yang is the only family he left behind. For her sake, please help Auntie out, Tong said, bringing up her younger cousin in the hopes of softening Han Lingli's heart. But she overestimated Han Lingli's conscience. Your uncle? Han Lingli sneered. Even if he were alive and begging on his knees, I wouldn't lend him a single cent. If it weren't for him back then? She stopped mid-sentence, her expression suddenly becoming guarded. Whatever memory came to her mind, it brought a wave of pain to her eyes, quickly replaced by intense hatred. When she looked back at Tong, her smile carried a malicious edge. How about I give you a suggestion? With a face like yours, you could fetch a good price. Go to royal court, find yourself a wealthy patron, and sell yourself. Forget 300,003 million might even be possible. Tong stared at her mother in disbelief. She had anticipated it wouldn't be easy to borrow money, but she hadn't expected to hear something so vile. Her voice was icy as she retorted. No wonder my father didn't want you. You're absolutely revolting. What did you just say? Han Lingli's face twisted in fury as if Tong had struck a nerve. She raised her hand to slap her, but Tong caught her wrist midair, her gaze as cold as frost. Someone like you isn't fit to be a mother, Tong said sharply. Then, with a forceful push, she flung Han Lingli's hand away and, ignoring her rage, turned and walked out of the Qin family's villa. By late November, the chill in Haicheng was unmistakable. Outside, rain had started falling at some point, and the north wind howled, carrying icy droplets that slapped against her face. Yet Tong felt none of the cold. She kept walking, eventually breaking into a run, sprinting out of the villa district with all her strength. The discomfort in her stomach worsened with the motion, but she didn't stop. Her vision blurred, though she couldn't tell if it was from the rain or her tears. She ran until she reached the bus stop, where she finally stopped, gasping for air. It was almost 11 p.m., and the last bus had long since departed. Tong sat on a bench, staring blankly at the rain falling under the street lamp. She knew she'd struck Han Lingli's sore spot in anger, making it even less likely to borrow money now. Regret crept in here. Grandmother had told her not to argue with Han Lingli. She should have held back, endured it. She'd heard worse before. But when such words come from someone close to you, they cut deeper than any knife. She didn't know how long she'd been sitting there when her phone's ringtone pulled her out of her thoughts. Seeing her grandmother's name on the screen, her heart sank with a bad premonition. She answered the call, and sure enough, her grandmother's tearful voice came through. Tong, did you go to see your mother? What did she say? Her grandmother asked, her voice trembling. Tong pressed her lips together, avoiding the question. Instead, she asked, are the debt collectors causing trouble again? Her grandmother sobbed softly. Yes. They came just now and started banging on the door. They said we have to pay immediately, or they won't leave. The blood drained from Tong's face. Her grandmother, aunt, and little cousin were all vulnerable women. How could they possibly stand up to a group of aggressive debt collectors? Through the phone, she could faintly hear her little cousin crying in fear. Is their leader there? Tong asked, her voice calm despite the storm in her heart. The more anxious she felt, the clearer her mind became. Give him the phone. I'll talk to him. A moment later, a rough male voice came through. Hello. Tong's expression hardened. I have 200,000 yuan. Give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer it to you right now. Once you receive the money, I want you to write my aunt a receipt and leave my house immediately. Didn't the old lady tell you? We need 500,000, the man barked. Tong had hoped he'd take the offer and leave, but instead, he remained unyielding. I'm strapped for cash right now. Not a cent less will do. The man Wang Lei used to own a fleet of large trucks and had worked for Li Jianjun's factory, which owed him over 800,000 yuan in freight charges. Chen Wan had sold her house to pay him part of the debt, leaving about 400,000 still unpaid. Wang Lei's voice was filled with anger. Recently, he had accumulated a mountain of debt and was constantly being chased by creditors, leaving him seething with frustration. The money must be paid back to me tonight, he demanded. Back then, Li Jianjun had the funds but refused to settle the accounts. Instead, he insisted on using the money to expand the factory. And what happened? The factory wasn't expanded, he died, and the other partner ran off with all my money. Damn it. Speaking of this, Wang Lei became even more furious. If you don't pay me back the full amount with interest 500,000 yuan tonight, I'll bring my guys and camp out here. We won't leave until the money is in my account. Mommy. A little cousin burst into tears as Wang Lei slammed the table repeatedly, making loud thuds. Tong gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. When she spoke, her voice was icy cold. Send me your account number now. I'll figure out a way to get the money. But stop scaring the child. If you keep this up, you won't see a single penny from me. Do you hear me? Wang Lei, seemingly taken aback by Tong's firm tone, dialed down his arrogance and softened his voice. As long as I get the money, I'll leave immediately. Satisfied with his response, Tong hung up abruptly. She quickly scrolled through her contacts and called Zhang Mengling. Thankfully, Zhang Mengling was still awake and answered promptly. What's wrong, Tong Tong? Zhang Mengling asked. Tong briefly explained the situation. Without hesitation, Zhang Mengling replied, Don't worry, I'll call my brother right now. Send me a photo of your bank card. After ending the call, Tong snapped a picture of her bank card and sent it to Zhang Mengling. Fortunately, she had planned to transfer some money to her grandmother after receiving it from Han Lingli, so she had the card on her. Rather than waiting around at the bus stop, she decided to find a nearby bank. The area around the villa was well equipped with facilities, and after walking a short distance, she spotted a bank. Entering the self-service ATM area, she prepared to transfer the money to Wang Lei the moment it arrived. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengling frantically called her brother Zhang Junqing several times, but he didn't answer. She could guess why he was likely out socializing and had drunk himself into a stupor. Useless at critical moments, she fumed. With their mother out of town accompanying Grandma Yu, she couldn't rely on her either. Determined, Zhang Mengling threw on some clothes, ready to head to her brother's office and wake him up if necessary, even if it meant dumping water on him. Ignoring the rain outside, she hopped on her electric scooter and sped out of the house. Just as she exited the Yu family estate, a familiar Maybach approached. Her heart leaped with relief. Waving her hand, she signaled for the car to stop. As it did, she removed her helmet and ran over. Uncle, third uncle. I need a favor. Can you take me to my brother's office? It's urgent. Tong didn't have to wait long before a notification of a bank deposit appeared on her phone. She didn't even bother to check the sender's name. Without hesitation, she transferred 500,000 yuan to the account provided by the creditor. After completing the transfer, she called her grandmother, reminding her to ensure the creditor writes a receipt. Over the phone, she heard her aunt scrambling for paper and pen to write the receipt, followed by the sound of people leaving the rented apartment. Only then did Tong feel completely relieved. Tong Tong, thank you, her aunt's soft voice came through, trembling slightly, likely due to the scare she'd just experienced. Tell your mom I'll definitely pay her back. Both her aunt and grandmother assumed the money came from Han Lingli. Tong didn't explain and simply replied, I still have a little left. I'll transfer it to grandma's account later. It's not much, but it should help you get by for a while. Her aunt's monthly salary barely covered rent, utilities, and daily expenses, with the rest going to pay off debts. She truly had no spare cash. No, you need money for your own expenses in Haicheng. You should keep your living allowance from your mom for yourself, her aunt disagreed. In the past, whenever Tong sent money to her grandmother, she always claimed it was leftover from Han Lingli's allowance. Her aunt seemed to have believed it. Tong smiled faintly and said cheerfully, I'm a good student and earn scholarships. Plus, I don't spend all the living allowance my mom gives me each month. Don't worry, I have enough money for myself. But her aunt started to protest. Tong interrupted her. That's settled then. I'll transfer the money to grandma's account later. Use some of it to buy clothes and toys for my cousin. You should also get some new clothes for yourself. The ones you've been wearing for years. After a pause, she added, save the rest as an emergency fund. Don't use it all to pay off debts. It's not practical to live without any backup money. I'm already old enough. I can just make do with what I have, her aunt murmured hesitantly. After a few more exchanges, they ended the call. Tong transferred 10,000 yuan to her grandmother's account, then added another 5,000 after some thought, leaving herself with just over 1,000 yuan. After handling everything, she called Zhang Mengling. Before Tong could say anything, Zhang Mengling's voice came through, rapid and apologetic. Tong Tong, I'm sorry. I couldn't reach my brother. He's probably out drinking again, like he always does. He never knows when to stop. Zhang Mengling rambled on, her words coming out in a torrent. Tong immediately sensed something was off and interrupted, you couldn't reach your brother? Then where did the money I received come from? Oh right. I couldn't contact my brother, and I was panicking. So I decided to go to his company to find him. I got on my little electric scooter. Get to the point. Tong interrupted again. Zhang Mengling hesitated for a second before continuing, I ran into my dream guy outside the main gate. I told him about your urgent need for money. Originally, I just wanted him to drive me to my brother's company since his car is much faster than my scooter, and it would protect me from the rain it was pouring outside. But then. So, this money came from your dream guy? Tong cut in. Exactly. Zhang Mengling confirmed. After hearing what I said, he didn't even hesitate. He asked for your account details and transferred the money. I figured borrowing money is the same no matter who it's from. Besides, he's way richer than my brother. This amount is probably nothing to him. He might even forget about it soon, and you won't have to pay it back. Hee hee. The more Zhang Mengling spoke, the more pleased she sounded. Then, as if seeking credit, she added, aren't I super thoughtful? Thank you, Lingling. Sidong genuinely expressed her gratitude. No matter what, Zhang Mengling had helped her solve a significant problem. If it weren't for her, Sidong wouldn't have known where to find the 300,000 yuan. No need to thank me. We're best friends, right? Best friends are supposed to help each other. Zhang Mengling replied cheerfully. After ending the call, Sidong went back to the bank notification and checked the sender's name. Sure enough, it was Yu Hanshen. She had been too anxious earlier to notice. After a moment's hesitation, Sidong dialed a number. She hadn't saved Yu Hanshen's phone number, and any messages they'd exchanged had been deleted. However, she had an excellent memory, especially for numbers. Once she saw a number, she could usually recall it. She hesitated for a second longer before finally pressing the call button. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. For some reason, she felt nervous. With each ring, her anxiety grew. Ever since that unexpected congratulatory text from him, she had instinctively avoided any interaction with him. Even at the recent awards ceremony, she had tried her best to avoid making eye contact, pretending not to recognize him and not even saying hello. And now, he had helped her in such a significant way. Thinking back from their unexpected encounter at the Qin family villa in early September to every meeting since, Yu Hanshen had always lent her a hand in one way or another. Hello. A deep, magnetic voice suddenly came through the line. Sidong pulled herself out of her chaotic thoughts as a man's voice broke the silence. Is everything resolved? The deep, steady tone of Yu Hanshen's voice carried a calming power, perhaps amplified by the stillness of the late night. It soothed her nerves, which had been unsettled by the events of the evening, and gradually eased her inexplicable tension. Yes, it's resolved, she replied slowly. After a brief pause, she added, thank you. No need to thank me, Yu Hanshen responded simply. I'll pay you back the money, she continued, her voice steady but cautious. But it'll need some time. I can write you an IOU first, and the interest we can calculate it based on the bank's fixed deposit rate. Does that work for you? To Yu Hanshen, her words sounded like an attempt to draw boundaries between them. He said nothing, letting silence fill the space between them. As the quietness lingered, Sidong walked out of the bank's self-service lobby. The rain outside was still pouring heavily, the sound of it loud and relentless. She noticed a subtle shift in Yu Hanshen's demeanor. His attitude seemed to cool abruptly. Startled, she wondered if she had said something wrong. At that moment, a large truck passed by the bank, its horn blaring loudly. The sudden noise startled Sidong, making her heart skip a beat. Yu Hanshen's voice came through immediately, firm and slightly concerned. Are you outside? Before she could answer, he added, tell me your location. Realizing his intention, Sidong instinctively refused. I'll just get a cab home. It's fine. Didn't you say you wanted to write me an IOU? He said, his tone calm but unwavering. If that's the case, write it now. Give me your address. His voice was indifferent, yet it carried an authority that left no room for argument. Sidong lowered her gaze slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then gave him her location. Putting her phone away, she stood outside the bank's lobby waiting. The night was cold, and the rain only made it colder. Her clothes were nearly soaked through, and a gust of wind made her shiver. A tickle at her nose led to an unavoidable sneeze. She thought to herself that she'd probably catch a cold by tomorrow. About 20 minutes later, a familiar Maybach pulled up right in front of her. Yu Hanshen was driving. Sidong chose not to sit in the front passenger seat. Though it might seem like she was treating him as a chauffeur by sitting in the back, she preferred to avoid any unnecessary ambiguity. After all, the front seat often carried a subtle implication. Many women liked to label it as the girlfriend's seat when it came to their boyfriends. Sidong consciously avoided such associations. The car's interior was warm, and the moment she got in, the chill that had seeped into her bones began to dissipate. Here, wipe yourself, Yu Hanshen said as he handed her a clean white towel the moment she settled in. Sidong froze for a second, caught off guard by his deep, piercing gaze. She took the towel and murmured, thank you. The rain was heavy, and she had inevitably brought a lot of it into the car with her. After wiping herself down, she also wiped the seat and door where rain had dripped. The Maybach soon reached a traffic light and came to a slow stop at the intersection. Yu Hanshen picked up a cup of water from the center console and handed it to her in the back seat. His voice was calm and steady. Drink some warm water. Sidong felt he was being overly attentive. She didn't want to accept it and politely declined. I'm not thirsty, but thank you. Yu Hanshen turned his head to glance at her, his gaze deep and composed. Even though he restrained himself, there was an undeniable air of authority about him, a presence that came naturally to someone used to being in charge. His voice was calm yet carried an undeniable weight. Do you want me to feed it to you? The words that should have sounded frivolous somehow became serious and solemn when spoken by Yu Hanshen. However, Tong was still slightly startled. She quickly took the water cup, unscrewed the black metallic lid, and took a small sip. In the next moment, the strong taste of ginger filled her mouth. Tong's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. This man seemed to have anticipated that she would get caught in the rain and had prepared this for her. She didn't particularly like this feeling. After a brief silence, she asked, "Do you have paper and a pen in the car? I'll write you a note." Yu Hanshen replied calmly, "No." Tong. No more words were exchanged after that. The rest of the drive was silent. Before long, the Maybach arrived at the entrance of 10th High School. Tong put down the water cup and prepared to get out of the car, but the Maybach drove straight into the school. At this late hour, it wasn't easy for an outsider's car to enter the school grounds. Yet, Yu Hanshen didn't even step out or show his face. The security guard simply opened the retractable gate for him. Tong wasn't slow to catch on. She quickly realized the reason. It must have been prearranged with Principal Wu. At the award ceremony that evening, Principal Wu had been so deferential to Yu Hanshen. If Yu Hanshen wanted to drive into 10th High School, it would only take a word from him. Pressing her lips together tightly, Tong thought to herself, "This man, he really does think of everything." Such meticulousness was almost unsettling. A few minutes later, the Maybach came to a stop beneath the dormitory building for female students. Tong said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go upstairs and get some paper and a pen to write the OI for you." She hadn't forgotten her original intention to provide him with her address. The rain had lightened up a bit by this time. After getting out of the car, she quickly ran to the dormitory entrance under the eaves. The doors were already locked, and the light in the dormitory supervisor's room was off. Tong gently knocked on the window and called out apologetically twice. By now, there was no one in 10th High School who didn't recognize her. The dormitory supervisor, hearing her voice, got up to unlock the door. "Sorry to disturb your sleep, Auntie," Tong said apologetically. The supervisor, aware of Tong's difficult family circumstances and her habit of working late shifts, was already used to this. She smiled kindly. "Try to come back earlier next time. It's dangerous for a young girl to be out so late, and staying up late isn't good for your health." Having a daughter around Tong's age herself, the supervisor's tone carried a note of concern. "Thank you, Andy," Tong replied with a smile. Then she added, "Please don't close the door just yet. I need to grab something upstairs for a friend." The supervisor noticed a black car parked near the dormitory entrance and raised an eyebrow. It was already past midnight, and someone had managed to drive a car onto campus. Clearly, this friend of the young girl wasn't an ordinary person. However, the supervisor refrained from asking further questions. "All right, just be quick. After you've delivered it, help me lock the door. I'll head back to bed," the supervisor said. "Okay," Tong replied with a smile. The dormitory was empty. Tong turned on the light, quickly found some paper and a pen, and wrote out the OI. She carefully included the date, the amount, and her ID number, ensuring everything was properly formatted. After signing her name, she hesitated for a moment before using a red pen to mark her thumb and pressing a fingerprint next to her signature. After double-checking her work to ensure there were no errors, she took the OI and headed back downstairs. At the dormitory entrance, Yu Hanshen's tall figure leaned against the Maybach. A cigarette was held between his fingers, the faint red glow flickering in the darkness. Though the rain had stopped, the air was still chilly. Dressed in just a thin white shirt and black trousers, the man seemed unfazed by the cold, exuding a relaxed and composed demeanor. Tong jogged down the stairs and stopped in front of him, slightly out of breath. "Here," she said, holding out the OU. "Please check it. If there's anything wrong, I'll fix it now." Yu Hanshen glanced briefly at the girl, noticing her damp hair. He casually slipped the OU into his pocket and said in a calm voice, "Go back inside." Then he opened the back door, took out the cup of ginger water, and handed it to Tong. "Drink more of this. Don't get sick." His words carried a trace of concern, but Tong didn't want to accept it. Yu Hanshen extended his long arm, grabbed her small hand, and placed the cup in it. His voice was low and firm. "Be good." Startled by his sudden action, Tong's wide, clear eyes stared at him in surprise. Yu Hanshen felt a slight stir in his chest. He raised his hand, as if intending to ruffle her hair, but stopped himself halfway and withdrew it. Tong was indeed startled by Yu Hanshen's abrupt gesture. The dry, rough sensation of his palm seemed to linger on the back of her hand, warm and lingering. It wasn't until the Maybach disappeared from her sight that she slowly came back to her senses. Reflexively, she rubbed the back of her hand against her clothes, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't erase the man's warmth and touch. Biting her lip, Tong stood still for a moment before turning and walking back into the dormitory with the cup Yu Hanshen had given her. She locked the door and went upstairs. After taking a shower and drying her hair, it was nearly 2 a.m. Tong was about to turn off the lights and go to sleep when her gaze fell on the black men's cup on her desk. Its businesslike and austere design, with its metallic exterior exuding a sense of masculine strength, reflected a cold light under the lamp. The next morning, Tong woke up without any signs of a cold or fever, perhaps thanks to the ginger water. She picked up her phone to check the time, but the first thing she saw upon unlocking it was a message from Yu Hanshen. Are you feeling under the weather? Tong didn't hesitate and clicked delete. After getting up and freshening up, she hurried off to her part-time job. At noon, she called Zhang Mengling to have lunch together. They met at the entrance of a mall not far from Tong's workplace. The fourth floor of the mall was filled with restaurants. Why are you being so formal? You didn't have to treat me to lunch, Zhang Mengling said, though a wide grin spread across her face, almost reaching her ears. The two strolled around the fourth floor, and Zhang Mengling decided she wanted grilled fish. Since Tong was the one treating, she naturally let Mengling pick. Zhang Mengling ordered the restaurant's signature grilled fish, and nothing else, not even her favorite coconut juice. By the way, are you planning to treat your male idol to a meal too? After placing the order, Zhang Mengling suddenly remembered and gave Tong a mischievous wink. If you do, can I tag along? That Tong hadn't thought about it. She wasn't sure why, but despite Yu Hanshen's consistent kindness and help, she always felt the urge to avoid interacting with him. You're not planning to thank my male idol, are you? Zhang Mengling, usually oblivious, suddenly became sharp and caught on to Tong's hesitation. Tong felt a little awkward being called out but maintained her composure. I've already written him an IOU. I'll pay him back with interest based on the bank's fixed deposit rate. Zhang Mengling wrinkled her face in exaggerated disdain. Bank interest? What are you even doing? My male idol doesn't need your peanuts. Don't be ungrateful, Tong, she complained. I was the one who connected you two. If you burn the bridge after crossing it, you'll lose all my face. Tong remained silent. Hey Race, what you're going to dock-all him and say you'd like to thank him by treating him to dinner tonight, Zhang Mengling instructed. I'm working at the royal court tonight, Tong replied without looking up. Then tomorrow at lunch, Zhang Mengling declared decisively. Tong stayed quiet again. Without waiting for her response, Zhang Mengling grabbed Tong's phone and handed it to her. Call him now. Tong gave her a calm look. You're unusually enthusiastic. Is this really about me thanking Yu Hanshen, or is there something else? Caught red-handed, Zhang Mengling chuckled sheepishly, then sat down next to Tong and clung to her arm. I've never had a meal with my male idol before. Just do it for me, please. I'm begging you. Tong sighed in resignation. I'm not sure if I can even get him to agree. Just try. What if he says yes? Zhang Mengling's eyes sparkled as she stared at Tong intently, urging her. Hurry up and call him. Having no other choice, Tong dialed Yu Hanshen's number. The call was quickly picked up, and Zhang Mengling instantly perked up her ears. Just as Tong was about to speak, a crisp, professional female voice came through the phone. Hello, this is Avian. Mr. Yu is in a meeting and unavailable to take calls at the moment. May I ask who's calling? If you have a message, I can pass it along. Caught off guard, Tong paused for a moment before realizing it was likely Yu Hanshen's secretary or assistant. She replied calmly, This is Tong. Could you please let Mr. Yu know that I'd like to invite him to lunch tomorrow? Please ask if he has time. There was a brief silence on the other end before Avian responded. Understood. Is there anything else? No, thank you, Tong replied. After hanging up, she glanced at Zhang Mengling, who was grinning from ear to ear. Happy now. Zhang Mengling hugged Tong tightly and planted a kiss on her cheek. Resting her head on Tong's shoulder, she gushed. Thank you so much. You're my lucky star. Love you to bits. Tong shook her head, exasperated. However, even after they had finished their grilled fish, there was still no reply from Yu Hanshen. Tong didn't show much emotion about the result, but Zhang Mengling was visibly upset. After winning an award in the math competition, Tong found a part-time teaching job at a children's math training center near the mall. She had a class to teach in the afternoon. The class started at 1:30 p.m., and it was already past 12:40. Zhang Mengling rode her electric scooter to drop Tong off at the training center. When they arrived, Tong got off the scooter, took off her helmet, and placed it in the basket. Lin. A red Maserati was parked at the entrance of the training center. The car window rolled down, revealing a woman with sunglasses, bright lipstick, and an air of elegance. Zhang Mengling turned her head, saw the woman, and immediately greeted her with a smile, Aunt Yanqi. A boy, about 7 or 8 years old, stepped out of the Maserati. He was dressed in a black trench coat, his polished black shoes gleaming. His hair was meticulously styled with gel, but his small face showed no expression. He looked cool and somewhat stern. For some reason, Tong thought he resembled Yu Hanshen. Zhou. The moment Zhang Mengling saw the boy, her eyes lit up. She rushed over and began pinching and squeezing his cheeks. The boy clearly didn't like being treated like that. His thick, dark eyebrows knitted tightly together as he dodged her hands and ran into the training center. The woman in the car took off her sunglasses, her radiant smile exuding confidence and charm. What are you doing here? She asked. Zhang Mengling hooked her arm around Tong's and replied, My classmate works here as a part-time teacher, so I came to drop her off. Hearing this, the woman raised her eyebrows slightly. A high school student. Zhang Mingling quickly added, don't underestimate her just because she's in her senior year. She won first place in the math competition hosted by C Uncle's company. At this, the woman's expression softened. She nodded approvingly. Of course, this training center was highly reputable, employing only teachers who graduated from prestigious universities. It made sense that they wouldn't hire just any high school student. But the first place winner in the Shuangxing Group's math competition? That was indeed impressive. The red Maserati soon drove off. Zhang Mingling sighed regretfully. Kids aren't fun anymore when they grow up. They won't even let you pinch their cheeks. Hey, don't you think Zhozhou looks like the male god? Tong looked at her puzzled. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Zhang Mingling explained. Aunt Yanqi is the male god's older sister, Yu Yanqi. They say nephews take after their uncles, and it's so true. Look at Zhozhou, always wearing a cold expression, so cool and serious, is practically a mini version of the male god. Amazing. Tong nodded in understanding. No wonder she felt the boy resembled Yu Hanshen at first glance. They were uncle and nephew. Has the male god called you back yet? Maybe your phone was on silent, and you didn't hear it. Zhang Mingling asked persistently. Tong pulled out her phone to check. Sure enough, it was still on silent mode from her morning class. Zhang Mingling exclaimed excitedly. Call him back. Hurry. Tong redialed. The call was quickly answered, and Yu Hanshen's deep calm voice came through. He sounded like he was in a good mood, with a faint trace of amusement in his tone. Finally grew a conscience? Inviting me to a meal. Tong was momentarily speechless. His words sounded off. Remembering how she had deliberately ignored him before, she felt a bit guilty. Pressing her lips together briefly, she replied, Lingling said you've helped us a lot. We can't just take it for granted, so would like to invite you to lunch tomorrow. Are you free? Beside her, Zhang Mingling gave her a big thumbs up, clearly impressed by her best friend's thoughtfulness in including her. Yu Hanshen was straightforward. Time and place. Tong looked at Zhang Mingling. Her own time was limited, with only a 2-hour lunch break. As for the place, inviting Yu Hanshen to a meal couldn't be at a cheap restaurant, but she couldn't afford anything too expensive either. This was one of the reasons she hadn't considered inviting him earlier. Zhang Mingling's eyes darted around as she quickly typed something on her phone and showed it to Tong. 12 p.m. Yongbin street food stall, Tong said. Inviting Yu Hanshen to a street food stall? Was that even appropriate? Tong doubted he'd agree. He was used to dining in high-end restaurants. How could he lower himself to eat at a casual food stall? The hygiene standards and taste likely wouldn't meet his expectations. To her surprise, he simply responded with a calm alright. Then he added, that's settled. See you tomorrow. Tong was momentarily stunned but quickly gathered herself and replied, okay. After the call ended, Zhang Mingling acted like she was dreaming. I can't believe it. We actually got the male god to agree. Does this mean success is within reach for my confession? Tong. She threw her arms around Tong in a bear hug. You're my lucky charm. Don't worry, the place I picked isn't expensive. We'll split the bill, 200 yuan each at most. Plus, their hygiene and food quality are pretty good. Tong smiled faintly. I'll pay for it. Zhang Mingling shook her head firmly. No way. You're only inviting him because of me. I have to pay half. If she didn't know Tong well enough to understand her aversion to taking advantage of others, she would have insisted on paying the full bill herself. I have to get to class. Go home and finish your homework, Tong said, half-jokingly warning her. If you don't finish it tonight, you're not coming with me to lunch with your male god tomorrow. Zhang Mingling pouted but didn't argue further. Don't please. I'll go home and start writing right away. I'll send you a photo of it when I'm done. Zhang Mingling surrendered. Huangxing Group, President's Office. Yu Hanshen hung up the phone, a faint smile flickering in his deep-set eyes. It wasn't obvious, but anyone familiar with him would easily notice that he was in a good mood. Mr. Yu, Ivy knocked on the door and entered, placing a file in front of him. This is from Director Huang. He asked for your review. Yu Hanshen picked up the document and instructed calmly, clear my schedule for tomorrow noon. I have something to attend to. Ivy hesitated for a moment. There's an important lunch meeting scheduled for tomorrow noon, and it was arranged half a month ago. Yu Hanshen was known for his meticulous approach to work and rarely changed plans unless it was something truly significant. Ivy recalled the phone call earlier. The girl on the other end had a soft and gentle voice, the kind that made one imagine she must be exceptionally beautiful. However, Ivy didn't probe further. Her job was to solve problems for her boss, not create them. She responded crisply, understood, Mr. Yu. Tong taught 4th grade advanced math, while Zhozhou was in 3rd grade. Previously, Tong rarely paid attention to people or things unrelated to her. Even though Zhozhou was notably good-looking and quite popular at the training center, she hadn't noticed him. But ever since she learned Jojo was Yu Hanshen's nephew, she somehow bumped into him twice during class breaks. Once, she saw him in a quiet corner making a call on his kid's smartwatch while on her way to the restroom. She overheard him say, "Come pick me up after school." The other time was when she was heading back to the classroom. Jojo was in the same corner, again talking on his watch phone. "Bring little Star with you when you come." Little Star? Tong recalled Yu Hanshen's German Shepherd, which seemed to have the same name. At 3:30 p.m., the first class in the afternoon ended. Tong led her neatly lined up students to the entrance to meet their parents. As soon as she arrived at the door, she spotted the familiar German Shepherd lying on the steps. Its snout was covered with a muzzle, and a group of kids surrounded it, petting it enthusiastically. The dog didn't seem annoyed, panting quietly with its tongue out, looking quite content. "Miss C, what are you doing here?" He Heng, holding the dog's leash, looked surprised to see her. Then, noticing the line of students behind her, he immediately understood. "You're substituting here?" He Heng was aware of Tong winning first place in the competition. He had been the one driving Yu Hanshen to Haida University for the award ceremony that night. Tong smiled politely and greeted him, "Brother He." He Heng shivered involuntarily. "Please don't call me Brother He." He hadn't forgotten the cold, piercing look from his boss. Hoping to stay on his boss' good side, he corrected her quickly. "Mr. Yu's assistant." "Just call me Assistant He." Tong gave him a puzzled look. He Heng, unwilling to explain further, simply said, "Just call me Assistant He, okay?" At that moment, Zozo's class walked out. Spotting He Heng, Jojo looked upset. "Why didn't Uncle come to pick me up?" He Heng hurriedly explained, "Mr. Yu is in a meeting and asked me to pick you up instead. Look, I even brought little Star." "Miss C, I'll take Jojo now." "Goodbye." He Heng led the dog and Jojo to a Maybach parked not far away. Tong let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't Yu Hanshen who came to pick him up. She already didn't want much interaction with him, and after what happened last night, she wanted it even less. He Heng drove Jojo to the Yu family's old residence before heading back to Huangqing. That evening, there was a dinner appointment at Haiqing Hotel. At 5:30 p.m., He Heng drove Yu Hanshen to the venue. During the ride, He Heng remembered running into Tong at the training center and brought it up casually. His intention was to redeem himself a bit. After all, the last time Tong called him Brother He, his boss had shot him a death glare. Based on his seasoned observations, his boss seemed to have some interest in Miss C. However, after he finished speaking, the only response from the backseat was a faint from Yu Hanshen. That was it? He Heng glanced at the rearview mirror in confusion, only to see Yu Hanshen looking down at a file in his hands, seemingly indifferent to the topic. He Heng couldn't help but doubt himself. Had he misjudged his boss' intentions? Truly, understanding the boss mind was as tough as finding a needle in the ocean. Sidong handed all the children over to their parents and immediately rushed to the Royal Court Club. She went to the staff changing room, put on her uniform, and took the elevator to the 8th floor. As soon as her colleague Guoyan saw her, she started complaining. "Do you know who I just saw?" Sidong shook her head, clearly clueless. "Lin Xianer," Guoyan said with a sour tone. "She used to be a poor student who couldn't even afford meat, and now she's a VIP at the Royal Court. You should have seen it. Walking next to her was the CEO of Huan Tech, a big-shot company leader, and he was nodding and bowing to her. Isn't it just because she's pretty and managed to latch onto Yu Hanshen?" Ever since rumors about Lin Xianer and Yu Hanshen started circulating, Lin Xianer had been the center of attention. All those who wanted to get close to Yu Hanshen but had no means to do so were now turning to Lin Xianer, hoping for a connection. And Lin Xianer? She didn't turn anyone away. In less than a month, she completely transformed her life, earning massive profits, wearing luxury brands, frequenting upscale venues, and being chauffeured in luxury cars. Tell me, she's already become the richest man's woman, so why is she still accepting bribes everywhere? Guoyan wondered aloud. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she exclaimed, "Could it be? Yu Hanshen is stingy and doesn't spend money on her." Sidong remained silent. Not expecting any input from Sidong, Guoyan continued muttering to herself. "With such indecent behavior, at most she'll just be kept as a plaything on the side. There's no way she'll ever step foot into the Yu family's home." Hearing this, Sidong recalled that Zhang Mengling had mentioned before that Yu Hanshen's grandmother once secretly went to Hai University to check on Lin Xianer, only to catch her in the act of accepting bribes. The old lady had been furious. Around 6:30 p.m., the guests in the private room started arriving. There were both men and women, but while most of the men were middle-aged and over 40, the women were all young and attractive, seemingly there to liven up the atmosphere. Such was the way of wealthy gatherings, always a mix of indulgence and pleasure. Sidong was quietly pouring wine for a pot-bellied middle-aged man when, suddenly, her hand was grabbed by him. Startled, she instinctively pulled her hand back, accidentally knocking over the glass of wine she had just poured. The atmosphere at the table instantly fell silent. The middle-aged man, however, laughed it off. "Manager Song, When did the royal court start hiring such beautiful waitresses? What's her name? The manager, who had already noticed the man's inappropriate gaze towards Sidong, quickly stepped in and pulled her behind her. Smiling apologetically, the manager said, "She's new and doesn't know the rules yet. Let me pour your wine for you." Then, turning to scold Sidong, she added sharply, "Clumsy. Can't even pour wine properly. Why are you still standing there like a block of wood? Get out." Sidong understood the manager was trying to protect her and immediately turned to leave. "Wait," the middle-aged man called out, "I want her to pour my wine." It was clear he wasn't planning to let Sidong off that easily. The man, surnamed Huang, owned a film company. None of the young, beautiful actresses under his wing had escaped his advances. Lately, he had grown bored, finding even the prettiest faces unremarkable. But tonight, this young waitress from the royal court had caught his eye, delicate and fragile, with an air of cool elegance. Most striking of all was her fair, flawless skin, so soft and smooth it seemed it might bruise at the slightest touch. Sidong's expression darkened. Though she had worked this part-time job for a while, this was the first time she had encountered such an audacious male guest. "Mr. Huang, let me pour the wine for you," the manager tried to intervene again. "What? I'm giving her a chance to pour my wine, and she doesn't appreciate it? Don't push your luck." Mr. Huang's face turned cold, clearly displeased at being refused repeatedly. The manager didn't dare say another word. Though Mr. Huang was merely a film company owner, his brother-in-law held significant power in the local public security system, making him someone not to be trifled with. Just as the tension in the room grew unbearable, someone at the table spoke up to defuse the situation. "Come on, let it go. She's just a clueless young girl. Mr. Huang, don't lower yourself to her level. Besides, have you forgotten? Just last month, the richest man in High City caused an uproar here over a woman, and made it clear that anyone causing trouble here would be going against him. You're not planning to cross him, are you?" Mr. Huang had indeed heard about that incident. However, since the woman Yu Hanshen had protected Lin Zioner no longer worked at the royal court, what was there to fear? "You can't say that for sure," the mediator continued. "What if this young girl has caught Yu Hanshen's eye? If we're unlucky enough to offend someone connected to him, none of us here tonight will get away unscathed." Others at the table chimed in with agreement. It wasn't worth offending Yu Hanshen over a mere waitress. After all, they could head to Tianshang Rinjian later, where there would be plenty of women, each more skilled and alluring than the last, far better than this girl. People used to say Yu Hanshen was serious, upright, and indifferent to women, but didn't he lose his temper here over a young, pretty waitress? Who's to say this girl hasn't also caught his attention? Better safe than sorry. Let's not mess with the royal court staff. Mr. Huang gave Sidong one last look, thought it over, and decided it wasn't worth the risk. Though still dissatisfied, he chose not to pursue the matter further. It wasn't until the guests were sent off that the manager finally let out a sigh of relief. She stared at Sidong for a moment before saying, "Next time you come to work, try to make yourself look less attractive. With a face like yours, it's too dangerous. It's like a little lamb wandering around in front of a pack of wolves. Everyday trouble's bound to happen sooner or later." Tong nodded. "Leave the rest. You don't need to clean up. Head back to school early. The later you stay, the less safe it is for you." The shift supervisor had always been considerate towards Tong, but after learning she was still in her third year of high school, they became even more protective, often letting her leave early. "Thank you," Tong said, not refusing the kindness. In the taxi, as the events of the evening replayed in her mind, she felt a lingering sense of unease. Thankfully, Yu Hanshen had made his intimidating statement at the royal court earlier, otherwise escaping tonight might not have been so easy. Yu Hanshen's act of standing up for Lin Zioner had indirectly saved her. Tong was deeply impressed by the power of influence and authority. A simple word from someone with status and power could carry an unexpected weight of deterrence. Her phone suddenly buzzed a few times. Tong opened it to find a WeChat message from Zhang Mengling with an image attached. The homework was actually finished. Tong enlarged the image for a closer look, marking the mistakes as she went. After circling all the errors, she forwarded it back to Zhang Mengling. "Rewrite the ones I circled," she messaged. Zhang Mengling immediately responded with a crying emoji sticker. Looking at the goofy expression on the sticker, Tong chuckled softly. After returning to the dorm and taking a shower, Zhang Mengling sent over the revised answers. Yet, many of them were still wrong. Tong decided to send her a voice message, guiding her step by step on how to solve the problems. By the time she finished tutoring Zhang Mengling, it was nearly 2 a.m. Tong turned off the lights and lay down to sleep. She had barely closed her eyes when Zhang Mengling's call came through. "Tong, I'm feeling nervous and can't fall asleep. What should I do?" Tong was speechless for a moment. "Do you want me to find some practice tests online for you? I can send you the images. You have a printer at home, right? Print them out and work on them. Good night." Zhang Mengling hung up decisively. Tong. The next morning, after washing up, Tong prepared to head to her training center. Before leaving, her eyes fell on the black men's thermos sitting on the desk. She paused for a moment, then slipped it into her canvas bag. I'll return it to its owner during lunch, she thought. In the late morning, after the second class ended, Tong led the children downstairs to meet their parents at the gate. Outside, Zhang Mengling was waiting for her, waving enthusiastically. Tong smiled in return. Once all the children were picked up, she grabbed her canvas bag and walked over to Zhang Mengling. Glancing around, she noticed something was missing. Where's your scooter? Tong asked. Zhang Mengling cupped her face in her hands, unable to hide her delight and shyness. My crush had his driver bring me here. Isn't that super sweet? She gushed. Behind her stood a white Land Rover. Hearing this, Tong noticed the familiar license plate. It was the same car he had driven during her follow-up visit. Tong's eyes flickered slightly. That's thoughtful, she said, though she didn't particularly like Yu Hanshen's kind of thoughtfulness. The two got into the car, which was driven by a middle-aged man unfamiliar to Tong. Zhang Mengling introduced him as Yu Hanshen's driver, surnamed Liu. The car quickly arrived at Yongbin's food stall, though it was more of a well-established restaurant now. The owner had started out with a small street stall, but thanks to fair prices and excellent food, the place had gained quite a reputation in Haicheng. Zhang Mengling hopped out of the car and sweetly thanked the driver. Thanks, Uncle Liu. Yu Hanshen hadn't arrived yet, likely tied up with something, so the two women headed to a private dining room. Despite the name food stall, the restaurant was fairly upscale. Zhang Mengling had clearly put effort into her appearance, with fresh makeup and a new outfit. It was obvious she took this dinner with Yu Hanshen very seriously. How do I look today? Zhang Mengling asked nervously. You look great, Tong offered an honest assessment. Hee, right? I think so too. I went shopping early this morning and even got styled. I have to make my crush notice me today, Zhang Mengling said with determination. But her confidence evaporated the moment Yu Hanshen's tall figure appeared at the door. She immediately stood up, flustered, and greeted him properly. Third uncle, you're here. Yu Hanshen, dressed impeccably in a tailored trench coat, exuded an aura of maturity and sophistication. His deep-set features and calm demeanor gave him an irresistibly magnetic charm. Tong also stood up and greeted him. President Yu. Her tone was polite but distant. Don't just stand there. Have a seat, Yu Hanshen said, his deep gaze briefly resting on Tong's face. The girl kept her eyes lowered, her delicate and quiet features giving her an obedient and gentle appearance. However, Yu Hanshen knew better. Beneath her seemingly harmless exterior lay a stubborn and unyielding spirit. Have you ordered yet? He asked. From the moment Yu Hanshen entered, Zhang Mengling's heart had been racing uncontrollably. For some reason, he seemed even more attractive than usual today. Completely captivated, she hadn't even registered his question. Not yet, Tong replied, pulling Zhang Mengling back to reality with a discreet tug under the table. Realizing she had been staring at her crush like a love-struck fool, Zhang Mengling's face turned bright red. She quickly picked up her phone to scan the QR code for the menu. How embarrassing, she thought to herself. After selecting a few dishes, she handed the phone to Tong. Unconcerned about food, Tong didn't bother reviewing the order and passed it straight to Yu Hanshen. When he took the phone, his fingers lightly brushed the back of Tong's hand. It was a brief touch, but the rough texture of his fingertips made her feel as though she'd been burned. She instinctively pulled her hand back and glanced up at him. However, Yu Hanshen appeared completely unfazed, calmly scanning the menu as if nothing had happened. Tong picked up her water glass and took a sip, subtly rubbing the spot on her hand where his fingers had touched. Zhang Mengling had ordered several of her usual favorites, mostly meat dishes, while Yu Hanshen added 2 lighter vegetarian options. The food was served quickly. Perhaps due to Yu Hanshen's quiet and serious demeanor, the atmosphere in the room remained somewhat heavy. Even Zhang Mengling, typically lively, was more subdued than usual. Tong didn't eat much, taking only a few bites of each dish before stopping. Noticing this, Yu Hanshen frowned and asked, "Finished already?" Tong gave a faint smile. "Yeah, I'm not very hungry." Zhang Mengling, happily munching on a salt and pepper pork knuckle, chimed in. Tong's always been a light eater. She's got a bird's appetite, no wonder she's so slim. She is slim, Yu Hanshen murmured, his gaze lingering on Tong's slender wrist. It looked so delicate, as if it could break with the slightest pressure. He recalled the time she was injured at the Yu family residence. During her hospital stay, the doctor had mentioned she was malnourished. Later, when she suffered gastrointestinal bleeding from excessive drinking, the doctor had also noted potential digestive issues. That was why he had insisted she undergo a gastroscopy only for her to evade it. Yu Hanshen's phone buzzed suddenly. He glanced at it and excused himself to take the call. "I'll be back in a moment," he said, stepping out. This was already his 3rd call during the meal, a clear reminder of how busy he was as the head of the Yu family. Zhang Mengling, ever the foodie, had initially been starstruck by Yu Hanshen's presence, but once the dishes arrived, her attention shifted entirely to the food. When Yu Hanshen returned, he informed them, I have something to attend to and need to leave. You two go ahead and finish your meal. The driver will take you home afterward. With her mouth full, Zhang Mengling mumbled a vague acknowledgement, too engrossed in her food to respond properly. Sidong watched Yu Hanshen's retreating figure and, after a moment's thought, stood up. You go ahead and eat. I'll settle the bill. With that, she grabbed her canvas bag and stepped out of the private room. At the staircase, she spotted Yu Hanshen descending. His left hand held a phone to his ear, seemingly taking another call. His deep, magnetic voice cut through the bustling noise of the restaurant, reaching Sidong's ears. His tall, commanding figure stood out, and the black, metal-finished watch on his left wrist exuded an air of sophistication and taste. Yu Hanshen's presence was so imposing that everyone turned to look as he passed. A few young waitresses blushed discreetly, their gazes lingering on him. He walked unhurriedly yet confidently toward the exit, his demeanor calm and collected. It wasn't until he stepped outside the restaurant that he ended the call. A Maybach was already parked at the entrance, its rear door open, waiting for him. Just as he was about to get in, a soft female voice called from behind Mr. Yu. Yu Hanshen turned to see a slightly breathless young woman. His long legs and steady pace had forced Sidong to jog to catch up. This is for you. She pulled a black men's thermos from her canvas bag and handed it to him. And thank you for the other night, she added sincerely. She genuinely wanted to avoid further interaction with him, but her gratitude was just as real. Yu Hanshen looked down. The stark contrast between her fair, delicate skin and the sleek black thermos was striking. Her slender fingers made the sturdy, metallic thermos seem almost fragile. He reached out to take it, and this time Sidong, having learned from their previous encounter, quickly placed it in his hand and withdrew hers in one swift motion. Noticing her guarded behavior, Yu Hanshen cast her a look. His lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile, his gaze so penetrating it seemed to see right through her. Flustered under his scrutiny, Sidong tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, trying to mask her unease. She spoke softly, I won't take up any more of your time. Goodbye. Without waiting for a response, she turned and hurried back into the restaurant without looking back. Sidong paused at the door of the private room, finally calming down completely. She couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed with herself. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why did she feel guilty? Realizing she hadn't paid the bill yet, Sidong turned and went downstairs. When the waiter informed her that the bill for their room had already been settled, she froze for a moment before guessing who might have paid. A trace of irritation surfaced in her heart. She had planned to treat Yu Hanshen to a meal to return a favor, but instead, not only had she failed to repay him, she now owed him another meal. Why the serious face? Did we order too much? Was it expensive? How much was it? He'll transfer you half, Zhang Mengling said as Sidong re-entered the room. Transfer it to your mail idol. He paid the bill in advance, Sidong replied. Really? Zhang Mengling's eyes lit up with hearts. No wonder I like him, what a gentleman. Sidong remained silent. Don't be so serious, Zhang Mengling said with a grin. When a man and a woman have a meal together, if the man is interested in the woman, he'll pay the bill. It's called being chivalrous. She beamed. This means my male idol might be interested in me, hee. Sidong stayed quiet. After the meal, Zhang Mengling and Uncle Lu accompanied Sidong to the training center. Sidong still had 2 classes to teach that afternoon. At 1:20 p.m., just as she was about to prepare for her class, the training center's director came over to speak with her. Starting next Saturday afternoon, you'll be teaching the first class for grade 3 in room 308. Hey, erase the teaching material, take it home, and review it. Caught off guard, Sidong asked why. Normally, teaching assignments were arranged before the semester began. Sidong had only been hired as a substitute because the original substitute teacher had unexpectedly become pregnant and was unable to work due to severe morning sickness. Just earlier, Sidong had seen Ms. Wang, the teacher for class 308, who showed no signs of taking leave. The director didn't elaborate and seemed somewhat evasive. Don't overthink it. From now on, you'll teach class 308 on Saturday afternoons. Coordinate with Ms. Wang shall take over your current class. With no other choice, Sidong agreed. After finishing her 2 afternoon classes, she quickly went over the handover details with Ms. Wang. While reviewing the student list for class 308, one name caught her attention, Yu Peizhou. Immediately, she thought of the boy she had met the previous day Zhou. Could it be him? Sidong wasn't sure and didn't dwell on it. After reviewing the list, she took the bus back to her high school, number 10 high school. It was Sunday, and there was evening self-study. At the school gate, she unexpectedly saw Yu Jian. Sidong paused briefly. Since her mother's birthday party, the two hadn't crossed paths. Sidong had been busy with her studies and part-time job, trying to squeeze the most out of her time. She hadn't thought about him in ages. Tong, Yu Jian called out upon seeing her, his eyes lighting up as he quickly approached. He was wearing a stylish blue jacket that complemented his refined features and exuded the aura of a privileged young man. His mere presence turned heads. Noticing the curious glances from her schoolmates, Sidong felt reluctant to acknowledge him, but worried that ignoring him might lead to unnecessary speculation. She stopped and asked coldly, "What do you want?" The smile on Yu Ziheng's face faltered slightly, and a hint of pain flickered in his eyes. "I heard you won first place in the competition. Congratulations. That happened a while ago. Anything else?" Sidong replied indifferently. Yu Jing looked at her with longing in his eyes. Some people leave an impression from the very first moment. For him, it was the early summer of their second year in high school. Sidong had been wearing a white dress, walking against the breeze like an angel who had mistakenly wandered into the mortal world. That moment was etched in his memory forever. "I'm getting married," he finally said, his eyes locked on her face, searching for any trace of emotion. But to his disappointment, Sitong's expression remained calm and composed, devoid of any reaction. "You know how much I despise Qin Sahan. You don't need to come here just to tell me you're marrying her." "I won't congratulate you," Sidong said coldly before turning to leave. Tong. Yu Jing called after her. Looking at her back, he hesitated. If he wanted to ask, "If I avenge you, could we start over?" But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He knew Saitonj if she found out about his plans, she would never agree. Sidong didn't stop walking and entered the school gates without looking back. Some people and some things, once missed, are missed forever. The chasm between them, created by the deaths of her uncle and brother, could never be bridged. Overwhelmed with her part-time job over the weekend, Sidong hadn't finished her homework yet. She headed straight to the classroom. Time flew by amidst her intense studies. On Tuesday, the school broadcast announced a health checkup for all faculty and students. The checkup was comprehensive, even including gastroscopy. Zhang Mengling was stunned after hearing the announcement. "Has my uncle lost his mind? With so many people in the school, how much is this going to cost? And gastroscopy, no way. I'm not doing it." She had accompanied her mom for a gastroscopy before and found it unbearable. Sidong, however, didn't say much. Her stomach had been bothering her lately, so the school's checkup seemed timely. She couldn't help but recall the time Yu Hanshen had insisted she undergo a gastroscopy at the hospital and how she had secretly slipped away. Compared to the time Yu Hanshen paid for her gastroscopy, Tong found it easier to accept the school's free medical checkup. This examination uncovered quite a few health issues among the students, and Tong's report indicated severe gastritis. Zhang Mengling exclaimed in shock. "Severe gastritis? Is it serious? You should see a doctor right away." Tong lowered her gaze, her lips pressed tightly together. During those 4 years in prison, where Janelle Lianfeng had made arrangements for her to be mistreated, enduring hunger was a daily occurrence. It was during that time her stomach got ruined from prolonged starvation. Mo Xubei walked into the president's office of Huangxing Group, holding a gastroscopy report in his hand. With a mischievous grin, he said, "Here, the health checkup report for your little girl is out. Honestly, if you care about her this much, just confess already. Why go through all the trouble of secretly organizing a school-wide medical examination? This stunt cost you over 10 million. Even if you're rich, this isn't the way to spend money." Mo Xubei poured himself a cup of tea, leisurely sipping as he continued with his teasing. He had heard rumors earlier about Yu Hanshen causing a scene at the royal court to stand up for someone named Lin Xiener, but he didn't buy it. Out of curiosity, he investigated and discovered that Tong worked there and had been bullied by Jiao Lianfeng. A few days ago, Yu Hanshen suddenly asked him to arrange a school-wide medical exam and specifically told him to pay attention to Tong's gastroscopy report. Mo Xubei's sharp instincts immediately sensed there was more to the story. Yu Hanshen ignored his teasing, his sharp brows furrowing as he studied the report. Severe gastritis? How did such a young girl end up with a stomach in this condition? Mo Xubei replied, "I asked around for you. When someone in their 20s develops severe gastritis, it's usually because of poor eating habits. Frequent hunger or irregular meals can lead to this. Many young women skip meals to maintain their figures, but in the end, they don't lose weight. They just ruin their stomachs. Cases like this are so common in hospitals that no one is surprised anymore." Yu Hanshen, however, recalled the first time he saw Tong in the Qin family's back garden. She was picking up a chicken drumstick from the ground. It didn't seem like she was skipping meals to stay slim. It was more like she was so hungry she couldn't afford to care. Thinking of this, Yu Hanshen's gaze darkened, and a faint ache spread through his chest. In this era of abundance, how much hardship had she endured to be so desperate for food? Lighting a cigarette, Yu Hanshen took slow, deliberate drags, the thin haze of smoke blurring his heavy expression. He stared at the report for a long time before speaking. "Who in your hospital is skilled at treating this?" Mo Xubei immediately perked up. Was Yu Hanshen planning to get treatment for her? As a good friend, he had to step up. For this kind of condition, it's best to see a traditional Chinese medicine specialist. Professor Deng from the National Medicine Hall is an expert in this field. Unfortunately, he retired last year and is hard to reach. Now's in his 80s after all. With a cheeky grin, Emo Shubei added, "Want me to help?" "I know Professor Deng's grandson." After discussing Situa's matter, Emo Shubei suddenly remembered something else. "Oh, by the way, that Lin Sienner has been using your name to swindle people left and right. Aren't you going to do something about it? The more benefits she's reaping, the greedier she's becoming. Her antics are now the talk of the entire upper circle. While it doesn't directly affect you, it does create some associations with your name." Yu Hanshen listened, his expression cold to the point of indifference. "She's insignificant. Not worth my attention." Emo Shubei caught the subtle hint of indulgence in his tone, but chose not to probe further. After all, if Yu Hanshen himself didn't care, why should he? Later that evening, after a few drinks with friends, Emo Shubei returned to the Emo family's old estate. It was already late at night. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sound of his sister crying. Instantly sobering up, he frowned. "What's going on? Who upset you?" Tong was comforting her daughter and looked up at her son, her brows furrowed at the smell of alcohol. "Out drinking again? Who did you go with this time?" Emo Shubei shrugged off his coat and loosened his tie. "Just some friends." Tong, always critical of her son's lackadaisical attitude, scolded him coldly. "You want to be a doctor? Fine, I won't interfere. But when you're not working, can't you at least familiarize yourself with the family business? The Shuangxing group will eventually be handed over to you. Can't you show some ambition? Or do you want to be outdone by Xin Yanqi? You're a man in your 30s, and you're okay with being overshadowed by a little girl." Here we go again. Emo Shubei rubbed his temples in frustration. He had no interest in the cutthroat world of business and just wanted to quietly focus on being a doctor. He walked over to his sister Emojani and sat down beside her, patting her shoulder gently. "Stop crying. Your face is all tear-streaked. Tell me, who upset you?" Mojani, leaning against the armrest of the sofa, sobbed even harder when her brother comforted her. Sitting nearby and smoking, Moching sighed. "It's about Lin Sienner again. Your sister couldn't see you sand, so she went to Haida to confront Lin Sienner. But that Lin Sienner has grown bold. She actually called the police. Your mom and I just picked her up from the station." Moching frowned. He didn't approve of his daughter's obsession with Yu Hanshen. Relationships should be mutual, and it was clear Yu Hanshen had no interest in her. His daughter was beautiful, came from a good family, and could easily find an outstanding partner. Why waste her time chasing someone who didn't care for her? But Tong thought differently. She let out a cold scoff. "A poor girl from the countryside dares to compete with my daughter for a man? Just wait, she won't get off easy." She gently stroked Emozani's hair, saying, "Stop crying. Mom will take care of this for you." Emo Shubei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Now he understood why Yu Hanshen hadn't intervened in Lin Sienner's schemes. Ever since the rumor spread that Lin Sienner was Yu Hanshen's chosen woman, this wasn't the first time Emojani had gone after her. If the rumors had been about Situa instead of Lin Sienner, the ones Emojani and Tong resented would now be Situa. What a cunning old fox. For the first time, Emo Shubei truly realized how terrifyingly shrewd Yu Hanshen was. He had calculated everything. As for Lin Sienner, she was probably still basking in the benefits of fooling so many business owners, enjoying the limelight of being rumored as the girlfriend of Haiqing's wealthiest man. Little did she know, she was nothing more than a pawn in someone else's game. "Mom, I think you should let it go. Hanshen doesn't like Johnny. No matter what you do, it won't change that. You might end up ruining the relationship between our families instead," Emo Shubei advised earnestly. Like his father, he didn't agree with forcing a match between his sister and Yu Hanshen. "Shut up." Tong glared at her son. "My daughter is outstanding and deserves the best man in Haiqing. And you? You're no better, always aimless. You don't take the family business seriously, and you're not even dating anyone. Wan Ning has been asking you out for dinner, so why haven't you gone? Clear your schedule for tomorrow evening. I'll call Wan Ning right now." Emo Shubei great. He should have known better than to meddle. Now the fire was on him. In early December, Haiqing saw its first snowfall, and the temperature plummeted. Saturday. Situa woke up at 6:30 a.m. and, after washing up, headed to the training center. Her first class started at 7:30 a.m. By 11:40, after finishing 2 classes, she went to a nearby fast food restaurant for lunch. She wore a military green cotton coat, her hair tied up in a high bun, revealing a smooth, beautiful forehead. Her delicate features, fair skin, and composed demeanor gave her a quiet elegance. Despite her simple outfit, she stood out as a striking presence in the fast food restaurant. As she sat down, a male colleague approached with a tray. "Mind if I sit here?" Situa showed no particular expression. It was a public space. She had no reason to refuse. "I must have been starving. I ended up buying too much food without realizing it. It'd be a waste if I can't finish it. If you don't mind, why don't you share it with me?" On Situo's tray, there was only a single serving of vegetables. The male colleague's tray was piled high with 4 dishes, 3 meat, and 1 vegetable. Tong didn't even lift her eyelids or say a word. She didn't eat much, so she finished quickly and left without a second glance. Her attitude was as cold as ice. The male colleague sighed helplessly at the sight. Chasing a beauty like her was proving to be an impossible task. Ever since Tong joined the training institution, nearly all the single male colleagues had tried to win her favor. But she ignored everyone, leaving immediately after class and only speaking to others when it was strictly work-related. As Tong walked out, her steps faltered slightly when she spotted a tall man standing beside a Maybach. It had been almost 2 weeks since she last treated him to a meal. During last week's class, she had confirmed that Yu Peijo was indeed Jojo, so now seeing Yu Hanshen, she instinctively thought he was here to drop Jojo off for class. Yu Hanshen had already noticed her. Tong couldn't pretend not to see him or act like she didn't know him after all. He had just lent her 300,000 yuan. He was her biggest creditor. "Mr. Yu, are you here to drop Jojo off?" Tong walked over and greeted him calmly. Yu Hanshen looked at her with a deep, unreadable gaze. "I'm here for you." The unexpected answer caught Tong off guard. She froze for a moment before smiling faintly. "Is there something you need from me?" Yu Hanshen was dressed in a black, lightweight long coat with a structured design that accentuated his sharp shoulders and straight posture. He exuded a mature, steady charm with a touch of elegance. "After your class, I'll take you to meet someone," he said, his deep, magnetic voice carrying a sense of authority. Tong's brows furrowed slightly. Instead of asking whom she was supposed to meet, she declined directly. "I have to head to Wangting after class. I don't have time." Before she could finish her sentence, the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She pulled it out. It was a call from the shift leader at Wangting. "I need to take this," she said, stepping aside to answer the call. "Tong, don't come tonight," the shift leader said on the other end. Tong hesitated. "Why not?" "The fire department is conducting a drill at our place. We just got the notice. Business is suspended for the evening. Don't waste a trip. I've got to go call the others now. Talk later." The call ended with a beep, leaving Tong holding the phone in silence. She turned back to Yu Hanshen, her expression a mix of disbelief and resignation. What were the odds? This was just too coincidental. Even though she had time in the evening, Tong had no intention of meeting anyone with Yu Hanshen. She discreetly put away her phone, feeling grateful that she had taken a few extra steps away earlier while answering the call, ensuring Yu Hanshen couldn't overhear the conversation. Walking back to his side, she tried to appear composed. "I'm really sorry, but I don't have the time. Mr. Yu, please find someone else." With that, Tong attempted to bypass him and head into the training center. Suddenly, her wrist was grabbed. Even through her thick clothing, she could feel the strength in his grip. Before she could react, Yu Hanshen exerted a bit more force, pulling her to face him, and then released her wrist. Initially, he had only intended to pull her back, but unexpectedly, Tong lost her balance, stumbling directly into his arms. The sudden warmth and softness in his embrace made Yu Hanshen's eyes darken slightly. Instinctively, Tong placed her hands on his broad shoulders for support. His masculine scent quickly overwhelmed her senses, and she could even feel the vibrations of his Adam's apple and chest as he spoke in his deep magnetic voice. "Are you okay?" Perhaps because of their close proximity, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Embarrassed, she quickly steadied herself, her ears inexplicably burning. Without saying another word, she turned and walked away. This time, Yu Hanshen didn't stop her. Instead, he watched her retreating figure with a faintly amused smirk. Nearby, a male colleague from the training center who had previously tried to cozy up to Tong witnessed the scene. Suddenly, everything made sense to him. No wonder Tong ignored the advances of the single male teachers at the center. She had clearly caught the attention of someone far more distinguished. The man shifted his gaze to Yu Hanshen, who stood confidently beside a Maybach. It was obvious to anyone that he was a wealthy and powerful man. Sensing someone watching him, Yu Hanshen turned his head and cast a calm yet commanding look. The male colleague, startled by the intensity of his gaze, quickly averted his eyes and hurried into the training center. Once inside the office, the usually flirtatious male colleague now avoided Tong altogether. Humans, like animals, instinctively submit to and fear the strong. Tong, however, was preoccupied and didn't notice the change in her colleague's attitude. Even if she had, she wouldn't have cared. Sitting at her desk, she tried to focus on solving practice problems, hoping to calm herself down. But later, when she entered the classroom and saw Zuza's little face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Yu Hanshen, her barely steady emotions wavered again. After class, Tong escorted the children to the entrance to meet their parents. Upon spotting the Maybach still parked firmly in the same spot, she frowned. After handing over the last child to their parent, she returned to her desk to pack up her things. With her canvas bag in hand, she walked out, only to see Yu Hanshen standing by his car smoking. He stood tall and elegant, exuding a refined demeanor. His slow and deliberate movements as he smoked conveyed a sense of calm and confidence that only men of wealth and power could possess. It was this air of self-assurance, backed by substantial financial security, that made them seem unflappable and always in control. Teacher C, my uncle wants to see you. Ziza's voice pulled Sidong out of her thoughts. She lowered her gaze for a moment before stepping forward. Mr. Yu, I really don't have the time, she said, rejecting him once again. Yu Hanshen extinguished his cigarette in a nearby metal bin, then looked at her silently. She couldn't help but feel the pressure of his gaze. If she hadn't owed him money, she could have simply walked away without hesitation. But now, she didn't even have the confidence to do that. His eyes, calm yet assertive, rested on her, and Sidong felt a mounting sense of unease. Pressing her lips together, she finally said, at the very least, you should tell me who I'm meeting, right? Only then did Yu Hanshen speak. You'll find out when we get there. Get in the car. Sidong. Yu Hanshen first dropped Zhozhou off at the Yu family's old residence before driving onto the highway. Over 40 minutes later, the car came to a stop in front of a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Sidong looked up at the large, ancient-style signboard that read Gui Hall in bold, elegant characters. The entrance was bustling with people, each carrying large bags of Chinese herbal medicine as they left. Just from the lively scene, it was clear that this clinic had a stellar reputation. Confused, Sidong turned to Yu Hanshen. Who exactly are you taking me to see? After locking the car, Yu Hanshen held the keys in his long, slender fingers, his expression calm. Let's go in. Watching his imposing figure, Sidong pressed her lips together and reluctantly followed. As soon as they entered the main hall, a staff member in a white coat approached them with a respectful demeanor. Mr. Yu, Mr. Deng has been waiting for you. Yu Hanshen gave a slight nod, his attitude distant and reserved, exuding the aura of someone accustomed to being in charge. The staff member led them to an elevator, which took them directly to the top floor. As the elevator ascended, the noise from the busy hall below gradually faded away. The top floor was lavishly decorated and contained several rooms that resembled private consultation offices. In the central area, high-end leather sofas were arranged for waiting guests. Among those seated were a few well-dressed men and women who clearly came from wealthy backgrounds. This floor was evidently reserved for VIP clients. Standing at the door of one of the consultation rooms, the person who had brought them upstairs knocked lightly, then pushed it open, gesturing for Yu Hanshen and Tong to enter. Inside the room, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 80s, sat behind the desk. Upon seeing Yu Hanshen, the old man stood up, extending his hand warmly for a handshake, his demeanor exceptionally courteous. Behind him, several young doctors in white coats rose to their feet, their gazes a mix of reverence and curiosity. Professor Deng had officially announced his retirement and no longer saw patients. Over the past 6 months, many had still sought him out, but he had referred all cases to his students. This was the first time someone had managed to persuade Professor Deng to personally attend to a patient, which naturally piqued their interest. Whoever could get him to come out of retirement must certainly be extraordinary, hence their curiosity was laced with a sense of. Yu Hanshen smiled faintly and spoke with composure. I've brought her here. Please take a look at her, Professor Deng. Haha, no need to be so formal. It's my honor that you've brought someone to see me, the elderly man replied with a wide smile. Through his reading glasses, his slightly clouded eyes turned to Tong. Is this the young lady? Come, sit down, let me have a look. Tong glanced at Yu Hanshen in confusion. He introduced the elderly man. This is Professor Deng, an expert in gastroenterology. Since you've been having trouble eating, I thought it'd be best to have him check your pulse. Tong was taken aback. He went through all this trouble just to bring her to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? At this point, she had no choice but to comply. Professor Deng placed his fingers gently on her wrist, while Tong's gaze involuntarily drifted to Yu Hanshen. One of the professor's assistants handed him a cup of tea. Yu Hanshen, sitting on the sofa, had one leg crossed over the other, leaning back slightly as he sipped his tea with an air of relaxed ease. His nonchalant demeanor somehow exuded a sense of security and reliability. Sensing her gaze, Yu Hanshen lifted his eyelids slightly. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Tong felt a rush of panic. His gaze was calm and profound, yet it carried an inexplicable, overwhelming intensity. Nervous, are we? Haven't seen a traditional Chinese medicine doctor before? Professor Deng chuckled as he reassured her. Don't worry, I'll be over in no time. Tong said nothing, but noticing the faint curve of Yu Hanshen's lips, she felt both embarrassed and flustered, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Young lady, have you experienced hunger in the past few years? Professor Deng's snowy eyebrows furrowed deeper as he continued. You must have gone through quite a hard time. Prolonged hunger causes the stomach to shrink, and coupled with gastric erosion, I'm guessing you can hardly eat much now, can you? Tong looked at him in astonishment. She had always heard of the incredible diagnostic skills of traditional Chinese medicine, but she hadn't expected it to be this accurate to even pinpoint the cause of her condition. She nodded hesitantly. There was a period when I didn't eat well. It wasn't just a period, was it? Professor Deng said with a frown. For it to be this severe, you must have gone hungry for 3 to 4 years at least. You really need to take this seriously, young lady. Erosive gastritis has a high risk of worsening. If you don't start taking care of it, skipping meals twice a day and staying up late like you do, the future doesn't look promising. Hearing this, Tong felt a tightening in her chest. She hadn't paid much attention to her condition since her symptoms weren't particularly severe, but she hadn't realized it could be this serious. Instinctively, she turned to look at Yu Hanshen. At some point, he had moved to stand behind her. His hand rested lightly on the back of her chair, and from her angle, it almost seemed as though he was shielding her in his embrace. In that instant, the surge of fear that had overwhelmed her miraculously dissipated. Her vision was filled with his broad figure, like an impenetrable wall that kept all the chaos outside. The feeling was irrational, yet undeniably real. For the first time, she felt that as long as she stayed within the wall, no storm from the outside world could reach her. How long will it take for her to recover? Yu Hanshen's deep voice came from above, steady and powerful, carrying a calming authority. Professor Deng replied, illness strikes like a mountain falling, but recovery is like silk being unraveled. This condition didn't develop overnight, so you must prepare for a long-term battle to fully nurse her back to heal at least 2 to 3 years. I'll prescribe a formula for the young lady. Use a clay pot to simmer it down from 3 bowls of water to 1 bowl, and have her drink it morning and evening. Her diet also needs to be regulated. 3 light meals a day, no overeating, about 70% full. She should go to bed early and wake up early. Professor Deng went on, meticulously listing every detail. Tong lowered her gaze. Yu Hanshen stood very close to her, his straight, long legs dominating her line of sight. His presence was so overwhelming, as though an invisible force field surrounded her, leaving her slightly dazed. She only half heard Professor Deng's instructions, but Yu Hanshen listened intently, his expression serious. After finishing his explanation, Professor Deng wrote out a prescription. One of his assistants took it downstairs, and about 10 minutes later, returned with a large bag of Chinese herbs. This is enough for a month. Come back after it's finished so I can evaluate the results. Seeing that Tong seemed distracted, Professor Deng added a few more comments. This young lady must have gone through something major in the past, perhaps a mental breakdown. The stomach is closely tied to emotions, and emotional collapse often manifests in gastric problems. Coupled with physical abuse, her internal organs are all very weak. When you're with her, try to be more accommodating. Keeping her in a good mood will help with her recovery. A mental breakdown? Physical abuse? Yu Hanshen's mind involuntarily wandered back to their first meeting. The young girl had been emotionless, picking food off the ground as if she were completely detached from the world. Even when caught, she showed no embarrassment or discomfort. What exactly had she been through? His gaze darkened, and a faint pain stirred in his heart. This girl must have suffered greatly. If only he had met her sooner. After a moment of silence, Yu Hanshen collected his thoughts and said to Professor Deng, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Professor Deng. Professor Deng chuckled heartily. Why thank me? If anything, I should be thanking you. I've been coveting Wang Shiji's Songwantai for ages, and you're the only one generous enough to part with it. But remember, no take back since it's mine, it's mine. The Songwantai is the only surviving authentic piece by Wang Shiji, once held by the Japanese imperial family, but later lost under mysterious circumstances. Its disappearance was a great loss to the calligraphy world. A few years ago, it unexpectedly resurfaced at a Poly auction, where an anonymous collector purchased it for a staggering 5 billion yuan. Since then, there had been no news of its whereabouts until now. It had been added to Professor Deng's private collection, gifted by its original owner, solely to persuade him to treat a young girl's illness. Professor Deng laughed, his tone light. Young people these days, when they fall in love, they really go all out. When Tong returned from the restroom, she saw Professor Deng grinning ear to ear. He personally escorted them to the gate of the traditional medicine hall. Tong trailed behind the 2 men, overhearing them discuss ancient calligraphy and paintings. She didn't understand much of it, but she was surprised to see the usually reserved Yu Hanshen speaking so confidently, his knowledge revealing a scholarly charm. Professor Deng's assistant placed the bag of herbs in the trunk of the Maybach. Yu Hanshen shook hands with the professor, thanking him again before driving off. Only after watching the Maybach disappear into the distance did Professor Deng retract his gaze, still smiling. Professor, who was that mister you just now? The assistant asked curiously. Even high-ranking officials can't get you to treat them, so why did you agree to help him? The assistant, also a student of Professor Deng, had never seen his mentor treat anyone with such courtesy, even walking someone out of the clinic. Usually, no matter how wealthy or powerful a patient was, Professor Deng wouldn't even bother standing up to see them off. Professor Deng's expression turned serious. Mind your own business. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Sensing the professor's cryptic tone, the assistant grew more cautious and didn't dare press further. When Professor Deng turned to leave, the assistant quickly asked, "Professor, where are you going?" Professor Deng laughed heartily, his voice full of energy. "I'm going home to admire my treasure." The assistant stood there speechless. The Maybach cruised along the elevated highway of Haicheng. Tong sat in the back seat, catching faint whiffs of the bitter aroma of the herbs. Professor Deng had mentioned that Chinese medicine was most effective when freshly prepared, but since she lived on campus, it would be impossible to follow those instructions. Yu Hanshen focused on driving, but Tong keenly sensed a chill in his demeanor, as if he were in a bad mood. He had been fine earlier. It seemed that something had changed while she was in the restroom. She didn't know what had happened, but she wouldn't ask. The two of them sat in silence. After a long time, the Maybach pulled up in front of a hotel. Tong glanced at the entrance, puzzled, then turned to Yu Hanshen. Before she could ask, he offered an explanation. "We'll have a meal before I take you back." "I'm not hungry," Tong replied, unwilling to eat. But Yu Hanshen got out of the car anyway, walking over to open her door. His tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. "Get out." Tong looked at him, unmoving, silently resisting. Yu Hanshen noticed her stubbornness and suddenly bent down, leaning his upper body into the car. One hand rested on the car door frame near Tong's shoulder, while the other braced against the armrest on the opposite side of her body. In an instant, Tong was enveloped by his presence. Though there was no physical contact, it felt as though she was wrapped in his embrace. The man's tall and broad frame nearly filled the entire backseat, forcing Tong to press herself against the seat. Being so close, she could catch the scent on Yu Hanshen's foreign, invasive aroma that made her heart pound uncontrollably. "Yeah." Tong's eyes widened slightly, revealing a trace of alarm in her gaze. Yu Hanshen's sharply defined face was mere inches away, his deep, penetrating eyes seemingly capable of drowning her. "Why are you being so disobedient, he murmured, his voice low and gravelly, his tone carrying a faint upward lilt. "You've already forgotten what Mr. Deng said?" Tong's gaze locked onto his face, which was uncomfortably close. She could even feel the warmth of his breath lightly brushing against the tip of her nose as he spoke. His overpowering masculine presence seemed to rob the air of oxygen, leaving her breathless. Her heart raced wildly, and her fingers instinctively tightened. "Are you getting out of the car yourself, or do I need to carry you?" His words were like a command, leaving no room for negotiation. Terrified, Tong shook her head quickly. "I'll get out myself. No need to trouble you, Mr. Yu." Her wide, panicked eyes shimmered with unease, and her long lashes trembled softly. With her naturally delicate features, she looked particularly fragile in that moment, like she might crumple with a single push, easily devoured. Yu Hanshen's gaze lingered on her soft, dewy lips for a moment. His eyes darkened, and his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. After a brief pause, he straightened himself with evident restraint. The overwhelming pressure dissipated as he withdrew, and Tong inhaled deeply, like a fish finally released back into water. Not daring to resist any further, she quickly got out of the car. Outside, Yu Hanshen lit a cigarette, leaning against the car in silence, his expression heavy and unreadable. Tong stood quietly, not daring to speak, waiting nervously instead. After taking a few drags, Yu Hanshen stubbed out the half-smoked cigarette against the car's side mirror. Then locking the car, he said, "Let's go." With that, he strode ahead, and Tong obediently followed. The restaurant staff recognized Yu Hanshen immediately, greeting him respectfully with a "Mr. Yu." They then led the pair into a private dining room. As soon as they sat down, the server handed over a tablet menu. Yu Hanshen didn't take it and instead tilted his chin subtly in Tong's direction. Understanding the cue, the server passed the menu to her. Tong, not in the mood to pick dishes, casually selected 2 items. Yu Hanshen glanced at her choices and then added a few more. While waiting for the food, neither of them spoke. They had little in common to discuss, and both were naturally reserved individuals. The sudden ring of a phone broke the silence in the room. Tong pulled her phone from the pocket of her coat, glancing at the screen. Zhang Mengling was calling. Tong glanced up at the stern and composed face of Yu Hanshen. "I'm stepping out to take a call." Yu Hanshen looked at her calmly and responded with a faint As she walked out of the private room, Tong gently closed the door behind her. The moment the door shut, she answered the call. "Tong, I'm so nervous. Tomorrow is my crush's birthday. Do you think he'll accept my confession?" Zhang Mengling's excited voice burst through the phone, rattling off a string of words without pause. Before Tong could respond, Zhang Mengling continued. "Do you think he'll like the belt I got him? Does he even know that when a woman gives a man a belt, it means she wants to tie him down?" Tong. "And what about Lin Xianer? Do you think she's ever given him a belt or a tie or something like that?" She probably has. Zhang Mengling's tone turned sour at the mention of Lin Xianer. I wonder how far they've progressed in their relationship. Do you think they could have already? Tong had no desire to discuss whether or not Yu Hanshen and Lin Xianer had. She promptly changed the subject. Have you finished your homework? The mention of homework brought a sudden silence on the other end of the line. Then beep. A brief sound signaled the call had been disconnected. Tong glanced at her phone screen, feeling exasperated. Putting her phone away, she noticed waitstaff bringing dishes into the private room. She stood still for a moment before heading back inside. The food was served quickly. In addition to the 2 vegetarian dishes she had ordered, there were 4 meat dishes, all prepared in a light and mild style perfect for someone like her with a sensitive stomach. Tong lowered her gaze and quietly began eating. Her thoughts wandered to what Zhang Mengling had said about Lin Xianer. If Yu Hanshen was this attentive to a stranger like herself, he must be even more considerate and thoughtful toward Lin Xianer. After a few bites, Tong found herself losing her appetite. Just as she set her chopsticks down, Yu Hanshen glanced over at her. Fearing he might ask, "Do you need me to feed you?" Tong quickly picked her chopsticks back up. Seeing this, Yu Hanshen's lips curved faintly. He picked up a small bowl, ladled some fish maw and dried scallop chicken soup into it, and placed it on the rotating tray. His long fingers pressed lightly on the edge of the tray, giving it a gentle push. The bowl came to a stop in front of Tong. "Drink it." His tone carried a hint of command. Tong didn't dare object, and obediently ate in silence. After being fed several more times, Yu Hanshen finally showed mercy and ended the meal. Tong, who was already slim, noticed her stomach felt slightly bloated for the first time since her imprisonment 4 years ago. It was the fullest she had been in years. The Maybach pulled up in front of number 10 high school. Just as Tong was about to get out of the car, she heard Yu Hanshen speak. "I'll take the medicine with me, brew it for you morning and evening, and bring it over." She froze for a moment. Earlier, she had been wondering how she would manage the medicine, but she hadn't expected Yu Hanshen to take care of it for her. Yet, the words that came out of her mouth were, "There's no need to trouble yourself. I'll figure something out." Though she hadn't yet figured out a solution, she was confident she could handle it. Yu Hanshen turned to her, his expression carrying a faint smirk. "Would you prefer I deliver it to your classroom instead?" Tong. That definitely sounded like a threat. And it worked. If Yu Hanshen were to show up at her classroom, she might as well dig a hole and disappear. "Why?" Unable to hold back, Tong finally voiced the question that had been on her mind. She looked directly into his deep, enigmatic eyes. "Our relationship isn't close enough to warrant this, is it?" She could understand him lending her money perhaps thanks to Zhang Mengling acting as a go-between. But taking her to see a traditional Chinese doctor and now getting involved in her medication? These actions went far beyond the boundaries of their relationship. "You still owe me 300,000 yuan, Yu Hanshen said calmly, his gaze fixed on her delicate features. "I don't want you losing your ability to work due to health issues before you've paid me back." As night fell, Tong stood at the gates of number 10 high school, watching the Maybach speed away. Yu Hanshen's deep voice lingered in her ears. "I don't want you losing your ability to work due to health issues before you've paid me back." Was that really the reason? Aside from the debt, she couldn't think of anything else about herself that would warrant such effort from Yu Hanshen. Standing in the cold wind, Tong buried any faint, ridiculous, and fleeting thoughts of relying on Yu Hanshen deep within her heart. Back in the dormitory, after taking a shower, Tong glanced at the clock. It was only 8:30 p.m. With her phone in hand, she hesitated before eventually dialing Zhang Mengling's number. She told Zhang Mengling about how Yu Hanshen had taken her to see a traditional Chinese doctor and planned to deliver her medicine. After hearing the story, Zhang Mengling fell silent for so long that Tong thought the call had been disconnected. She checked the screen to confirm they were still connected. "Mengling." Suddenly, Zhang Mengling's voice came through, unusually serious. "Tong, do you like him?" The question caught Tong off guard. "No," she replied decisively after a moment of realization. "He's so handsome, so charismatic, rich, and treats you so well. Countless debutantes in Haicheng would love to marry him. You don't feel even a little tempted?" Zhang Mengling pressed. Tong's response remained firm and straightforward. "Not even a little." Zhang Mengling let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. Luckily, you don't like my crush. Otherwise, I'd definitely lose to you." Then, with a hint of dissatisfaction, she added, "But seriously, my crush is so amazing, and you don't like him? You have no taste." Tong chuckled. "If I had good taste and ended up liking him too, would you be happy about that?" "Hee hee. Well, I wouldn't stop you from liking him," Zhang Mengling said, grinning mischievously. "But at least wait until I confess first, okay? Before my confession, you can't like him. And if I succeed, you definitely can't like him, got it? If I fail tomorrow, then it's your turn. No point letting a good thing go to waste. If I can't be a wealthy wife, you can take over. Just don't let some outsider benefit." Tong replied flatly, no thanks. Before hanging up, Zhang Mengling declared confidently, just wait for my good news tomorrow. However, the next day, even after Tong finished her classes at the tutoring center, she hadn't heard any good news from Zhang Mengling. On the other hand, Yu Hanshen was incredibly efficient. He had mentioned yesterday that he would send her some medicine, and sure enough, it arrived early that morning. However, it wasn't Yu Hanshen himself who delivered it, it was He Hang. As Tong stepped out of the tutoring center, she immediately spotted He Hang's white Range Rover parked nearby. Without hesitation, she walked over and got into the car. A thermal container holding the brewed medicines sat on the center armrest in the back seat. He Hang, sensing the situation, walked a short distance away to smoke a cigarette. By the time he finished, Tong had already drunk the medicine. He then drove her back to her school. After Tong got out of the car, He Hang sent a message to Yu Hanshen. Miss C was very cooperative. That evening, it was Yu Hanshen's birthday. Amo Shubei and Fu Yanlin insisted on throwing him a party, inviting their close circle of friends. Naturally, Zhang Junqing, who had grown up with them, was among the attendees. Zhang Mengling tagged along with her older brother, carrying a backpack that held the 100,000 yuan belt she had carefully chosen for Yu Hanshen, along with a love letter tucked inside. The private room at the bar was buzzing with activity. Some were singing, others drinking, and a few were playing cards. The group of privileged young heirs and heiresses born with silver spoons in their mouths were having a blast. Yu Hanshen sat on the sofa with Emo Shubei, Fu Yanlin, and Zhang Junqing, chatting and drinking. Zhang Mengling, however, couldn't find a moment to give him the belt privately. She sat alone on a high stool by the bar, sipping juice out of boredom while sneaking glances at Yu Hanshen, waiting for him to be alone so she could make her move. Suddenly, someone tapped her on the head. Oh! Zhang Mengling cried out, turning around to see Mo Zubei's annoyingly handsome face. What are you doing? That hurt. Emo Shubei smirked mischievously. You've been sneaking glances at our side all night. What are you up to? Planning something shady? Who's planning anything shady? Zhang Mengling puffed out her cheeks in indignation. She had dressed up especially today, emphasizing her already cute looks to resemble a doll. Unable to resist, Emo Shubei pinched her cheek, full of youthful collagen. Then why are you stretching your neck and peeking over here? Zhang Mengling slapped his hand away. Mind your own business. She jumped off the stool and ran off. Meanwhile, Emo Zhani noticed her older brother chatting and joking with the housekeeper's daughter. She turned to look at Yu Wannin, whose face had predictably darkened. Emo Zhani didn't particularly like the housekeeper's daughter either. At such a young age, she had been shamelessly clinging to Yu Hanshen, leveraging the fact that she had once saved the Yu family patriarch's life. Handing a cocktail to Yu Wannin, Emo Zhani said, "Don't get upset, Wannin. My brothers just like the jokes around with everyone." Yes, everyone, Yu Wannin muttered bitterly, except me. Yu Hanshen avoided her as if she carried the plague, never sparing her even a smile. Her eyes turned darker with resentment. Suddenly, she stood up and began walking toward Zhang Mengling. Emo Zhani's gaze flickered with intrigue as she sat back, ready to watch the drama unfold. It's Sunday. During evening self-study, Tong was in the classroom doing her homework. The seat next to her was empty, and even by the end of the first session, Zhang Mengling still hadn't shown up. Tong thought of Yu Hanshen's stern and somewhat cold expression. Whether it was his reserved and composed demeanor or his status as a prominent entrepreneur, he was not the kind of person who would get entangled with a high school student. He was a serious man, and many of the things Zhang Mengling mistook as signs of interest were merely gestures of care from an elder to a younger person. Tong couldn't help but feel a little worried. She wondered if Zhang Mengling's overstepping behavior might have angered Yu Hanshen. Perhaps, in a bout of frustration, Yu Hanshen might even reprimand her. Zhang Mengling was already intimidated by him. If she mustered the courage to confess and ended up being lectured, she'd surely burst into tears. At 8:30, the second evening study session ended. While heading downstairs to return to the dormitory, Tong took out her phone, intending to call and check on Zhang Mengling. Before she could dial, an incoming call from an unknown number appeared. She answered, and a worried voice came through. Is this Tong? I'm Zhang Junqing, Mengling's brother. Has Lingling returned to school? Tong immediately sensed something was wrong from his tone, and her heart tightened. What happened to Lingling? She asked. There's been a situation, Zhang Junqing replied anxiously. She ran off in a fit of anger, and we don't know where she's gone. Could you help check if she's back at school? If she's there, she must have gone to the dormitory by now. Tong didn't waste any time. She quickly ended the call and ran to the dormitory. Turning on the light, she saw someone lying on Zhang Mengling's bed. Breathing a sigh of relief, she climbed up to check. Zhang Mengling was lying on her side, facing away, her shoulders trembling as faint sobs escaped. Tong climbed the ladder to her bunk and gently patted her back. Are you okay? She asked softly. Zhang Mengling turned around, her face streaked with tears and snot. They bullied me because of sob. She cried, leaning into Si Tong's arms. Through her tears, Zhang Mengling recounted everything that had happened that evening. After being upset by Mo Shubei, she had hidden in the restroom. Zhang Mengling had always felt both awe and admiration for Yu Hanshen. Confessing to him took an immense amount of courage. Finding the restroom empty, she took out the gift she had prepared and hesitated, debating whether to throw away the love letter. Truthfully, she was losing her nerve. Just then, Yuanin barged in. Already on edge, Zhang Mengling turned and met Yuanin's scrutinizing gaze, which only made her more flustered. She quickly hid the gift behind her back, but Yuanin, for some inexplicable reason, immediately tried to snatch it. During the scuffle, the box containing a belt fell to the ground, and the pink envelope inside slipped out. Using her height advantage, Yuanin shoved Zhang Mengling aside, picked up the envelope, and opened it. Upon reading its contents, she burst into laughter. Then she walked out and, in front of everyone, read aloud the letter that contained Zhang Mengling's shy and heartfelt confession. Zhang Mengling felt utterly humiliated, as if she had been stripped bare. Her mind went blank, and all she could hear were the mocking laughter and jeering comments. People ridiculed her for being delusional, overreaching, and not knowing her place. Stiffly, she turned to look at Yu Hanshen, hoping he would step in like a prince rescuing Cinderella, standing up to protect her. But Yu Hanshen remained indifferent, sitting leisurely with his legs crossed, looking cold and severe. His expression didn't betray the slightest emotion, as if the entire situation had nothing to do with him. He let her stand there, subjected to everyone's ridicule, as if she were a stranger. His apathy was almost cruel. This Yu Hanshen was completely different from the gentlemanly and considerate man she had recently gotten to know. It was as though he had reverted to the aloof and unapproachable figure he used to be, someone who never paid her any attention. That's right, she had initially been drawn to his outstanding appearance, but had never entertained the thought of confessing. It was only because he had suddenly started treating her kindly that she had allowed herself to dream. But now, she realized it was all an illusion, a fantasy of her own making. He was still the unattainable head of the Yu family. After hearing everything, Si Tong didn't know what to say. She could only offer soft words of comfort. Don't cry anymore. Zhang Mengling wiped her tears and snot on Si Tong's clothes as she choked out. He didn't say a single word for me. It was like he didn't even know me, just sitting there watching me get humiliated. Sob. I hate him so much. Si Tong patted her back. From Zhang Mengling's account, she could imagine Yu Hanshen's cold and detached demeanor at the time. But Si Tong couldn't bring herself to blame him from Zhang Mengling's perspective, especially since she had just been on the receiving end of his kindness recently. The incident quickly spread within their social circle, given how many people were present in the private room that night. Zhang Mengling's parents, after hearing all the mocking comments from others, felt increasingly ashamed to continue living in the Yu family estate. Eventually, they moved out of the residence they had lived in for nearly 30 years. The Zhang family had long purchased property outside, given their many years of working for the Yu family. Initially, the Yu grandparents opposed their departure, but upon learning that the cause was Zhang Mengling's love letter to Yu Hanshen, they no longer objected. As the head of the Yu family, Yu Hanshen's reputation could not afford even the slightest blemish. Any association with a high school student could be a fatal blow to a businessman of his stature. Although the elderly Madame Yu was eager for her son's marriage, she was far from losing her wits. This incident hit Zhang Mengling hard. The usually lively girl became listless and downcast. Si Tong noticed her change but didn't know how to comfort her. Every time she went to the school gate to take her medicine, Zhang Mengling would cast her a resentful look. Why is your third uncle so nice to you but so indifferent to me? Zhang Mengling no longer referred to him as her idol. She couldn't understand it. After all, she had known Yu Hanshen for much longer. It was even through her introduction that Si Tong and Yu Hanshen got acquainted. Could it be because Si Tong was prettier? Suddenly, Zhang Mengling had a delayed realization. Wait, could it be that your third uncle likes you? You're overthinking it, Si Tong replied calmly. She wasn't one to indulge in such narcissistic thoughts. By evening, after the fourth class, Si Tong went to the school gate as usual. To her surprise, the vehicle waiting wasn't the familiar white Range Rover, but Yu Hanshen's usual Ridia Maybach. The car windows were tinted pitch black, concealing the interior, but Si Tong instinctively knew Yu Hanshen was inside. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to walk over. Previously, it was He Heng who delivered her medicine. She wondered why it was Yu Hanshen this time. As she approached, the car door slowly opened on its own, revealing Yu Hanshen seated inside. The man was in the back seat, his elbow resting on the armrest, his broad frame leaning comfortably against the seatback. The spacious interior allowed him to cross his long legs, exuding the air of a commanding businessman. His dark gray coat was unbuttoned, revealing a crisp suit and shirt underneath. He wore no tie. Instead, his shirt collar was fastened with a golden collar pin, from which a delicate gold chain elegantly dangled, stylish yet sophisticated. His hair was slicked back, impeccably groomed, adding to his refined and dignified appearance. There was an air of restrained charm about him, both aloof and gentlemanly. With his eyes closed, he appeared to be resting, but at the sound of approaching footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at her with a calm gaze. Tong's steps faltered slightly. Yu Hanshen gestured at her, "Come in." The person driving today was a stranger to her. After Tong got in the car, the driver first adjusted the control panel to close the door on her side, then stepped out and walked a few meters away to smoke. Tong had deliberately left the door open, hoping to avoid being alone with Yu Hanshen in such an enclosed space. However, the driver took it upon himself to close the door, leaving her and Yu Hanshen as the only two occupants in the confined space. The air suddenly felt thinner. On the center armrest of the backseat was a beautifully crafted thermal container. Tong opened it and took out a bowl of herbal medicine. Yu Hanshen simply watched her quietly. "Why didn't assistant he come today?" Tong asked casually. She wasn't genuinely curious, but merely wanted to break the oppressive silence. Yu Hanshen's brows relaxed slightly at the mention of his assistant. Observing Tong's discomfort, he curved his lips faintly and asked, "You don't want to see me?" Tong froze. The question was odd, no matter how she answered it. She chose silence instead and focused on drinking her medicine. In one go, she finished the entire bowl of bitter herbal concoction as if she didn't taste the bitterness at all. Not even a frown crossed her face. "Thank you, Mr. Yu. I'll be leaving now," she said, eager to get out of the car. "Wait." Yu Hanshen's voice stopped her abruptly. Tong paused her motion of opening the car door and looked at Yu Hanshen in confusion. "Is it bitter?" Yu Hanshen asked. Tong seemed surprised by his question, stunned for a moment, then shook her head with a calm expression. "No, it's not. How could Chinese medicine not be bitter?" The mere smell of its bitterness was enough to make most people avoid it. Yu Hanshen observed the girl's indifferent and composed demeanor without a word. After a moment, his tall frame leaned slightly closer, and he extended his long arm. Tong only felt a rough, warm sensation brush against the corner of her lips. Realizing what Yu Hanshen had just done, she recoiled in shock. "You had something on the corner of your mouth," Yu Hanshen said with an unruffled expression, as if the seemingly bold action a moment ago had nothing to do with him. He looked calmly at the startled girl, a faint hint of amusement in his eyes, and said in an even tone, "Go home." Tong practically fled out of the car. Watching her retreating figure, Yu Hanshen's lips curved slightly. This was how a girl in her early 20s should be: expressive, lively, and full of life. Lowering his gaze, Yu Hanshen rubbed the fingers that had just touched the corner of her lips, his eyes dark and unreadable. Once outside, the cold wind cleared Tong's head a little. Although Yu Hanshen's behavior had been a bit inappropriate, his serious demeanor suggested he had merely noticed something on her mouth and helped wipe it off out of kindness. It was probably her reaction that had been overly dramatic and made a big deal out of it. After all, Yu Hanshen was 10 years older than her and had always been more like a respectable elder. Since her injury at the Yu family's home, he had likely seen her as someone younger in need of care, which explained his acts of kindness. Thinking this, Tong's chaotic thoughts gradually settled. That evening, after her night classes, Tong returned to her dormitory and found a text message from Yu Hanshen on her phone. "Going on a business trip. Back in 4 weeks." The message was sent at 5:53 p.m., which was shortly after she had finished her medicine. It felt as though Yu Hanshen had shown up that evening just to bid her farewell before his trip. Tong stared at the words on the screen. Was he reporting his schedule? As for the reason? Perhaps it was because she would need to see Professor Deng again in 4 weeks, and he was letting her know that he would take her to the traditional medicine hall once he returned. That must be it. Having received so much help from Yu Hanshen, Tong couldn't bring herself to ignore his message. After a moment of thought, she replied, "Okay." After sending the message, she put her phone aside and went to freshen up. When she returned, there was a new message on her phone. "Wait for me." Wait for him to take her to see Professor Deng? Tong's clear eyes flickered slightly, but she didn't reply. Time flew by, and soon it was Saturday. As soon as Tong arrived at the training center, the supervisor approached her. "Do you have plans for tonight?" Before Tong could answer, the supervisor continued, "Zhou's mother wants to hire a private tutor for him. I recommended you. The pay is 1,000 yuan per hour. If you're available, you can tutor him for 2 hours on Friday and Saturday nights." Friday and Saturday nights were when Tong worked her part-time job at the royal court. However, compared to tutoring Zhou, the part-time job at the royal court paid much less, only a few dozen yuan per hour, and often required working past 11 p.m., sometimes even into the early hours of the morning. Clearly, tutoring Zhou was a much better fit for her. This was practically a job tailor-made for her. Tong had no reason to decline. "Here's Zhou's mother's number. You can contact her to confirm the exact schedule," the supervisor said, sending Yu Yanzai's number to Tong's phone. Before leaving, the supervisor gave Tong a meaningful look. Zhozhou's mother had specifically requested a private tutor, despite the center having many veteran teachers with over a decade of experienced teachers who surpassed Tong in both qualifications and experience. Not only that, but she had also voluntarily doubled the pay rate. If Zhozhou's mother weren't also a woman, the supervisor might have suspected she had other intentions towards Tong. Meanwhile, Tong had lowered her head to find the contact number for the royal court manager and missed the supervisor's cryptic gaze. Since she had decided to accept the tutoring job, she had no choice but to resign from her position at the royal court. Afterward, she coordinated with Yu Hanshen to finalize the tutoring schedule, Fridays and Saturdays from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. After finishing her classes at the training center, she took Zhozhou to West Hill Maple Grove, a renowned upscale neighborhood in Haicheng. Tong was patient with children, and she got along well with Zhozhou. When Yu Hanshen returned home, she was surprised to hear Zhozhou's cheerful laughter. She paused for a moment. Ever since discovering her husband's infidelity, her emotions had been volatile, which had affected Zhozhou's personality. It had been a long time since she had heard him laugh so happily. "Thank you, Missy," Yu Hanshen said sincerely. Although she hadn't been entirely willing to hire Tong at first, she now genuinely appreciated the young tutor. "I'm just doing my job," Tong replied with a gentle smile. After leaving West Hill Maple Grove, Tong saw He Heng standing by a Range Rover, smoking, outside the gate of number 10 high school. Feeling a bit guilty for keeping him waiting after her tutoring session, Tong apologized. "Sorry to have kept you waiting so long." He wore a cheerful smile. "My job from now on is to deliver your medicine. That's all I need to do, so don't feel bad about it." Every assistant around Yu Hanshen was a graduate from a prestigious university, selected through rigorous tests to earn their position by his side. And now, as the assistant to the president of the Grand Huangxing Group, he was tasked with delivering medicine. What a waste of talent. Standing by the roadside, Tong watched the Range Rover drive away, her emotions hard to pin down. The next day, while having lunch at a fast food restaurant near a training center, Tong received a call from Qin Sihan. "Mom's in the hospital. You should come and see her." Hearing this, Tong hung up immediately. Han Lingli didn't like her, and if she went, it would only be to endure Han Lingli's disdainful looks. On the other end, Qin Sihan stared at her phone, her expression darkening with a trace of malice. In the hospital room behind her, Han Lingli lay on the bed, gently stroking her belly, her face glowing with happiness. Qin Sihan's expression turned cold. She had been on guard against her stepmother getting pregnant, yet it had still happened. Standing at the door for a long time, she finally replaced her icy demeanor with a bright smile and walked back into the room. "Mom, it's such wonderful news that you're finally having a baby. This is a big deal. How about we bring Grandma over to stay for a few days?" The grandma she mentioned was Han Lingli's elderly mother. Hearing this, Han Lingli frowned. Before she could voice her objections, Qin Sihan feigned hesitation, her face showing a trace of difficulty. "Recently, I've been hearing some gossip. People are saying that after marrying into a wealthy family, you abandoned your own mother, calling you heartless. Of course, we shouldn't take such idle talk seriously. But it seems Ji Heng's parents heard about it too. They asked me about it the other day. I managed to smooth things over, telling them that Grandma's health wasn't good and she's been staying in a nursing home. The Yu family cares deeply about reputation. If they find out we're not taking care of Grandma, they might form a bad impression of me. The wedding's just around the corner, Mom, and I really don't want any unnecessary trouble right now." Han Lingli, who greatly valued Qin Sihan's upcoming marriage to Yu Xing, immediately agreed. Qin Sihan smiled. "All right then, I'll go make arrangements to bring Grandma over." Bringing her here, Qin Sihan thought, would surely force Tong to show up. The child in her stepmother's belly had to go. If it turned out to be a boy, her father would undoubtedly leave the family fortune to him. 10 days later, Tong received news that her grandmother would be coming to Haicheng. By this time, Han Lingli, after being hospitalized to protect her pregnancy, had successfully stabilized the baby. Upon being discharged, she coincidentally caught the occasion of Qin Siyuan's birthday. Qin Anshu planned to use his youngest daughter's birthday celebration as an opportunity to announce Han Lingli's pregnancy. Han Lingli called Tong to ask her to attend the event. Rumors had been circulating about Han Lingli, claiming she was an unfilial daughter who neglected her own mother, refused to raise her daughter, and only cared about her own indulgences, losing tens or even hundreds of thousands while gambling on mahjong, all while her biological daughter worked as a waitress at a restaurant called Huangting. It wasn't hard to guess that Zhao Ningqing, that spiteful woman, was behind these rumors. While Han Lingli didn't care what others said about her, she was worried that these negative rumors might affect Qin Sihan and Yu Ziheng's marriage. She couldn't afford to lose the opportunity to become the mother-in-law of the eldest grandson of the Yu family. This birthday celebration was the perfect chance to invite her mother and Tong, allowing the gossipmongers to witness the harmonious, loving bond shared by 3 generations of women in her family. After hearing Han Lingli's request, Tong thought back to the earlier phone call from Qin Sihan. The harmonious relationship between Han Lingli and the two Qin sisters largely stemmed from the fact that Han Lingli didn't have children of her own. But now that she was pregnant, whether she had a boy or a girl, it would inevitably mean a division of the Qin family's inheritance. Knowing how narrow-minded Qin Sahan was, Tong doubted she would take this news lightly. The urgency with which Qin Sahan had called her earlier must have had a hidden agenda. Tong grew worried about her grandmother. If Qin Sahan couldn't scheme against her directly, would she turn her sights on her grandmother? Alright, I'll be there, Tong agreed. Satisfied with the response, Han Lingli hung up the phone. Did Tong agree? Qin Sihan, who had been waiting nearby, asked. Han Lingli, leaning against the headboard with a gentle expression, unconsciously rested her left hand protectively on her small baby bump. The pregnancy seemed to have softened her tone. Even her earlier phone call with Tong carried less hostility than usual. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. Once Yuan's birthday is over, the rumors will naturally die down. They won't affect your marriage with Zhiheng. By the way, how are things going with him? Have you finalized the wedding house?" At the mention of the wedding, a shy smile appeared at the corners of Qin Sahan's lips. "We're doing well. His parents have transferred the Jiangan Villa to us as our new home." Jiangan Villa was one of Haicheng's most prestigious and affluent neighborhoods, worth billions, with annual maintenance fees running into millions. It had been agreed from the start that the Yu family would provide a luxurious villa as the marital home for the couple. Han Lingli had expected something worth a few tens of millions, which she already thought was generous. She hadn't imagined the Yu family would be this extravagant. In addition, they had gifted Qin Sahan a custom-made Ferrari sports car, a one-of-a-kind model globally. Just a few days ago, when she picked up the car and drove it, someone snapped a photo and posted it online. It quickly went viral, and the hashtag #YouFamilyDaughter-in-law's custom car was still trending. The accompanying photo showed Qin Sahan sitting in the driver's seat, casually tucking her hair back with a smile, exuding a lazy yet opulent aura that seemed to leap off the screen. The internet was buzzing with envy and admiration over Qin Sahan and Yu Ziheng's upcoming marriage, turning her into an overnight sensation. "Zhiheng truly treats you well," Han Lingli said, genuinely happy for her. "Once you're married, make sure to have a baby as soon as possible. Once you give birth, your position in the Yu family will be secure." At the mention of having a child, a flicker of unease crossed Qin Sahan's eyes. Despite dating Yu Zhiheng for so long, the two of them hadn't even kissed. Later that evening, around 9 o'clock, just as she was about to go to bed after her shower, she received a call from one of Yu Ziheng's friends. "Sister-in-law, Zhiheng is drunk at Mai's bar. You should come." Without thinking twice, Qin Sahan hurriedly got dressed and rushed out. When she arrived at Mai's bar, Yu Ziheng's friend was supporting him at the entrance. Qin Sahan quickly took over and asked, "Why did he drink so much?" "Zhiheng won a major case today. He was in high spirits and had a few extra drinks," his friend explained. Yu Zhiheng had studied law in university and later established his own law firm. With his solid expertise, he quickly made a name for himself in the legal field and was now regarded as a promising young lawyer in Haicheng. Qin Sahan knew he had been working on a significant case, which had gone to trial that day. Without saying more, she helped him into her car, carefully leaning over to fasten his seatbelt. About 20 minutes later, she used Yu Ziheng's hand to unlock the fingerprint lock on his apartment door and struggled to get him inside. This was his private apartment, where he lived alone. Although she had been here a few times, they were rare visits. She helped him onto the bed, removed his shoes, and covered him with a blanket. By the time she was done, she was sweating lightly. Looking at the cluttered nightstand, piled with legal books and discarded cigarette butts, she couldn't help but smile wryly and began tidying up. As she picked up a half-read legal textbook, a piece of paper fell out. Glancing down, her smile slowly faded. The sketch on the paper was a portrait. Though it appeared to be a casual drawing, every stroke was filled with care. The subject's smiling face was vividly lifelike. It was Tong. Qin Sahan's entire body turned cold. When Yu Zhiheng was in university, she chose to study law. After graduating, she established her own law firm. She knew deep down it was because he could never let go of the pain from years ago when Tong was imprisoned, and he was powerless to help her. She turned a blind eye, thinking that with time, the traces of Tong would eventually fade from his heart. Especially after their engagement, he seemed like the perfect fiancé. He catered to her every need, except for one, avoided any form of intimacy with her. Every time they visited the Qin family to see her parents, he would thoughtfully prepare gifts. He accompanied her to try on wedding dresses, take wedding photos, and even traveled with her to the Maldives to watch the sunrise. Just over a month ago, when he went abroad to study, he took her along. He gave her a luxurious house, expensive cars, jewelry, and designer clothes. The betrothal gift alone was in the 8-figure range. He gave her so much that she believed she was the only one in his heart now. Qin Sahan picked up the piece of paper and crumpled it in her hand. Why was he still thinking about that woman? Slowly, she turned her gaze to Yu Zhiheng, who lay beside her with his eyes closed. She couldn't help but wonder, was his refusal to be intimate with her because he was still thinking about Tong? A flicker of madness appeared in Qin Sahan's eyes as she considered this. She began to remove her clothes, climbed onto the bed, and reached out to touch Yu Zhiheng's handsome face. His thick, long lashes cast shadows on his lower eyelids, making him look almost unreal. This man belonged to her. His body, his heart, everything about him had to belong to her alone. Slowly, she leaned down to kiss his lips. But just as her lips were about to touch his, Yu Zhiheng's eyes suddenly opened. After a brief moment of confusion, his gaze turned sharp and clear. His voice was cold as he asked, "What are you doing?" Startled, Qin Sahan quickly grabbed the blanket to cover herself. But she soon regained her composure, her eyes reddening slightly. "We're about to get married. Isn't this normal?" Yu Zhiheng looked at her for a few seconds. A hint of helplessness seemed to flash in his eyes before he raised a hand to gently stroke her hair. "Be good. We agreed to wait until our wedding night. It's late. Go home." Driving down the asphalt road at breakneck speed, Qin Sahan's eyes burned with frustration and humiliation. She had gone so far, yet Yu Zhiheng remained unmoved. The rejection had dealt a severe blow to her pride. Was it because of Tong? If he still couldn't forget Tong, then why had he agreed to marry her? Of course, it made sense Tong could never be with him again. After all, there were two lives standing between them. 4 years ago, she overheard Tong screaming hysterically at Yu Zhiheng, breaking up with him, saying she hated him, that she wished she had never met him, and that she never wanted to see him again. So, was she simply his second choice? Was she still losing to Tong in the end? Fine. Very well. Tong, just you wait. Qin Siyuan's birthday banquet was held at the Haicheng Grand Hotel. As a landmark hotel in Haicheng, it is the top choice for the elite to host events, thanks to its luxurious venues and impeccable service. The day before the event, Han Lingli called Tong to remind her to visit the International Trade Center for styling before heading to the hotel. She also sent Tong the stylist's contact number. Tong immediately recognized it. It was the same number Han Lingli had sent her for her own birthday styling last time. The banquet was on a Saturday, and Tong had already requested leave from Yu Yanqi, who readily approved. That Saturday, after finishing the first class of her afternoon at the training center, Tong went straight to the International Trade Center. By the time her styling was complete, it was nearly 5 p.m. Since wearing a gown made taking the subway or bus inconvenient, she booked a taxi online. As she stepped out of the boutique, she unexpectedly ran into Emojani. Emojani was dressed in a white fur coat, her hair styled meticulously, with elegant, shimmering long earrings and a limited edition white leather handbag slung over her arm. Her entire demeanor exuded opulence. A few equally well-dressed socialites followed behind her, chatting and laughing, their camaraderie evident. Mojani recognized Tong and paused for a moment, a strong disdain flashing in her eyes. Zhang Mengling, the daughter of a mere housekeeper, had the audacity to write a love letter to Yu Hanshen. And Tong, her close friend? She couldn't be much better. Emojani clearly remembered the first time she encountered Tong. Wasn't she standing with Yu Hanshen on the steps of the Yu family's main residence? Who knew what her intentions were? The thought made Emozani's expression turn even colder. One of the girls in her group noticed Emozani's sudden change in demeanor and asked, "Johnny, what's wrong?" Emojani haughtily tilted her chin towards Tong. "That's Zhang Mengling's good friend. The shameless daughter of a housekeeper who dared to write a love letter to Mr. Yu," one of them asked. Emojani didn't respond, but her silence was an affirmation. "She's like a toad lusting after a swan. Does she even look at herself in the mirror?" Another chimed in. At this, the group burst into unrestrained laughter, their mockery blatant. Tong paused briefly. She had initially considered greeting Emojani, given how friendly Emojani had been when introducing herself before. However, seeing her current haughty demeanor, Tong decided against it. She wasn't one to seek out cold shoulders. She walked past them without acknowledgement. After taking only a few steps, Tong overheard their mocking words about Zhang Mengling. Birds of a feather flock together. That housekeeper's daughter is ambitious, and her friend can't be any better. Look at her dress so provocatively, who knows which rich man she's trying to seduce. Her friend must also come from some lowly background. Wearing a dress from the International Trade Center? Who knows how many old men she's slept with to afford that. The group of young women behind Emojani were all daughters of affluent families, though none as prominent as Emozani's. They usually tried to curry favor with her, following her lead in targeting whoever she disliked. Tong turned around, her gaze falling on Emojani and her group. She spoke calmly, "Miss Emo, Mr. Yu is single. Anyone has the right to like or pursue him, including you and Lingling. Besides, Lingling was respectful enough to stop bothering him after being rejected. If even that can be labeled as shameless, then those who persist in pestering him after being rejected, wouldn't they be even more shameless?" Emozani's face darkened. Her relentless pursuit of Yu Hanshen was no secret within their social circle, but no one had ever dared to confront her about it, let alone insinuate she was shameless. She was the granddaughter of the Si family, the only heiress of their lineage. In all of Haicheng, few could rival her status. Seeing Mo Zani's anger, her friends immediately stepped forward to surround Si Tong. What, are you going to resort to violence? Si Tong remained unfazed. In a place like this, with so many onlookers, if word got out that Miss Mo was bullying someone, I wonder what Mr. Yu would think of you. Mo Zani clenched her teeth. She could brush off others' opinions, but Yu Hanshen's view of her mattered deeply. Come back, she reluctantly called her friends off. Si Tong looked at Mo Zani and spoke again. Lingling has already learned her lesson and won't bother Mr. Yu anymore. There's no need for you to hold on to this grudge, miss. With that, she turned and walked away. Mo Zani's gaze followed her retreating figure, her expression icy. About 30 minutes later, the taxi pulled up in front of the Haicheng Grand Hotel. The hotel, with its 19 floors, had the first 9 dedicated to private dining rooms for individual guests, while the upper 10 were reserved for grand banquet halls. Qin Siyuan's celebration was on the 11th floor. The moment Si Tong appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, she drew countless eyes. My sister-in-law, your daughter looks stunning. All dressed up, she's like a little princess. You'd never guess she works as a waitress at the royal court, serving others, Zhao Ningqing remarked, clearly intending to provoke Han Lingli. Qin Siyuan had recently won a bronze medal in a national math competition, a source of immense pride for Han Lingli. To top it off, she had recently discovered she was pregnant, making her even more smug. Zhao Ningqing's daughter just hit a historic low with her latest monthly exam results. The only area where she outshines Han Lingli is that she has a son. However, just a few days ago, her son got into a group fight and ended up at the police station. It took the couple pulling strings everywhere to get him out. Lately, Zhao Ningqing has been fuming every single day. Now that she has some dirt on Si Tong, she certainly wouldn't miss the chance to mock Han Lingli. In the past, hearing such comments would have turned Han Lingli's face dark with anger. But today, she was in a good mood. She gently touched her still flat stomach. Zhao Guang must have gotten skinnier after being locked up for days at the station. I'll have to ask my second sister-in-law to let him eat more later. Zhao Guang was Zhao Ningqing's son, Qin Guang. Zhao Ningqing clenched her teeth. As soon as Si Tong entered the banquet hall, she spotted her grandmother, whom she hadn't seen in a while. She quickly walked over and called out, Grandma. Her grandmother's eyes softened with affection when she saw her. Tong Tong, she said, looking her over with a hint of concern. Why do you look thinner again? Si Tong smiled. I missed you too much. Such a sweet talker, her grandmother chuckled. Tong Tong, you're here. Han Lingli called out warmly, her face glowing with a smile as she introduced Si Tong to some of her more well-connected socialite friends. This is my daughter, Si Tong. Lingli, you never mentioned your daughter was this beautiful. Exactly. No wonder you've been hiding her. With looks like this, if you brought her out earlier, someone would have snatched her up as their daughter-in-law in no time. Hey, don't fight me on this, I'm reserving her first. These women were all Han Lingli's close acquaintances, and their compliments were just for show. Han Lingli didn't take them seriously, joking along with them. Si Tong, on the other hand, kept a composed and indifferent expression. Han Lingli wanted to put on a performance of mother-daughter affection, and for the sake of her grandmother, Si Tong played along. Otherwise, her mother would undoubtedly take her frustration out on her grandmother. Han Lingli took Si Tong around to meet more people. Si Tong quietly followed behind her mother, blending into the background. Si Tong. After making the rounds, Han Lingli, who was very mindful of the child she was carrying, went to rest in the lounge with Si Tong's grandmother accompanying her. Si Tong, meanwhile, stepped out onto the balcony for some fresh air. Suddenly, someone called her name from behind. She turned around and met Han Zhen's smiling gaze. It's really you, Han Zhen said, looking at her. You look so beautiful today. Si Tong ignored him and turned to leave. Han Zhen started to follow her, but his arm was grabbed. Turning back, he was met with his mother's disapproving face. Is she the Si Tong you've been thinking about all this time? A country bumpkin? You better drop this idea immediately. The only daughter-in-law I acknowledge is Yuan Yuan. Han Zhen frowned. Mom, I only see Yuan Yuan as a sister. Sister? Do you share blood with her to call her your sister? I'm telling you, only someone like Yuan Yuan with her wealthy background is worthy of being my daughter-in-law. Well, I don't like Yuan Yuan. Even if it's not Si Tong, I'll be someone else I truly care about. Yuan Yuan and I can only ever be like siblings. Not far away, Qin Siyuan stood silently, her eyes welling up with tears as she overheard those words. The Qin family's birthday banquet was an unprecedented spectacle. It wasn't because the Qin family hosted it extravagantly, but due to the presence of numerous prestigious figures and influential officials, people whom the Qin family could hardly associate with in the past. When the engagement was first announced, the Qin family garnered some attention, but many remained skeptical, thinking engagements could easily be called off. Now that the wedding date had been finalized, the union between the Qin and Yu families was set in stone. As a result, the Qin family's status in Haiqing skyrocketed. They transformed from an unremarkable third-tier wealthy family to a top-tier one. Qin Anshu and Han Lingli couldn't stop smiling from ear to ear. When Qin Sahan and Yu Zhiheng made their entrance, the banquet's atmosphere reached its peak. Qin Sahan walked into the hall, her arm linked with Yu Zhiheng's, commanding everyone's attention. She was truly in the spotlight, basking in unparalleled glory. Old Qin, your eldest daughter is incredible. She's about to become the daughter-in-law of the richest family. When you rise to the top, don't forget about us. Exactly, we'll be counting on you from now on. By the way, how's the collaboration between Dingfeng and Huanqing progressing? Qin Anshi was initially elated by the compliments, but at the mention of the collaboration with Huanqing Group, his excitement dimmed like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The avenue through Yu Hanshen was no longer viable. He could only hope that once Qin Sahan was married into the Yu family and had established herself, she could use her position to help Dingfeng. Still, he couldn't understand why Yu Hanshen had suddenly distanced himself. After all, when he had come to the Qin family to propose, he seemed to have a favorable impression of them. Meanwhile, Yu Zhiheng was surrounded by a crowd. Although he didn't work at Huanqing Group, most of the flattery directed at him was an attempt to use him as a bridge to Yu Hanshen. Qin Sahan, too, was the center of attention among the wealthy young ladies, responding to them while occasionally glancing at Tong, who stood alone in the corner. A smug smile tugged at her lips. Once upon a time, it was she who stood in the shadows, watching Tong receive all the adoration. Tong, however, didn't seem to notice them. She had her earphones in, listening to English audio. The banquet soon began, and Tong and her grandmother were seated at a table near the main one. Just as she sat down, Hanjun took the seat beside her. Mind if I sit here? Hanjun asked with a smile. Tong glanced at him coldly and said nothing. Suddenly, Hanjun reached out and took one of her earphones. What are you listening to? He asked. Hearing fluent English from the earphone, he was surprised. You're actually listening to English audio? He had been paying attention to her and assumed she was just listening to music. Tong's eyes flashed with irritation as she took back her earphone. She finally spoke her first words to him. Has anyone ever told you you're really annoying? Hanjun was momentarily stunned but then burst into laughter. Well, at least you're talking to me now. Seems like persistence does pay off. Tong. Watching their interaction, Qin Simeon was fuming. Qin Sahan patted her sister's shoulder. Turns out Ajun is a sucker for looks. But can you blame him? Tong is stunning. What guy wouldn't be drawn to her? If she didn't have that pretty face, Ajun probably wouldn't even look her way. Qin Simeon bit her lip, lost in thought. As the host announced the official start of the birthday banquet, the waitstaff began serving the dishes. Miss C. Tong was helping her grandmother with food when a middle-aged woman in a Qin family maid uniform called her. Tong turned to see the maid handing her a thermal container. This is Madam's prenatal medicine. Could you please pass it to her? I suddenly have a stomachache and need to use the restroom, the maid said. Han Lingli, due to her unstable pregnancy, had been prescribed traditional Chinese medicine from a renowned physician. Tong had heard her grandmother mention it before. The maid placed the container on the table and hurried off. Tong frowned, glancing at Han Lingli at the main table, just a few steps away. No matter how urgent, it didn't seem plausible that the maid couldn't walk those few steps. Besides, everyone knew Tong didn't get along with Han Lingli. Anyone else would have been a more logical choice to deliver the medicine. Tong looked at the container but didn't touch it. Tong, that's Mom's medicine. Could you please pass it over? Qin Sahan's voice rang out. Tong acted as if she hadn't heard. Qin Sahan, maintaining the poise of a refined lady and future daughter-in-law of the Yu family, spoke softly and gently. Her seat was a bit farther from Tong's table, and Tong's grandmother, being hard of hearing, didn't catch what she said. Qin Sahan frowned slightly, surprised that Tong wouldn't even do her this small favor. Yu Zhiheng stood up, intending to help, but Qin Sahan discreetly stopped him. I'll do it, she said. However, just as she took the container, it slipped from her hand and fell to the ground, spilling the medicine everywhere. Oh no. Are you okay? Did you get burned? Han Lingli immediately rushed over with concern. Qin Sahan stood there looking remorseful. I'm fine. I'm so sorry, Mom. I can't believe I messed this up. Han Lingli, unable to bear scolding her, said, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. We'll have someone prepare another batch of medicine. The scene was the picture of a loving and understanding mother-daughter relationship. Tong watched Qin Sahan, her gaze icy. Grandma felt a bit regretful about wasting that bowl of medicine. She had heard the herbs were precious, and a single dose cost several thousand yuan. Henin was indeed a bit clumsy if only you had handed it to your mom instead. Grandma looked at the spilled medicine on the floor and sighed. Tong's beautiful eyes flickered. Initially, she only suspected there was something wrong with the medicine, but now she was almost certain it was indeed problematic. Qin Sahan wanted to use her to get rid of the child in her mother's womb. Many people knew about her strained relationship with her mother. If the medicine had gone through her hands and something happened to her mother after drinking it, she wouldn't be able to clear her name, no matter what. Realizing this, Tong's gaze turned icy. 4 years had passed, and Qin Sahan was still as malicious and scheming as ever. Grandma, how long are you planning to stay in Haicheng? Without your help taking care of my cousin, wouldn't Auntie find it hard to focus on work? When are you planning to go back? Tong asked. Mentioning her daughter-in-law and little granddaughter, the elderly woman looked concerned. Henin said I should stay a little longer, but now that you mention it, I should probably head back soon, Grandma replied. Just as they were speaking, a server pushed a food cart towards Tong's table. Noticing the server was trying to serve dishes from her side, Tong moved her chair slightly to make room. However, at that moment, the server seemed to trip on something, and the steaming hot soup in their hands spilled straight towards Tong. The next second, a shriek pierced through the lively atmosphere of the banquet hall. Jiheng. Qin Sahan's anxious voice rang out. Yu Jiheng, who had planned to step outside for a cigarette, had just walked behind Tong when he saw the server lose balance, the soup spilling directly toward her. Before his mind could react, his body instinctively lunged forward, shielding Tong. The boiling hot soup splashed mostly onto his back. His suit and shirt were instantly soaked, and a sharp, burning pain surged through him, causing him to let out a cry of pain. The scene descended into chaos. Yu Jing broke out in a cold sweat from the pain, while the panicked server kept apologizing profusely. What are you doing? So careless. Is this how Haicheng Grand Hotel trains its staff? Get your manager here immediately. Qin Anshu roared in anger. Tong's leg had also been scalded, but since most of the soup had been blocked by Yu Jiheng, her injury wasn't severe. Ignoring the sharp pain radiating from her leg, she quickly helped Yu Jiheng remove his soaked clothing. The hotel manager soon arrived, harshly reprimanding the server for their incompetence. Han Lingli was also furious. Enough. Tong's sharp voice interrupted the commotion. Staying calm, she instructed, where can we get cold water here? His back needs to be rinsed immediately, hurry. The restroom in the lounge has a shower. Quick, take him there. Han Lingli responded urgently. Everyone scrambled to carry Yu Jiheng to the lounge. Oh no, Tong, did your leg get burned too? Grandma suddenly noticed a large wet stain on Tong's dress. Quick, get my granddaughter under some cold water too. Grandma shouted. A server hurriedly led Tong to another lounge. In the restroom, Tong lifted her dress and saw that her leg was already covered in large blisters from the burn. The searing pain came in waves. If just a small burn hurt this much, Yu Ziheng's pain must be excruciating. The two were eventually taken to Hua Hospital by ambulance. Mo Shubei was on duty in the emergency room when 2 burn victims were brought in. He went over to check and, to his surprise, they were familiar faces. Accompanying them to the hospital were Qin Sahan and her grandmother. Han Lingli, being pregnant, stayed back at the hotel to avoid unnecessary strain and to help manage the aftermath. Qin Anshu stayed with her to assist. Not long after, Yu Jiheng's parents received the news and rushed over as well. Yu Jiheng had suffered severe burns on his shoulder and back, with even his neck and ears affected. After treatment, he was wrapped up like a mummy. Fu Yunrong, his mother, was heartbroken and couldn't stop her tears, holding her son's hand and sobbing softly. His father, Yu Shengde, sat nearby with a stern expression. Qin Sahan, her eyes red, comforted her future mother-in-law by putting an arm around her shoulder. Auntie, please don't be too upset. Jiheng was doing a good deed, saved Tong. On the way to the hospital, Fu Yunrong and Yu Shengde had already learned that their son had been burned while saving Qin Sahan's stepsister. Qin Sahan had initially thought Fu Yunrong might blame Tong for the incident, but to her surprise, Fu Yunrong said, Jiheng has always been kind-hearted. Is your mother's daughter all right? Qin Sahan's fingers tightened slightly before she forced a smile. She got a minor burn on her leg. She's in the room next door. In the neighboring ward, Tong's upper left thigh had also been wrapped. Her burn wasn't extensive, and she could have been discharged after treatment, but Mo Shubei insisted she stay for observation to prevent infection. Since the medical expenses were fully covered by the hotel, Tong decided to stay. Mo Shubei gave her some care instructions before closing the door behind him as he left the room. Once outside, he immediately pulled out his phone and called Yu Hanshen. Yu Hanshen was in Singapore, dealing with an urgent issue at a Huangshan Group infrastructure project. He was in the middle of a meeting with senior management when he saw Mo Zubiai's call. Initially, he didn't pick up, but after multiple calls, he finally answered, his tone slightly cold. This better be important. With a cheerful expression but a serious tone, Mo Shubei said, your little girl is in the hospital. Does that count as important? She and your nephew got burned and are now wrapped up like mummies. Late into the night, Qin Sahan said to Fu Yunrong and Yu Shengde, Uncle, Auntie, you should go home and rest. I'll stay here with Jiyoung. Fu Yunrong wiped her tears and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Qin Sahan smiled. "It's the least I can do." Soon, the hospital room was quiet, leaving only Qin Sahan and Yu Jiheng. With his injuries concentrated on his back, Yu Jiheng could only lie on his stomach. The sharp, stabbing pain made his brow furrow tightly, and cold sweat covered his forehead. Qin Sahan clasped her hands together and stared at him for a moment before asking, "You still like Tong, don't you?" Seeing her in danger, Yu didn't hesitate at all. Watching the man she loved get hurt because of another woman left her feeling suffocated. Yu Jiheng, despite the pain, reached out with great effort and grasped Qin Sahan's wrist. "If it were anyone, I wouldn't stand by and do nothing. If it were you, I'd risk even more." That simple response lifted Qin Sahan's spirits immeasurably. She loved him so deeply that even the smallest hint of affection from him could fill her with joy. "I don't want you to get hurt for me," she said softly. Sitting by the bed, she pulled her wrist free from his weak grip and intertwined her fingers with his. "Say it. Tell me you love me." Yu Jian gave her a gentle, indulgent smile. "I love you, silly." That night, Tong struggled to sleep. The pain in her leg kept jolting her awake. Although her burn wasn't extensive, it was severe enough to be classified as a deep second-degree burn, according to Mo Shubei. On the caretaker bed nearby, her grandmother's breathing was steady. Tong kept her movements minimal, not wanting to disturb her grandmother's light sleep or cause her unnecessary worry. Eventually, sheer exhaustion overtook her, and she drifted off intermittently, waking every so often. At some point, she felt someone gently rubbing her forehead, as if trying to smooth out the creases between her brows. Slowly regaining consciousness, she opened her eyes to see a deep, serious face staring back at her. She immediately snapped awake, her eyes widening as she sat up. "Mr. Yu? Aren't you on a business trip? Weren't you supposed to return in 4 weeks? It's only been 10 days. The bathroom light in the ward had been left on, casting a faint glow over the room. The man's sharply defined features appeared even more imposing in the interplay of light and shadow. "Where are you hurt?" Yu Hanshen's gaze swept over her, though the blanket covering her obscured any visible injuries. "How did you know I was hurt?" Tong asked, but then quickly realized the answer. The Yu family must have informed him. With Yu Jiheng hospitalized for his injuries, the entire family was likely aware. Yu Hanshen's sudden appearance was probably due to learning about his nephew's serious condition, prompting him to rush back overnight. "I'm fine," she said quietly, not wanting to wake her grandmother. "It's just a small burn on my leg. Compared to Yu Jiheng, it's really nothing." She had expected him to leave after she spoke, but instead, he stayed. The man unexpectedly sat down by the hospital bed. Tong felt the mattress sink slightly under his weight. His firm body, separated only by the thin blanket, was close against her leg. Instinctively, she shifted a little to the side. Yu Hanshen said nothing, but reached out and lifted the blanket. The hospital gown on Tong hung loosely on her petite frame, even with one leg wrapped in bandages. It looked hollow and shapeless beneath the oversized gown, making it hard to tell which leg was injured. Yu Hanshen grasped her slender ankle, as if preparing to roll up her pant leg. His palm was warm and dry, his fingers strong and defined, exuding a distinctly masculine strength that made her ankle seem delicate and fragile in comparison. Tong felt a searing heat on her skin where his hand touched, her heart involuntarily skipping a beat. "Two can do it myself," she stammered, realizing what Yu Hanshen intended to do. She quickly took over, rolling up her pant leg above the bandages to reveal her injured limb. The bandages wrapped around her leg concealed the wound, leaving no visible indication of its condition. Yu Hanshen raised his hand and lightly brushed the edge of the bandages with the back of his finger. "Does it hurt a lot?" he asked in a low voice. When he had entered earlier, the girl had been sleeping fitfully, her brows furrowed in discomfort. Tong shook her head, her expression neutral. "No, it doesn't." Yu Hanshen studied her silently for a moment, before pressing his finger gently against the middle of the bandage. Though his touch wasn't forceful, she gasped sharply in pain. "If it hurts, say so. Don't try to tough it out," he said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he carefully pulled her pant leg back down, his movements practiced and natural. Tong felt a bit uneasy. His actions crossed a boundary she wasn't comfortable with. They weren't that close after all. "Get some rest," Yu Hanshen said, pulling the blanket up to cover her. He made sure she was lying comfortably, and even tucked the blanket around her before standing and leaving the room. Tong stared at the closed door, pressing her lips together thoughtfully. Yu Hanshen had rushed back overnight just for Yu Jiang, which showed he was a very caring uncle. Visiting her was probably just a side trip. With that thought, she suppressed the faint ripple of emotion stirred by Yu Hanshen's presence. Yu Hanshen entered the room next door. Yu Jiheng had barely slept all night, while Qin Sahan was slumped over the bedside, sleeping soundly. When Yu Jiheng saw him, he was as surprised as Tong had been. "Uncle, why are you back? Did you finish dealing with things in Singapore?" he asked. Not yet, Yu Hanshen replied, his gaze falling on his nephew, who was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. He pulled up a chair and sat down leisurely. You've done something commendable this time. Hearing that his uncle hadn't finished his work but still flew back, Yu Zhiheng felt a surge of emotion. The flight from Singapore to Haicheng took 5 to 6 hours. Judging by the timing, his uncle must have rushed back as soon as he heard about the injury. Yu Hanshen might seem cold and stern most of the time, but this gesture showed how much he cared. Yu Zhiheng smiled faintly. I'm thick-skinned. A burn like this is nothing. Besides, I'm a guy. Even if it leaves a scar, it doesn't matter. But Tong is a girl. If she ends up with a scar, she'd definitely be upset. Tong. Yu Hanshen's gaze darkened as he looked at Yu Zhiheng. You're quite familiar with her, aren't you? Yu Han's words made Yu Zhiheng's heart tighten. Over the past 4 years, he had often gotten drunk and acted out because his family refused to hire a lawyer for Tong. As a result, his uncle, like his parents, resented his high school relationship with her. If his uncle found out that Tong was his high school girlfriend, he would undoubtedly be furious, accusing him of being fickle and insincere in his feelings. Worse yet, he might even take it out on Tong. We were high school classmates, Yu Zhiheng explained as calmly as he could. And even if I didn't know her, I'd still help her. Besides, she's my future mother-in-law's daughter. Upon hearing this, Yu Han's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Focus on recovering in the hospital for now. Let Yu Feng handle the matters at the law firm. Yu Feng was one of Yu Zhiheng's law firm partners. Yu Zhiheng nodded. In his current condition, he would need at least a month to recover. The pain radiating from his back was excruciating, piercing deep into his bones. Although Tong's burn wasn't extensive, it was severe. She was probably in so much pain right now that she couldn't sleep. Uncle. Yu Zhiheng glanced at the still sleeping Qin Sahan and lowered his voice as he addressed Yu Han. Could you check on Tong? See if she needs help with anything? She's staying in the hospital by herself, and it's pretty pitiful for a girl to be alone. Yu Han looked at him, his gaze profound and unreadable. Yu Zhiheng was already planning once everything was over, he would win Tong back, no matter what it took. He wouldn't let her go again in this lifetime. However, with the shadow of a death on her record, his family would have a hard time accepting her. But if his uncle could be won over, everything would fall into place. His grandparents and parents always listened to Yu Han. If his uncle spent more time with Tong, he would see how beautiful, kind, and intelligent she was. Once his uncle got to know her, he would undoubtedly realize she was a good person. By then, revealing that Tong was his ex-girlfriend should be acceptable. Yu Han's steady, penetrating gaze seemed to see through everything. Yu Zhiheng's heart pounded nervously, didn't want his uncle to figure out Tong's identity just yet. That would only make him more averse to her. I just think it's tough for Tong, Yu Zhiheng explained. She doesn't get along well with her mother, and now that she's hospitalized, only her grandmother is with her. Her grandmother is elderly and doesn't know how to handle many things, so Tong has to take care of everything herself, even though she's injured. Seeing Yu Han's expression grow darker, Yu Zhiheng faltered and changed his tone. If you don't want to, forget it. His uncle had never been one to meddle in others' affairs, so asking him to look after a stranger was indeed wishful thinking. Just take care of yourself and stop worrying about other people, Yu Han said coldly, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Hearing the displeasure in his uncle's voice, Yu Zhiheng shut his mouth and said no more. Yu Han stood up. Get some rest. With that, he left his nephew's hospital room. The next day, 2 maids from the Yu family's old mansion arrived, one to take care of Yu Zhiheng, and the other to look after Tong. Tong had already booked a train ticket for her grandmother to return to Tongqing at noon. Qin Sahan, who saw Han Lingli's pregnancy as a thorn in her side, had failed to execute her plan at the banquet yesterday and would likely try something else. Tong worried that if Qin Sahan couldn't target her, she might turn her attention to her grandmother. She didn't want her grandmother dragged into Qin Sahan's schemes. Although her grandmother had initially wanted to stay until Tong was discharged, Tong brought up her aunt and little cousin back in their hometown. Without her grandmother's help with the children, her aunt would undoubtedly struggle. Concerned about her daughter-in-law and granddaughter, the elderly woman didn't argue further and went back to the Qin household to pack her bags. Tong had already called her training center the previous night to request leave. After a restless night, she drank the herbal medicine Heng had brought and leaned against the headboard, feeling drowsy. She didn't know how much time had passed when she suddenly felt someone watching her. The intense sixth sense jolted her awake. Then, her gaze met a pair of deep, commanding eyes. Yu Han had arrived at some point, and it was unclear how long he had been standing there. The man was dressed in a black coat, carrying a hint of the cold air from outside. His presence was both chilling and restrained. Tong blinked and shifted slightly, trying to sit up straight. Yu Han stepped forward, picked up the pillow from the accompanying bed, and placed it behind her to make her more comfortable. His natural gesture left Tong feeling uneasy. She forced a smile to break the awkwardness in her heart. Mr. Yu, when did you get here? Just now, Yu Han replied in a low voice. Then silence. The atmosphere grew tense again. Tong always felt ill at ease when alone with Yuhan. Is there something you need? She asked. Yuhan looked at her, his gaze surprisingly gentle. I'm leaving for Singapore at 3 this afternoon. Tong froze for a moment. So he had come specifically to tell her this. Thinking of the text message from 10 days ago that seemed to report his itinerary, she pressed her lips together and said, "Safe travels." As soon as she finished speaking, her grandmother appeared at the door of the hospital room, carrying a large travel bag on her shoulder. While rummaging through the bag, she said, Tong, look at this." The elderly woman's words stopped abruptly when she noticed the tall, unfamiliar man standing in the room. The elderly woman had lived most of her life and had encountered all kinds of people. The man standing before her had a commanding presence, exuding an air of depth and calculation, making him seem difficult to get along with. And who might this be? She asked, looking at Tong. Tong suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable panic. Worried that her grandmother might misunderstand, she quickly explained, "He's Yu Hanshen's uncle." "Oh, so he's a relative of the young man who saved my granddaughter," the grandmother said with a smile. "Your nephew was such a big help yesterday. If it weren't for him, that bowl of soup would have spilled all over my granddaughter's face. Thank you so much." Yu Hanshen glanced at Tong and replied with a faint smile, "No need to thank me." The grandmother reached into her bag and pulled out 2 pairs of handmade black cotton shoes for men. "I made these myself with the best cotton. They're very warm. These are for you and Jihang." Tong felt a little embarrassed. Given Yu Hanshen's distinguished status, everything he wore or used was undoubtedly the finest. These old-fashioned handmade cotton shoes seemed completely at odds with his refined and dignified aura. Grandma Tong wanted to say something, but before she could, Yu Hanshen calmly accepted the shoes without hesitation. He thanked her in a gentlemanly and gracious manner. "Thank you, Grandma." Hearing him call her Grandma, Tong was stunned. Why was he calling her Grandma? Moreover, given the family hierarchy, he should technically be calling her Aunt. But the grandmother didn't dwell on such details. She beamed with joy. "I originally made these for my son-in-law, but my daughter thought they were too old-fashioned and ugly and refused to take them. When my son-in-law saw them, he didn't like them either. But now that someone appreciates my work, it makes me so happy. If they're comfortable, I can make more for you." Delighted, the grandmother laughed, suddenly finding this seemingly hard-to-approach young man rather likable. "Sure, thank you, Grandma," Yu Hanshen replied as he took out his phone. His tone was serious as he said, "Grandma, could I have your phone number? When the shoes are ready, I'll send someone to pick them up." "Oh, all right," the grandmother responded quickly, giving him her number. Then she added, "But I'll be heading back to my hometown soon. It's a bit far. If it's inconvenient for you to pick them up, I can send them to Tong, and she can bring them to you." Yu Hanshen glanced at Tong and smiled subtly. "That works too." Tong was at a loss for words, watching as her grandmother gave away her phone number so easily. She glanced at Yu Hanshen in disbelief. Judging by his usual meticulous and sophisticated style, she couldn't imagine him liking these shoes. Yet, with how proactive he seemed, he genuinely appeared to appreciate them. Grandma's high-speed train was scheduled for a little after 1 p.m. Yu Hanshen offered to drive her to the station. Although Tong was reluctant to trouble him, her grandma agreed. "Since Ashen is heading that way, I'll take his car." "You should rest and stop worrying," Grandma said, looking toward Yu Hanshen. "Let's go, Ashen." Tong hesitated. All right." The drive from Huahua Hospital to the train station took about 40 minutes. Over an hour later, Tong received a call from Yu Hanshen. "The elderly lady is already on the train." "Don't worry," his deep voice carried a calming reassurance. Tong lowered her eyes. Although she couldn't understand why he was being so considerate, she still thanked him. "Thank you." Then silence. Yu Hanshen didn't hang up, and neither did she. The quietness on the line was so profound that they could hear each other's breathing. Tong's phone volume was loud, and it felt as if his breaths were right next to her ear. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now," Tong said, unable to bear this strange atmosphere any longer. "Take good care of your injuries. Take some time off from school, and only return when you're fully recovered." Yu Hanshen's magnetic voice resonated through the phone. Tong softly responded with a. After the call ended, she set her phone down and clutched her chest, trying to steady her racing heartbeat. In the afternoon, Dong Yu, the owner of Haicheng Grand Hotel, arrived at the hospital with lavish gifts to personally apologize. However, his apology was directed at Yu Zhiheng. The employee responsible for the incident had already been fired, and the hotel had temporarily closed for restructuring. Dong Yu assured them that all employees would undergo retraining to ensure such a mistake would never happen again. His sincere attitude was evident. Given the hotel's daily revenue of several million, a temporary shutdown was a significant move. The incident had been an accident, and Dong Yu's earnest apology, along with the expensive gifts worth millions, spoke volumes. He even presented Yu Zhiheng with a lifetime complimentary card for the hotel, granting him free access to meals and events indefinitely, a gesture akin to providing him with a permanent meal plan. Yu Zhiheng chose not to dwell on the hotel's mistake. Instead, he felt grateful for the opportunity it provided to save Si Tong. He knew Si Tong well, she valued gratitude deeply. After this incident, she likely wouldn't treat him as a stranger anymore. Fu Yunrong and Yu Shengde didn't have much to say either. To the Yu family, Dong Yu's compensation was insignificant compared to their own wealth. When Dong Yu left the hospital, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had learned of the incident the previous night and visited briefly, believing a sincere apology would suffice to avoid further issues with the Yu family. However, upon hearing early this morning that Yu Hanshen had flown back from overseas specifically because of Yu Zhiheng's injury, Dong Yu felt as if the sky was falling. He hadn't expected Yu Hanshen to take the matter so seriously. Yu Hanshen was known for his stern and upright demeanor, but his reputation during the tumultuous years of leading Huangxing Group was daunting. Back then, Huangxing had been on the brink of bankruptcy, and it was Yu Hanshen who single-handedly turned things around. In just a few short years, he solidified the Yu family's position as the wealthiest in Haicheng. His methods, both overt and covert, were ruthless and decisive. Dong Yu had heard stories that still sent shivers down his spine. He never wanted to cross paths with Yu Hanshen in conflict. So, he quickly prepared extravagant gifts and rushed to the hospital to apologize, hoping his sincerity would prevent any grudges. However, that night, Dong Yu unexpectedly received a call from Yu Hanshen. Trembling, he answered, only to hear Yu Hanshen's calm yet pointed question, "Mr. Dong, did you forget that 2 people were injured?" Yu Zhiheng's hospital room was next door, so Si Tong was aware that the owner of Haicheng Grand Hotel had visited. She also noticed him passing by her room without even glancing inside. She understood the way business people operated. What mattered to them were individuals with value or influence. Ordinary people, who held neither, were of no significance to them. Si Tong was unbothered by this reality. So, the next morning, when Dong Yu appeared at her hospital room door with his assistant, she was genuinely surprised. Walking in with a smile, Dong Yu greeted her, "I'm the owner of Haicheng Grand Hotel, Mr. Dong. I came to apologize to Miss Si for not preparing a proper gesture of remorse yesterday. I must apologize for the delay." His words were impeccably polished, befitting a businessman. Si Tong's expression remained calm. Even when Dong Yu handed her a bank card and informed her it contained 2 million yuan, there was no visible change in her demeanor. "This is a small token of compensation from the hotel for Miss Si's well-being. I hope Miss Si can be magnanimous and forgive our oversight," Dong Yu said. Si Tong replied with a composed, "Thank you, Mr. Dong." Her poised and measured attitude made Dong Yu glance at her twice, unable to hide his admiration. Last night, after finishing a call with Yu Hanshen, it became clear he was advocating for the little girl involved in the burn incident. At first, it seemed like the girl must be an important relative of the Yu family. However, after some inquiries overnight, it turned out she was just the stepdaughter of the Qin family and wasn't even valued by Mrs. Qin. She came from a small county and was a senior in high school at number 10 high school. By all appearances, she didn't seem significant enough for the CEO of Huangxing to personally make a phone call to pressure him. When he entered earlier and saw how stunningly beautiful the girl was, he started to understand. Now, seeing her indifferent attitude towards the 2 million yuan, as if she didn't care about it at all, he became even more certain she must have some kind of relationship with Yu Hanshen. With how wealthy Yu Hanshen was, he had probably already spoiled her with extravagant gifts in private. Thinking of this, Dong Yu's attitude became even more respectful. "Miss Si, since you're willing to forgive the hotel, I'd appreciate it if you could say a few good words for me in front of Mr. Yu." Si Tong was slightly taken aback. "Mr. Yu? I'm not very familiar with him, so I don't think I can help you." Dong Yu froze. Not familiar? Could he have misjudged the situation? That didn't make sense. Yu Hanshen was known for being cold and distant, almost indifferent. If she wasn't someone he deeply cared about, there was no way he'd go out of his way to fight for her interests. But if Yu Hanshen valued this Miss Si, and she claimed not to be familiar with him, there was only one explanation, Mr. Yu hadn't won her over yet. Realizing this, Dong Yu broke into a cold sweat. Had he unintentionally messed up Mr. Yu's plans? "Well, if you're not familiar with Mr. Yu, then forget it. I just thought since young Master Yu saved you, you might be close to him and, by extension, Mr. Yu, huh?" Dong Yu said awkwardly as he stood up. "I won't take up any more of your time, Miss Si. Please feel free to stay in the hospital as long as you need. The hotel will cover all your medical expenses." With that, he wiped his sweat and hurriedly headed for the door. Si Tong frowned slightly as she watched him leave, sensing that something felt off. Yesterday, Dong Yu had shown favoritism by apologizing only to Yu Zhiheng and ignoring her. Yet today, he came to apologize to her personally with such respect. Could this have something to do with Yu Hanshen? She recalled the man who had appeared in her hospital room late the night before last. Her eyes flickered with thought. Yu Hanshen had rushed back to see Yu Zhiheng, so it wouldn't be impossible for him to also check on her. If he knew the owner of Haicheng Grand Hotel hadn't apologized to her and arranged for Dong Yu to make amends, it wouldn't be entirely out of character. If that were true, Yu Hanshen seemed to care about her a little too much. Tong held the bank card in her hand and pulled out her phone, finding Yu Hanshen's number. She hesitated for a moment before dialing. The call connected quickly, and his deep magnetic voice came through. What's wrong? Just now, the owner of Haicheng Grand Hotel, Mr. Dong, came to apologize to me and even gave me a bank card, Tong said, still unsure if this had anything to do with Yu Hanshen. Yu Hanshen responded, his tone calm, as though he had expected this. Tong instantly confirmed her suspicions. Still, she asked, did you ask him to apologize to me? Though her tone carried a questioning inflection, it was laced with certainty. Yu Hanshen didn't deny it. Instead, he asked in return, are you happy? Are you happy? Tong lowered her gaze, her lips pressed into a thin line. She had always been financially strained, so receiving such a large sum of money was naturally a relief. This money could easily cover her college tuition and even ease her aunt's financial burden. If she ever faced urgent debt collectors again, she could handle it calmly. After a moment of silence, she said, thank you. You're welcome, Yu Hanshen replied. Tong heard someone calling him from his side, so she said, you must be busy. I'll let you go. All right. His deep, magnetic voice carried a hint of warmth. Call me if you need anything. After hanging up, Tong stared blankly at the blue sky outside the window, lost in thought. She owed Yu Hanshen more and more. The debt of gratitude has always been the hardest to repay. Suddenly, she remembered she hadn't asked for his bank account details to return the 300,000 yuan. But even if the money was repaid, the emotional debt would still remain. 3 days later, Tong was discharged from the hospital. Before leaving, she stopped by the room next door to see Yu Jiang. His condition was worse than she'd anticipated, and the daily pain from changing his dressings was almost unbearable. Yet the moment he saw Tong, all the pain seemed to fade away. Qin Sahan was feeding Yu Jiang fruit when Tong entered. A flicker of hostility flashed in Qin Sahan's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a friendly smile. Tong, what brings you here? She stood up and asked, how's your leg? Tong ignored her feigned concern and looked directly at Yu Jiang. Thank you for saving me that day. Yu Jiang stared at her, 1,000 words swirling in his mind, but all that came out was, you're welcome. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I'll do everything in my power to help you. Tong's words drew a clear boundary between them, and Yu Jiang felt a sharp pain in his chest. Yet, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as the girl he loved turned and walked away. Tong, Qin Sahan called after her, following her out. Tong turned around and looked at her indifferently. What is it? My mom's been having severe morning sickness these past few days, Qin Sahan said. The doctor says she's a high-risk pregnancy and will have a tough time. You should go see her sometime. She's still your biological mother, no matter how distant your relationship is. Qin Sahan, Tong said, her gaze steady and cold. A mocking smile tugged at her lips. Do you still think I'm as easy to fool as I was 4 years ago? Qin Sahan's smile didn't waver. I don't know what you mean. My mom's pregnancy must be keeping you up at night, Tong said bluntly, exposing her pretense. On Qin Simeon's birthday, you tried to use me to get rid of an obstacle, but you failed. It must have been frustrating, right? Her words instantly wiped the smile off Qin Sahan's face. Tong, slander is a serious crime. Is that so? Tong replied calmly. Then go ahead and call the police. They can investigate the servant who gave me the drug that day at the Qin family's house. Qin Sahan's expression darkened as she watched Tong walk away. 4 years had passed, and Tong was no longer so easily deceived. Back then, Qin Sahan's schemes weren't flawless. It was just that Tong, naive and unacquainted with the cruelty of human nature, hadn't realized how deeply betrayal could cut. In the countless sleepless nights she spent in prison, she replayed everything over and over in her mind. It was then that she noticed the venomous glances Qin Sahan had cast during her interactions with Yu Jiang. At the time, she had been too caught up in her happiness to see it for what it was, mistaking it for a friend's dissatisfaction at being neglected. She had never imagined it was jealousy. Now, standing as an outsider and looking back, the clues were glaringly obvious. For instance, Qin Sahan had suddenly changed her phone number and, after that, never answered Tong's calls. She always came up with excuses, insisting they communicate via text. In hindsight, every time Tong sent a message, it was likely met with Lu Mingxuan's triumphant and sinister grin on the other end. Mo Shubei prescribed Tong burn ointment and instructed her to change the dressings herself at home. Time flew by, and before long it was early January. Over 10 days had passed, and Tong's wounds had mostly healed. She carefully changed her dressings every day, and now the scabs were starting to fall off, revealing fresh pink skin underneath. According to Zhang Mengling, Yu Zhiheng had also been discharged from the hospital. His injuries were healing quickly and shouldn't interfere with the wedding after the new year. With her financial worries eased, Tong quit her job at the training center. Now, she only tutored Jojo for 2 hours on Fridays and Saturdays, freeing up the rest of her time for her studies. The Indofterm provincial mock exam was approaching, and everyone was busy preparing for what was considered the most realistic rehearsal for the college entrance exams. The mock exam was set by the same teachers who wrote the actual college entrance exam, so the scores were usually a close prediction of the final results. Wu Shiqin, the school principal, pinned all his hopes for the school's honor on Tong. He approached her several times, trying to probe how high she could rank in the province. Tong had already brought him glory by winning first place in a math competition, earning him bragging rights among his peers. Now, those envious principals were waiting to see 10th high school fall from grace in the mock exams. Tong was his only chance to save face, and he desperately hoped she could shine once again. Tong, however, couldn't promise anything. She could only do her best. After receiving a call from Yu Hanshen, Tong was at the library working on practice questions. With finals approaching, many students chose to stay on campus over the weekend to study instead of going home. "I'll wait for you at the south gate," the man said succinctly. Tong remembered it was her scheduled day to visit the Guai Hall, so she didn't say much, hung up the phone, packed her books, and headed to the school gate. Spotting the familiar Maybach, she hesitated for a moment. A heavy snow had fallen a few days ago, and the temperature had dropped to below 10 C. Wrapped in her newly bought long down coat, which was admittedly a bulky style, Tong still appeared slender and delicate. As she got into the car, she removed the hood of her coat, revealing her fair and elegant face. Yu Hanshen glanced at her as she lifted her hand to remove the hood, noticing her thin wrist. He frowned slightly. "Not eating properly?" he asked, his tone laced with disapproval. Following his gaze, Tong looked down at her wrist and softly defended herself. "I have been eating well." But the lack of confidence in her voice betrayed her. Yu Hanshen could tell she had been skimping on meals. His eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. This girl really needed someone to keep an eye on her. At Guai Hall, Professor Deng checked Tong's pulse and remarked, "Your energy and blood flow have improved significantly. I'll adjust the prescription to a stronger formula. It might feel a little uncomfortable at first, but don't worry, you'll adapt in a couple of days." After the assistant prepared the medicine, Professor Deng stood up to see them off. But this time, Yu Hanshen stopped him. "It's too cold outside, Professor Deng. Please stay here," he said, his tone polite and respectful. Professor Deng chuckled. "All right, I won't insist. Take care, Mr. Yu and Mrs. Yu." Tong froze for a moment, realizing the professor had misunderstood their relationship. Just as she was about to clarify, she heard Yu Hanshen calmly respond while shaking hands with the professor, "Please send my regards to Mrs. Deng on my behalf." The professor's smile deepened. "Certainly, certainly." Having missed the best moment to explain, Tong decided it was better not to bring it up again. Judging by Yu Hanshen's composed reaction, it seemed he hadn't noticed the misunderstanding. If she went out of her way to explain now, it might only make things awkward. When they stepped into the elevator to leave, the transition from the exclusive top-floor space to the bustling ground floor was striking. Guai Hall, being the most renowned traditional Chinese medicine clinic in the country, was constantly packed with patients from all over. The crowded hallway made navigation challenging. Despite being cautious, Tong's shoulder was bumped, causing her to stumble slightly. In the next instant, a firm force steadied her, pulling her into a solid chest. Her face brushed against the collar of Yu Hanshen's coat, and his distinct masculine scent filled her senses, making her ears turn red. "Are you all right?" His deep voice came from above her. Regaining her balance, Tong quickly stepped back to put some distance between them, shaking her head in response. Yu Hanshen glanced down and saw her flushed face and shy, evasive gaze. His heart stirred unexpectedly. Without a word, he reached out and pulled her back into his arms. "Stay close to me, and you won't get pushed around," he said calmly. Feeling his large hand resting on her shoulder, Tong instinctively tried to wriggle free, murmuring softly, "I'll be careful." Before she could finish her sentence, another group of people squeezed past, causing her to press even closer against his chest. The arm around her shoulder tightened slightly. Above her, his Adam's apple moved subtly as he spoke in a low tone, "Be good." Stepping out of the Guai Hall, the chill wind finally cooled the flush on Tong's face. She knew that Yu Hanshen's earlier gesture of holding her was out of kindness. Unable to resist, she turned her head slightly to glance at the man walking beside her. Yu Hanshen was dressed in a well-tailored black coat, his tall and lean figure exuding an air of elegance. Her height only reached his shoulders, and from her angle, she could see the sharp, flawless contours of his jawline restrained yet brimming with a quiet intensity. As soon as she got into the car, Tong suddenly felt a faint, dull ache in her lower abdomen. An unusual sensation followed, and she froze for a moment before realizing what it was. Immediately, she called out for the car to stop. The driver, who had just released the brake, quickly stepped on it again. Tong avoided looking at Yu Hanshen's eyes, her lashes lowering slightly. I need to use the restroom. Without waiting for his response, she opened the door and stepped out of the car. Sure enough, her period had arrived. In the restroom, Tong handled the situation and exited the stall to wash her hands. Thankfully, she had anticipated it would come around this time and was prepared. Tong. A familiar voice rang out. Tong looked up and met Han Lingley's gaze through the mirror above the sink. Han Lingley's expression was cold. What are you doing here? What else could it be? Seeing a doctor, of course, Tong replied indifferently. Han Lingley, clad in fur, her hair neatly pinned up, appeared noticeably softer due to her pregnancy. Tong's gaze lingered on her belly for a brief moment, noticing the maternal gentleness that unconsciously surfaced in her features. Are you unwell? Han Lingley, surprisingly, didn't lash out at her as usual but instead showed a hint of concern. Tong didn't answer, her eyes devoid of emotion. She guessed that Han Lingley was at Gwai Hall for the sake of her unborn child. Recalling her grandmother's joy when mentioning Han Lingley's pregnancy, Tong hesitated before offering a piece of advice. Before the baby is born, you should be wary of Qin Sahan. Hearing this, Han Lingley frowned. What do you mean by that? Tong replied calmly, you've been married into a wealthy family for years. Haven't you witnessed the schemes and power plays that go on? Han Lingley's face darkened at her blunt words. Tong, even if you're jealous of Sahan, you shouldn't smear her like this. I raised her myself, and I know her character very well. Han Lingley scrutinized Tong with a critical gaze. What is your motive? Tong gave her a faint, indifferent glance, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Han Lingley's deep bond with the Qin sisters and Qin Sahan's skillful facade made it unsurprising that she wouldn't believe her. Tong had said all she could as a gesture of repayment for the life Han Lingley gave her. Whether Han Lingley chose to believe her or not was beyond her control. Mom, what's wrong? Qin Sahan asked as she approached, having accompanied Han Lingley to pick up some medicine. Earlier, Qin Sahan had been waiting in line at the pharmacy while her mother went to the restroom. Now, Han Lingley returned with a stormy expression. I ran into Tong in the restroom. Han Lingley's mood had been soured by Tong's words, and she said bluntly, she actually tried to sow discord between us, telling me to be cautious of you. It's outrageous. Her pregnancy had recently put her in a better mood, even making her look at Tong more tolerantly. But now, she felt that no matter where Tong went, she managed to stir up trouble for her. Qin Sahan hesitated momentarily. What exactly did she say about me? Not much, just that I should be on guard against you, speaking as if she knows some profound secret, Han Lingley scoffed. The bond we share after so many years, does she really think a few words from her could drive a wedge between us? Qin Sahan lowered her gaze, hesitating before saying, actually, there's something I've never told you. Tong, she used to be Jihang's girlfriend. What? Han Lingley's eyes widened. But wasn't she in prison for 4 years for manslaughter? When would she have had time to date Jihang? In high school, Qin Sahan explained. We were classmates. Just a few days before the college entrance exams, she went out with a second-generation official who had been pursuing her. They had some kind of argument, and she accidentally killed him. Han Lingley's eyes widened further. She had only learned about Tong's imprisonment when her own mother had insisted she bring Tong to Haicheng to repeat her studies. Back then, she was only told it was for accidental injury, with no mention of any romantic entanglements. She certainly hadn't known that Tong had once dated Yu Jing. Qin Sahan wore a conflicted expression, as if reluctant to reveal Tong's unsavory past. So, she really dislikes me. I can understand why she'd act this way. If I were in her shoes, and someone else took away the person I loved, I'd probably hate them too. No wonder Han Lingley recalled how, on her birthday, Tong had caused Qin Sahan to injure her hand. At the time, everyone said Tong was jealous of Qin Sahan's outstanding fiancé. As it turned out, that was exactly the case. No wonder I always felt Jihang looked at her strangely, Han Lingley muttered, recalling how he had been severely burned trying to protect Tong not long ago. So, they were exes. With that revelation, Tong's motive for trying to drive a wedge between them became clear. The frustration Han Lingley felt from Tong's earlier words dissipated. Of course, she thought Sahan had been by her side for years, taking care of her throughout her pregnancy. There was no way someone she raised herself could harm her. But Tong, so young yet so calculating, had truly shown her true colors. Han Lingley concluded her thoughts with a sense of finality. Qin Sahan put on a sorrowful expression. Mom, don't blame her. If you must blame someone, blame me. I couldn't control my heart and fell in love with Jihang, taking the man Tong liked. It's only natural she hates me. Don't say that. Han Lingley patted her daughter's hand. She has killed someone and been to prison. Even without you, she wouldn't have been able to enter the Yu family. Qin Sahan smiled faintly. By the time they left the traditional medicine hall, it was already past 4 p.m. At 6 p.m., Tong had to go tutor Zhou, so Yu Hanshen took her to dinner first. It was the same hotel as last time. Tong remembered how she had refused to get out of the car before, and Yu Hanshen had ended up trapping her inside, their breaths intertwining in the confined space. Flustered by the memory, she quickly got out of the car this time. In the private dining room, while waiting for the food to be served, Tong received a call from her grandmother. Yu Hanshen wasn't in the room, so she answered it directly. Tong, when are you coming home? Her grandmother asked. Tong thought for a moment. There are 10 more days until exams. They'll come back after they're over. She had just said this when the door to the private room opened, and Yu Hanshen walked in with his long strides. The hotel's heating was strong, so after entering, Yu Hanshen took off his overcoat. He was left in just a black shirt and black trousers, his tall and upright figure exuding an air of sternness. The deep black tones only accentuated his cold and commanding demeanor. Just then, her grandmother continued on the phone. The other day, the grandson of your neighbor, Grandma Song, came back. He just graduated from college and is now working at a big company. Grandma Song asked me when you'd be home. From the way she talked, I think she wants to introduce you to her grandson. Instinctively, Tong glanced up at Yu Hanshen across the table, only to meet his deep, penetrating gaze. For some inexplicable reason, her heart started to race. She quickly said, Grandma, I'm still in my 3rd year of high school. So what if you're in high school? It's just getting to know someone. Besides, you're already 21. It's the perfect age to find a husband, her grandmother said matter-of-factly. I think Grandma Song's grandson is pretty good working at a big company, earning over 10,000 yuan a month, and he's honest and reliable. I'll talk about it when I get back, Tong interrupted, trying to end the call. Alright, then I'll let Grandma Song know. When you're back, you two can meet, her grandmother concluded. After hanging up, Tong looked at the phone in her hand. The paint was peeling off, and while she had never cared much about electronics and always thought as long as it worked, it was fine, she now found herself slightly annoyed by how loud the phone speaker was. She began to consider whether it might be time to get a new one. A blind date. Yu Hanshen's deep voice suddenly broke the silence across the table. His tone was calm, as was his expression. But for some reason, Tong felt a chill down her spine. It's just meeting someone, she explained quickly. Yu Hanshen leaned back in his chair, his tall frame relaxed yet imposing. His right hand rested casually on the edge of the table, his fingers tapping a slow, deliberate rhythm. Your college entrance exams are in 5 months. You should focus on your studies and not let irrelevant people distract you, he said, his tone resembling that of a strict school principal. Under Yu Hanshen's intense, oppressive gaze, Tong felt a strange unease creeping up her spine. She bit her lip nervously and obediently murmured, okay. After finishing the meal, Tong discreetly touched her overly full stomach. Under Yu Hanshen's watchful eyes, it seemed she couldn't eat a bite less. The more she interacted with him, the more she realized how domineering this man was. Once they got into the car, Yu Hanshen instructed the driver, head to Shangxi Maple Grove. Yu Yang's private residence is there. The Maybach cruised smoothly along the main road. Suddenly, Tong noticed a bank passing by and quickly said, can we stop here? I'd like to go to the bank. Boss Dong compensated me with some money. Could you give me a bank account number to transfer it to you? Realizing she wanted to repay him, Yu Hanshen replied indifferently, I don't have it on me. In the time it took to exchange a few words, the car had already traveled quite a distance. By now, the bank would have been closed, so withdrawing cash to repay him wasn't an option either. Tong spoke again. Then could you send me your bank account details when you get back? I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow. Yu Hanshen made no comment. The car soon stopped in front of Zuza's apartment building. Tong got out of the car, and Yu Hanshen followed suit. It's been a while since I've seen Jojo. I'll go up and check on him, Yu Hanshen explained, noticing the puzzled look Tong cast his way. Tong nodded in acknowledgement. They entered the elevator, and Tong used an access card that Yu Yanqi had given her for convenience. When Jojo saw Yu Hanshen, the usually stoic child broke into a rare smile. Uncle! He exclaimed, running toward him with open arms. Yu Hanshen bent down, effortlessly lifting the boy, who weighed several dozen pounds, by his armpits. 8 years old and still being carried out, aren't you embarrassed? Yu Yanqi teased with a smile. During the difficult period when Yu Yanqi was devastated by her failed marriage, it was Yu Hanshen who took care of Jojo. Over the years, Yu Hanshen had stepped into a fatherly role, ensuring that Jojo didn't grow up feeling inferior due to the absence of his father. When Uncle's not around, have you been listening to your mom? Yu Hanshen asked in a deep but gentle voice, settling onto the couch with Jojo on his lap. Tong, seeing this nurturing side of Yu Hanshen for the first time, couldn't help but notice how he truly was a great elder figure. Jojo nodded with a smile, his eyes crinkling with joy. Yu Hanshen patted the boy's head. Good boy. While Tong tutored Jojo, Yu Yanqi called Yu Hanshen into the study. She poured him a cup of tea and asked with a grin, so, when are you planning to come clean with the young lady? A month ago, Yu Hanshen had suddenly insisted on hiring a private tutor for Zhozhou and specifically requested teacher C from the tutoring center, even doubling her fee. At the time, Yu Yanqi had suspected there was more to the story. After interacting with Si Tong a few times, she found the young woman not only beautiful but also intelligent and kind. If she were a man, she'd probably like her too. However, she hadn't been entirely sure of her brother's intentions. Now, seeing Yu Hanshen's nonchalant reaction, she knew her guess had been right. Well, who would have thought you're into the whole older man, younger woman thing? Teased Yu Yanqi, who was 8 years older than Yu Hanshen. She was, after all, quite concerned about his future. At over 30 years old with no history of a girlfriend, Yu Hanshen was an anomaly in his social circle. If Mom found out, she'd be over the moon, Yu Yanqi said, a hint of excitement in her eyes. Still, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. The girl's a senior in high school, right? 17 or 18. Be careful. You don't want someone spreading rumors and dragging you into a scandal. It could damage your reputation as an upright businessman. Getting involved with a minor is no small matter. Plenty of company executives have ruined their careers over such things. Yu Hanshen took a leisurely sip of tea and replied casually, she's 21. Yu Yanqi froze for a moment. 21? How's that possible? When Yu Hanshen first met Si Tong, he had estimated her age to be around 20. Later, upon learning she was still in high school, he assumed she was 17 or 18. It wasn't until she was injured at the Yu family home and hospitalized that he saw her ID during the admission process and realized she was 21. A 21-year-old in high school? That's unusual, Yu Yanqi remarked. She took a 4-year break from school, Yu Hanshen explained. He had subtly inquired about it and learned from Principal Wu that Si Tong's break was likely due to illness, though the exact reason remained unclear. Maybe she was sick and had to take time off, he added. Yu Yanqi nodded in understanding. The girl is quite thin. It might be related to her past illness. You'd better treat her well and take good care of her. Make sure she eats enough and gains some weight. Yu Hanshen's lips curved into a faint smile, his mood seemingly lifted. Oh, by the way, is Jing still making a fuss over his ex-girlfriend? Yu Yanqi asked, feeling a pang of guilt. She was a lawyer herself, but during the time when Yu Zhiheng had been desperately seeking help for his ex-girlfriend, she had been consumed by her own marital troubles and hadn't been able to assist. Looking back, she regretted not stepping in. With her influence in the legal field, helping the girl wouldn't have been difficult. Jing has calmed down a lot recently, Yu Hanshen replied. Yu Yanqi nodded, pausing before saying, that girl should be out of prison by now, right? Hopefully they won't cross paths again. And I hope she's turned her life around after everything. At 8 p.m., Si Tong finished tutoring Zhozhou. She and Yu Hanshen went downstairs together. Goodbye, uncle. Zhozhou called out, looking at Yu Hanshen with reluctance. Yu Hanshen patted the boy's head. When school's out, uncle will take you out to play. Really? Yay. Zhozhou's face lit up with joy. Watching their retreating figures, Yu Yanqi couldn't help but laugh. An older man and a younger woman, such a height and age difference. It's quite the sight to behold. Yu Hanshen drove Si Tong back to school. Before getting out of the car, Si Tong reminded him, remember to send me your bank account information when you get back. Yu Hanshen leaned his broad frame against the seat back, his calm gaze resting lightly on her. He neither agreed nor refused, his deep and unreadable eyes making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Si Tong felt uneasy under his gaze. Since he didn't respond, she assumed he agreed and quickly said goodbye before getting out of the car. However, by the next day, Si Tong still hadn't received Yu Hanshen's bank account details. Maybe he forgot, she thought. After all, managing such a large company must keep him very busy. Thinking it over, she decided to send him a reminder text. Mr. Yu, when you have time, please send me your bank account information. Not long after sending the message, she received a single-word reply, okay. The tone was curt and distant. Feeling reassured by his response, she waited another 2 days, but Yu Hanshen still hadn't sent over the account details. Staring at that single okay on her phone screen, she hesitated about whether to send him another message. What are you staring at so intently? Zhang Mengling asked as she returned from washing up, noticing Si Tong lost in thought with her phone in hand. Curious, she leaned over to take a look. Startled, Si Tong instinctively hid her phone under her pillow. Realizing her reaction was a bit over the top, she felt embarrassed. Zhang Mengling knew about the money Si Tong owed Yu Hanshen. When Si Tong had been burned at Haiqing Grand Hotel, the owner, Mr. Dong, had compensated her 2 million yuan, and she hadn't kept this from Zhang Mengling. There was nothing shady about her exchanges with Yu Hanshen, just ordinary conversations. So why was she so nervous? Looking up, Si Tong met Zhang Mengling's teasing, "You're hiding something" gaze. She pressed her lips together, about to explain, but Zhang Mengling's eyes lit up as she changed the subject. "My brother's friend just opened a bar. Let's go check it out after exams." "I'm heading home right after exams," Si Tong replied. Zhang Mengling climbed onto her bed and clung to her arm, pleading, "We can go the night after exams. I promise it won't delay your trip home the next day. I really want to go. Come with me, please. Would your brother even let you go to a bar? Tong asked, pouring cold water on the idea. At the mention of her brother, Zhang Mengling's cheerful expression instantly soured. He said if I make it into the top 15 in class, I can go. Isn't that impossible? But I've got it all figured out after the exams. I'll tell him I'm staying at school with you. Then we'll sneak off to the bar at night and head home separately the next day. What do you think? Not happening, Tong said flatly. You'd better focus on studying. If you don't do well, your brother definitely won't let you off the hook. Fine, Zhang Mingling sighed, disappointed. I was so upset after my confession to my crush failed. I couldn't eat or sleep, and I thought going to a bar would help me unwind. But you won't even go with me. When her confession was still fresh, Zhang Mingling had been furious at Yu Hanshen's cold demeanor and stopped calling him her dream guy. But after a few days, her anger faded, and she was back to swooning over him. Dream guy this, dream guy that. She couldn't help it, Yu Hanshen was just too handsome. She had run into him twice more at the Yu family's old estate and had been completely smitten all over again. Tong listened in silence, her expression flickering slightly. She didn't cave to Zhang Mengling's guilt-tripping though. Instead, she sent Yu Hanshen 2 more texts asking for his account information. Although he responded promptly and agreed each time, he still didn't send the details. Soon, the final exams arrived. The 3-day tests flew by. Tong had booked a train ticket for the day after exams and was determined to pay back Yu Hanshen before heading home. So, the afternoon after the tests, she called him. He picked up quickly. What is it? His low voice carried a detached, businesslike tone. Mr. Yu, your account information, Tong said. After being brushed off so many times, even her usually calm demeanor couldn't hide a trace of irritation. Noticing her displeasure, Yu Hanshen smirked. In such a hurry? Afraid it'll run off. The way he said it felt off, as if she were the debt collector and he the debtor. When will you send it? Tong asked. Instead of answering, he changed the subject. Exams are over? When are you heading home? Tomorrow. Safe travels. Thank you. The call ended abruptly. It was only afterward that Tong realized he still hadn't said when he'd send the account details. Frustration bubbled up inside her, had to be doing this on purpose. As the CEO of a major corporation, Yu Hanshen was known for his decisiveness and efficiency. Yet over something as simple as sending his bank information, he was inexplicably dragging his feet. It was deliberate, no doubt about it. She couldn't figure out what his intentions were. The whole situation left her feeling like she was being toyed with. Pressing her lips together, Tong decided against calling him again. The next day, as everyone packed up to head home for the holidays, Zhang Mengling was still trying to persuade her. Are you really not coming to the bar with me? Tong looked at her seriously. Go home like a good girl. Bars are full of all kinds of people, it's not safe for a girl to go there alone. Seeing how firm Tong was, Zhang Mengling pouted, clearly unhappy. Apart from Tong, everyone else was a local from Haicheng. That evening, she was alone in her dorm room. After washing up, she read for a while, then turned off the lights around 9 and prepared to sleep. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Mengling. Tong answered casually, but before she could speak, a strange male voice came through the line. Are you a friend of the phone's owner? She's drunk. Come and get her. Tong's heart tightened. Where is she? The man on the other end replied impatiently, Mice bar. After hanging up, Tong quickly booked a taxi on her phone, dressed, and ran to the campus gate. She shouldn't have trusted Zhang Mengling's words. It was obvious now that Mengling had snuck out without telling her family. Otherwise, she wouldn't be calling Tong for help. Thinking this, Tong quickened her pace and arrived at Mai's bar. Following the room number the man had mentioned, she found Zhang Mengling sprawled out on a sofa, arms and legs splayed. Her clothes were intact, and she didn't appear injured, which made Tong sigh in relief. Mengling, Tong called, patting her face gently. Don't touch me. Mengling swatted Tong's hand away, mumbling with her eyes closed. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Come on, cheers, my love. Love you. She let out a silly laugh after finishing her words. Tong shook her head helplessly and pulled Mengling up. Although Mengling wasn't tall or heavy, barely 90 pounds, it was still a struggle for Tong to support her. As she helped Mengling out of the bar, the flashing lights made her vision blur. No, let me go. A faint sound of resistance caught her attention amidst the loud music. In a chaotic place like this, such things weren't uncommon, and Tong had no intention of getting involved. But when she saw the girl being dragged into a private room by several men, she froze in shock. She recognized her. It was Lu Jiaojiao, Lu Mingxuan's younger sister, and also the girl her cousin, Li Chengxi, secretly liked. The men dragging Lu Jiaojiao were familiar faces too. They were the same spoiled rich kids who used to follow Lu Mingxian around. Back when Lu Mingxian had been pestering Tong, these guys often joined him in harassing her. Sidong quickly brought Zhang Mengling back to her previous room and glanced at the smoke detector on the ceiling. She began searching the room for a lighter. Lu Jiaojiao had been dragged into the private room by Tai Nanfeng and his gang. These were the same people who had bullied her alongside her brother in the past. Now that her brother was gone, they were still targeting her. Jiao Jiao, long time no see. I missed you so much, Tai Nanfeng sneered with a twisted grin. He had always been the closest to Lu Mingxian. Still working odd jobs to make a living? How about this, be with me, and I'll give you some spending money every month. Lu Jiaojiao's face turned pale as tears filled her eyes. She struggled desperately to escape, her voice trembling with fear. No. Help. Somebody help me. Help. Tai Nanfeng burst into laughter. Li Chengxi is dead. Let's see who's going to save you now. He leaned closer, his voice dripping with mockery. You've been avoiding me for so long. I missed you so much. Tonight, you're staying with me. As he spoke, he grabbed Lu Jiaojiao and pinned her down on the sofa. The others stood around, laughing lewdly, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The air felt suffocating. Lu Jiaojiao struggled fiercely, her face as pale as a sheet. Her eyes, once filled with hope, were now dim with despair. If this had happened 4 years ago, they wouldn't have dared to treat her like this because Chengxi would have fought for her with everything he had. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out a silent plea. Chengxi, save me. The night was intoxicating, and the Mize bar was a wild mix of debauchery and indulgence. The pounding heavy metal music coursed through everyone's veins. Suddenly, a sharp alarm cut through the deafening music, echoing across the entire bar. Fire! Run! Someone shouted. In the dim light, people noticed thick smoke rolling down from the second floor. Chaos erupted as the crowd scattered, rushing toward the exits. Tai Nanfeng was still caught up in his excitement when the door of his private room was pounded on violently. Fire! Fire! Get out now! Smoke began to seep in through the gap under the door. The group of spoiled rich kids with him started to panic. Nanfeng, there's a fire. We need to leave now. Without waiting for his response, they flung the door open and bolted out. Outside, the scene was utter chaos. Tai Nanfeng no longer had the time to care about the woman in his arms. He immediately jumped up and ran for his life. Meanwhile, Tong saw the group leaving the private room and quickly pushed the door open. Lu Jiaojiao lay limply on the sofa, her eyes blank, but her clothes were still mostly intact. Miss Lu. Tong stepped forward, adjusting Lu Jiaojiao's clothes. Don't worry, they're gone. Lu Jiaojiao slowly came to her senses. When she saw the face in front of her, tears streamed down uncontrollably. These tears were different from her earlier fear and despair. They were a mix of relief, grievance, and gratitude. Don't cry just yet. We need to leave quickly. If those guys realize they've been tricked, they'll come back for you, Tong said calmly, fastening the buttons on Lu Jiaojiao's jacket. Lu Jiaojiao, who worked at the bar as a waitress, was wearing her uniform. Her white shirt underneath had been torn, barely covering her chest. Tong took off her down jacket and wrapped it around Lu Jiaojiao. I have a friend in the next room who's drunk. Can you help me get her out? Tong asked. Still shaken and disoriented from her ordeal, Lu Jiaojiao followed Tong's instructions without question. Before leaving, Tong made sure to collect the remnants of the materials she had used to create the smoke. Outside the bar, several taxis were waiting for passengers. Tong and Lu Jiaojiao helped Zhang Mengling into one of the cabs. By the time Tai Nanfeng and his group realized there was no fire and returned to look for Lu Jiaojiao, she was already long gone with Tong. Tong brought Zhang Mengling back to their school. After settling her into bed, Tong fetched a basin of warm water to help Lu Jiaojiao wash her face. Lu Jiaojiao had calmed down considerably by this point. Do you want to tell your family about what happened? Those guys tried to hurt you, Tong asked. Lu Jiaojiao shook her head. It's no use. My mom doesn't care about me, and my dad. Her voice trailed off, and tears began to fall again. Her mother had always favored her brother, treating her with disdain and even abuse. Only her father had ever shown her love. But a month ago, her father was in a car accident and had been in a coma ever since. The doctors said he might never wake up. That was one of the reasons Tai Nanfeng and his friends had acted so recklessly, because they knew no one would stand up for her. Looking at Tong's face, Lu Jiaojiao thought she saw a faint resemblance to Li Chengxi, and her tears flowed even more freely. After crying for a long time, she finally regained her composure and took a cab back to her place. Tong, after washing up, lay down next to Zhang Mengling, who was sleeping in her bed. Zhang Mengling's bedding had been taken home, so Tong let her use her own. As she thought about the commotion she'd caused at the bar, a sense of unease crept in. Though she had only created a false alarm and caused no actual damage, she had still disrupted the bar's operations and frightened its patrons. She worried the bar owner might not let the matter slide. Closing her eyes, she began to think of ways to handle the situation. Back at the bar, the the chaos subsided quickly, and the fire department arrived, only to find no actual fire. However, the rumors of a fire at Mai's bar were sure to spread among the patrons who fled, tarnishing the reputation of the newly opened venue. When the owner learned what had happened, he immediately had the surveillance footage reviewed. He was determined to find out who was responsible for the disruption. After watching the footage, he fell silent. It turned out to be a friend of his good buddy's younger sister. Without hesitation, he called Zhang Junqing to get some answers. Zhang Junqing was at a mahjong table when he received the call. "Where are you?" the bar owner asked. "I'm at the royal court playing mahjong with some friends." "What's up?" Zhang Junqing replied, tossing out a tile. "Stay there. I'm coming over now." The bar owner hung up abruptly. Zhang Junqing, unfazed, put his phone down and continued playing. Tonight's gathering had been organized by Fu Yanlin, and Yu Hanshen and Mo Shubei were also present. Before long, a young man dressed in trendy streetwear stormed into the room. However, upon seeing the other three people in the private room, he froze, particularly when he noticed Yu Hanshen and Fu Yanlin. The newcomer, Feng Ruyu, came from a powerful family in Haiqing and naturally recognized the influential figures from the cities for major families. "What's going on? You barged in here like you're ready to eat me alive," Zhang Junqing teased with a grin. Feng Ruyu's expression softened slightly, though he still looked awkward. "You didn't mention you were with Mr. Yu and Mr. Fu." "You didn't ask," Zhang Junqing replied nonchalantly. "Relax, they don't bite. Come on in and tell me what's going on." Feng Ruyu first greeted Yu Hanshen and Fu Yanlin politely, then turned to Mo Shubei and addressed him, "Doctor." It was no secret in their social circle that the Si family lacked an heir. Mo Shubei, once seen as the family's great hope, had chosen to study medicine in college and later become a doctor, a decision that had long been a topic of gossip among the elite. Giving up billions in inheritance to live the modest life of a doctor wasn't that foolish? Yet, Mo Shubei never cared about others' opinions and continued to live life on his own terms. Noticing Feng Reyes' assessing gaze, he remained calm and composed. "Mr. Feng, a pleasure to meet you," Mo Shubei said with a smile. Feng Ruyu pulled out a chair and sat beside Zhang Junqing, opening a surveillance video on his phone and explaining his purpose. "Your sister's friend turned my newly opened bar into a chaotic mess. All the customers left. Tell me the girl's name so I can settle the score with her." Yu Hanshen, holding a half-burned cigarette between his slender fingers, exhaled a wisp of smoke. His eyes were half-closed, his expression calm and indifferent, clearly uninterested in Feng Reyes' complaint. Zhang Junqing, however, turned pale when he saw footage of his sister getting drunk in a bar. His expression darkened further when he noticed Si Tong triggering the smoke alarm to cause a commotion. He blurted out, "Isn't that Si Tong?" Yu Hanshen lifted his eyelids slightly and glanced over. Hearing the familiar name, Mo Zubei's interest was piqued. He took the phone from Zhang Junqing and said, "Let me see." After watching the video, he confirmed, "It really is her." Then, with a mischievous grin, he handed the phone to Yu Hanshen. "Take a look," he said teasingly. Fu Yanlin, seemingly in a bad mood, was silently smoking. His peach blossom-shaped eyes were downcast, his long lashes concealing his emotions. Occasionally, he would take a sip from the glass of wine beside him, completely ignoring the conversation around him. In the surveillance footage, the lighting was dim, and the video quality wasn't great, but Si Tong's striking appearance made her instantly recognizable. The young girl was seen calmly creating smoke to trigger the alarm, then pretending to panic and causing a scene that scared everyone away. Within moments, the bar was cleared out. The surveillance clip was only a partial recording and didn't show Si Tong rescuing anyone later, making it appear as though she had deliberately caused trouble. Yu Hanshen's gaze remained steady and unfazed. After watching the video, he casually tossed the phone onto the table and said indifferently, "I've been thinking of opening a bar recently. I think your place Mize looks good. Name your price, Mr. Feng." Mo Shubei took a sip of his drink, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly grin. His expression practically screamed, "Oh, covering for your little sweetheart, are we?" Feng Ruyu was stunned, completely baffled. The CEO of Huangxing, who had shown no interest in his complaint moments ago, was now suddenly trying to buy his bar. "Mr. Yu, this bar of mine," Feng Ruyu hesitated. He wasn't keen on selling, even though the investment wasn't significant. This bar was his first step into entrepreneurship. Previously, had worked in the family business, where everyone called him Young Master Feng, and everything came easily without challenge. This bar was his attempt to step out of that shadow and build something on his own. 10 million, Yu Hanshen said nonchalantly. Feng Rui's face showed his reluctance. 20 million, Yu Hanshen offered. Still, Feng hesitated. 30 million. Deal. Feng Ruyu finally agreed through gritted teeth. Though it pained him to part with the bar, the offer was simply too tempting to refuse. Yu Hanshen called the director of Huangxing Group's legal department, and an hour later, Mai's bar had a new owner. Zhang Junqing was dumbfounded throughout the entire process. The richest man in the country spending 30 million on a bar was like someone else buying a block of tofu for $3. After the game ended, Yu Hanshen sat in his Maybach, heading back to the Yu family's old mansion. He made another call to the legal director, instructing him to investigate the reason behind the disturbance at Mai's bar that night. The following day, the complete surveillance footage was delivered to Yu Hanshen. These guys are typical spoiled brats, abusing their family's power to wreak havoc wherever they go. If it weren't for the quick-witted young woman in the video last night, the police might have had to seal off the bar for an investigation today, the legal director remarked with disdain. He had no tolerance for such entitled troublemakers. Yu Hanshen watched the footage, where Tong used her coat to wrap around the victimized girl, helping her and the heavily drunk Zhang Mengling out of the bar. From start to finish, Tong remained calm, handling the situation with intelligence and never putting herself in harm's way. Most people in such a situation would likely have tried to intervene directly to stop the violence. Given how striking Tong's appearance was, confronting those brats heathen would have undoubtedly drawn their attention, potentially putting herself in danger and failing to save anyone. Her strategic approach, shaking the mountain to scare the tiger, was nothing short of brilliant. A faint smile appeared on Yu Hanshen's lips as the surveillance footage froze on a moment where Tong slightly tilted her head upward. In that instant, her face was gentle yet filled with resilience. Spread the word, those guys are banned from Mai's bar from now on, Yu Hanshen ordered, his gaze dark and cold, his tone sharp and commanding. Tong had no idea that the ownership of Mai's bar had changed hands that very night. She spent the night feeling uneasy. The next day, He delivered the last batch of traditional Chinese medicine for the year. Originally, Yu Hanshen intended for her to take the medicine back to her hometown and prepare it herself. However, Tong didn't want to worry her grandmother about her health. It was only about 20 days, so she decided to take a pause from the treatment. After finishing the medicine, she returned to her dorm room. Zhang Mengling had woken up and, realizing she was back at the school dormitory, immediately gave Tong a big bear hug. "I knew you wouldn't abandon me," she said, playfully clinging to Tong. Tong pushed her away. "Go take a shower. You reek of alcohol. It's unbearable." Zhang Mengling sniffed herself and grimaced. Indeed, the smell was awful, especially after fermenting overnight. It was practically a toxic gas bomb. After her shower, she nervously asked, "You didn't tell my brother, did you?" Tong shook her head. "Love you even more," Zhang Mengling exclaimed, planting a kiss on Tong's cheek. "Yesterday, I tricked my brother into coming back to school to keep you company." He agreed without a second thought. At crucial moments, having the top student in the grade really comes in handy. Tong looked at her and sighed. "Even so, you should drink less. Getting yourself into that state if I hadn't come to get you. Were you planning to sleep in the bar all night?" Zhang Mengling grinned sheepishly. "I knew you wouldn't leave me, Tong rolled her eyes at her. "Don't do it again. It's dangerous." Zhang Mengling nodded obediently, but her darting eyes betrayed her lack of sincerity. "What time is your train?" she asked. 12:30 in the afternoon, Tong replied. I'm going to miss you so much. Just thinking about not seeing you for over 20 days feels like a knife to my heart," Zhang Mengling said dramatically. Tong watched her act and calmly commented, "Your performance is over the top." The two had lunch together at noon. Afterward, Tong watched Zhang Mengling board a bus home before pulling her suitcase to the subway station. The cold wind howled as she walked, bundled up in a thick down jacket and scarf. The scarf covered half her face, leaving only her clear and captivating eyes visible. Suddenly, a car slowed down beside her. A man's unfamiliar voice called out, "Miss C." Tong turned her head and saw the new driver who worked for Yu Hanshen. Instinctively, she glanced at the rear window of the car. As her gaze fell, the rear window slowly rolled down, revealing the stern and sharp features of Yu Hanshen. "Get in," Yu Hanshen commanded, his tone firm and authoritative. Tong, recalling his previous antics, stood still without saying a word. Noticing her resistance, Yu Hanshen let out a soft chuckle, opened the car door, and stepped out. With his long strides, he approached her, towering over her as he looked down. "Are you upset?" he asked, his tone carrying a trace of helplessness, as if she were a child throwing a tantrum. Hearing the frustration in Yu Hanshen's voice, Tong couldn't help but feel annoyed. He had stood her up repeatedly, yet now it seemed as if she were the unreasonable one. She turned on her heel and started to walk away. In the next moment, her wrist was grasped firmly. Even through the thick sleeve of her down jacket, she could feel the strength in the man's grip. Yu Hanshen pulled the sulking young woman back. His voice, low and magnetic, carried a hint of amusement. "Don't be mad. I'll take you to the bank now." Hearing his tone, as if coaxing a child, Tong struggled instinctively. But her words, spoken in anger, came out without much thought. "President Yu is always so busy. I wouldn't dare inconvenience you." Yu Hanshen didn't release her hand. The smile faded from his lips as he looked at her silently, his gaze deep and penetrating. like a still but icy lake. It was calm on the surface, yet carried an inherent authority that made one uneasy. Under his silent, oppressive stare, Tong gradually stopped struggling. Slowly, it dawned on her, what was she doing? Was she seriously throwing a tantrum at Yu Hanshen? Yu Hanshen, a man of immense power and influence, had gone out of his way to help her multiple times, which was nothing short of a favor. And here she was, acting out simply because he hadn't sent her the bank account details promptly. Tong lowered her eyes, pressing her lips together tightly. Perhaps Yu Hanshen's kindness had led her to believe he was easygoing, forgetting that this was a man capable of stirring up chaos in Haicheng with his bare hands. Who in Haicheng would dare show him such disrespect? Can we go now? Yu Hanshen finally spoke, his tone calm and unreadable as he looked down at her. Tong's heart raced. She nodded meekly. Only then did Yu Hanshen release her wrist, watching as she obediently got into the car. The Maybach sped through the streets, reaching the high-speed rail station in no time. Call me when you get home, Yu Hanshen said. He didn't elaborate on why, but Tong understood it was to let him know she had arrived safely. Okay, she replied softly. Yu Hanshen's gaze lingered on her demure and obedient demeanor, his heart stirring slightly. He raised his hand, as if to do something, but ultimately restrained himself. If anything comes up, call me, he added in a deep voice. Then, after a pause, he said, take care. Tong nodded. With just half an hour before her train's departure, she got out of the car and hurried into the station. After scanning her ID to enter, she found her seat and finally had a moment to catch her breath. It was only then that she remembered Yu Hanshen had said he'd take her to the bank, but he never did. When he had suddenly exerted his authority earlier, she had been so flustered that she had forgotten all about it. Biting her lip, she felt as though she had been played again. That man was truly infuriating. As the train began to move, Tong, seated by the window, watched the cityscape blur past. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake the image of Yu Hanshen's stern and enigmatic face from her mind. A sudden ringtone interrupted her thoughts. It was a call from Zhang Mengling. As soon as she answered, Zhang Mengling's tearful voice came through. My brother found out I went to the bar last night and yelled at me for 10 whole minutes. He even said he'd confiscate my New Year's money so I wouldn't waste it. It's so unfair. Tong's eyes flickered. The bar owner must have checked the surveillance footage afterward and identified her, which wouldn't have made it hard to link her to Zhang Mengling. If the owner had seen them together, they likely went to Zhang Junqing to get information about her. That must have been how Zhang Junqing found out about his sister's night at the bar. However, it was odd that the bar owner hadn't come to confront her yet. Did your brother say anything else besides scolding you? Tong asked. No, Zhang Mengling complained. He went on for 10 minutes straight, rapid fire, without even stopping for water. Where would he find the time to say anything else? Tong fell silent. Since she couldn't get more information, she decided to let it go. Regardless, she already had a plan in mind and wasn't as worried as she had been initially. Over 4 hours later, Tong arrived back in Tongqing. Her aunt's rented place was in an old neighborhood, a small unit converted from a ground-floor garage. It was only about 10 square meters, but it had its own bathroom and kitchenette. As the evening darkened, her grandmother was outside playing with Yang in the open space near the door. The moment Yang spotted Tong, she dropped her toy and ran over on her little legs. Jia Jia, she called out in her sweet, childlike voice. When Tong had been imprisoned, Yang was only a year old and didn't remember her at all. After Tong's release, they'd only spent a few days together before she left for Haicheng with Han Lingli. She didn't expect the little one to still remember her. A wave of warmth filled Tong's heart as she crouched down to scoop the child into her arms. Yang wrapped her arms around Tong's neck, her bright eyes sparkling with joy. You're back, Tong, her grandmother greeted her warmly. It must have been freezing out there. Come inside and have some hot water. Oh, go tell Grandma Song that you're home. Tong suddenly remembered her grandmother mentioning wanting to introduce her to Grandma Song's grandson. Grandma, she started, wanting to protest. She had no interest in meeting him. Just then, her phone buzzed in her coat pocket. Seeing Yu Hanshen's number on the screen, she remembered she hadn't called him as promised. Her eyes flickered as she bit her lip and answered the call. Home yet? Came the man's deep, steady voice. She lowered her lashes as she arrived. Why didn't you call me? Yu Hanshen asked. Tong answered honestly, I forgot. Yu Hanshen fell silent. He didn't say a word but also didn't hang up. Eventually, the strange atmosphere became unbearable for Tong, and she took the initiative to end the call. Tong, Yu Hanshen suddenly called her name. Focus on your studies at home. Don't meet with people who'll distract you'll affect your learning. Tong was momentarily confused by his words. After a pause, Yu Hanshen added, if anything comes up, call me. When your grandmother gets back, tell her that Grandma Song's grandson has returned to work at the company and won't be back until Lunar New Year's Eve. It wasn't until much later that Tong realized the meaning behind Yu Hanshen's seemingly random words. Was he telling her not to go on a blind date? She pursed her lips. What did that have to do with him? This man really had no boundaries. Yet, as she thought about it, an inexplicable feeling stirred in her heart. That evening, it was just Tong, her grandmother, and Yang having dinner together. Her aunt didn't return until around 10 o'clock. In the small rented apartment, there was only one bed. Tong prepared a makeshift bed on the floor, ready to sleep there. However, her aunt stopped her. How can a young girl sleep on the floor? You'll catch a cold. Go sleep on the bed, she said, leaving no room for argument as she pulled Tong aside and lay down herself. Having worked hard all day, her aunt fell asleep almost instantly once her head hit the pillow. Tong had no choice but to climb onto the bed to sleep. With about 10 days left until the spring festival, Tong spent her days either studying or cooking and taking Yang out to play. Life was simple but fulfilling. Their neighbor, Grandma Song, frequently came over to visit. One day she'd bring something over, the next day, it'd be something else. It was clear she had her sights set on Tong as a potential future granddaughter-in-law. Grandma Song's grandson had graduated from Haida University and had secured a permanent position at his internship company right after graduation. The company Twin Tech was the largest tech firm in Haicheng. Its office building was said to have dozens of floors, exuding an air of prestige. His internship salary alone was in the 5-figure range, and now that he was a full-time employee, his monthly salary was close to 20,000 yuan. With such credentials, he wouldn't have any trouble finding a partner in their small county. However, her grandson, while bright and adept at science, struggled with interpersonal skills. He was a bit socially awkward, not great at conversations, and his looks were just average. Grandma Song didn't mind that Tong had a record of incarceration. What mattered to her was Tong's beauty, thinking it might improve the family's genes. Moreover, Tong was hardworking, polite, and soft-spoken, giving off a gentle and easygoing impression. Grandma Song felt confident that after marriage, Tong wouldn't dominate her grandson. The more she thought about it, the more satisfied Grandma Song became with Tong. Today, she brought over some homemade sausages as a gift. The sun was shining brightly as Tong sat studying, while Yang played with modeling clay nearby. Seeing this, her grandmother smiled and said, "Oh, we can't possibly eat all this. Let's store it in the fridge and eat it slowly, it won't go bad." Grandma Song replied, "She's so diligent, isn't she? But honestly, girls don't need to work so hard. Once she's married, Ziyahai's salary will be enough to support her and the kids. She can stay home and take care of the family without worrying about work." Her grandmother didn't agree. Girls should still pursue their education. "Reading and learning is the path to a better future," she said firmly. Grandma Song chuckled. "What's the point of studying so much if she's just going to end up raising a family? It's a waste of time. I think we should settle the marriage arrangements between our families when Xiaohai comes back. Let them get to know each other for a year, and we can hold the wedding next year. What do you think?" Her grandmother frowned. Tong hasn't even graduated yet, and going to college is a must. Otherwise, a few months ago, I wouldn't have threatened her with the thing she hated most just to make her go back to Haicheng to repeat her studies. Seeing her grandmother's resolute stance, Grandma Song's eyes darted thoughtfully. If she really wants to go to college, let her. Ziyahai's salary can support her studies. I looked into it, college students can get married. She can have a child while studying. It's the best of both worlds. Hearing Grandma Song say she'd support Tong's college education brought a smile back to her grandmother's face. Tong, however, frowned deeply at the conversation. After Grandma Song left, Tong turned to her own grandmother and said, "Please don't accept anything from the Song family anymore. This is my way of refusing them." Her grandmother looked at her with a mix of affection and concern. After a long pause, she sighed and said, "I know you have high standards, but given your situation, Xiaohai from the Song family is honestly a good match. If you let him go, who else do you think you can find? With a life on your hands and 4 years in prison, families with slightly better conditions won't even consider you. Xiaohai works at a big company, has a good salary, is honest, and his parents run a small business. They own several apartments and even have 2 cars. With those credentials, matchmakers are practically lining up at the Song family's door. You shouldn't be so picky. Sure, Xiaohai might not be the best-looking guy, but can good looks put food on the table?" Her grandmother even believed that with the Song family's status, it was a blessing for her granddaughter that they were interested. She thought it was only because Tong was beautiful that she had the stroke of luck. Otherwise, what chance would she have? Tong didn't respond, but the image of Yu Hanshen surfaced in her mind. She wondered, if that man knew about the blood on her hands and her time in prison, how would he see her? Would he, like everyone else, look down on her? For the first time, Tong felt uneasy not because she feared her past being exposed, but because she feared Yu Hanshen learning about it. As Grandma Song was leaving Tong's home, she ran into a neighbor upstairs. The neighbor teased her, "Back again to curry favor with your future granddaughter-in-law?" It was no secret in the building that Grandma Song had her sights set on Li Laotai's granddaughter, Tong, who rented the garage apartment. Grandma Song didn't deny it and chuckled. Tong rarely comes back. What's wrong with me visiting her a bit more? The neighbor laughed and said, Li Laotai's granddaughter is as beautiful as a fairy. Do you really think she'd go for your grandson? Grandma Song pursed her lips and replied, no matter how pretty she is, she's still an ex-convict. My Xiaohai doesn't mind her past, she should be lighting incense in gratitude. What right does she have to be picky? The neighbor only smiled and changed the subject before the two parted ways. As the Lunar New Year approached, more and more people working away from home returned to the neighborhood, bringing with them unfamiliar cars and livelier streets. One day, Tong took Yang to the small park in the neighborhood. The park had a playground, and many parents were there with their children, passing the time. Tong sat on a bench, quietly watching Yang run around the slides. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number from Haiqing. Assuming it was a telemarketer, she ignored it, but the same number called again. This time she answered, hello, who is this? Her tone was calm and indifferent. There was silence on the other end. Tong waited for a moment, but when the caller still didn't speak, she was about to hang up. Just then, a familiar male voice came through. Tong. It was Yu Hanshen. Tong froze for a moment. Her first instinct was to end the call, but she remembered how he had gone to great lengths to protect her last time. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to be completely heartless. What do you want? She asked coldly. Happy New Year, Tong Yu Hanshen said. Thank you. After a brief pause, she added, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait, Tong, he said quickly, as though afraid she'd end the call. I haven't broken the promise we made. Please wait for me. Don't fall for someone else. Once I've sorted everything out, we can start over. A flicker of impatience crossed Tong's otherwise calm eyes. You still don't understand. There's no going back for Usnit with my brother and uncle between us. You chose Qin Sahan, so stay with her. Don't come bothering me again. I really can't stand you acting like this, engaged and married to her, yet pretending to be deeply in love with me. With that, Tong didn't hesitate any longer and ended the call. As the sun set, Tong stood up and called Yang to go home. But Yang, engrossed in play, refused to leave. Left with no choice, Tong called her grandmother to come watch Yang while she went home to prepare dinner. Since her aunt wouldn't be home for dinner, she quickly whipped up 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, and set the table. By the time she was done, it was completely dark outside. She picked up her phone to call her grandmother and ask her to bring Yang home, but her grandmother's call came through first. Tong, Yang is missing, her grandmother cried, her voice trembling with panic. Tong's heart sank. Where did you lose her? Have you searched nearby? It was at the park, her grandmother sobbed. Someone asked me for directions, and while I was helping them, Yang disappeared. I've searched everywhere, but she's nowhere to be found. Tong, what do I do? If something happens to Yang, how will I face Jianjun in the afterlife? Don't panic, Tong said firmly, her voice steady despite the turmoil in her chest. Ask the neighbors you know to help search while I go to the property management office to check the security cameras. Her calm and decisive tone seemed to anchor her grandmother's frayed nerves. The older woman wiped her tears and said, Okay, I'll call the neighbors right away. After hanging up, Tong locked the door and headed straight to the property management office. On the way, she called her aunt, who was at work, and reported the incident to the police. However, when she arrived at the office, she discovered it was already closed. Fortunately, there was a notice board at the entrance with the contact number of the property manager. Tong immediately dialed the number. Upon hearing her inquiry, the person regretfully informed her that all the surveillance cameras in the community had been removed. It turned out that some homeowners had formed a committee and, through legal action, ousted the previous property management company. When the former management left, they not only dismantled all the surveillance cameras, but even took away the garbage bins. This happened earlier this month, and now the community had no surveillance at all. This news hit Tong like a bolt out of the blue, filling her with sudden panic. When she rushed to the small park, her grandmother had already called a few friendly neighbors to help search, and her aunt soon arrived as well. Before long, the police showed up. A group of people turned the entire community upside down, but there was no sign of Yang. Some speculated that this might have been a premeditated abduction. The person who asked her grandmother for directions was likely an accomplice, deliberately distracting her while someone else took the child, slipped into a car and drove away. Once out of the community, it would be like a drop of water disappearing into the ocean, impossible to trace. Over an hour had passed since the incident, and it was feared that the traffickers had already switched vehicles several times and taken the child out of the city. With no surveillance in the community, and her grandmother unable to clearly describe the person who asked for directions due to the darkness, the investigation faced significant challenges. The police retrieved footage from cameras at the entrances of nearby shops outside the community, but there was no trace of Yang or any suspicious individuals or vehicles. Another hour passed during this effort. The police made the necessary records and said they would apply for a citywide search. After offering a few words of comfort, they left. Tong's grandmother, whose health was already fragile, became so emotional that she had trouble breathing and had to be hospitalized. In the hospital room, Tong sat by her grandmother's bedside, her face pale and her mind in a daze. She clutched her phone tightly, waiting for updates from the police, her eyes fixed on her grandmother's frail face. Thankfully, her grandmother was not in serious condition and soon regained consciousness. Tong, is there any news about Yang? Were her grandmother's first words upon waking. Tong shook her head. Seeing her grandmother tear up, her own eyes stung with unshed tears. Don't worry, she said, trying to comfort her. The police will find Yang. It just takes time. Let's wait a bit longer. But instead of good news from the police, they first received word of her aunt's accident. Her aunt had gone out to look for Yang, but, with no clues to follow, wandered aimlessly like a headless chicken. Distraught, she was hit by a car while crossing the street and was now undergoing emergency surgery at the hospital. Tong rushed to the emergency room, her legs feeling weak beneath her. Staring at the glowing red light above the door, everything around her seemed blurred and distant. The fear and despair she had felt 4 years ago came flooding back. Back then, she had lost her brother and her uncle. Was she about to lose someone else this time? Nearby, the driver who caused the accident kept apologizing, but Tong couldn't hear a word. She stared at the emergency room door for a long time before silently turning and walking out. By the time she arrived at the police station, it was already 9 p.m. The 2 officers who had responded earlier were still there. Tong's expression was calm, but her eyes were red. Didn't you say you'd apply for a citywide search? Why is there still no progress? She asked. One officer looked troubled and explained. These things take time. Please go home and wait for updates. But the child can't wait. The longer this drags on, the slimmer the chances of finding her. You know that better than I do. Shouldn't you be deploying all available resources for a large-scale search immediately? Tong's words were measured and firm. You're right, but, it's not that we don't want to help. There's a process that has to be followed. Please don't make this harder for us, the officer replied. No matter what Tong said, they repeated the same response. The process had to be followed, and she needed to go home and wait for news. Walking aimlessly along the street, the cold wind brushed against her face, but she felt none of it. Her mind kept replaying the words one of the officers had quietly told her before she left. A citywide search requires massive manpower and resources. Without any leads on your child, the search would be extremely difficult. It's unlikely to be approved. You might want to check around the community, door to door. Maybe someone familiar took the child home to play. The officer had phrased it politely, but Tong understood the underlying message. In short, without money or influence, her case wasn't a priority. Tong thought about the 2 million yuan in her bank account. To her, it was a substantial sum of money, but still far from enough to cover the costs of a citywide search. By now, Yang might have already been taken out of the city, which meant they might need to expand the search to surrounding cities. The first person that came to her mind was Han Lingli. The Qin family was a prominent and wealthy family in Haiqing, and they could afford this kind of expense. Besides, Han Lingli was Yang's biological aunt and had the responsibility to save her. Without hesitation, Tong called Han Lingli. The call was answered quickly, but before Tong could even start, Mom Yang is missing you. She was interrupted by a voice on the other end, one that didn't belong to Han Lingli. It was Qin Sihan. Tong froze for a moment, her voice turning cold. Why is it you? Where's my mom? Qin Sihan let out a laugh, sounding unusually cheerful. She had an accident. Slipped and fell in the bathroom while taking a shower. Lost the baby, massive bleeding. She's in the hospital right now. Tong's expression darkened. Qin Sihan, it was you, she accused coldly. Despite her poor relationship with Han Lingli, she was still her biological mother. And right now, Han Lingli was the only one who had the ability to help save Yang. Tsk. Accusations are a crime, you know, Qin Sihan replied, her tone feigning innocence and grievance. If you really think your mom's accident has something to do with me, feel free to tell her. Let's see if she believes you or me. Tong paused. Of course, Han Lingli would believe Qin Sihan. Qin Sihan's nonchalant voice came through the phone again. By the way, did you call for something? You can tell me, and when mom pulls through, I'll pass the message along. Tong didn't respond. She ended the call. 4 hours had already passed since Yang went missing. The longer it took, the slimmer the chances of finding her. There was no time to wait for Han Lingli. Her last hope had been cut off. Standing by the roadside, Tong felt utterly lost, clueless about what to do next. She was just an ordinary person, powerless in the face of influential figures. What could she do? If anything happens, call me. The words echoed in her mind, words spoken by Yu Hanshen. He had said them on the day he sent her home, right before she got out of the car. He had even repeated them later when she hadn't called to let him know she was safe, and he had called her instead. Would Yu Hanshen really help her? The police had mentioned the enormous manpower and resources required for such a search. She had no idea how significant those costs were. Yu Hanshen was wealthy, but why would he spend so much to help someone as insignificant as her? But right now, there was no one else she could turn to. The moment she dialed his number, Tong's heart tightened. Something happened? Yu Hanshen's deep, steady voice came through, as if he already knew she needed help. Hearing his calm yet magnetic tone, Tong's unease grew. Mr. Yu, she began, her voice trembling whether from nerves or the cold. She couldn't tell. My little sister was abducted by human traffickers. The police said they need to apply for a citywide search, but there's a process, and I don't know how long it will take to get approved. But my sister can't wait. I don't know where they might take her. The longer it takes, the harder it will be to find her. I'm terrified. Can you? Before she could finish, Yu Hanshen's steady voice interrupted her again. Don't be afraid, he said. Send me all the details about the child, when and where she was last seen, what she was wearing, her physical characteristics. The more detailed, the better. Leave the rest to me. His words were concise and firm, exuding a calm and reassuring strength. Tong could hear the sound of his footsteps, steady yet hurried, as if he was already taking action. All right, she replied. There was no time to waste. After that, the call ended. Luckily, Tong had taken many photos of Yang earlier that day, thinking she looked adorable. She immediately sent all of Yang's information to Yu Hanshen's phone, including her ID number. Whether it would be useful or not, she sent everything she could think of. After doing all this, Tong felt a strange sense of relief, as if the heavy burden pressing down on her shoulders had been lifted by a strong and reliable hand. For the first time in hours, she felt a faint glimmer of hope. Tong stood by the roadside, her mind replaying Yu Hanshen's last words over and over again. Leave the rest to me. His confidence, calmness, and assurance made it seem as though with him around, everything would be resolved effortlessly. She stood there for a while, her heart pounding in her chest, perhaps out of excitement at the possibility of a breakthrough. Pressing her hand to her chest to steady herself, she thought of her aunt, who was still in the emergency room, and immediately booked a taxi online. Thankfully, after the rescue efforts, her aunt was out of danger, though still unconscious. The doctor explained that she had suffered emotional trauma but assured them that she would likely be fine once she woke up. In the hospital room, Tong's grandmother sat by the bed, wiping away tears. The elderly woman blamed herself, regretting her kind-heartedness in giving directions to a stranger and feeling even more guilty for not taking better care of Yan. Grandma Song was also there, sighing deeply. I just heard from old Wang, she began. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. There was another child who was almost taken not long ago, but luckily the parents reacted in time and got the child back. They reported it to the police, but the culprits were never caught. And now these people are bold enough to do it again. Sigh, it's all fate. Without surveillance cameras, there's not much the police can do. Your daughter-in-law is only in her 40s, right? Once she recovers, I think she should find someone new and try for another child while she's still young. Hearing this, Tong's grandmother began to cry even harder. The old woman choked out. The police said they'd apply for a citywide search. Yan will come back to us. Grandma Song widened her eyes, looking as though she knew better. Do you really believe that? You're just ordinary people, why would they use so many resources for you? At most, they'll send a few officers to go through the motions. It wasn't Grandma Song who said this, but her grandson Song Hai. When Yan went missing, Grandma Song had immediately called him, hoping he could step up and offer some help. But after hearing the details, Song Hai dismissed the situation, saying that if Yan had been taken by professional traffickers, the chances of finding her were slim to none. He added that these traffickers had advanced counter-surveillance methods and deliberately targeted areas without cameras, making it almost impossible to track them down. Besides, he was far away in Haicheng and couldn't help. If he were back home, he might been able to assist with the search. After hearing Song Hai's words, Tong's grandmother broke down into uncontrollable sobs. Grandma Song was about to say more when Tong interrupted her coldly. Grandma Song, it's late. You should head home and rest. Seeing Tong's red, vulnerable eyes, Grandma Song added, don't blame me for speaking bluntly. We're powerless people. All we can do is leave it to fate. Tong's grandmother had lived long enough to see through many things. She knew Grandma Song wasn't entirely wrong. If it had been a child from a powerful family, the city would have already been locked down. No approvals needed. Yan, my Yan. She cried hoarsely. Tong gently embraced her grandmother. Trust me, Yan will be fine. But her grandmother, knowing that her granddaughter was only trying to comfort her, leaned against her and sobbed quietly. Just then, there was a knock at the hospital room door. Tong quickly composed herself and went to open it. Standing at the door were several men in black coats with polished leather shoes. They were all around 40 years old, and behind them were a few police officers. The man in front, the oldest nearing 50, had sharp eyes. Are you the family of the missing child? Tong couldn't discern his identity, but his powerful presence made it clear that he wasn't an ordinary person. She discreetly studied him and nodded. Don't be nervous. I'm Wu Chongqing, the man introduced himself. The provincial authorities are taking your child's case very seriously. A level 1 alert has been issued for a comprehensive search. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to find the missing child. Tong's grandmother stood up in excitement. Really? Will Yan be found? Wu Chongqing smiled faintly, careful not to overpromise. We'll do our best. Please don't worry and wait for updates. After he finished speaking, one of the police officers stepped forward. We'll need your cooperation to answer a few questions to aid the search. Of course, of course. Ask anything. We'll cooperate fully, Tong's grandmother replied eagerly. The questions were similar to the ones they'd been asked before, details about the circumstances of Yan's disappearance. Tong's grandmother tried her best to recall everything, providing as much information as possible to the police. When the questioning was done, Wu Chongqing gave the three people in the room a meaningful look, his gaze finally settling on Tong. Tong, he asked. Tong nodded, her tone respectful but composed. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead. Wu Chongqing hesitated for a moment before asking, do you know any of the provincial leaders? Tong shook her head. Wu Chongqing frowned. That's strange. A missing child case in a small county had somehow alarmed the provincial leadership. Not long ago, Wu Chongqing had received a direct call from a high-ranking official, instructing him to immediately mobilize the city's police force to search for the missing child. Initially, he assumed it must involve the child of someone influential. But after inquiring with his subordinates, he found out it was an ordinary child, so ordinary that it didn't make sense. It was rather baffling, but he refrained from asking further questions. After all, this was the private matter of a high-ranking official. Not just Wu Chongqing, but even the people trailing behind him cast meaningful glances at the Xi family. A family that could catch the attention of a provincial leader was certainly out of the ordinary. This was one of the reasons they had come to the hospital to see for themselves what such a family looked like. The other reason was that since provincial leaders took the matter so seriously, they too needed to show their concern to leave a good impression. However, apart from the strikingly beautiful little girl, the family appeared to be quite ordinary. The group soon left the hospital room. Tong's heart raced. The provincial leaders are taking this seriously? A level 1 alert has been issued? Could it be Yu Hanshen? After the group left, she looked up the name Wu Chongqing online and discovered that he was, in fact, the mayor. The people following him were likely important officials from the city or county. That night, all of Tongqing knew that a child had gone missing. Police cars and officers were everywhere, stopping pedestrians and vehicles alike for questioning. Starting from Tong's neighborhood as the center, the police conducted a door-to-door search, expanding outward in all directions. Beyond Tongqing, nearby cities also implemented complete lockdown measures. Checkpoints were set up on every road, whether paved highways or muddy paths, and every vehicle leaving the city was subjected to thorough inspection. The police reviewed all vehicles that had left the neighborhood after the child disappeared. For those still in the city, they conducted elimination checks, and for those that had left Tongqing, they tracked them via road surveillance. The first area the police searched was Tong's neighborhood. Early the next morning, Grandma Song rushed to the hospital. Oh my goodness, you wouldn't believe it, last night was terrifying. In the middle of the night, a swarm of police officers surrounded our neighborhood, so tightly that not even a mosquito could get out. They searched every corner of my house inside and out. Are you all related to someone high up in the government? To cause such a commotion at this rate, even if it were a fly that went missing, they'd be able to find it. After the police visited her home, Grandma Song told her grandson what had happened. Her grandson speculated that someone influential must be paying attention to the case. How did the Li family get connected to people in high places? Who knows? They're just ordinary folks. But then Grandma Song paused. Wait a minute, Tito is an old lady. Li have a daughter who married a wealthy businessman in Haicheng? Oh dear, Sister Li, your son-in-law must be something else. Though the wealthy businessman was actually Tong's stepfather, he was still technically family. If Xiao Hai married Tong in the future, wouldn't that make him half a son-in-law to the big shot businessman? With such a powerful connection, even a little help could propel Xiao Hai to great success. The more Grandma Song thought about it, the more excited she became. Tong's grandmother frowned. What does this have to do with my son-in-law? Grandma Song was puzzled. Isn't it because you asked your son-in-law for help that the police suddenly took this so seriously? Even Tong's grandmother found it strange. Initially, the police were slow to act, but now their efforts had escalated dramatically. The contrast was indeed striking. She looked at her granddaughter. Did you tell your mother? Tong's gaze flickered, but she didn't respond. Her grandmother assumed her silence was an admission and teared up with relief. Shuanger still cares about us. Han Lingli's original name was Li Shuang. The traffickers were well prepared and skilled at evading detection. Adding to the challenge, there were no surveillance cameras within the residential complex, so the police's progress in the case was slow. When the aunt woke up and learned that the police were conducting a large-scale search for Yang Yang, she was overwhelmed with relief and hope. Officials from both the county and the city came by twice, not only to comfort the family, but also out of curiosity about their connection to the provincial leadership. After all, the provincial leader had declared the night before that no effort would be spared in finding the child. Early this morning, a substantial fund had been allocated, an amount exceeding the annual fiscal revenue of Tongcheng, demonstrating the gravity of the situation. The aunt, having never encountered so many high-ranking officials, was at a loss. In contrast, Tong remained composed and gracious, handling the scrutiny and attention from these powerful figures with poise and decorum. Time ticked by. Every passing second meant Yang Yang was in greater danger. It was New Year's Eve, a day when families everywhere celebrated joyfully in reunion. Yet, in the hospital room, the atmosphere was heavy. The aunt and grandmother hadn't eaten a single bite since Yang Yang went missing. Tong went to a restaurant near the hospital and brought back some food. "Aunt, Grandma, please eat something," she said as she placed the food on the table. This was a high-end hospital room, which the hospital had upgraded them to after Wu Changxing's visit the night before, promising to charge them as if it were a standard room. But the aunt and grandmother couldn't bring themselves to eat. Tong wasn't much better off. Yang Yang's disappearance weighed on her just as heavily. Still, she forced herself to speak in a bright tone. "If you starve yourselves and fall ill, who will take care of Yang Yang when she comes back? Do you expect her to use her little hands to cook for you?" Thinking of her daughter's tiny hands, the aunt managed a faint smile, but tears quickly followed. In the end, she forced herself to eat half a bowl of rice, and the grandmother ate a little as well. That evening, the grandmother urged Tong to go home and rest. She felt sorry for Tong, who had barely slept the night before. Tong objected, reasoning that it wouldn't be right to leave two patients in the hospital to look after each other. However, the grandmother insisted, "The house is closer to the police station. If Yang Yang is found, you're young and can run faster to bring her home." Reluctantly, Tong returned home. The food she had prepared the night before was still on the table, now cold and stale. She cleared the dishes, washed them, and prepared for bed. Lying there, she listened to the festive crackling of fireworks outside, her chest tightening with emotion. Late into the night, she was startled awake by the urgent ringing of her phone. Tong had been sleeping lightly, so she answered almost immediately. Seeing it was a local number from Tongcheng, her heart skipped a beat as she quickly picked up. "Hello, are you a relative of Li Xiaoyang? The child has been found. She's at the South City police station. Please come to pick her up." There were no taxis available at that hour. Tong ran the entire way, stumbling and falling but getting back up without feeling a hint of pain. When she finally saw the small figure asleep in the arms of a police officer, the weight on her heart lifted at last. This had indeed been a premeditated trafficking case. The police had sifted through thousands of vehicles leaving the residential area, narrowing them down to several suspicious targets. After blocking key transportation routes and tracking the suspects for over 10 hours, they found Yang Yang at a farmhouse in a neighboring town. Along with her, they rescued more than 10 other abducted children. When the police arrived, the traffickers were in the midst of planning how to smuggle the children out of the province, having sensed the heightened attention in Tongcheng. The events of the past 2 days had been a roller coaster of emotions. Holding Yang Yang's soft, small body, Tong sat in the police car on the way home, still feeling as though it wasn't real. Yang Yang's face was dirty, with tear streaks clearly visible on her cheeks. Her tender skin was chapped, a testament to the extent of her crying over the past 2 days. Tong poured some warm water, wrung out a towel, and gently wiped Yang Yang's face. The little girl stirred, opened her eyes drowsily, and upon seeing Tong, pouted and began to cry, calling out, "Jijia. I'm here, Yang Yang. Don't be scared." Tong comforted her, holding her close. After soothing Yang Yang back to sleep, Tong glanced at her phone. It was already past 1 a.m. At this hour, Yu Hanshen was likely asleep. She decided she'd call to thank him tomorrow. Just as she was about to put down her phone, it rang. Seeing the familiar number on the screen, Tong felt a pang in her heart. Pressing her lips together unconsciously, she answered. "The child has been found. Are you happy?" came Yu Hanshen's deep voice on the other end. Perhaps it was the quiet of the night, but his voice sounded especially rich and magnetic, like an invisible hand plucking at her heartstrings. "Are you happy?" She recalled how, when Boss Dong had compensated her with 2 million yuan, Yu Hanshen had asked her the same question. It was as though everything he did was in pursuit of her happiness. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Tong looked at Yang Yang's peaceful, sleeping face. For some reason, she suddenly wanted to see Yu Hanshen to thank him in person. But he was far away in Haicheng. The thought seemed unrealistic. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Yu Hanshen's deep, steady voice came through again. "Mr. Yu." Tong lowered her voice, afraid of waking Young. Her voice was naturally soft and delicate, and when she spoke quietly, it became even more melodious and captivating. "Thank you." Yu Hanshen chuckled lightly. "Just a thank you?" Tong bit her lower lip and hesitated for a moment before saying, then, how about I treat you to a meal? For some reason, the desire to see him grew stronger in her heart. She didn't delve into why she felt this way, she didn't want to and didn't dare to. Inviting Yu Hanshen to a meal meant she could see him, but she'd have to wait until after school started, which was still over 10 days away. Do you want to see me? His voice suddenly came through the phone again, catching her off guard. The words he spoke were simple, but when put together, they sent fireworks exploding in Tong's mind. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She felt a little breathless, vaguely understanding what he meant but too afraid to confirm it. She didn't know how to respond. Saying yes or no both felt equally inappropriate. But Yu Hanshen didn't wait for her answer. Wait for me. After saying that, he hung up the phone, his tone as commanding as ever. He exuded an air of authority, leaving no room for refusal. Tong sat on the edge of the bed, holding her phone. Even if Yu Hanshen was coming to Tongqing, it wouldn't be until tomorrow. She calmed herself and excitedly called her grandmother and aunt to share the good news. When the two heard that Yang had been found, they were so overjoyed they hugged each other and cried. After hanging up, Tong took off her jacket and lay down beside Yang. Yu Hanshen's words kept replaying in her mind. Even with her eyes closed, she couldn't fall asleep. Deep down, a faint sense of anticipation stirred. As for what she was anticipating, she didn't want to think too deeply about it. Lost in her thoughts, she eventually drifted off to sleep. She didn't know how long she had been asleep when she was woken again by the sound of her phone ringing. Still groggy, Tong picked up her phone and saw Yu Hanshen's number. She instantly became wide awake. Glancing at the time, she realized it was past 2 in the morning, barely an hour since their last call. She answered. Come outside, Yu Hanshen said. What? Tong froze for a moment, unsure what he meant. But she quickly pieced it together, though she still found it hard to believe. Yu Hanshen didn't elaborate further. He didn't hang up, and neither did she. Tong grabbed her coat, opened the door, and stepped outside. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, she spotted a familiar Maybach parked by the asphalt road near her building. Her heart immediately surged with emotion. From the phone, Yu Hanshen's commanding voice came again, deep and magnetic in the stillness of the night. Come here. Tong walked toward the car. As she approached, the rear door opened automatically. At the same time, the driver's door opened, and a young man stepped out. Without a word, he walked a few meters away and lit a cigarette, clearly giving them space. Tong's face flushed at the driver's obvious gesture. She stood outside the car, hesitating to enter. Inside, Yu Hanshen sat with his long legs crossed, his broad frame leaning casually against the seat. He wore a deep gray coat that was left open, revealing a crisp white shirt underneath. The top 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, a stark contrast to his usual meticulous appearance. At this moment, his relaxed demeanor exuded a mature man's calm confidence and understated allure. Still stunned by his sudden appearance, Tong struggled to find her voice. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Mr. Yu, why are you here? And at this hour? This late-night encounter, so unexpected, made her thoughts wander. Yu Hanshen didn't answer. His gaze was deep and steady, yet it carried an intensity that made her heart race. He lifted a hand and patted the seat beside him. Get in. The gesture was casual, but his tone was firm, the kind of authority only a seasoned, composed man like him could command. Tong hesitated for a moment. Yu Hanshen, with his wealth of experience, must have realized how abrupt her sudden visit was. Yet, his calm and composed demeanor suggested that he didn't find her intrusion inappropriate in the slightest. Noticing her hesitation and guarded expression, a faint smile appeared in Yu Hanshen's eyes as he spoke in a steady, deep voice. Afraid I might eat you? Unconsciously, Tong bit her lower lip. The words were clearly playful, but coming from him, they carried a sense of propriety mixed with an indescribable charm. In the end, Tong decided to get into the car. Close the door, Yu Hanshen reminded her. Tong pretended not to hear. Meeting him at such a late hour was already crossing a line. She had no intention of sharing a confined space with him. Trying to change the subject casually, she asked, Are you on a business trip near Tongqing? The drive from Haicheng to Tongqing took 6 or 7 hours. The Maybach was Yu Hanshen's usual car, so its presence in Tongqing clearly indicated he had driven here. However, it had only been a little over an hour since he said, Wait for me to come over, which meant he must have already been nearby. Yu Hanshen saw through her forced composure and suddenly uncrossed his long legs. One hand rested on the armrest beside Tong, while the other reached over to close the car door. As he leaned closer, Tong instinctively flinched. With a soft thud, the door shut, instantly enclosing the space. Tong felt the air grow thinner, making it hard to breathe. After closing the door, Yu Hanshen didn't immediately return to his seat. Instead, he braced the armrest on Tong's other side with the same hand, effectively caging her in. Tong tried to retreat, pressing herself against the backrest, but the car's confined space left her no room to escape. His broad frame dominated most of the space, leaving her feeling cornered. Why so disobedient? Yu Hanshen's gaze bore down on her, his tone laced with amusement. He freed one hand to gently lift her chin, his deep voice teasing, "Cat got your tongue?" Forced to meet his gaze, Sidong saw the smile in his eyes gradually fade. Her beautiful, watery eyes revealed a trace of hidden fear, and her slightly parted lips resembled a delicate flower at full bloom, tempting and irresistible. Yu Hanshen's thumb, which was resting on her chin, unconsciously began to stroke her skin. Sidong could feel the rough texture of his touch. Their proximity was so close that their breaths intertwined. Her heart raced wildly, pounding so hard it felt like it might burst out of her chest. Her hands instinctively clenched, crumpling the smooth fabric of her down jacket. "Mr. Yu," she said softly, her voice trembling slightly. "It's getting late. You should go back." Even while leaning over, Yu Hanshen exuded an air of dominance. His dark eyes gazed intently at her, deep and unfathomable. Hearing her barely audible words, he swallowed slightly, his Adam's apple moving, before straightening up and returning to his seat. He adjusted his coat, subtly concealing the belt buckle on his waist, and spoke in a voice that was low and magnetic, with a hint of hoarseness. "Weren't you going to treat me to a meal? When are you planning to do that?" It took Sidong a moment to regain her composure. "After I return to Haicheng?" Yu Hanshen looked at her without responding, his silence clearly expressing his dissatisfaction with her answer. Sidong pressed her lips together. "Then, tomorrow?" Apparently satisfied, Yu Hanshen replied, "Tomorrow night." "At night? Could we do lunch instead?" Sidong tried to negotiate. "I have another lunch engagement," Yu Hanshen replied. Then, with a slight tilt of his chin toward her house, he added, "Go back and get some sleep." Sidong stepped out of the car and stood to the side, watching as the Maybach slowly drove away. The lingering warmth and sensation of his touch on her chin remained vivid. Yu Hanshen had shown up in the middle of the night, only to leave shortly after, as if his sole purpose was to see her. It was New Year's Eve. Shouldn't he be in Haicheng celebrating with his family? Why had he come to Tongqing? Was it really for business? Thinking about his comment about having another lunch engagement tomorrow, she assumed it must be a work trip. But as her thoughts swirled, muddled by his unexpected appearance, she only realized after lying down at home that she hadn't asked how Yu Hanshen knew where she lived. The answer dawned on her quickly: if he could enlist provincial authorities to help find Yang Yang, then finding her address would have been a trivial task. Turning over, Sidong glanced at Yang Yang's adorable sleeping face. She couldn't bring herself to imagine what might have happened if Yu Hanshen hadn't helped her. If Yang Yang had been taken across provincial borders by traffickers, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She was fortunate that Yu Hanshen had been willing to step in. Sidong thought back to what the police had said about the immense manpower and resources involved. Though it had only been 2 nights and 1 day, the operation had included a citywide search and a lockdown, consuming countless human resources and incurring significant costs. She and Yu Hanshen were practically strangers. Why had he been willing to invest so much for her? Tong lay in bed with her eyes closed, unable to sleep. Her mind was filled with the mature and handsome face of Yu Hanshen, especially the way he had gazed deeply at her when he held her close in the car. That gaze, so profound and unfathomable, sent shivers down her spine. On the early morning of New Year's Day, the sound of firecrackers outside had been nonstop all night and grew even more intense as dawn approached. Unable to fall asleep, Tong got out of bed, went outside to light the firecrackers she had bought a few days earlier, and then quickly freshened up before starting to cook breakfast. Before the meal was ready, her grandmother and aunt returned home. The moment they stepped inside, they eagerly went to check on little Yang Yang, who was still fast asleep. Both women were still recovering in the hospital and wouldn't be discharged for a few days. After breakfast, Tong used her phone to book a car for them to return to the hospital. The hospital had upgraded their room to a premium one and assigned a caregiver, so Tong stayed home to take care of Yang Yang. The little girl, likely still shaken, cried for a while after waking up. It took Tong considerable effort to calm her down, and once she did, Yang Yang insisted on being held by her. When Tong needed to get things done and couldn't hold her, the little one clung to her sister's leg, her tiny arms wrapped tightly around her. By noon, after Tong and Yang Yang finished lunch and Tong tidied up the dishes, Grandma Song arrived at their door carrying a gift bag, accompanied by a young man. Tong, this is my grandson. His company is big and keeps him busy. He only got back late last night, Grandma Song said proudly, as she always did when mentioning her grandson's job. Song Hai, a short and unremarkable-looking man, felt self-conscious upon seeing Tong's stunning beauty. His face flushed, and he stammered as he introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Song Hai." Tong glanced at him with an indifferent expression, pulled out 2 chairs for the grandmother and grandson, and said coolly, "Have a seat." Noticing Tong's lack of enthusiasm, Grandma Song nudged Song Hai forward and said, young people have more in common to talk about. Sit and chat for a bit while I take Yang Yang outside to play. But as soon as Grandma Song tried to pick Yang Yang up, the little girl pouted and began to cry, clinging tightly to Si Tong's leg. Si Tong crouched down to comfort her, while Grandma Song pulled a rainbow lollipop from her pocket and coaxed, look, candy. Do you want some? Grandma won't take you far. Well, just go to the doorway to eat the candy, okay? With a mix of coaxing and cajoling, Grandma Song managed to lure Yang Yang out to the yard. Before leaving, she gave her grandson a meaningful look. Song Hai, however, sat there with his face still red, unsure of what to say. Si Tong, uninterested in entertaining him, opened a notebook and began reviewing her studies. Every now and then, she glanced at Yang Yang playing outside, her gaze soft and her lips curved in a gentle smile. Song Hai found himself staring at her, mesmerized. Initially, when his grandmother had insisted on setting him up with the granddaughter of the elderly woman renting the first-floor garage, he had been reluctant. A graduate of a prestigious university with a master's degree, now employed at one of the country's top corporations, Song Hai had a certain pride about him. He looked down on Si Tong, a 21-year-old repeat student who had even been in prison. When his grandmother dragged him downstairs to meet her, he had been unwilling. But now, seeing her, he began to wonder if she would even consider someone like him. After playing with Yang Yang for a while, Grandma Song turned around and saw her grandson sitting there like a block of wood, saying nothing. She was so frustrated she glared at him. Her grandson's biggest flaw was his inability to talk to girls. When it came to crucial moments, she had to step in herself. Carrying Yang Yang back inside, Grandma Song pointed to Song Hai and said to the little girl, Yang Yang, how about this brother becoming your brother-in-law? Be a good girl and call him brother-in-law. Yang Yang glanced at Song Hai, her lips trembling as if she were about to cry, then turned to find Si Tong. Grandma Song, unwilling to give up, pulled another rainbow lollipop from her coat pocket and said, nah, be good. Call him brother-in-law, and you'll get candy. Yang Yang's eyes lit up as she stared at the lollipop, and in her soft, childlike voice, she called out, brother-in-law. Grandma Song laughed heartily, while Song Hai turned so red it looked like his neck was burning. Si Tong frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Not wanting to leave a bad impression, Song Hai quickly changed the topic, talking about something else. This morning, the neighborhood committee had people install surveillance cameras in the community. With the cameras in place, those criminals won't dare target our area anymore. You can rest assured, there's no need to worry about children going missing. Si Tong hadn't been aware of this, but Grandma Song was. The committee finally did something useful. Ever since the old property management company removed the cameras, our community has become a den for thieves. Just last time, Old Wong's house was broken into, and all his valuables were stolen. He went to the property management to demand cameras, but the committee just said there was no money. And now suddenly they have money? Grandma Song was quite dissatisfied with the neighborhood committee, especially since her electric bike had been stolen before. Song Hai explained, I heard it wasn't the committee's money. Someone donated 1,000,000 yuan to the community account and requested that the cameras be installed within 2 days. Grandma Song's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, who could it be? Got money with nowhere to spend it? Feeling bored or something? She shook her head. You know, this old neighborhood only has about 900 households. Even when the property fees are fully collected, they barely reach 800,000 yuan a year. And now someone donates 1,000,000 just to request installing surveillance cameras? If that's not excessive, what is? Song Hai shrugged, not sure about the details. Seems like it's a wealthy businessman from out of town. Grandma Song clicked her tongue. That out-of-town boss must have a lot of free time. Si Tong lowered her gaze, her eyes resting on her notebook, but she couldn't focus on a single word. Her heartbeat inexplicably quickened, and it felt as though all she could hear was the sound of her own pulse. Her mind wandered to the man who appeared in the middle of the night. Could it be Yu Hanshen? That man so quietly and effortlessly had already taken care of everything to such a meticulous degree? Around 3 p.m., workers began installing the surveillance cameras in the building where Si Tong lived. A dozen workers bustled about, working with great enthusiasm. A neighbor from next door, noticing the commotion, joked with the workers, working during the New Year holidays, huh? You guys must be really dedicated. Another chimed in, I heard a child went missing in your community a couple of days ago. The family must be quite well off, huh? They're using the best surveillance equipment. Each camera costs 10,000 yuan. They assumed it was the missing child's family who had paid for the installation. One of the neighbors glanced towards Si Tong's house and remarked, no, that can't be right. The Li family is struggling financially. Inside her apartment, Si Tong overheard the neighbors and the workers talking outside. Her eyes flickered with thought. Yu Hanshen indeed had an important lunch meeting at noon. After leaving Si Tong's neighborhood, he returned to Nanjing overnight. He had been staying there for the past 2 days. Nanjing, being the provincial capital, housed the province's key government offices and leadership. After a nearly sleepless night, he caught up on rest at a hotel, waking up around 10 a.m. to freshen up. By 11:30 a.m., he arrived at the private dining room of the hotel where he had arranged to meet provincial leaders. When he entered, the round table was already filled with people, and the atmosphere was quite formal. As soon as he appeared, a middle-aged man at the head of the table immediately stood up. "Mr. Yu, what an honor. I've heard so much about you from Mr. G. Meeting you in person today, you truly live up to your reputation." Yu Hanshen offered a faint but composed smile as he shook the man's hand. "Secretary Han, it's a pleasure to meet you." Han Lekun, the top provincial official, maintained a respectful and humble demeanor despite the age difference between himself and Yu Hanshen. In contrast to Han's cautious politeness, Yu Hanshen exuded an air of authority and natural leadership. His presence commanded the room. The others at the table were also provincial leaders. Yu Hanshen raised his glass to toast with Han Lekun, his movements graceful and assured. "I must thank you, Secretary Han, for your assistance. Your help in this matter is something I will always remember. If there's ever anything you need from me in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." His words brought a broad smile to Han Lekun's face. A favor from the richest man in Haicheng was no ordinary matter. More importantly, Yu Hanshen had the backing of the Ji family in the capital. The Ji family wielded immense influence across both the military and political spheres. In particular, the two elder Ji brothers held prominent positions in the military and political committees. Han Lekun himself had once served under one of the Ji elders and owed much of his career success to their mentorship. Any future advancement would likely still depend on their support. And those two influential figures just so happened to be Yu Hanshen's uncles. With these thoughts in mind, Han Lekun quickly replied, "I didn't do much. The funds used to search for that person were all provided by you, Mr. Yu. I just made a few phone calls." Yu Hanshen chuckled lightly. "Even so, Secretary Han, not everyone's words carry as much weight as yours." Navigating the intricacies of political flattery came effortlessly to Yu Hanshen. His words left Han Lekun feeling thoroughly pleased. "Mr. Yu, you're teasing me." As the meal continued and the conversation flowed, the wine was poured generously. Around 2 p.m., Yu Hanshen glanced at the time. Remembering his promise to a certain young lady, he took the initiative to wrap up the gathering. Han Lekun and his entourage respectfully escorted Yu Hanshen to his car, their attitudes deferential. After his Maybach pulled away, one of Han Lekun's subordinates asked, "Secretary Han, earlier Mr. Yu mentioned wanting to donate funds to our department. Why did you turn him down? He's the richest man in Haicheng. He casually transferred billions to Tongcheng's municipal finances just to find someone, as if it were pocket change. If he donated to the provincial level, it'd surely be in the hundreds of billions. I just don't understand why you declined." Han Lekun smiled knowingly, a gleam of calculation in his eyes. You need to think long-term. A favor from the richest man in Haicheng, you think that's worth far more than a mere 100 billion. The sky was gradually darkening. Tong thought about the dinner with Yu Hanshen, and an inexplicable sense of unease crept into her heart. Since it was the spring festival, many restaurants outside were closed for the holiday. Having been away from Tongcheng for years, Tong was unfamiliar with the area and didn't know where to take Yu Hanshen for dinner. Moreover, it was almost dark, and Yu Hanshen still hadn't shown up or called. Tong began to wonder if he had forgotten. "Jia, I'm hungry." A soft, sweet voice interrupted her thoughts. Little Yang, with her chubby hands covering her tummy, looked up at Tong with her big, watery eyes. Tong couldn't help but smile at the adorable sight. She pinched the little girl's cheek gently. "All right, Jia will make you something to eat." She took out some shrimp, meat, and fresh vegetables from the fridge and prepared a bowl of noodles for children. Yang sat obediently in her high chair, patiently waiting. When Tong placed the cooled noodles in front of her, the little girl reminded her in her babyish voice, "Bib, please." Tong tied the bib around her neck. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The rhythm was unhurried, steady, and composed. Tong's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." Yu Hanshen's voice came from outside. Tong hadn't expected him to show up directly at her door. She thought he would call her to meet him somewhere like the previous night. Fortunately, her aunt and grandmother weren't home. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain Yu Hanshen's presence. She quickly glanced around. The place was small but clean and tidy. The garage door was low, and Yu Hanshen, being tall, had to bend slightly to enter. Once inside, his broad and commanding presence made the already small room feel even more cramped. "Mr. Yu, please have a seat." Tong pulled out a chair and placed it by his long legs. Her polite and respectful tone made Yu Hanshen pause and look at her for a moment before he sat down, crossing his legs. Yang was hungry, so I made her something to eat first. "Please wait a bit, Mr. Yu. Once she's done, we can head to a restaurant," Tong explained as she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. The gesture seemed more like an attempt to hide her unease than to fix her hair. Yu Hanshen gazed at her delicate features, noticing the nervousness she tried to conceal. A faint smile appeared in his deep eyes. Where are you planning to take me? Hearing this, Tong looked up at him. Yu Hanshen's poised posture and his penetrating gaze carried an air of authority. I haven't decided yet. Do you have anything in mind? She asked hesitantly, her voice faltering slightly under his magnetic presence. Miss C. Yu Hanshen's tone carried a hint of exasperation, though his eyes were filled with amusement. This is Tongqing, your hometown. You're inviting me to dinner, and now you're asking me what I want to eat. Tong realized the irony. She wasn't familiar with the area, so Yu Hanshen would surely be even less so. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze, feeling her cheeks heat up. Unable to think of a suitable restaurant, she hesitantly suggested, how about I cook at home? You can cook. Yu Hanshen asked, raising an eyebrow. Tong nodded. A little. After silently studying her for a moment, Yu Hanshen replied, that works. Tong immediately headed to the fridge to grab ingredients. Suddenly, she remembered something and picked up a pink ceramic cup from the table. There were 4 cups on the table, 1 for each family member, and this pink one was hers. She rinsed it under the faucet before pouring some water and handing it to Yu Hanshen. I've washed it. Please have some water. Yu Hanshen glanced at her briefly before taking the cup. As he did, his fingers brushed lightly against the back of her Handan, unintentional and fleeting touch. Yet, Tong felt as though she had been burned, her eyes flashing with a hint of alarm. Yu Hanshen, on the other hand, appeared completely unfazed, sipping the water calmly as if he hadn't noticed the brief contact. Without saying anything, Tong turned and busied herself with preparing the meal. Do you have any dietary restrictions? She asked. None, he answered in his steady voice. Tong had learned to cook from a young age. Back when she lived with her grandmother, who often had to work late, she would figure out meals on her own. Her movements in the kitchen were efficient and practiced. In just over 40 minutes, she had prepared 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, which she brought to the table. The entire time, Yu Hanshen's gaze never left her. Though she was aware of his attention, she didn't dare meet his eyes, keeping her focus on the tasks at hand. Yang had long finished eating, and was now playing with toys nearby. As Tong served the rice, she remembered the young driver who had accompanied Yu Hanshen the previous night. Did the driver come too? She asked. Yu Hanshen replied, do you want to invite him to join us? Tong nodded. Without another word, Yu Hanshen picked up his phone and made a call. Come in and eat, he said simply. A short while later, the driver entered with an awkward, sheepish smile. Seeing the 3 bowls of rice on the table, he scratched his head. I'm not really hungry, but before he could finish, his stomach let out a loud growl. His face turned red with embarrassment. Tong couldn't help but smile faintly. It was rare for her to smile, especially in Yu Hanshen's presence. She had never shown even the slightest hint of a smile before. But when she did, her expression was radiant and captivating, like the first peach blossom blooming on a cold spring morning. Yu Hanshen's gaze lingered on her. Noticing his prolonged stare, Tong lowered her eyes and focused on eating. The atmosphere at the table was tense and heavy, likely due to Yu Hanshen's imposing presence. Yang, oblivious to the tension, suddenly held up a piece of candy she had found somewhere. She toddled over to Tong, her voice sweet and endearing. Jeja, have some candy. Today, under Grandma Song's coaxing, Yang had already eaten quite a lot. Tong didn't want her to eat anymore and firmly refused. No, Yang, you've already had plenty of candy today. No more. Yang's eyes darted mischievously as she held a piece of candy and toddled over to Yu Hanshen, saying in her sweet, childish voice, brother-in-law, have some candy. Cough, cough. The driver choked on his food, while Tong wasn't much better off. She practically lunged forward to scoop Yang back into her arms. Her delicate, serene face flushed with embarrassment as she apologized. I'm so sorry. Yang doesn't know any better. Please don't mind her, Mr. Yu. It's fine, Yu Hanshen replied, seemingly amused. His sharp features softened as he looked at the little girl with a touch of warmth. He beckoned for Yang to come over, and she immediately wriggled out of Tong's arms and dashed to his side. Yu Hanshen helped her unwrap the candy. Yang popped it into her mouth, her eyes crinkling with joy as she grinned and said in her garbled voice, brother-in-law. Grandma Song taught me calling you brother-in-law gets me candy. She chirped. Yu Hanshen chuckled faintly, while Tong lowered her head, mortified and wishing she could disappear on the spot. The driver quickly finished his meal and stood up. Mr. Yu, I'll head out now, he said. Yu Hanshen barely glanced at him, responding with a casual His demeanor instantly shifted to one of cool detachment, exuding the authoritative air of a CEO. Tong, who hadn't eaten much, was just about to put down her chopsticks when the man across from her spoke in his deep voice, eat a little more. Knowing how domineering he could be, she didn't bother resisting. She quietly ate another half bowl of rice before stopping. After finishing her meal, she began clearing the table. Yu Hanshen remained seated, sipping tea with an air of calm. In his hands was one of Tong's high school notebooks, which she had read countless times. He casually flipped through it, appearing composed and unhurried. Tong, Zai classmate sent over a box of cherries, and Grandma Song's voice trailed off when she spotted Yu Hanshen sitting at the table. Her words faltered. Song Hai followed behind his grandmother, but upon seeing the imposing man in the room, both of them froze awkwardly at the doorway. The man exuded an aura of authority, his deep and stern gaze making him seem unapproachable. After a moment, Grandma Song recovered and spoke first. "And this is?" Tong hesitated, unsure how to introduce Yu Hanshen. After a brief pause, she came up with a lie. "He's my distant cousin. He heard about Yang's accident and came to check on her." "Oh, so your family," Grandma Song said with a smile as she pulled her grandson inside. "In the neighbor, and this is my grandson Song Hai. He's Tong's boyfriend." "Family? Boyfriend?" Yu Hanshen's gaze shifted to Tong, dark and unreadable. Tong's heart skipped a beat, remembering how Yu Hanshen had specifically told her not to interact with random people as it might affect her studies. She felt a twinge of guilt but was also slightly annoyed at Grandma Song's careless words. Before she could respond, Song Hai quickly interjected, "I'm sorry, my grandmother misspoke. Miss C and I aren't a couple." He had noticed Tong's discomfort and didn't want to overstep boundaries in front of her elder. Though not particularly eloquent, Song Hai wasn't foolish. This distant cousin carried himself with an air of sophistication and wore a Patek Philippe 1515A watch, which, if he wasn't mistaken, had sold at a Sotheby's auction 2 years ago for 75 million yuan. A man who treated a collectible timepiece like an ordinary accessory was clearly no ordinary person. Realizing this, Song Hai's demeanor became increasingly respectful. He had heard his grandmother mention that Tong's biological mother had married a wealthy businessman from Haicheng. If they ever got married, he might benefit from his future father-in-law's influence. Now, with the sudden appearance of this distinguished cousin, Song Hai began to think his grandmother's instincts were sharper than they seemed. "Not a couple yet?" Yu Hanshen repeated Song Hai's last words with a faintly ambiguous tone. For reasons she couldn't explain, Tong felt a chill down her spine. She kept her head down, pretending not to hear the subtle undertone in Yu Hanshen's remark as she dried the dishes with a towel. Yu Hanshen's voice was deep and cold. Although he didn't show any obvious anger, the oppressive aura surrounding him was enough to make Song Hai's scalp tingle. Considering that Tong was still in her final year of high school, as an elder, Yu Hanshen would surely disapprove of any early romantic involvement for her. With this in mind, Song Hai quickly explained, "Uncle, please rest assured. Until Miss C finishes her college entrance exams, nothing will happen between us. I want to distract her from her studies. It'll wait until after her exams too." The words "pursuer" got stuck in Song Hai's throat under Yu Hanshen's calm yet piercing gaze. He had a strong feeling that if he dared mention pursuing Tong, this distant relative of hers might actually kill him. Lowering his head to avoid eye contact with Yu Hanshen, Song Hai found himself awkwardly holding the box of cherries in his arms, unsure whether to put it down or keep holding it. Even Song Hai's grandmother, who had lived a long life, found herself intimidated by the younger man. Though Yu Hanshen hadn't spoken harshly or displayed overt anger, his mere presence was enough to make people feel as though they were walking on a razor's edge, discouraging any form of disrespect. Tugging on her grandson's sleeve, she said to Tong, "You've got a guest at home, so we won't disturb you any longer. Little Hai and I will come visit you tomorrow." With that, she grabbed Song Hai's arm and prepared to leave. Before they could step out, Yu Hanshen suddenly spoke, "Mr. Song, where do you work?" Hearing the question from Tong's distant uncle, Song Hai instinctively replied, "I work in the software department at Shuangxing Technology." After answering, Song Hai braced himself, expecting more probing questions typical of an elder evaluating a potential suitor. But to his surprise, Yu Hanshen simply averted his gaze, picked up the pink water cup next to him, and leisurely took a sip. He didn't say another word. The sight of the man's slender fingers holding the feminine cup and his thin lips resting on the rim carried an inexplicable hint of allure. Realizing that Yu Hanshen had no intention of continuing the conversation, Song Hai tactfully said his goodbyes and left with his grandmother, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. The metallic click of the lock echoed in Tong's chest, making her heart skip a beat. She instinctively glanced at Yu Hanshen, only to find him sitting steadily at the table, his expression calm and unreadable. His composed demeanor reminded her of his powerful status. Someone like him wouldn't let emotions show easily, having long mastered the art of keeping his thoughts hidden. After some thought, Tong spoke up, "I wasn't matchmaking with him. It was Grandma Song who brought him over, and we've only met once." Yu Hanshen's prohibition of her meeting random people seemed to stem from his genuine sense of responsibility as an elder. Given that she was still a high school senior, she herself didn't think it was appropriate to rush into a relationship. His earlier words about not letting irrelevant people affect her studies now seemed like the earnest advice of a concerned elder. If it wasn't matchmaking, then why explain so much? Yu Hanshen set his cup down. Tong. Nearby, little Yang was nodding off on a child-sized stool. Si Tong pressed her lips together before hesitantly asking, "It's getting late, are you trying to kick me out?" Yu Hanshen stood up, looking down at her as he moved closer. The space was already small, and the distance between them was short. With his long legs, it only took 2 steps for him to stand directly in front of her. Instinctively, Si Tong retreated, only to find her lower back pressing against the edge of the sink. The sudden closeness made her panic, and she raised her hand to stop him, placing it against his chest. Yu Hanshen's gaze dropped to his chest, where her pale, slender hand rested against his coat. Through the fabric, he could feel the soft, tentative pressure of her touch. Despite how easily he could have brushed aside her weak defense, he chose to stop in his tracks. "What do you think I'm going to do?" His voice carried a hint of amusement. "Are you that scared?" "I'm not," Si Tong replied stubbornly. After a moment of silence, Yu Hanshen gently removed her hand from his chest. His large, warm hand completely enveloped hers, the rough texture of his palm contrasting with the softness of her skin. Before she could react, he let go, reaching into the pocket of his coat to pull out a thick stack of red bills. Moving at an unhurried pace, he slipped the money into the pocket of her down jacket and said in a low voice, "This is your New Year's gift from your uncle." Si Tong. Yu Hanshen leaned slightly forward, his thin lips brushing close to the girl's delicate, fair ear. His warm breath carried the words, "Happy New Year, Miss C." Those 3 simple words, Miss C, when spoken by Yu Hanshen, always seemed to carry an inexplicable undertone, a sensation that sent a shiver to the core. Si Tong's skin tingled at her ears, the sensation tugging at her quickening heartbeat. As her pulse raced, her breathing grew shallow. She kept her head down, unable to meet the man's deep, piercing gaze. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of his impeccably tailored trousers, polished leather shoes, and spotless appearance. His hand, resting by his side, was strong and well-defined, with prominent veins that exuded the masculine allure of a mature man. Yu Hanshen noticed the young woman's flushed, bashful expression. His gaze darkened slightly as he casually placed both hands on either side of the sink, leaning in closer. His tall frame bent lower, and the faint scent of her youthful fragrance lingered in the air. Si Tong instinctively leaned back to escape his proximity, but with nothing behind her for support, she nearly lost her balance. She stumbled slightly, only to find a strong, steady hand catching her back. That hand pulled her forward, and in the next moment, she found herself enveloped in Yu Hanshen's embrace. Unlike the protective arm he had placed around her at the Gui Hall before, this time he held her firmly, fully pulling her into his arms. His embrace was commanding, leaving no space between them. Si Tong's ear pressed against his chest, where she could hear the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. The air she breathed was thick with his strong, masculine scent, overwhelming her senses. Feeling his other hand tightening around her waist, Si Tong's body trembled slightly. Her hands hung by her sides, clenched into tight fists. She wanted to push away but didn't. Her heart pounded wildly, its beats echoing in her ears. After what felt like an eternity, a deep, magnetic voice sounded above her. "Why are you so careless?" His words carried a hint of reproach, as though this embrace was merely a consequence of her near fall. Si Tong didn't respond, nor did she try to free herself. Yu Hanshen made no move to let her go either. "I'll be heading back to Haicheng tomorrow morning," he said, as if reporting his schedule. Si Tong remained silent, leaning in his arms. After a moment, he added, "Don't go meeting random men again, got it?" His voice was low, resonating deep in his chest, the vibration transmitting into Si Tong's ear. Her eyes were unfocused, her mind blank, unable to process anything but the instinctive response of a soft The room fell quiet once more. Time seemed to stretch until the silence was broken by the mechanical vibration of a phone. It was Yu Hanshen's. After a moment, he freed one hand from her waist to retrieve the phone from his pocket, though his other arm remained firmly around her slender waist. He answered with a calm, steady tone, "Hello." Although he hadn't put the call on speaker, the proximity allowed Si Tong to faintly hear the voice on the other end. It was Yu Hanshen's grandmother. "It's New Year's, and you've run off to Tongqing? What are you doing there? Your uncle just told me you've been gone for days. You spent billions looking for some child. What's that child to you?" The string of questions came in rapid succession. Yu Hanshen had just had a meal with Han LeCun, and it was likely Han LeCun had mentioned the matter to old Ji. Yu Hanshen glanced down at Si Tong, who was staring up at him with wide, astonished eyes. He released his hold on her waist, opened the door, and stepped out. It was clear he wanted privacy for the rest of the conversation. Si Tong didn't try to eavesdrop, though his deep, magnetic voice occasionally carried through the metal door. She couldn't make out the words. Billions. Si Tong hadn't realized that the significant resources the police had mentioned were so immense. Not long after, Yu Hanshen returned. He found Si Tong leaning against the sink, lost in thought, her eyes vacant and filled with helplessness. His heart softened as he walked over and gently patted her head. "What's on your mind? You seem so distracted." Tong slowly came back to herself and raised her gaze to meet his deep, commanding eyes. Her throat felt dry, and she paused before continuing. I owe you too much. I don't think I can ever repay you, not in this lifetime. No rush, Yu Hanshen replied smoothly. His hand slid down, brushing against her ear before cupping her cheek. His thumb lightly stroked her soft, delicate skin. You can repay me slowly over time. His voice was low, carrying a meaningful undertone. Tong's long lashes fluttered as her cheeks turned red. She tilted her head slightly, avoiding his overly intimate touch. Even if I take my time, I still won't be able to repay you, she murmured. Yu Hanshen withdrew his hand and looked at her, chuckling softly. You'll repay me. The night was deep, and he didn't linger. Before long, his Maybach drove away from the old neighborhood. Tong watched the car disappear into the distance before heading back inside. She still felt dazed, sitting at the table in a trance. Yuan had fallen asleep leaning against the bed. Tong gently removed her outerwear, tucked her under the blanket, and prepared a hot water bottle wrapped in a towel to place at her feet. After finishing her tasks, Tong grabbed her change of clothes and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Once she was done, she returned to her bed and was about to take off her jacket to sleep when she suddenly felt something in her pocket. She pulled it out and realized it was the red envelope Yu Hanshen had slipped into her pocket. Opening it, she found stacks of crisp, new bills, fresh from the bank, with white seals still intact, 6 bundles in total, amounting to 60,000 yuan. She couldn't help but feel like he was treating her like a child. Staring at the money, her thoughts wandered to the ambiguous touches and words he left her with before leaving. Her cheeks warmed slightly. Maybe it was his position or his age, but he seemed to dislike being straightforward, always leaving people guessing and speculating. Tong didn't want to overthink it, nor did she dare. She opened the drawer of her bedside table and tucked the money away. 3 days later, her grandmother and aunt were discharged from the hospital. Because of the accident, the insurance company of the driver at fault not only covered the medical expenses, but also provided some compensation for nutrition. Although her aunt wasn't seriously injured, she had a minor wrist fracture. She decided to take a few days off work to rest at home and spend some quality time with her daughter. After losing her eldest son and husband 4 years ago, she had been burdened with enormous debts and had been tirelessly working to make ends meet, leaving little time for her daughter. Tong transferred 1.5 million yuan out of the 2 million compensation she received from boss Tong directly into her aunt's account. This money was not only to help her aunt deal with the debt collectors and ease financial pressures, but also to cover their grandmother's medical expenses. If Han Lingli's payments for medical bills were late, their grandmother wouldn't have to go without her medication. Her aunt was stunned, but after Tong explained the compensation from boss Tong, both her grandmother and aunt, who were aware of her burn incident, didn't suspect anything. They simply marveled at the generosity of bosses in Haicheng for providing such a large sum. The two of them fussed over Tong's injury, examining her scars. The scabs had already fallen off, and the newly grown skin was pink, smooth, and even. She had been diligently applying the scar cream prescribed by Mo Shubei after her discharge. Life slowly returned to its previous calm and peace, as if the accident and Yu Hanshen's appearance had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Grandma Song still visited Tong's house daily. However, whenever she saw her, she would complain, Xiao Hai's company is terrible. They made him work overtime during the new year and insisted he return the same night instead of the next day. Isn't that infuriating? They didn't even let him rest properly during the holidays. We were planning to have him take you to Big Fish Island the next day. Grandma Song expressed her regret, lamenting the missed opportunity to foster a connection. Hearing this, Tong's gaze flickered, but she said nothing, lowering her eyes. Meanwhile, Yu Jihing and Qin Sahan's wedding was held at a grand French chateau. The event was lavishly celebrated, with Haicheng's media eagerly covering it. Everyone said Qin Sahan was the happiest woman in Haicheng, now the eldest grandson's wife of the wealthiest Yu family. Her status skyrocketed, and even the Qin family received newfound attention. On the phone, Zhang Mengling gushed with envy, but Tong skillfully changed the subject, asking, have you finished your winter break homework yet? Can't you stop being such a buzzkill during the new year? Zhang Mengling retorted. Tong didn't respond. I didn't get Uncle Yes' red envelope this year. He came to the Yu family for New Year's, and I wasn't there. I feel like I missed out on a fortune. Zhang Mengling lamented dramatically. Tong thought back to the red envelope Yu Hanshen had given her and couldn't help but smile faintly. On the phone, Zhang Mengling's tone suddenly turned conspiratorial. Oh, by the way, I heard some gossip yesterday when I went to the Yu family's old residence to see my mom. Guess what? The male god has someone he likes. Tong was holding little Yang Yang's hand, taking a stroll in the neighborhood. Upon hearing this, her steps faltered slightly. Well, he's in his 30s. It's not surprising for him to have someone he likes, is it? She spoke, her voice inexplicably dry. I didn't say it's surprising, just a bit disheartening, Zhang Mengling replied. First, there was Lin Xianer, and now there's some other vixen. Humph. I heard that the person the male god likes is still in school. Once she graduates in a few months, he's planning to bring her home. Your grandma is so thrilled that she gave a 200,000 yuan bonus to every servant, driver, gardener, and bodyguard at the old residence. Unlike that Lin Siener, who seemed like a fling. Even though the male god appears serious and proper, he's still a man, and men sometimes think with their lower halves. But this time, it seems like he's serious. Zhang Mengling spoke with an air of knowingness, her words far too mature for a high school student. Who knows where she picked up such ideas? Standing frozen in place, Sidong felt as though roots had grown under her feet, making it impossible to take another step. Zhang Mengling kept talking, but Sidong didn't hear a word. All she could hear was one sentence echoing in her mind: Yu Hanshen was bringing someone he liked home. To be brought home, that must mean he cared deeply about them. Big sister, what's wrong? A soft and innocent voice broke through her thoughts. Sidong snapped back to reality, startled to realize her distraction. What was she doing? What did it matter to her that Yu Hanshen was bringing someone he liked home? Why did she care so much? Tong, when are you coming back to Haiqing? I miss you so much. Zhang Mengling's carefree voice came through the phone again. Sidong closed her eyes briefly, suppressing the emotions she shouldn't have, and replied, I've booked a train ticket for 2 days from now. Great. I'll come pick you up, and you can stay at my place that night. The next day, we can head back to school together. How does that sound? Zhang Mengling said cheerfully. By the way, you haven't seen my new house yet. My room has this huge floor-to-ceiling window. Sidong curved her lips into a faint smile. Sure. After hanging up, she stood in place for a moment. Little Yenyang, growing impatient, tugged at her hand, urging, Big sister, let's go buy candy. Sidong crouched down and embraced the little one, burying her face in Yanyang's small chest. Perhaps sensing her sister's low spirits, Yenyang suddenly quieted down and gently wrapped her tiny arms around Sidong's head. After a while, Sidong lifted her face, her eyes slightly red, but her smile radiant. Let's go. Big sister will take you to buy candy. That evening, after dinner, Sidong cleaned up the dishes while her aunt took Yenyang to the bathroom to wash up. Her grandmother sat by the bed, stitching shoe soles. These shoes are for Ashen and Jiheng. When you go back to Haiqing the day after tomorrow, take them with you, her grandmother said. Sidong pressed her lips together and replied sullenly, just mail them to them. I don't have time. You child, her grandmother said disapprovingly, displeased with her cold attitude. Last time, if it hadn't been for Jiheng shielding you, you might have been disfigured. We can't be ungrateful. You must deliver these shoes to them yourself. Sidong remained silent. Suddenly, her phone rang. She wiped her wet hands and picked it up, only to see Yu Hanshen's number. Her fingers tightened around the phone. Ever since he left Haiqing, he would call her every few days. They didn't share much in common, and most of the time, the calls were filled with silence. Sidong was fully aware that this behavior was crossing a line, something that shouldn't exist between her and Yu Hanshen. The gap between them, whether in age, experience, or social standing, was enormous. Yet, there was an inexplicable yearning in her heart that drove her to indulge in this boundary crossing again and again. But now, knowing that he was about to bring someone he liked home, Sidong couldn't continue to allow herself to act so recklessly. It was disrespectful to herself and unfair to the other girl. She didn't understand what Yu Hanshen was thinking, nor could she control his actions. The only thing she could control was herself, her behavior, her feelings. So she didn't answer. Instead, she directly declined the call. Leaning against the sink, she lowered her head, typed something on her phone, and sent it. Meanwhile, at the Yu family's old residence. Today was the first time Yu Jiheng brought his wife, Qin Sahan, to the old house for a family meal after their wedding. Out of respect, the Yu family matriarch had gathered all the family members, including the long-absent second son, Yuan Bong, and her grandson, Yu Peizhou. The house was lively with a dozen family members enjoying the gathering. Qin Sahan was undoubtedly the center of attention, and the matriarch and Fu Yunrong had prepared generous gifts for her. Feeling both blissful and shy, Qin Sahan exchanged glances with Yu Jiheng, her heart brimming with happiness. Before their marriage, she had doubted his feelings, suspecting his aloofness was due to Sidong. But on their wedding night, his overwhelming passion erased her doubts. She realized he had been truthful when he said he wanted to save the best for their wedding night. The matriarch was overjoyed, not only because her grandson was married but also because her youngest son, Yu Hanshen, had finally softened his heart and promised to bring the girl he liked home in a few months. Not long ago, he had spent billions to help the girl resolve an issue. The matriarch didn't mind the expense. As long as he brought home a daughter-in-law, even hundreds of billions would be worth it. Yu Hanshen hadn't revealed who the girl was and had sternly warned her not to meddle or disturb the girl. His protectiveness only made the matriarch happier. The more he cared, the closer she was to holding a grandchild. It had been so long since she had held a soft, sweet-smelling little grandchild. Feeling elated, She ordered the staff to bring out the rare century-old wine her husband had been saving, much to his dismay, and the family celebrated with joy. Yu Hanshen had a few drinks. As the alcohol warmed him, he suddenly wanted to hear the soft voice of the girl in his heart. He excused himself, went to his room, and stood on the balcony to call her. To his surprise, she didn't answer. Leaning against the balcony railing, his tall figure silhouetted in the moonlight, a trace of confusion flickered in his deep eyes. Just as he was about to call again, his phone buzzed with a message from Tong. Mr. Yu, I truly appreciate what you did for Yang Yang. I owe you, and I'll do my best to repay you in the future. If it's not something urgent, please refrain from calling me. Her tone was respectful yet distant, with words carefully chosen to draw a line. Noticing the sudden shift in her attitude, Yu Hanshen frowned slightly. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the phone screen as he dialed her number again, only to be met with a notification that the phone was turned off. His expression darkened, and his sharp eyes narrowed dangerously as he stared at the string of numbers on the screen. Meanwhile, Tong stared blankly at her phone, which had abruptly powered off. She wasn't sure if her message had been sent before the device shut down. No matter how she tried, it wouldn't turn back on. Assuming the battery had died, she plugged it in to charge, but even after a while, it remained unresponsive. If it's broken, I'll just get a new one, she thought. Her aunt, upon learning about the situation, suggested, your phone wasn't expensive to begin with. After half a year, it served its purpose. Why don't you buy a better one? Tong nodded in agreement. However, by the next day, her phone was working fine again, so she decided against replacing it. She wasn't particularly attached to electronic gadgets. As for the message, it showed as sent, but Yu Hanshen didn't reply, and Tong didn't pursue the matter further. Before returning to Haicheng, her grandmother packed her suitcase full of freshly made men's cotton shoes, insisting she deliver them to Yu Hanshen and Yuzhiheng. Nearly 4 hours later, as she exited the high-speed rail station, she spotted Zhang Mengling riding a small electric scooter with a pink helmet. Placing her suitcase on the scooter's front footboard, Tong climbed onto the back seat. When they arrived at Zhang Mengling's new home, the house was empty. My mom's on the night shift at the old house, and my dad and brother are busy with work. It's just the two of us tonight, girls' night, huh? Zhang Mengling declared as she flopped onto the sofa. Tong set down the fruit she had bought along the way. It's getting dark. What do you want for dinner? My treat. Zhang Mengling's eyes lit up at first but then dimmed. No, don't spend your money on me. You're going to have to work hard again to make ends meet. Forget it. Tong was about to assure her that she could afford one meal when Zhang Mengling's phone rang. It was Zhang Junqing. Before answering, she pouted. What do you want? My New Year's money barely had time to warm up in my hands before it was confiscated. On the other end, Zhang Junqing asked, want to come to Huangting for dinner? Zhang Mengling couldn't believe her ears. Big brother, have you been possessed? Zhang Junqing rolled his eyes. If you don't want to, then forget it. No, I didn't say that. They'll come. Zhang Mengling leapt off the sofa, exclaiming, I love you so much. Mwah. Hanging up, she grabbed Tong's hand and dragged her toward the door. Let's go. My brother's treating us to a feast at Huangting. Since Huangting was a bit far from Zhang Mengling's place, the two took a taxi. The private room at Huangting Club was an on-a-stop destination for dining, socializing, and entertainment. Each room was equipped with a dining table, karaoke setup, card table, and a minibar. When they reached the door of the private room, a server immediately opened it for them. Tong's first instinct upon seeing Yu Hanshen seated at the dining table was to turn and leave. But before she could act, Zhang Mengling pulled her inside. At the table, besides Zhang Junqing and Yu Hanshen, there were a few others. Tong recognized Mo Shubei, but the rest were unfamiliar faces. Zhang Mengling was also taken aback by the number of people, but her attention quickly shifted to the sumptuous spread of dishes. She dragged Tong to an empty seat and whispered, don't mind the crowd. Let's eat our fill first, then head over to sing and drink, huh? Zhang Junqing hadn't initially planned on inviting Zhang Mengling to crash the dinner. After all, aside from his regular social group, the table included a few of Yu Hanshen's cousins from Beijing. The gathering had been organized by Yu Hanshen, who had invited Zhang Junqing and Mo Shubei to join him in entertaining the cousins. During their conversation about rebellious younger sisters, Zhang Junqing had casually mentioned his troublesome little sister and how she was spending the evening with Tong. Hearing this, Yu Hanshen had insisted he call the girls over for a proper meal. Zhang Junqing, knowing Zhang Mengling wasn't much of a cook and wanting to spare Tong the trouble, made the call. Zhang, which one of these two young ladies is your sister? The question came from Ji Linfan, Yu Hanshen's second uncle's youngest son. At 23, Ji Linfan was a notorious playboy in Beijing. Zhang Mengling immediately raised her hand. That's me. Ji Linfan chuckled, his gaze landing with interest on Tong's face. And this other young lady, she's your classmate? What's her name? Tong, Zhang Mengling answered casually. Ji Linfan opened his WeChat QR code, leaning across 2 seats to hold it in front of Si Tong. With a roguish yet charming smile, he said, "Hey, beautiful, how about being friends?" Si Tong was just about to refuse when a slender hand reached over and snatched Ji Linfan's phone away. Yu Hanshen placed the phone face down on the table with a soft thud. His deep voice carried authority. "Second uncle told me yesterday that you refused to go to the army for some experience. To avoid it, you hid out here in Haicheng. He asked me to keep an eye on you." The mention of being sent to the army made Ji Linfan's face change. He stared warily at Yu Hanshen. "Third brother, you're not planning to have bodyguards drag me back to Beijing, are you?" Yu Hanshen's gaze was sharp. "If you keep messing around with girls here like you do in Beijing, I might just consider it." Reluctantly, Ji Linfan took his phone back. Yu Hanshen said a few more words, and from his tone, Si Tong could sense maturity and steadiness, like that of a reliable elder. As the conversation shifted to other topics, Si Tong lost her appetite. She took a few bites before setting her chopsticks down. Not wanting to ruin Zhang Mengling's good mood, she stayed seated as her friend happily ate away. Si Tong idly scrolled through her phone, passing the time. The round table had an automatic glass turntable, but when a small white bowl of crab roe shark fin soup stopped in front of her, the turntable suddenly ceased moving. She looked up. Across from her, Yu Hanshen had his right hand resting lightly on the edge of the turntable. He appeared to exert no force, yet it stayed perfectly still. It was clear he had placed the bowl there intentionally. The others at the table were engrossed in smoking and chatting, oblivious to the subtle interaction. Feeling a pang of guilt, Si Tong glanced at Zhang Mengling, who was too busy gnawing on ribs to notice anything. Si Tong ignored the bowl, pretending not to see it. Yu Hanshen's calm gaze fell on her. He tapped his left fingers twice on the table, a rhythmic but unmistakably warning sound. Si Tong feigned ignorance, keeping her head down. Yu Hanshen narrowed his eyes, picked up his phone, and moments later, Si Tong's phone vibrated with a message from him. "Do you want me to feed you?" The message was domineering, with an undertone of threat. Every time she disobeyed, he used this tactic, and it always worked on her. Biting her lip, she reluctantly reached out, picked up the bowl, and began to eat. The turntable resumed its slow rotation. Si Tong glanced at Yu Hanshen. He was casually chatting with someone beside him, looking composed and unbothered, as if he'd had nothing to do with the earlier exchange. This happened a few more times, leaving Si Tong unsure if the others genuinely hadn't noticed or simply chose to ignore it. Either way, they all carried on as usual, laughing and chatting. Si Tong kept her head down, feeling guilty and tense. Thankfully, Zhang Mengling remained blissfully unaware. After finishing her soup, Zhang Mengling patted her stomach with satisfaction. "Let's go sing karaoke." She grabbed Si Tong and headed out. After the two girls left the table, Emo Shubei grinned widely. Don't let Yu Hanshen's usual serious and boring demeanor fool you. When it comes to controlling his girl, he's got it down to a science. Poor thing doesn't even dare to protest. Zhang Junqing, who had just learned about Yu Hanshen's romantic interest, was still processing the news. Not long ago, he'd heard rumors of you spending billions to help someone special. He'd assumed it was a college student, but to his surprise, it turned out to be his own sister's classmate. Watching the subtle yet telling interactions between the two earlier, it was clear to everyone except the oblivious Zhang Mengling that something was going on. Ji Linfan turned to his stern cousin. "Third brother, so that stunning girl earlier is your crush? Why didn't you say so sooner? I was about to befriend her, good thing you stopped me in time. Otherwise, if I flirted with your girl, you'd probably skin me alive." Yu Hanshen's gaze was indifferent. "Don't call her that in front of her." "Why not?" Ji Linfan asked, confused. Emo Shubei smirked. "Because your third brother hasn't fully won her over yet. Right, Uncle Yu?" Ji Linfan chuckled, clicking his tongue. "So, even third brother can have trouble with someone, huh? She's impressive." Despite their teasing, Yu Hanshen remained unbothered, even looking somewhat pleased. Holding a cigarette, he pointed at each person at the table, warning them sternly. "Keep your mouths shut. She's still a student, and I won't tolerate any rumors that could harm her reputation." If word got out about Yu Hanshen and Si Tong, it wouldn't just tarnish his image but also bring unwanted scrutiny on Si Tong, especially with her college entrance exams approaching. Yu Hanshen was determined not to let gossip affect her studies. Emo Shubei, ever the troublemaker, grinned. "Wow, protective much." Unaware of the discussion shed left behind, Si Tong sat on a sofa as Zhang Mengling belted out songs with complete disregard for tone. The karaoke room was far enough from the dining area, and the loud music masked any conversations. Si Tong occasionally glanced at the group of men, who were now laughing and chatting, but couldn't make out their topic. Before long, the men left the table. Emo Shubei, Zhang Junqing, and a couple of cousins started a game of mahjong, while the others lounged around with drinks. Si Tong grabbed a bottle of water from the drink rack and sipped it absent-mindedly. From where he sat, Yu Hanshen had a direct line of sight to her. Every time she looked up, her eyes met his. His unwavering gaze made her increasingly uneasy. Finally, unable to endure it, she stood up and told Zhang Mengling, "I'm going to the restroom." She slipped away to the bathroom at the back of the room. Closing the door behind her, the noise from Zhang Mengling's singing dulled. Tong splashed her face with cold water, the icy sensation instantly cooling her flushed cheeks. She silently scolded herself. How could she be so flustered, unable to even handle a look from Yu Hanshen? Just as she was lost in thought, the door suddenly opened. Startled, she turned to see Yu Hanshen step inside. Her heart skipped a beat, a wave of panic washing over her. After Yu Hanshen stepped into the room, he closed the door behind him with a flick of his wrist and locked it. His dark, shadowy gaze never left the small, visibly flustered girl standing by the sink. "Mr. Yu, why didn't you knock?" Tong tried to maintain her usual composure, but in this moment, her calm facade faltered. As the tall man steadily approached her, she instinctively wanted to retreat, but the sink behind her left her with nowhere to go. Her heart pounded so wildly, it felt like it might burst from her chest. Without a word, Yu Hanshen brought a cigarette to his lips, taking a slow drag, his right hand holding it with practiced ease. As he exhaled a thin stream of smoke, his left hand reached out, wrapping around Tong's waist. With a gentle lift, he effortlessly placed her on the sink countertop. Before Tong could process what was happening, his broad frame was already positioned between her legs. His left arm firmly encircled her waist, holding her in place, leaving her no room to escape. The position was dangerously intimate, and the fear in Tong's eyes only deepened. "Mr. Yu," she stammered, her heart racing faster and faster. Her hands instinctively pressed against his chest, trying to push him away. "Let me go," she pleaded, struggling against him. But the more she resisted, the tighter his arm around her waist became. In the end, their bodies were pressed even closer together than the last time they'd been in that rented apartment in Tongqing. This embrace was even more forceful, more unyielding. His scent filled her senses, a mix of his familiar masculine aroma and the faint, smoky tang of freshly burned tobacco. It was unexpectedly intoxicating. Yu Hanshen gazed down at her from his imposing height, his voice calm yet commanding. "Explain. What did your text message mean?" So he was here to settle that score. Tong turned her face away, avoiding his eyes. Her heart thudded loudly in her chest as she muttered, "It's exactly what it says." Hearing this, Yu Hanshen let out a soft, amused chuckle, though irritation flickered briefly in his expression. "Ungrateful little thing," he said, his tone carrying a faint teasing intimacy. "You said you wanted to repay me before. Is this how you do it? By drawing a line between us?" The term "ungrateful little thing" sounded oddly affectionate coming from his lips, despite its reprimanding undertone. Tong lowered her head, remaining silent. Yu Hanshen casually extinguished the remainder of his cigarette in the sink, freeing his hand. He then used it to lift her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Tell me," he said, his voice low and steady. "Why did you suddenly decide to distance yourself from me?" Caught in his piercing gaze, Tong found herself unable to answer. What could she say? That Shet heard he had someone he liked and didn't want to come between them? What right did she have to say that? Yu Hanshen had never expressed anything to her. All had done was help her time and again, leaving her feeling increasingly indebted to him. The encounters they'd had in Tongqing, they didn't mean anything, did they? "Speak," Yu Hanshen demanded, his eyes fixed on her stubborn, delicate face. Tong's damp lashes clung together from her recent face washing, her wide, glistening eyes brimming with panic. Her slender brows framed lips that were slightly parted, giving her an appearance of vulnerability that was both innocent and alluring. Yu Hanshen's dark eyes deepened as he slowly leaned closer. Tong's breath hitched as his handsome face drew nearer, her own eyes widening in alarm. "Maryu," she stammered, her voice trembling with tension. Her hands, still pressed against his chest, clenched into fists, wrinkling the fabric of his crisp shirt. Yu Hanshen paused, his movements halting as he became acutely aware of the girl's youthful innocence. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, restraining the fleeting surge of desire. "Are you going to talk or not?" he asked, his voice low and steady, the heat of his breath brushing against her face. Tong tried to shift away from the overwhelming proximity, but his arm around her waist allowed no such escape. She pushed against him with all her strength, but his body was unyielding, like an immovable wall. Her pulse thundered in her ears as she felt the rough pad of his thumb lightly grazing her chin. The sensation sent a shiver down her spine, leaving her breathless. After a long pause, she finally found her voice. "I heard you have someone you like," she said quietly, her words trembling. "So I thought it'd be best to keep my distance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to her." After speaking, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Her chest felt tight, a mix of frustration and indignation welling up inside her. He already had someone he liked, so why did he keep doing these things that made her overthink? Yu Hanshen chuckled softly, his voice deep and resonant, like a gentle knock against her heart. From her lowered vantage point, Tong caught sight of the faint curve of his thin lips. When she glanced up, she saw his eyes glinting with amusement, the corners crinkling with a smile. Her cheeks flushed deeper, certain he was mocking her. She bit her lower lip, her irritation bubbling over. "What's so funny?" she snapped. "Jealous?" he asked, his tone light, almost playful. His mood seemed remarkably good, the usual sternness of his features replaced with an unexpected warmth. "Jealous." The word caught Tong off guard, her gaze faltering. When Shed heard from Zhang Mengling that Yu Hanshen had someone he liked, Shed felt uncomfortable, a strange tightness in her chest. Was this jealousy? Yu Hanshen's calm, steady voice broke through her chaotic thoughts. "You didn't even ask who it is that I like before rushing to cut ties with me. Don't you think you're being a little too hasty?" Tong's mind was a whirlwind, and she couldn't gather her thoughts in time to respond. Yu Hanshen spoke again. "Have you ever thought about it? If I had feelings for someone else, why would I travel all the way to Tongqing to see you? Why would I treat you like this? Do you think I'm a philanthropist, pouring out my heart and soul for just anyone?" His words hit like a tidal wave, the sheer emotional impact leaving Tong's mind buzzing, completely blank. For a long moment, she couldn't think. I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Yu, and I don't dare to try to understand." There were barriers between themage, identity, status, family background. They were worlds apart. He was the powerful CEO of Huangxing, the most respected man in Haiqing, a self-made tycoon. And her? She was a girl with no father to speak of, abandoned by her mother, who had served time for taking a life. Worse still, she was his nephew's ex-girlfriend. None of this was known to him. But if he ever found out, the thought sent a chill through her, draining the flush of emotion from her face in an instant. Her wildly beating heart felt as though it had been doused with cold water, and her mind suddenly became alarmingly clear. Of course, there were so many things about her that he didn't know, and any one of them could change his perception of her entirely. "It's fine if you don't understand," Yu Hanshen said, his arm tightening around her, pulling her fully into his embrace. His hand, which had been holding her chin, slid to the back of her head, pressing her gently against his chest. "Take your time to think about it when you're back. You still have 5 months, after all. And if you're really too slow to figure it out, don't worry, I'll make sure you understand after your exams." His voice was mature and steady, tinged with a trace of helplessness, as though coaxing her patiently. "In the future, just tell me whatever's on your mind. Don't overthink things on your own, okay?" Tong wasn't slow, in the contrary. She was smart. If she couldn't grasp his meaning after hearing this much, then she might as well have wasted her 20 years of life. Her eyes reddened slightly, and a trace of sweetness welled up in her heart. But that sweetness was laced with an overwhelming unease. She admitted it over the past few months of interacting with Yu Hanshen, she had grown dependent on him, even greedy for his presence. Yet this dependence and longing were built on one condition: his lack of knowledge about her past, coupled with his repeated kindness toward her. If Yu Hanshen ever learned the truth about her past, about the blood on her hand, she wouldn't treat her this way anymore. Before she fell completely, while she could still pull herself back, she had to stop. For the first time, she was terrified of someone discovering her past. She didn't want this man to know about the shameful life she had once led. Not even a little. Tong closed her eyes briefly, steadying her emotions. When she opened them, her voice was calm to the point of coldness. "Mr. Yu." Sensing the shift in her demeanor, Yu Hanshen loosened his grip and looked down at her, his gaze meeting the distant expression on her face. Tong suppressed the bitterness in her heart and slowly forced a quiet smile. "Thank you for your kindness." Her tone was polite and formal, almost detached. Yu Hanshen frowned slightly. "But I think it's better for us to remain strangers," she added softly. His expression darkened, his already sharp features becoming even more severe. He reached out, gripping her chin once more, studying her intently. Moments ago, he had clearly felt her emotions stirring. But now, she was distant and indifferent again, as if she had reverted to the cold, detached girl he had first met, the one who seemed to care about nothing. Yu Hanshen's frown deepened. For all his experience and insight, for all the people he had encountered, he couldn't seem to figure out what was going through her mind at this moment. "Do you even know what you're saying?" Yu Hanshen's tone dropped, carrying a rare hint of frustration. For the first time, he felt a headache coming on. Tong lowered her gaze, her expression indifferent. "I know." Yu Hanshen rubbed his temples. "Reason. And don't use excuses like, 'I don't like you' or 'we're not compatible' to brush me off. Whether you like me or not, I can see it clearly." He placed his hands on either side of Tong, leaning in close, his body still pressed into the space between her legs. "As for compatibility, as long as you're willing, if I say we're compatible, no one dares to say otherwise." His voice carried the confidence and certainty of a mature man who always had control over the situation. Tong's heart pounded faster at his words. But there were things that couldn't be solved just by feelings. Just as she was about to say something, there was a loud banging on the door. Bang! 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 A voice called out from outside. Tong, what's taking you so long? Did you fall in? Hurry up, I need to pee. I can't hold it anymore. Zhang Mengling's voice rang out, loud and impatient. Startled, Tong's eyes widened. She saw Yu Hanshen frown unhappily, his lips parting as if to speak. Quickly, she reached out to cover his mouth with her hand, shaking her head vigorously to signal him to stay silent. Yu Hanshen, seeing her so flustered and knowing Zhang Mengling's loose tongue, decided against saying anything. I'm not done yet. Go use the public restroom outside, Tong said, trying to keep her voice steady. Zhang Mengling, clearly reluctant, banged on the door again. There's no restroom outside. You. Before she could finish, Zhang Junqing's voice interrupted. My dear lady, stop yelling. I know where the public restroom is. I'll take you there. His voice faded as he apparently dragged Zhang Mengling away. Hearing their footsteps grow distant, Tong let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because Zhang Mengling had once liked Yu Hanshen, but the thought of her discovering them together made Tong instinctively nervous. Especially now, alone with him in the restroom, it looked suspicious no matter how one explained it. When she glanced up and met Yu Hanshen's deep, penetrating black eyes, she suddenly realized her hand was still covering his mouth. She quickly withdrew it, but he caught her hand mid-motion. His voice softened, the deep, mellow tone carrying a magnetic charm. Did I scare you with what I said tonight? He admitted he might have rushed things. If it weren't for her sudden and inexplicable attempt to draw boundaries with him, he would have waited until after her college entrance exams to confess his feelings. After all, they hadn't known each other for long, and with her living on campus, their time together had been limited. It was only natural for her to feel overwhelmed when she didn't know him well enough yet. If you're not sure about being with me, take your time to think it over. Don't rush to reject me. His thumb gently stroked her hand, as if to soothe her. If you have any concerns, just tell me directly. Don't keep it to yourself. His words were steady and reassuring. After he finished speaking, he let go of her hand and stepped back, intentionally giving her space so she wouldn't feel pressured. Then Yu Hanshen left the restroom first. In the lounge, Mo Shubei was lounging on the sofa, swirling a glass of wine in his hand, looking every bit the carefree and elegant playboy. When Yu Hanshen walked out silently, heading straight to the bar to pour himself a drink and downing it in one go, Mo Shubei couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like, boss, you didn't succeed tonight. Couldn't win over the little lady, huh? Mo Shubei teased, grinning from ear to ear. Had known Yu Hanshen since they were young, and this man had always been cunning. Over the years, Mo Shubei had been on the losing end countless times when dealing with him. The rare occasions when Yu Hanshen faced setbacks were almost always related to Tong. Truly, she was his Achilles heel. What's wrong, third uncle? Mo Shubei smirked. Looking all frustrated, did the little lady not fulfill your desires? Yu Hanshen shot him a cold glance, pulled out his phone from his suit pocket, and made a call. Wan Ning, private room 9008 at the Royal Court. Mo Shubei is here. The smile on Mo Zubei's face instantly vanished. He set down his wine glass and stood up, ready to leave. But before he could take a step, Ji Linfan, who had been sitting nearby, moved to block him. Ji Linfan, who had spent his younger years as Yu Hanshen's loyal follower, understood his cousin's intentions perfectly and grabbed Mo Shubei by the arm. Don't go, Emma, let's have a few more drinks, Ji Linfan said with a sly grin. Though Ji Linfan had never served in the military, coming from a family steeped in military and political traditions, he had been rigorously trained by his father, a high-ranking officer. His skills were formidable, and Mo Shubei found himself unable to break free. Hey, okay, I give up. I was just joking, alright? Don't take it so seriously. Mo Shubei yelped. Let me go. Seriously, let me go. If Wan Ning shows up, I'm dead meat. Hanshen. Third uncle. Boss you can't do this to me, I'm your brother. Yu Hanshen ignored his protests, sitting at the bar with his long legs slightly bent. He drank several more glasses in silence, the air around him heavy with tension. When Zhang Junqing returned and saw Mo Shubei being held in place by Ji Linfan, he froze for a moment. What's going on here? Meanwhile, Zhang Mengling, who had clearly had too much to drink, stumbled into the room with a flushed face. She made her way to the sofa and collapsed onto it in an ungraceful sprawl. Ji Linfan chuckled and said, He's quite mouthy, isn't he? Mocking my third brother for failing to win over a girl and being frustrated about it. Just wait till cousin Wan Ning puts him in his place. Yu Hanshen. Zhang Junqing. Zhang Junqing glanced at Yu Hanshen's darkened expression. It was hard to tell if this cousin of his was genuinely clueless or just pretending to be, taking the opportunity to mock him again. Judging by Yu Hanshen's face, Zhang Junqing silently mourned for him for 3 seconds. Yu Hanshen downed the whiskey in his glass in one gulp, stood up, and said with a calm expression, "I'm heading out. You take the two girls home later." This was directed at Zhang Junqing. Zhang Junqing nodded. He was steady and reliable, and Yu Hanshen felt at ease leaving Si Tong in his care. When Si Tong came back from the restroom, Yu Hanshen was already gone. She felt both relieved and somewhat disappointed. Zhang Mengling, on the other hand, had succumbed to the effects of alcohol and was sound asleep on the couch. While Zhang Junqing had been distracted playing mahjong, she had sneakily drunk quite a bit. What a little troublemaker. Si Tong and Zhang Junqing managed to get her home. Zhang Junqing still had some work to finish, so after dropping off the two girls, he headed back to the office. Zhang Mengling was a decent drunk. She just slept without causing trouble. Si Tong struggled a bit to get her out of her clothes and wiped her face, hands, and feet with a damp towel. By the time she was done, a light sheen of sweat had formed on her forehead. After grabbing a change of clothes, she went to the bathroom to shower. Once her hair was dry, she lay down beside Zhang Mengling. But as soon as she closed her eyes, Yu Hanshen's mature and striking face appeared in her mind. She tossed and turned for who knows how long before finally drifting into a fitful sleep. The next morning, Zhang Mengling woke up with no memory of how she got home. She could only vaguely recall going to the public restroom outside the private room with her older brother before her mind became fuzzy. Suddenly realizing something, she anxiously asked Si Tong, "I didn't act like a drunken fool last night, did I?" Si Tong, who was sitting at the desk studying, glanced at her and replied, "You care about that?" Zhang Mengling sighed, "Of course. My crush was there. If I made a fool of myself, how embarrassing would that be? I don't want him to see me like that." Hearing this, Si Tong was slightly taken aback. People in love often want to show their best side to the one they like while desperately hiding their flaws and vulnerabilities. In the afternoon, Zhang Junqing drove his sister and Si Tong to school. On the first day of the new semester, the school announced last term's joint exam results. Si Tong ranked first in her grade and was among the top 5 in the province. Wu Shiqin was so thrilled that she held a special assembly to praise Si Tong and even personally gave her a 20,000 yuan reward. In contrast, He Heng had been in a sour mood lately. According to the original plan, Si Tong was supposed to continue her herbal medicine treatment after returning to Haiqing. But for some reason, the once cooperative girl had suddenly stopped showing up. Every time he reported the lack of progress to Yu Hanshen, he could feel the icy pressure radiating from his boss. It finally dawned on him that the couple had probably had a fight. Over the Lunar New Year, he had heard the new driver, Xiao Du, mention that Yu Hanshen had gone to Tongqing to see his girlfriend. When the boss is in love, the subordinates suffer. On Friday evening, Si Tong went to teach at Shishan Maple Woods as part of her tutoring job with Zhozhou. Although she didn't need the money at the moment, the income was substantial, the work was easy, and it didn't take up too much time from her studies. So, she decided to keep the job. After finishing the lesson at 8 p.m., she was about to leave when Yu Yanxi came home. Seeing Si Tong, she greeted her with a bright smile. Having heard that Yu Hanshen had splurged during the Lunar New Year trip to Si Tong's hometown, Yu Yanxi knew her brother was serious. He already considered Si Tong part of the family. "Sister-in-law, teacher Si, let me drive you home," Yu Yanxi offered. Si Tong didn't catch the slip and politely declined with a smile. "You've had a long day at work. Please rest. I'll just take the subway." Leaving Ziza's house, Si Tong took the elevator downstairs. When the elevator reached the first floor and the doors opened, the first thing she saw was Yu Hanshen standing by the glass entrance, smoking a cigarette. He was dressed in a black coat, his tall and imposing figure exuding an air of elegance and authority. His sharp features were set in a serious expression. When he noticed her, he took one last drag of his cigarette before stubbing it out in the ashtray by his side. The simple act carried an unexplainable grace and composure when he did it. As Yu Hanshen walked toward her, Si Tong's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, and she instinctively wanted to avoid him. The path to the main gate was singular. There was nowhere for her to hide. As her thoughts raced, the elevator doors began to close slowly, sensing no movement for a while. But the next moment, they were abruptly stopped by Yu Hanshen's long, defined fingers. The doors reopened, and without a word, Yu Hanshen reached in, grabbed Si Tong's arm with a firm grip, and pulled her out of the elevator. He led her straight to a Maybach parked by the entrance. He was driving himself today. Opening the passenger door, he shoved Si Tong inside and shut the door with a loud thud. As Yu Hanshen walked around the front of the car to the driver's side, Si Tong instinctively reached for the door handle, attempting to get out. However, as if anticipating her move, his stern warning came first: "Try getting out and see what happens." Si Tong froze. Though Yu Hanshen had always treated her well, his serious demeanor was intimidating. Perhaps it was his commanding presence that inspired a natural sense of awe and reverence. In truth, Si Tong was a little afraid of him. She felt her entire body tense, every nerve heightened. When Yu Hanshen got into the car, Her back stiffened like a board. Suddenly, the space around her dimmed. Tong turned to see Yu Hanshen's face unexpectedly close, startling her so much that she instinctively flinched and raised her hand to push him away. But Yu Hanshen merely reached for the seatbelt over her right shoulder, clicking it securely into place. Feeling her soft, small hand pressed firmly against his shoulder, he didn't move away immediately. With his tall frame leaning over her, one hand rested on the edge of her seat near her right leg, while the other braced against the back of her seat near her left cheek, effortlessly boxing her in. "Afraid of me?" His deep voice was low and magnetic. Tong's eyelashes trembled. Though she pushed against him with all her strength, he remained completely unmoved. Her palm could feel the solid, muscular planes of his shoulder, and her heart raced erratically. She didn't know whether to withdraw her hand or leave it there. "So scared, yet you still dare to defy me. Tong, you really need some discipline." His words carried a hint of teasing, but his warm breath fell on her face, making her even more flustered. Realizing he was upset over her refusal to take the medicine, Tong's heart pounded like a drum. She forced herself to speak. "I'm feeling fine now. I don't need to take the medicine anymore. Please don't ask Assistant He to deliver it to me again." Not only disobedient but also argumentative, Yu Hanshen said, narrowing his eyes as he studied her stubborn demeanor. For a moment, he seemed tempted to teach her a lesson. After a while, he straightened up, returned to the driver's seat, buckled his seatbelt, and drove the car out of Shishanfenglin at high speed, heading to a hotel. When Tong realized he was taking her out to eat, she tried to refuse. "I'm not hungry." Yu Hanshen cast her a sidelong glance but said nothing. He parked the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and got out. Walking over to the passenger side, he opened her door and stood there, silently gazing at her with an unfathomable look. Under his wordless but commanding stare, Tong reluctantly unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out of the car. Inside a private dining room, Yu Hanshen didn't bother asking for her opinion and directly ordered food. As they waited, every second felt like an eternity to Tong. She was acutely aware of his gaze on her, intense, smoldering, and unrelenting. The atmosphere in the room was eerily quiet. This time, Tong didn't wait for Yu Hanshen to urge her to eat. She kept her head down and ate quietly, only stopping when her stomach felt uncomfortably full. Yu Hanshen seemed pleased with her compliance. After the meal, his expression softened considerably. Leaving the hotel, Yu Hanshen drove her back to school. As soon as the car came to a stop, Tong eagerly reached for the door handle. "Tomorrow, Heng will continue delivering your medicine," Yu Hanshen said in a tone that brooked no argument. It wasn't a suggestion, it was a statement. His domineering tone, however, carried an undeniable trace of concern. Tong felt a pang in her chest, her eyes growing slightly warm. But something still needed to be said. "Mr. Yu, you're overstepping. It makes me very uncomfortable." Yu Hanshen's deep gaze locked onto her. Forcing herself to smile, Tong continued. "Everything I've told you before, I meant it. It's better if we stay strangers. Instead of seeing disdain in your eyes one day, I'd rather end things before they even begin. I won't take the medicine. It's my body, and it'll take care of it. You don't need to worry about me." Her voice was cold and detached, and with that, she opened the car door and got out. The driver's side window rolled down. Yu Hanshen leaned back against the seat, lit a cigarette, and smoked with a casual air. His deep eyes followed her retreating figure, distant, indifferent. His left hand, with its clear bone structure, rested on the edge of the window, a luxurious watch glinting on his wrist. Tendrils of smoke curled upward from his long fingers. That night, he had deliberately left early, wanting to give Tong space to think things through. Who would have thought she'd go to such lengths to keep her distance, even refusing to take medicine? In the cutthroat world of business, Yu Hanshen had always navigated effortlessly. But this young woman, barely an adult, rendered him completely at a loss. Handle her too lightly, and she'd slip away, too firmly, and she might shatter. Taking a deep drag on his cigarette, he exhaled a cloud of smoke, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator. The Maybach sped off into the night. Hearing the roar of the engine, Tong paused mid-step and turned back, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of the black car disappearing into the distance. She stood there motionless. The winter night was bitterly cold, the wind cutting like a blade. Yet she seemed unaware, rooted to the spot, staring blankly into the wind. Yu Hanshen's patience must have finally run out. The Maybach sped down the road, finally stopping at the entrance of the Royal Court Club. As Yu Hanshen stepped out of the car, a valet immediately came over and drove it to the parking lot. He made his way to the 9th floor, heading straight to Suite 9008, his personal luxury suite at the Royal Court. Walking in, he went directly to the bar, grabbed a bottle of liquor, and poured himself a drink. With a grim expression, he downed several glasses in a row. Amo Shubei noticed and grinned, ready to walk over and tease him. He enjoyed seeing Yu Hanshen out of sorts, and judging by his dark mood, it seemed like he had just been snubbed by a certain young lady again. However, after taking a couple of steps, Emo Shubei remembered the last time Yu Hanshen had called Yu Wanling over, leaving him stuck dealing with her clinginess for days. He had only just managed to shake her off yesterday. And then there was Ji Lin Fan, who had been forcibly sent back to the capital by Yu Hanshen's bodyguards the very next day, despite his tearful pleas. With that thought, Emo Shubei hesitated and slumped back onto the sofa. Fu Yanlin, meanwhile, was lounging with a sweet-faced girl in his arms. The girl, a well-known goddess in the entertainment industry, had the kind of innocent, first-love beauty that was irresistible. When Fu Yanlin spotted Yu Hanshen, he patted the girl on her curvy hip. "You should head out now," he said. The girl looked reluctant. After all, Fu Yanlin, as the executive president and chairman of Boanya Group, was worth billions. Even if he had a reputation as a playboy, there was no shortage of women vying for his attention. She had gone to great lengths to catch his eye and be invited into his inner circle. She hadn't even had the chance to leverage this opportunity to network with his powerful friends. But before she could protest, Fu Yanlin tossed her a bank card. "No pin. Go shopping with your friends." The girl understood the signal. While Fu Yanlin was generous and charming with women, the moment he started throwing money at a situation, it meant his patience was running out. It was best not to test him further. She left without another word. With her departure, the private suite was left with just the three men. Fu Yanlin, holding his wine glass, sauntered over to Yu Hanshen with a sly smile in his peach blossom eyes. "Shubei says your love life isn't going so well lately." Looks like he's right. Yu Hanshen was always the epitome of composure and control, exuding confidence in handling any situation. It was rare to see him so visibly troubled. He shot a cold glance at Emo Shubei, who felt a chill down his spine. Awkwardly, Emo Shubei stammered, "I was just trying to help. You've been so down lately because of that little girl." Fu Yanlin here is an expert in these matters, maybe he can give you some advice. Fu Yanlin perched on a high stool next to Yu Hanshen, lighting a cigarette and taking a couple of leisurely drags. With an air of feigned wisdom, he asked, "All right, tell me what's the issue between you two?" Yu Hanshen stayed silent for a long moment, then exhaled a puff of smoke and said in a low voice, "She likes me but insists on keeping her distance." "Why?" Fu Yanlin's eyes gleamed with mischief. "There could be plenty of reasons. Maybe you're just not doing it right and left her unsatisfied." Before he could finish, Yu Hanshen hurled a bottle of liquor at him. Fu Yanlin caught it effortlessly, his lips curling into a teasing smile. "What's this? Hit a sore spot, did I?" Yu Hanshen ignored him, his expression dark as he continued smoking. Fu Yanlin chuckled, taking his time with his cigarette before finally turning serious. "I heard she's a student, right? Comes from a modest background? Maybe she feels the gap between you is too big, like she doesn't deserve you. Or maybe she thinks you're just playing around and not serious about her. Women can be overthinkers, delicate and stubborn. But it's not impossible to deal with. Just pin her down and kiss her. I'm telling you, women's mouths are fascinating. They can be infuriatingly stubborn when they're mad, but one kiss and their whole body softens. Once that happens, any argument resolves itself." Hearing this, an image of Tong's slightly parted lips flashed through Yu Hanshen's mind, his gaze darkening. He took a large gulp from his glass. "Is there any other way?" he asked, setting the glass down. "Other ways?" Fu Yanlin said lazily. "Throw money at the problem. Buy her designer bags, jewelry, cars, a luxury house just keep showing up in front of her. Within 3 days, she'll be yours." But Yu Hanshen thought of Tong's indifference to material possessions. She had gone to great lengths to repay the 300,000 yuan she owed him, getting upset when he refused to accept it. Clearly the money approach wouldn't work. That left only the option of staying close to her. The next morning, Tong was woken up by the sound of her phone ringing. Seeing that it was the dormitory supervisor's landline number, she picked it up without much thought. "Tong? Someone from your family is waiting downstairs," the supervisor said. Tong froze. "Family?" She quickly got dressed and went downstairs, only to see Yu Hanshen standing by the glass doors of the dormitory. He had one hand in his pocket, standing tall and composed, while the other hand held a thermos. The moment she appeared, his gaze calmly swept over to her. Tong stopped in her tracks. After last night, she had thought this man wouldn't show up in front of her again. "Oh, Tong, your uncle came early this morning to bring you food. He's so kind to you," the dormitory supervisor said with a cheerful smile. She had always liked this polite, pretty, and studious girl. "Uncle." Tong glanced at Yu Hanshen. He wasn't actually that old, only 32 after the new year, which was considered quite young among CEOs. However, his serious and stern demeanor, coupled with his lack of humor, made him seem much more mature and composed than his peers. "Why are you here?" Tong felt her heart start to race. No matter how harsh her words were, her body betrayed her true feelings. Yu Hanshen handed her a thermos. Freshly brewed medicine from this morning. Tong lowered her gaze, staring at his slender, well-defined fingers gripping the handle of the thermos. I told you. I don't want to drink it. Miss C, Yu Hanshen said calmly, his usual composed and strategic demeanor on full display. He looked at her stubborn little face and lowered his voice. Do you want me to feed it to you right here? He leaned in closer, his voice dropping even further, carrying a tone so irresistibly provocative that it made her heart skip a beat. The other night, I made my feelings very clear. You should know by now that my intentions toward you aren't entirely pure. As he spoke, he bent down, leaning close to her ear. His voice, low and magnetic, was enough to make anyone's knees weak. Right now, I'd really like to feed it to you, with my mouth. Want to give it a try? The words sent Tong stumbling back several steps. She looked up at him in shock, only to see that Yu Hanshen had already straightened up, his expression as composed and serious as ever. He was calm, elegant, and mature, completely at odds with the flirtatious remark he had just made. Suddenly, the sound of a phone vibrating broke the silence. It was Yu Hanshen's phone. He answered it casually. Whatever was said on the other end was inaudible to Tong. She only heard his steady, reliable voice reply, "Have Director Huang take you all there first. I need to handle something and will join you shortly." She immediately understood that the something he needed to handle was her. As the CEO of Huangxing, Yu Hanshen was undoubtedly busy, yet he had taken the time to personally deliver medicine to her. Tong didn't know what to feel. Her thoughts were a tangled mess as Yu Hanshen placed the thermos handle into her hand. His deep, penetrating gaze locked onto hers. Drink your medicine. Eat properly. I'll pick you up tonight at Shishan Fenglin. Tong kept her head down and said nothing. Yu Hanshen looked at her soft, trembling eyelashes and couldn't help but recall Fu Yanlin's words. His heart softened. He raised his hand and gently patted the top of her head. I don't know what's troubling you, but trust me. Whatever it is, as long as I'm here, you have nothing to fear. Tong returned to her dorm, holding a thermal food container, her mind clouded with confusion. The words of Yu Hanshen echoed in her ears. As long as I'm here, you don't need to be afraid. It reminded her of the night Yanyang went missing. Yu Hanshen had said the same thing then, his voice carrying a powerful, calming reassurance. Afraid? How could she not be? Fear had been her constant companion for as long as she could remember. As a child, she lived with her grandmother, who often had to work late. Many times, she'd wake up to find herself alone in the house. The nights were the worst. Her grandmother wouldn't come home until deep into the night. Tong's memories were filled with images of herself trembling under the covers, sweating profusely, but too scared to come out of hiding. As she grew older, her fears took on new forms. She started dreading the cruel words of others who called her a wild child. Back then, she didn't even understand what the term meant. All she knew was the terror she felt when other kids pushed her to the ground, surrounding her and shouting those words, as if she were some kind of outcast. When she eventually learned the meaning, she cried and went to her grandmother, desperate for reassurance that she wasn't unwanted, that she wasn't without a father or mother. But her grandmother could only hold her and weep, lamenting how unfair life had been to her. Tong opened the thermal container, revealing 3 layers. The bottom held Chinese herbal medicine, while the other 2 contained breakfast. As she ate, her eyes grew misty. Later, when she was wrongfully convicted and sent to prison, everyone said she had brought it on herself. They scorned her, calling her promiscuous. Even her grandmother urged her to reform and become a better person. No one ever asked if she was scared, if she was terrified when she accidentally took a life, or when she was sentenced. No one ever told her not to be afraid. She was only 17 then, unable to sleep for nights on end because of the overwhelming fear. And because Jiao Lianfeng had made arrangements, the other inmates ostracized her, bullied her, and refused to speak to her. The mental torment was relentless. They deliberately withheld her basic necessities, found excuses to lock her in solitary confinement, and deprived her of food and water. More than once, she fainted from hunger. If only she had known Yu Hanshen back then, surely wouldn't have let such things happen to her. This thought caused her heart to beat erratically, filling her with a sudden urge to tell him everything. Distracted by her thoughts, Tong spent the entire day in a daze. Around 5 in the evening, she took a bus from the school gate to Shishan Maple Grove. Since it was the weekend, Yu Yanxi was home. After finishing her classes, Tong decided to drop by and say hello before leaving. The house was a duplex, and the housekeeper mentioned that Yu Yanxi was upstairs in the yoga room. Tong headed up. Just as she reached the door, she overheard a conversation inside. "Madam, why are you paying Ms. C such a high tutoring fee?" the housekeeper's voice questioned. "Even if it's a student from Haida, the most they'd charge is 500 yuan per hour. Miss C is just a high schooler, why pay her 1,000 per hour? That's 1,000 per session, 2 sessions a week, 4,000 per week, and 16,000 a month. Many top university graduates wouldn't earn that much. Why does she deserve it?" Sidong froze in place. She had asked this question herself before. Though she hadn't been a tutor for long, she was aware of the standard rates in this line of work. What had Yu Yanchi said back then? She had winked playfully and replied, "Because I fancy you." Inside the yoga room, Yu Yang's voice carried a light, amused tone. "It's not like I'm the one paying her tutoring fees. If someone else is willing to foot the bill, why not? Honestly, if I weren't worried about scaring the girl off, my brother would probably want to pay her $1 million per hour." Sitong's ears buzzed. Of course. She was just a high school student. Even though she had won a gold medal in a math competition, there were countless university graduates in Haicheng who were far more qualified. If Yu Yanchi really wanted a tutor, she could easily hire anyone she wanted, renowned professors included. Why had she chosen Sidong and offered her double the market rate? Yu Yang's teasing comment about fancying her wasn't about herself after all. It was someone else. No wonder every time Sidong received her payment, the account name was unfamiliar. She had assumed it was from the accounting department of Yu Yang's law firm. But now, she realized it was all a smokescreen Yu Hanshen's way of concealing his involvement. What else had that man done behind her back? Sidong suddenly thought of Lin Xianer from the Huangting law firm. Everyone said Yu Hanshen had stood up to Zhao Lianfeng because of Lin Xianer and raged on behalf of the woman he admired. But hadn't Sidong also been a target of Zhao Lianfeng's harassment? That night, after drinking too much, she had run into Yu Hanshen at the door and ended up in the hospital with a gastric bleed. Since then, Yu Hanshen had brought her stomach medicine on 2 occasions. Later, when the school organized a health checkup for all students, it wasn't long before Yu Hanshen took her to see Professor Deng, a digestive specialist at Gui Hall. At the time, she thought he was simply concerned about her poor appetite. But now, piecing everything together, even that health checkup seemed suspicious. For several days, Zhang Mengling had been complaining that her uncle must have lost his mind spending money like it was burning a hole in his pocket. It was unprecedented for the principal of number 10 high school to personally fund a full health checkup for the entire school, let alone such a thorough one that even included gastroscopy. Could it be because of that time she had fled the hospital and refused to undergo the procedure? Perhaps Yu Hanshen had resorted to this roundabout plan to ensure she could complete the checkup without any psychological burden. In an instant, it was as though a hand had swept away the fog in Si Tong's mind. Many things that had previously eluded her suddenly became clear. Ms. Si, the housekeeper, having just come out of the yoga room after delivering water, was startled to see Si Tong standing at the door. "What are you doing here? How long have you been standing there?" The housekeeper smiled nervously, likely because she had just been gossiping about Si Tong. Si Tong slowly returned to her senses, a faint smile curving her lips. "I just came up. The class is over, so I thought I'd say goodbye to Zuzu's mom." Hearing her voice at the door, Yu Yanchi, who was drinking water inside, choked and coughed a few times before turning to look. Si Tong, after finishing her brief conversation with the housekeeper, walked into the yoga room with her usual composure. "Zuzu's mom, I'll head out now," she said lightly. Yu Yanchi felt a pang of guilt. Did she just ruin her younger brother's carefully laid plans? Actually, the usually eloquent and sharp-tongued lawyer, who could dominate any courtroom, found herself at a loss for words in this awkward moment. She couldn't think of a single thing to say to explain the situation. Si Tong finished speaking and turned to leave. "Si Tong." Yu Yanchi called out, hesitated for a moment, and then couldn't help but speak on behalf of her brother. "Can I call you Tong Tong? Hanshen didn't mean to keep anything from you. He was just afraid you wouldn't accept his kindness. You know how he is very wealthy. If you were willing, he'd probably give you everything he owns so that you'd have the best life possible. But after spending time with you, I can see you're a principled and grounded person, and I really admire that. So please don't be upset with him for this." Si Tong turned back and smiled faintly. "I'm not upset with him." Watching her leave absent-mindedly, Yu Yanchi sighed and held her face in her hands, frustrated. Her younger brother, already well into adulthood and never having been in a relationship, had finally found someone he liked. As someone with experience, she could tell that he was treading carefully, afraid to hold on too tightly, but equally afraid of letting go and losing her. What now? It seemed she had just disrupted his carefully orchestrated plan. Feeling exasperated, Yu Yanchi picked up her phone and made a call. When the other end answered, she immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, Hanshen. I couldn't keep the secret." Si Tong stepped out of the yoga room and headed downstairs. As she reached the bottom, Jojo approached her, holding a Go board and 2 boxes of game pieces. "Miss Si, let's play a game," he exclaimed. Jojo loved Go, and despite his young age, he was exceptionally skilled. Aside from his Go instructor and Yu Hanshen, Si Tong was the only one who could truly challenge him. What thrilled him even more was the fact that Ms. Si hadn't known how to play at all when they first met. It was under his guidance that she'd learned. And now, she could even beat him, which both frustrated and excited him. Every time Si Tong came to teach him, he insisted on playing a couple of games with her. But today, Si Tong was preoccupied. She couldn't stop thinking about Yu Hanshen's words from earlier that morning had told her he would come to Shishan Maple Forest to pick her up in the evening. She figured he was probably downstairs already. Miss C has something to take care of today, she said gently. How about we play next week instead? Tong was always patient with children. She crouched down to meet Jojo's eye level. Next week, I'll give you a quiz. If you ace it, we'll reserve half an hour just for go. How does that sound? Jojo's usually serious little face softened into a smile. Okay. When Tong first met Jojo, she thought he was a cold and aloof little guy, with an air of, don't mess with me written all over his face. But after spending time with him, she discovered he was obedient and considerate, to the point of making one's heart ache. Tong stood up, ready to leave, when Yu Yanchi came downstairs and called out to her. Stay for dinner before you go. Hanshen is already upstairs. Tong paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. Then I hope I'm not intruding. Seeing that she hadn't declined, Yu Yanchi's face lit up. She stepped forward and looped her arm around Tong's. You're not intruding at all. Hanshen will be happy you're staying for dinner. The fact that Tong was willing to stay suggested there was still room to mend things. A while later, the doorbell rang. The housekeeper went to open the door, and as Yu Hanshen entered, his gaze fell on Tong and Jojo sitting across from each other at the go board. Tong's expression was calm, her long, slender fingers delicately holding a black game piece. After a brief moment of thought, she placed it on the board. Jojo immediately scrunched his little face into a dramatic frown. Miss C, why do you always start with such aggressive moves? He protested. On the go board, as in life, it's a battlefield. You're too careless, Tong replied evenly. Jojo pouted, revealing a rare glimpse of childishness. As he began sorting the black and white pieces, he muttered, Let's start over. Lost already? A deep, magnetic voice interrupted. Jojo looked up and, spotting Yu Hanshen, immediately dropped the game pieces and ran over to him, arms outstretched. Uncle, are you here to see me? Jojo had a deep attachment to Yu Hanshen, relying on him in a way that went beyond the typical uncle-nephew relationship. In his young mind, Yu Hanshen occupied the role of a father figure. Yu Hanshen picked up the little boy, but his gaze moved to Tong. Have you been listening to Miss C during your lessons? He asked. Jojo nodded proudly. Of course. Miss C even said I'm smart and catch on quickly. Yu Hanshen set Jojo back down in front of the go board. His calm eyes swept over towards Tong. Miss C knows how to play go too? He asked. Jojo puffed up with pride. I taught her. Miss C is really smart, she picked it up right away. Now she's even better than me. Uncle, you should play with Miss C and see who's better. Tong quietly picked up a game piece, saying nothing. Suddenly, a well-defined masculine hand appeared in her line of sight, helping to sort the pieces. The veins on the back of the hand stood out slightly, exuding strength and masculinity. Yu Hanshen's voice was steady and magnetic. That depends on whether Miss C is willing to play a game with me. Hearing the subtle probing in his words, Tong pressed her lips together. Agreeing to play would signal she wasn't angry anymore. Whatever had happened upstairs earlier, Yuanchi had likely already told him about it. That would explain why he'd come upstairs to find her. He was probably hoping Jojo could act as a mediator between them. After all, she had a soft spot for Jojo and wouldn't rashly quit her job because of him. Once the pieces were sorted, Tong took the black ones. She picked up a piece, glanced at Yu Hanshen, and as expected, met his deep, dark eyes. His gaze was so intense and direct that it made her heart skip a beat. Regaining her composure, she looked away and said as calmly as she could, Shall we begin? Who goes first? You go, Yu Hanshen said smoothly. Under his watchful gaze, Tong found it hard to concentrate, yet somehow, she managed to win. Uncle, why are you helping Miss C win? Jojo exclaimed, his small face full of indignation. Even he had noticed that Yu Hanshen had deliberately let Tong win. Miss C's go skills are exceptional. I am impressed, Yu Hanshen said, his expression calm and voice steady, as if completely unfazed by Jojo's accusation. From his tone, Tong could detect a hint of indulgence. Her ears burned slightly, and she lowered her head, saying nothing. At that moment, Yu Yanchi came downstairs, freshly showered. Let's eat, she said. During dinner, Yu Yanchi noticed that Tong seemed genuinely calm, and her own heart finally settled. After the meal, Jojo tried to drag both his uncle and Miss C back to the go board, but Yu Yanchi sent him off to take a bath and go to bed. Tong and Yu Hanshen walked downstairs together. Standing side by side in silence, Tong had many questions she wanted to ask but didn't know where to begin. It wasn't until the Maybach pulled up in front of the school that she finally spoke. This time, she didn't immediately get out of the car as she usually did. Yu Hanshen noticed her hesitation and, after a moment, reached out to gently touch the top of her head. His voice was steady and calm. If you have something to say, just say it. Tong carefully organized her thoughts. Looking at the man's stern, handsome face, she finally spoke. Last year, our school organized a health checkup for all the students. I heard Principal Wu paid for it out of his own pocket. But actually, it was you who covered the cost, wasn't it? Though phrased as a question, her tone was firm. Yu Hanshen didn't respond. His silence was as good as an admission. Tong continued, when I was working part-time at the royal court, I heard a story about you. They said you stood up for a waitress named Lin Xianer who was being harassed by a guest. To teach the guest a lesson, you humiliated them in the same way they had humiliated her. Did you really do that for Lin Xianer? Even though she thought she already knew the answer, she still wanted to hear it from him. Yu Hanshen looked at her for a moment before speaking in his deep, steady voice. No. It was for a stubborn little rebel. The words, stubborn little rebel, carried a strange warmth and affection. Tong turned her face away. I'm not ungrateful. I remember everything you've done for me. Remembering it while still keeping your distance from me? Yu Hanshen's tone held a trace of helplessness. Tong lowered her eyes. Her voice was soft, almost muffled. I'm not as good as you think I am. I'm not worth all the trouble you're going through for me. Yu Hanshen reached out, gently gripping her chin and turning her face toward him. Whether you're worth it or not is for me to decide, not you. All you need to consider is whether or not you want to stay by my side. His words were firm, resolute, and carried an unwavering strength that left no room for doubt. Yu Hanshen's words were not sweet talk, but they carried a steady and reliable weight, like a powerful wave that effortlessly broke through the last bit of defense in Tong's heart. Her eyes reddened, her emotions surged with unease, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Do I want to stay by his side? Of course she did. From the moment he appeared in Tongqing late at night, that fleeting moment of her heartbeat had quietly shifted her emotions. Or perhaps it was even earlier at Guai Hall, when Elder Deng had told her how serious her condition was. She had been filled with panic and uncertainty, and Yu Hanshen had silently appeared behind her, wrapping her in his arms. At that moment, his tall and strong figure felt like the safest harbor in the world. No need to answer me right away. Yu Hanshen interrupted her hesitant words with a calm yet firm voice. I have all the time and patience to wait for you to figure it out, but before you do, Miss C, don't push me away, and don't play games with your health. His words carried a clear tone of concern. As he spoke, he let go of her chin, his knuckles brushing against her soft cheek before he added, I don't want my future wife to end up being frail and sickly. The sensation of her smooth, tender skin lingered on his fingertips, and he couldn't resist pinching the soft flesh of her cheek. His deep voice followed, it's getting late. Go to bed. Tong's already sluggish mind was thrown into even more disarray by his mention of wife. She stood there in a daze for a moment before her thoughts slowly returned, and the heat rose to her face. She didn't avoid Yu Hanshen's affectionate touch, but simply lowered her gaze. Who's your wife? Her shy yet teasing tone brought a faint smile to Yu Hanshen's lips. His rough fingers gently traced along her cheek, moving to slide into her hair. His broad palm cupped her delicate face as he murmured, if you're not going to be my wife, then whose wife do you want to be? That song, fellows. As he spoke, Yu Hanshen leaned closer, his forehead lightly resting against hers. His warm breath brushed across her face, making her heart race. Tong could hear the hint of jealousy in his voice as he brought up her blind date, which made her think he was petty, but at the same time, a small sweetness bloomed in her heart. At such close range, their eyes locked, and Yu Hanshen's gaze fell to her lips, dark and intense. Tong's heart pounded like a drum. We'll head back now, she stammered. But as she tried to retreat, she realized she couldn't. At some point, Yu Hanshen's hand had moved to the back of her neck, holding her firmly in place. His grip was unyielding, like iron, and her panic surged. Are you? Hearing the slight tremor in her voice, Yu Hanshen paused, restraining himself as he released her and straightened up. His voice was low and slightly hoarse. Get some rest. With slender fingers, he touched the control panel, and the car door on Tong's side slowly opened. She fumbled with the seatbelt, her hands trembling and seemingly devoid of strength. After a long moment, she still couldn't unbuckle it. Overhead, she heard the man's low chuckle. Her face burned even hotter as Yu Hanshen reached over, his large hand easily enveloping hers. With a slight press of his thumb, the seatbelt clicked open, and Tong's shoulders loosened. Without saying a word, she grabbed her belongings and got out of the car, quickly walking through the gates of number 10 high school. Yu Hanshen lowered the car window, leaning back as he watched her retreating figure with amusement. His deep eyes appeared calm, but a smile gradually formed in their depths. As Tong walked, her pace gradually slowed. She could feel Yu Hanshen's gaze on her, his presence was too strong to ignore. After a few more steps, she stopped, standing still for a few seconds before turning around and running back toward the Maybach, her pace quickening with each step. Yu Hanshen, who had just lit a cigarette and was about to drive away, paused when he noticed her running toward him. He calmly parked the car again and stepped out. Unlike the time they encountered trouble at the night market, this time Yu Hanshen was prepared. When her slender figure threw itself into his arms, he stood firm, catching her effortlessly. Worried that his cigarette might burn her, Yu Hanshen extinguished it against the car. They had embraced several times before, but this was the first time Tong had initiated it. Her arms wrapped tightly around his strong waist, and her face was buried against his chest. Her sudden action caught Yu Hanshen slightly off guard. Sensing her emotional state, he placed a comforting hand on her thin shoulder, gently rubbing it. "What's wrong?" After a long moment, her muffled voice, tinged with tears, broke the silence. "Mr. Yu, I'm really not as good as you think. I've killed someone. I've been in prison." Recalling that dark chapter of her life, even with her composed nature, Tong couldn't remain unshaken. The words caught in her throat, bitter and difficult to say. She repeated, "I'm not as good as you think," twice, and Yu Hanshen keenly picked up on the deeper meaning behind her words. Suddenly, he recalled what Elder Deng had said. The young girl had gone through a mental breakdown and physical abuse. The first time he met her, she was picking up food from the ground with such a cold, indifferent expression. Yu Hanshen couldn't fathom what she must have endured to develop such a withdrawn and taciturn personality, but he knew it couldn't have been a happy past. He also remembered that she had taken a 4-year break from school. Was it during those years that something unbearable happened to her? Thinking this through, a trace of heartache appeared in Yu Hanshen's eyes. Realizing the girl in his arms was softly sobbing, Yu Hanshen released her, bent down, and gently cupped her tear-streaked face. "Is this why you rejected me last time?" he asked, his thumb tenderly wiping away Tong's tears. "If it's too hard to say, then don't force yourself," he added, his tone deep and measured. "I don't care what you've been through in the past. What I care about is your present and your future. Your past will never change how much you mean to men it now, not ever." After wiping the tears from her face, Yu Hanshen pulled her back into his arms, holding her tightly with firm yet comforting strength. "The past is already gone. Don't let it imprison the person you are now," he said, his voice steady and full of quiet guidance. Tong remained silent. Her hand slipped inside Yu Hanshen's coat, clutching tightly at his back. Her cheek pressed against his chest, where the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat filled her ears. The constant anxiety she carried, like floating duckweed, found a sense of grounded security. After a long pause, she lifted her face, gazing up at Yu Hanshen's stern yet strikingly handsome features. "But I haven't told you what happened. What if it's something really, really terrible?" she asked. "No matter how terrible it is, it's not worse than you trying to push me away," he replied firmly. "Don't you want to know?" she pressed. "I do," Yu Hanshen admitted honestly, "but it'll wait. When you're ready to face your past without breaking into tears, I'll be here to listen." In his tone, Tong heard respect and care, and an indescribable emotion stirred within her, filling her heart like a blooming garden. When he mentioned her crying, she belatedly felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially when she noticed the damp patch on his ash-gray shirt. Her face grew warm as she reached out to smooth the wet fabric. "I'm sorry," she murmured softly. "I couldn't control myself." Yu Hanshen caught her small hand, pressing it firmly against his chest. With his other hand, he encircled her slender waist. "How does Miss C plan to compensate me for my shirt?" he asked, his tone teasing. The hard contours of his muscles were palpable through the thin fabric, and Tong's face grew even hotter. She tried to pull her hand back, but Yu Hanshen held it in place with greater strength. Lightly biting her lip, she asked, "How do you want me to compensate you?" "Have lunch with me tomorrow," he said simply. Tong didn't refuse. Yu Hanshen gazed quietly at her delicate features still flushed with emotion, and his heart stirred. He drew her closer for another embrace, though not for long. After all, they were at the school gate. Though there weren't many people around, he was mindful of Tong's reputation and released her willingly. Bending down, he picked up the canvas bag that had fallen at their feet, dusted it off, and handed it back to her. "Go home and get some rest," he reminded her again. With his hands in his pockets, Yu Hanshen stood by his Maybach, watching the girl walk through the gates of number 10 high school. Only when her figure disappeared did he lower his gaze to the tear stains on his chest. The warmth in his eyes gradually faded. Sliding into the car, he lit another cigarette, taking a few puffs before grabbing the black phone resting on the center console. He dialed a number, and the call was quickly answered. "Look into someone for me," he said, exhaling smoke as his cigarette-holding hand extended out the window. Leaning back against the seat, his half-lidded eyes carried an air of indifference, but beneath that nonchalance lay a sharp edge that Tong had never seen. As ashes fluttered down, a gravelly, deferential voice came through the receiver. "Who?" Yu Hanshen slowly exhaled a thin stream of smoke, his gaze falling on Tong's tearful, fragile eyes. After a moment of silence, he decided to let it go. Without another word, he ended the call decisively. His eyes lingered on the direction where Tong had disappeared, dark and unreadable. Time was on his side. Some matters could wait until the young girl was ready to confide in him. As for those who had wronged her, none of them would escape his reckoning. After finishing his cigarette, Yu Hanshen pressed the butt against the car's body to extinguish it, then revved the engine and drove off. Meanwhile, Tong returned to her dormitory on unsteady legs. The weight on her chest had lightened somewhat after Yu Hanshen's reassuring words, but she knew these issues were inevitable and would have to be faced sooner or later. After all, Yu Zhiheng was Yu Hanshen's nephew, and Qin Sahan had married into the Yu family. Being with Yu Hanshen meant she couldn't avoid interacting with them. Secrets couldn't be kept forever. Yet, she told herself, just a little more time she believed she would eventually find the courage to be honest with him. Lost in thought, she grabbed her toiletries and headed to the bathroom. Passing by the mirror, her reflection startled her. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes shimmering, and her expression carried an unmistakable softness like someone hopelessly in love. She raised a hand to touch her warm cheeks, feeling the heat radiating off them. She leaned forward to open the bathroom window, letting the cold winter wind rush in. Yet, even as the chill brushed her skin, the memory of crying into Yu Hanshen's chest, soaking his shirt, only made her face burn hotter. After finishing her routine, she headed back to her dorm. On the way, some other girls who hadn't gone home for the holiday passed by, glancing at her repeatedly. Although she was used to being looked at tonight, perhaps because of her own guilty conscience, she found it hard to remain indifferent under their gazes. Back in the dorm, she hung up her freshly washed clothes on the balcony when her phone rang. It was Yu Hanshen. Holding the hanger, she answered, Yuzong. Why aren't you asleep yet? His voice over the phone sounded even deeper and more magnetic. Her heartbeat quickened slightly. She set the hanger down. If I were asleep, wouldn't you have woken me? So it's my fault? His teasing tone was unmistakable. I didn't say that, she replied softly, pressing her lips together. A brief silence followed. Go to bed. Staying up late isn't good for your health. Okay, she murmured. After a pause, she added, you should rest early too. His voice carried a hint of laughter. All right. Tomorrow at noon, I'll meet you at the school gate. After tonight, their relationship had subtly shifted. Meeting for a meal was no longer just about eating, it felt more like a date. A mix of unease and nervousness swirled in her heart, accompanied by a trace of sweetness. She responded with a quiet okay, paused again, and then added, good night, Yuzong. She waited for him to hang up first, as she always did out of respect for him. But this time, she heard his voice again. Tong. Yes. Good night. She froze for a moment, then gathered herself and replied, good night. This time Yu Hanshen let her hang up first. Holding her phone, now silent after the call had ended, Tong took a deep breath to steady herself. She turned off the lights and lay back in bed, still feeling as though she were in a dream. The first time they met, Yu Hanshen had been a distinguished guest in the Qin family's home, while she, freshly released from prison, was penniless and unwelcome, unable to even get a glass of water in that household. Back then, she could never have imagined that one day she would become entangled with this untouchable man. The gap between them loomed large not just in age and life experience, but also in status, family background, and social standing. These differences would always exist, and might one day become obstacles between them. But that didn't matter. From the moment she decided to turn back and throw herself into his arms, she had resolved to give it her all. Even if they couldn't make it to the end, at least she would have no regrets about the present. Her thoughts swirled until she finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, a loud knock on the door woke her up. Tong opened the door. Your beloved sister is back to spoil you. It was Zhang Mengling's carefree voice. Tong got out of bed to open the door, surprised. Why are you back so early? Dragging her suitcase inside, Zhang Mengling grinned. I couldn't bear the thought of my darling suffering alone, so I came back to shower you with love. Are you happy? Surprised? Tong replied wordlessly. Come on, look what I brought you. Zhang Mengling opened a thermos container. It's Lantern Festival today. I made these tangyuan myself this morning. Eat up. Tong eyed her hands skeptically. Did you wear gloves while making them? Zhang Mengling widened her eyes in mock indignation, circling Tong as if inspecting her. What's gotten into you? You're making jokes now? Not very funny ones, but still, this isn't like you. Wait, are you in love? The question startled Tong. She instinctively denied it. No, I'm not. She wasn't exactly lying. She and Yu Hanshen hadn't officially defined their relationship yet. He had said they'd wait until after her college entrance exams. For now, it was more like they were each other's potential candidate. Still, her reaction felt a little guilty. Zhang Mengling squinted at her. Something's off. You're acting weird today. Before Tong could respond, her phone rang again. It was Heng's call. Her phone was charging on the desk, and her gaze shifted to it. I'll take this outside, she said, grabbing her phone and leaving the room. Watching her go, Zhang Mengling narrowed her eyes. She's definitely hiding something. When Tong returned, Zhang Mengling caught a faint whiff of bitter herbal medicine on her. Crossing her arms, she asked, I thought you said you weren't drinking Chinese medicine anymore? Tong hesitated. And another thing, don't you think the male god has been acting odd with you? Last term, after you were diagnosed with severe gastritis, he took you to see a traditional Chinese doctor and had someone deliver herbal medicine to you daily. That's the kind of thing parents do. Why is he so invested? Unless Zhang Mengling leaned in, her nose nearly touching Si Tong's face. Did you secretly make him your godfather? Si Tong sighed. Maybe he feels guilty because I got hurt at the Yu family's house, so he's being extra considerate. She didn't want others to know about her connection with Yu Hanshen. Well, if that's the case, I should have been the one to get hurt. Zhang Mengling lamented dramatically, throwing herself onto the lower bunk. By the way, eat those tangyuan while they're hot. Then come shopping with me. My brother landed a big deal recently, got drunk celebrating last night, and I managed to sweet-talk him into sending me 50,000 yuan. Let's go on a shopping spree. No wonder you came back so early. Afraid I'd ask for it back? Si Tong teased. Not entirely. Mostly, I miss my darling beauty. Zhang Mengling kicked back with a grin, crossing her legs. Si Tong had already eaten breakfast. Tiang had brought her some earlier, but she still sat down to eat the tangyuan. Remembering her lunch plans with Yu Hanshen, she glanced at Zhang Mengling, her eyes flickering slightly. The two of them headed to the shopping street not far from the school. The area was filled with mid-range and budget-friendly brands, perfect for students like Zhang Mengling to shop. After wandering around for a while, even someone as carefree as Zhang Mengling noticed that Si Tong seemed distracted. What's wrong? You've been preoccupied since we left, Zhang Mengling asked. In just a short time, Zhang Mengling had accumulated a pile of shopping bags, and Si Tong's hands were nearly full as well. Si Tong thought about it. She and Yu Hanshen hadn't officially started a relationship yet. After the college entrance exams, when things were confirmed between them, she could tell Zhang Mengling then. Yu Hanshen was a well-known entrepreneur, always under public scrutiny. As a public figure, any rumors about him being ambiguously involved with a high school student could harm his reputation. In more serious cases, it might even affect Huangshan Group's stock prices. Si Tong decided it was better to wait until she was no longer in such an awkward position and wouldn't cause any negative impact on Yu Hanshen. More importantly, Zhang Mengling had a loose tongue. If she found out, it was almost guaranteed the news would spread everywhere. Si Tong didn't want to create trouble for Yu Hanshen. With that in mind, she shook her head and, while Zhang Mengling was trying on clothes, sent Yu Hanshen a message. I'm with Lingling right now, so I won't be able to have lunch with you. After sending the message, Si Tong felt a bit relieved and focused on accompanying Zhang Mengling. However, it was mostly Zhang Mengling doing the shopping. Si Tong, who wasn't materialistic and didn't need anything, had no desire to buy anything. When Yu Hanshen's call came through, Si Tong and Zhang Mengling had just walked into a shoe store. Seeing his name on the screen, she immediately declined the call and sent him another message. My phone's volume is loud, and it's inconvenient to take a call right now. Yu Hanshen didn't call again. Shortly after, Zhang Mengling received a call from Zhang Junqing. Feeling guilty for tricking her brother out of 50,000 yuan, she didn't dare answer. But then Zhang Junqing's call came through to Si Tong's phone, and she couldn't avoid answering. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Junqing's voice came through. Can you hand the phone to Lingling? Zhang Mengling pouted and reluctantly took the phone. How did you know him with Tong? You didn't even ask if she was with me. You must have known from the start. Don't worry about how I know. You have 20 minutes to get home, or you'll see what happens. Zhang Junqing's tone was strict. You're getting bold, huh? Learning to scam money now. Get back here immediately. Watching Zhang Mengling angrily board the bus home, Si Tong decided to head back to school. Just then, Yu Hanshen's call came through again. This time, Si Tong answered. Where are you? Yu Hanshen's voice was direct. Hearing the hint that he planned to pick her up, Si Tong couldn't help but feel that his timing was impeccable. The moment Zhang Mengling left, his call came through, as if he knew she was free again. Was Yu Hanshen just that perceptive, or was he orchestrating everything behind the scenes? Thinking about how Zhang Junqing seemed to know from the start that Zhang Mengling was with her, a faint smile appeared on Si Tong's lips. This man would go to great lengths just to have lunch together. Si Tong gave him her location and sat on a bench at the bus stop to wait for him. About 10 minutes later, a Maybach pulled up in front of her. Today, Yu Hanshen had a driver. As soon as the car stopped, the rear door slowly opened. Yu Hanshen, with his long legs crossed, was seated in the back. He was on a call, seemingly discussing work. Si Tong caught phrases like new energy product launch. His expression was serious, exuding a calm and composed aura. Si Tong couldn't help but recall how she had thrown herself into his arms the night before. The memory made her feel a little embarrassed. Suddenly, she felt the warm, dry touch of his hand on hers. Before she could react, her hand was already in his grasp. While holding his phone with one hand and speaking in a serious, professional tone, Yu Hanshen used his other hand to hold hers, his thumb lightly brushing against the back of her hand in a teasing manner. Si Tong's face grew warm, her heart beating faster. She turned her head to look out the window, trying to distract herself. When they arrived at the hotel, Tong got out of the car and followed Yu Hanshen inside. Looking at the tall, commanding figure in front of her, she felt a sense of inexplicable security. Once they were seated in the private dining room, Yu Hanshen skillfully ordered the dishes, and the server left shortly after. Tong sat across from him, watching as he leaned back casually in his chair, his broad frame exuding confidence. After staring at her for a moment, he gestured for her to come over. Come here. Tong's heart skipped a beat. His gaze was deep and intense, making her feel a bit uneasy. For some reason, she felt reluctant to move closer. Tong's heart raced wildly as she avoided meeting Yu Hanshen's intense gaze, lowering her head and pretending not to hear him. Across from her, the sound of knuckles tapping against the table broke the silence, deliberate knocks, neither too light nor too heavy, carrying an unmistakable warning. Tong felt a chill run down her spine but continued to feign ignorance. Moments later, Yu Hanshen stood up, taking a few long strides around the table. Before Tong could react, she found herself lifted off the ground. In the blink of an eye, she was seated on his lap. Beneath her, the firmness of his muscular thighs startled her. Instinctively, she grabbed onto his shoulders, and when she realized she was now sitting in his arms, her face flushed a deep red. Why, President Yu? Tong stammered nervously, her eyes darting toward the private room's door in panic. What if someone saw them like this? Yu Hanshen's arm circled her waist, while his other hand casually rested against her side. She could feel his hand gently kneading the soft flesh at her waist, sending a wave of tension through her body as if all her senses had converged on the spot beneath his touch. Why do you always refuse to listen? A low, deep voice sounded above her. Tong turned her face away, her heart pounding even harder. She already felt uneasy in front of Yu Hanshen, and now she was even more worried about how intimate their posture looked. If someone walked in, she didn't know how she'd explain. Yu Hanshen studied her flushed, shy expression, and with a firm hand, tilted her chin to face him. Am I that scary? He asked, his voice calm yet teasing. You don't even dare to look at me. Tong's cheeks were pinched, forcing her lips to part slightly. Her soft, plump lips looked incredibly inviting under the dim light, and Yu Hanshen's eyes darkened. That look in his eyes made Tong inexplicably uneasy, as though he were a predator about to pounce. President Yu, she began hesitantly. Her voice, trembling with nervousness and fear, came out soft and delicate, almost like a whimper. It seemed to stir something in him, as his Adam's apple visibly moved, and his lips pressed into a thin line. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Your phone. Hand it over. Tong was confused about why he wanted her phone, but she noticed his attention had shifted from her lips to the device. Feeling a sudden sense of relief, she quickly took out her phone and handed it to him. It was an outdated model her grandmother had bought for her before she moved to Haicheng. The phone was cheap, with a worn-out exterior and scuffs from frequent use. Yu Hanshen took the phone, his movements steady and efficient as he removed the SIM card. As he did so, he let go of her waist, and Tong took the chance to attempt slipping off his lap. Don't move. His command came just as she was about to stand, as if he had read her mind. Tong hesitated, feeling a bit defiant but still too intimidated to disobey. She stayed put as Yu Hanshen tossed her old phone into the trash can without a second thought. She gasped, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. Before she could ask why he did that, he pulled a sleek, moon-white smartphone out of his coat pocket. It lacked any packaging, clearly prepared in advance. Realizing he was giving her a new phone, Tong quickly understood his intentions. It likely had to do with her mentioning earlier that her phone's loud notifications made it inconvenient to answer calls. Sure enough, after inserting her SIM card, Yu Hanshen handed the new phone to her. Use this from now on. It'll be easier for private conversations, he said, his tone serious as ever. But his words, spoken so matter-of-factly, carried a hint of intimacy that made her heart skip a beat. Tong's ears burned. Who said I wanted to have private conversations with you? She muttered under her breath. Yu Hanshen tightened his arm around her waist, his gaze locking onto hers. Then who do you want to have private conversations with? Tong lowered her gaze, clutching the phone in her hands. No one, she replied softly. Her displeased tone made Yu Hanshen chuckle lightly. He reached out to lift her chin again, forcing her to meet his eyes. Her face was flushed, her eyes shy and glistening, her skin smooth and delicate. Her slightly parted lips seemed to silently invite him closer, exuding an irresistible allure. Yu Hanshen leaned in, closing the distance between them. But just as their lips were about to touch, a knock came from the door. Excuse me, President Yu. May we start serving the dishes? Called a polite voice from outside the room. The interruption froze Yu Hanshen in place, his lips hovering a mere millimeter from hers. A flicker of displeasure crossed his deep, dark eyes. Tong seized the opportunity to slip off his lap and sit back across the table. Her composure was nowhere to be found. Her heart raced, her ears burned, and even her breathing was uneven. In contrast, Yu Hanshen remained calm and composed, his expression as serious as ever, as if the man who had almost kissed her moments ago was someone else entirely. Biting her lip, Sidong couldn't help but think this man was quite the actor. As the dishes were served one by one, Sidong found it impossible to calm down in Yu Hanshen's presence. She stood abruptly. "Two need to use the restroom," she said, her voice flustered. She intended to splash some cold water on her face to regain her composure. But as she approached the restroom, a familiar figure appeared in front of her. "Sidong." Yu Jing greeted her, his voice filled with surprise and delight. He walked up to her, immediately noticing her flushed cheeks. Concerned, he asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Are you okay?" He reached out, intending to check her temperature. Sidong frowned slightly and stepped back, avoiding him without saying a word. She tried to walk past him without engaging, unwilling to get entangled with him here. Yu Jing felt a pang in his heart when he saw her completely ignoring him. On impulse, he grabbed her wrist. "Tong, don't treat me like this. Can't we at least be friends?" His gaze fixed intently on Tong's face. It had been 2 or 3 months since their last encounter at the hospital. Did she have any idea how much he had longed to see her again? "Have you forgotten? At Yuan's birthday party, I was the one who helped you," he said, knowing it was despicable to leverage gratitude. Still, he couldn't help but plead, "Can you at least acknowledge me for that? Just treat me like an ordinary friend, please." Back at the hospital, he had wanted to use the same argument to compel her anything to avoid being treated as a stranger. But Qin Sahan had been present, and he couldn't say what he truly wanted. Now, Tong's anger flared. She turned away and shook off his hand. "Friends? And then what? Are you expecting me to be your mistress?" Her voice was laced with sarcasm. Yu Jiheng froze. Tu didn't mean it like that. His thoughts were clear. First, they could be friends. Then, after divorcing Qin Sahan, he would slowly win her back. He could never bear for her to be a woman scorned by others. "Yu Jiheng," she said coldly, "do you realize how much trouble your so-called love brings me? Wasn't everything I endured for you 4 years ago enough?" Her words cut deep, and the memory of failing to protect her back then filled Yu Jiheng with guilt and anguish. "It won't happen again," he swore. "I've grown up. I'm a lawyer now, connected with prominent figures in the legal world. I will never let you be isolated and helpless again, Tong. Please believe me." The image of her being sentenced in court 4 years ago was a scar that would never heal. Bending slightly, Yu Jiheng reached out, wanting to embrace her. But when his eyes met her cold, indifferent gaze, his arms fell weakly to his sides. Tong stared at him, trapped in the pain of the past, and suddenly recalled something Yu Hanshen had once said. She hesitated for a moment and softened her tone. "Jiheng." Hearing her call him by that familiar name, Yu Jiheng's eyes brightened, and he stepped closer, his voice trembling with emotion. Tong. "The past is the past," she said, repeating Yu Hanshen's words. "Don't let what's already happened keep holding you back." His heart sank. "Then what about us?" A sense of foreboding crept over him. Tong thought of Yu Hanshen, who was still waiting for her in the private room, and her tone grew even more distant. "We can't be friends. You should look forward and live your own life." With that, she walked past him without a glance back. Yu Jing stood frozen, watching her resolute figure disappear. He clenched his fists tightly. No, he would never give up. Tong hadn't stopped loving him, was certain of it. Their past had been so beautiful. She was simply unable to let go of the deaths of her uncle and brother. He could give her time, 10 years, 20 years, even 30. He believed that one day, she would return to him. As long as she remained unmarried, he would keep holding on. Yu Jing's sudden appearance and his unwavering devotion felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Tong, extinguishing the warmth and excitement she had felt earlier. She couldn't understand, since he was already married to Qin Sahan, why was he treating her like this? Tong stayed in the restroom for a while, composing herself and washing her hands. As she stepped out, she was startled to see Yu Hanshen standing outside. "Mr. Yu, what are you doing here?" The hotel's heating was strong, so Yu Hanshen had taken off his coat, leaving him in a black shirt and trousers. The dark colors accentuated his maturity and seriousness. His gaze was calm yet carried an air of authority that seemed deeply ingrained. However, at this moment, there was a faint trace of gentleness in his demeanor. "It's been so long since you came out, I thought you might fallen in," he said with a hint of teasing, though his tone remained steady and composed. As he spoke, he stubbed out the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray with a casual motion, his eyes falling on the girl, who looked slightly flustered. "Why the guilty look?" Tong quickly composed herself and replied, "I am not guilty of anything." Her voice had an unintentional hint of playfulness. Yu Hanshen chuckled softly, not pressing further. "Let's head back. If we don't, the food will get cold." Tong followed behind him. In the hotel corridor, people came and went occasionally, but the man refrained from making any overly intimate gestures. Watching his broad and steady back, Tong's thoughts drifted to Yuzhang, and a trace of unease flashed through her eyes. She bit her lip and, after a moment of hesitation, reached out to gently tug the fabric of Yu Hanshen's shirt at his waist. Feeling the soft pull at his waist, Yu Hanshen turned his head and saw the girl hanging her head, following him obediently like a shy little wife. His heart softened, and he smiled faintly. Even though he knew her identity was sensitive and they should maintain some distance in public, he allowed her to hold onto his shirt. After dinner, Yu Hanshen offered to drive Tong back to her school. On the way, he received several work-related calls. By the time the Maybach came to a stop, he was still finishing up a conversation. Tong didn't want to interrupt, so she silently opened the car door to get out. Before she could leave, however, Yu Hanshen grabbed her wrist. She turned back, looking at him with confusion. Discuss the rest during the meeting. The hive acquisition must be finalized by next week. That's all. Yu Hanshen concluded the call in a few short sentences. Then, he reached into his coat pocket, pulled out his wallet, and handed her a bank card. Use the money on this card from now on. Don't go to Zuza's place anymore, just focus on your studies. The college entrance exams are only 4 months away. Tong initially wanted to refuse. She already had enough money between the compensation from Boss Dong, the New Year's money from Yu Hanshen, the 20,000 yuan bonus from Principal Wu, and the tutoring fees shed saved from teaching Zhozhou. She was financially stable. However, remembering that she still owed Yu Hanshen 300,000 yuan and that he had repeatedly evaded giving her his bank account details, she changed her mind. After a brief pause, she reached out and took the card. A sly glint flashed in her eyes as her lips curved into a smile. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Seeing how readily she accepted, Yu Hanshen was momentarily surprised. Based on what he knew of her, he had expected her to resist using his money. He had even prepared to use a bit of coercion to make her accept it, but now it seemed unnecessary. I need to go abroad this afternoon. I'll be back in a week, he said, holding her delicate hand briefly. Be good and wait for me. Okay, Tong replied obediently. As more students returned to campus, the Maybach didn't linger. Tong stood by the roadside, watching the car drive away. She spent the evening studying in her dormitory, and when she estimated that Yu Hanshen's flight had already taken off, she went to a nearby bank and transferred 300,000 yuan into the card he had given her. Since he would be away for a week, she figured he might forget about the matter by the time he returned, sparing her from any further confrontation. The way that man settled accounts was something she found hard to handle. Recalling the incident in the restroom of the Royal Court Lounge, where Yu Hanshen had cornered her with an intimate posture, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. They had been so close that she could sense the changes in his body. Although inexperienced, she wasn't entirely ignorant about what those changes signified. Meanwhile, Yu Hanshen landed in the US in the early hours of the morning. The moment he turned on his phone, a notification popped up about a change in his bank account balance. Seeing that the transaction involved the card he had given to Tong, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. He recalled what Fu Yanlin had once said, a woman only spends a man's money when she genuinely likes him and lets her guard down. But when Yu Hanshen opened the notification and saw a deposit of 300,000 yuan instead of a withdrawal, his smile instantly disappeared. Realization dawned upon him, and he chuckled in exasperation. No wonder she had accepted the card so readily. She had been planning this all along. For a moment, he was both amused and annoyed. With no more tutoring at Zuza's place, Tong devoted all her time to preparing for the college entrance exams. At the beginning of the semester, the school announced that this year's exam would use the national paper instead of the notoriously difficult provincial one. While many students relaxed upon hearing this, Tong didn't let her guard down for a second. Her grandmother had always told her that, without a privileged background and with a criminal record, the college entrance exam was her only chance to change her life. That was why her grandmother had gone to great lengths to bring her to Haicheng to repeat her studies. Moreover, if she wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yu Hanshen in the future, this was a crucial step she couldn't afford to miss. Yu Hanshen made it a habit to call her at night to say goodnight. Since she had a new phone, she no longer had to step outside to take his calls. On nights when he was too busy, he would send her a text instead, knowing she might already be asleep by the time he finished his work. Every time Tong received a goodnight text from the man, her heart felt sweet and warm. Seeing that he never brought up the 300,000 yuan, the weight on her heart gradually lifted. Maybe he didn't know about it at all. Before she knew it, the weekend had arrived. It was Zhang Mengling's birthday, and Zhang Junqing had booked a private room for her at the royal court. Before heading there, Tong stopped by a nearby mall to buy a gift. After shopping, she waited for the bus at the station. A bright blue sports car sped past her but reversed back a few seconds later. When she saw the person stepping out, her eyes narrowed. Well, if it isn't the beautiful Sita. Tai Nanfeng's eyes gleamed as he stared at her. Out of jail so soon? Tong looked at him coldly. There were quite a few people at the bus stop, so Tai Nanfeng didn't dare to act recklessly. Noticing the approaching bus in the corner of her eye, she subtly stepped a few paces away. Tai Nanfeng wasn't pleased with her icy demeanor. What are you pretending for? Acting all innocent? Back then you played hard to get with Lu Mingxian in public, but weren't you sneaking around with him in private? Even ended up in a hotel together, only to turn around and act like some virtuous woman after killing him. His gaze became more brazen as he openly sized her up. But I'll admit, you do have something special about you. No wonder Mingxian couldn't let go of you even till the end. Even in that bulky down jacket, you still managed to look so alluring. You really are something else. The more he stared, the more his desire grew. Mingxian never got to enjoy this. I'll do it for him. Tong felt nauseous under his increasingly lecherous gaze. The bus arrived and the doors opened. She quickly stepped forward to board. Seeing her about to leave, Tai Nanfeng reached out to grab her. Before Tong could react, a figure suddenly rushed over and punched Tai Nanfeng square in the face. The force sent Tai Nanfeng stumbling, blood streaming from his nose as he stood dazed for a few seconds. When he came to, he saw a teenage boy, no older than 17 or 18, standing before him. Furious, Tai Nanfeng pulled a switchblade from his back pocket and lunged forward. Ji Xiaoyu. The scene before her overlapped with a memory from 4 years ago. Tong's face turned pale with shock. An hour later, outside the hospital's emergency room, Tong stood pale and shaken. Ji Xiaoyu's parents had arrived, and they were already aware of what had happened. Tai Nanfeng was apprehended by the police shortly after fleeing. While J's father felt distressed for his son, he knew his actions were out of bravery, so he held back from saying much. J's mother, however, couldn't contain her resentment towards Tong. She only had one child, and now he was in critical condition because of a stranger. How could she not be furious? I'm telling you, if anything happens to my son, I won't let you off. She snapped at Tong. J's father, noticing how pale and fragile the young woman looked, intervened. It's not her fault. But J's mother immediately bristled, casting him a cold glance. Oh. Defending her because she's pretty, are you? J's father's face darkened as he frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? J's mother shot another glance at Tong, her tone laced with disdain. She's nothing but a vixen.